Lin Xiao's boot sole crushed the third piece of bone when she finally saw the gap in the collapsed bomb shelter ceiling. Gray-yellow wind swirled with grit, cutting fine red marks on her cheek, yet she couldn't even blink. The roars behind her grew closer, like countless rusted saws scraping steel simultaneously. Hurry! Past the explosives! Ajie's voice exploded from above the gap, his upper body leaning in military green, torn sleeve flapping in the wind, revealing a hideous scar on his forearm. Lin Xiao gritted her teeth and pulled the canvas bag from the corner. When her fingertips touched the cylindrical hard object inside, a sudden numbness shot through her fingers, the sensation of energy fluctuation like an icy insect crawling under her skin. This feeling was all too familiar. 3 months ago in the radiation zone west of the city, it was with this numbness that she dragged half a box of unexpired compressed biscuits from the den of mutant hyenas. The old-timers at the base said she was a chosen scavenger able to sense the breath of life in the wasteland silence. Only Lin Xiao knew it was more like a curse. Every time she sensed energy, it meant something worse than death was nearby. What are you zoning out for? Ajie's roar mixed with the sharp sound of claws scraping concrete. Ironbacks. At least 3. Lin Xiao snapped back, tossing the explosive pack up her peripheral vision, sweeping the depths of the bomb shelter. There should have been a pile of discarded medical boxes, but now a dark purple light flickered through the gaps like stars soaked in blood. The numbness suddenly turned scorching hot, climbing up her arm toward her heart, making her breath catch. Xiao Zi. Let's go. Ajie's hand grabbed her collar, pulling her out of the gap. Lin Xiao looked back. The dark purple light suddenly flared, casting a strange symbol on the cracked concrete floor, a ring woven from countless lightning bolts, its edges writhing slightly as if alive. Boom! The explosive pack detonated deep in the bomb shelter, the shockwave staggering Lin Xiao a few steps. She leaned on the broken wall, looking down. The once gray bomb shelter now looked like a bucket of purple paint had been splashed. Dark purple light seeped from every crack, and even the wind and sand around the entrance were tinged with an eerie fluorescence. What is that? Ajie's voice trembled, his hand holding the modified rifle shaking. I've guarded this area for 3 years, never seen this damn thing. Lin Xiao didn't speak. Her fingertips were still burning, the energy fluctuation 10 times stronger than before, like a fire burning in her chest. She knew this wasn't ordinary radiation leakage. The radiation of the wasteland was a dull knife cutting flesh, while this energy carried a sharp aggressiveness as if prying open some lock. Let's get back to the base first. She grabbed Ajie's arm and retreated toward the western dense forest. Ironbacks have better hearing than dogs. The explosion will attract more. Ajie hadn't recovered from the scene. After being dragged a dozen steps, he muttered, that light. Doesn't it look like the aurora in old world documentaries? Lin Xiao's steps halted. Of course she had seen the aurora. On the old projector in the base storage room she had watched countless images of the old world, green ribbons of light flowing in the night sky like veils dropped by gods. But that dark purple light earlier was more like crushed aurora remnants wrapped in blood and rust, carrying an indescribable despair. When night fell they finally reached the barbed wire fence at the edge of the base. A sentry shone a searchlight over them. When the beam swept across Lin Xiao's dust-covered face she suddenly heard a commotion from inside the fence. Several people in white coats were gathered around a modified off-road vehicle. Among them a man in gold-rimmed glasses held a scanner, his eyes behind the lenses bright and startling. Is that Dr. Chen? Ajie whispered, didn't he go to the northern ruins for an expedition? Why is he back? Lin Xiao's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Dr. Chen was the only person at the base who understood old-world technology. 3 months ago he had led a team saying they were going to find an energy source that could keep the base alive through the winter. Now he stood by the vehicle, fingers sliding rapidly over the scanner. Amid the green data streams on the screen Lin Xiao caught a familiar symbol, the lightning ring from the bomb shelter. The energy field is very unstable, Dr. Chen's voice drifted on the wind with suppressed excitement, but the frequency exactly matches the Stargate recorded in ancient texts. If my calculations are correct it might not connect to the surface. The rest of his words were blown away by the wind, but Lin Xiao felt that scorching numbness rise again. She instinctively reached into her pocket where a piece of glass from the bomb shelter was warming against her skin, its edges glowing faintly purple. Xiao Zi, you look terrible. Did an ironback scratch you? Ajie touched her arm. Lin Xiao shook her head, pinching the glass shard as she walked back. As she passed by Dr. Chen, the scanner suddenly emitted a piercing buzz, the green data stream instantly turning glaring red, and the lightning ring symbol flashed wildly as if warning. Dr. Chen spun around, his gold-rimmed eyes fixed directly on Lin Xiao's pocket. What do you have on you? Before Lin Xiao could answer, the base alarm suddenly blared. The piercing siren tore through the dusk. The sentry's roar came from the watchtower, iron backpack. At least 20. And something never seen before. Lin Xiao looked up toward the northwestern dunes. The sunset's afterglow was being swallowed by a massive shadow. On the dune crest, dark purple mist surged, and where it touched the ground, sand instantly crystallized into translucent spikes like a forest of glass suddenly rising. Deep inside that forest she saw countless glowing eyes, not the murky yellow of ironbacks but the same dark purple as in the bomb shelter, pulsing slowly with the mist. The Star Gate. It's been activated. Dar. Chen's voice trembled, but with a near-manic joy. The ancient texts were right. It attracts all energy forms. Suddenly he grabbed Lin Xiao's wrist, his fingers cold and bone-crushingly tight. You can sense energy, can't you? Tell me quickly what's in that mist. Is there a stable energy source? The dark purple mist had already reached the fence. Lin Xiao watched the nearest glass spike. It was growing visibly, and when a droplet condensed at its tip fell, it burned a small smoking hole in the sand. And the scorching numbness suddenly became violent, like a branding iron pressed against her chest, forcing her to gasp for breath. Behind the mist. She heard her own voice trembling. There's a huge energy mass. Like a piece of red-hot iron, and it's still breathing. Dar. Chen's eyes lit up wildly. It's a node. An old-world energy node. If we can get it, the base can have real electricity, we can grow crops, purify water. Before he could finish, the fence emitted a teeth-grinding screech. A claw covered in iron armor pierced the mesh, dark purple mucus dripping from the tips, corroding small pits in the ground. It was an ironback, and they had crossed the glass forest, their iron armor glowing with the same purple as the mist. Open fire. Ajia's roar just fell when Lin Xiao suddenly felt the glass shard in her pocket turn into a branding iron. She yanked out the glass shard, finding it completely dark purple, the lightning ring on its surface rotating, the edges even detaching from the glass, weaving a small web of light in her palm. And in the dark purple mist a crack suddenly opened. The gap's depths were not dunes, not sky, but pure black, like ink-soaked velvet, yet hiding a silver-blue light at its deepest, like a star sinking in the sea. Grab it. Dar. Chen lunged to snatch the glass shard. That's the key. The key to the Star Gate. Lin Xiao instinctively stepped back, her back hitting the fence post. The ironback's roars were right in her ear. The dark purple mist wrapped around her with biting cold, and the web of light in her palms suddenly expanded, enveloping her entire body. The scorching energy surged through her veins. She could even hear the creaking of her bones, as if something was about to break out of her body. Xiao Zi. Ajia's gunshots and the ironback's roars suddenly became distant. Lin Xiao watched the black gap widen before her, silver-blue light pouring out, casting countless flowing star trails on her retina. She remembered a line from an old-world documentary: the universe is a burning sea and every planet is a ship floating on the fire. Maybe Dr. Chen was right, this was a key. But it didn't open an energy node. It opened a door to that sea of fire. When the dark purple mist completely engulfed her, the last thing Lin Xiao heard was the soft crack of the light web shattering in her palm, like a butterfly fluttering its wings in her blood and bones. Eric Thorne discovered the anomaly during his 73rd calibration of the particle collider. The holographic screen's energy curve, normally a smooth silver line, now writhed like snakes in a storm, jumping wildly above and below the threshold. The strangest part was the fluctuation frequency, a sharp peak every 0.37 seconds, as if someone was repeatedly pricking the screen with a needle. Professor, should we pause the experiment? Assistant Anna's voice came from behind, her finger hovering over the red emergency stop button, her silver-gray ponytail swaying slightly with the space station's microvibrations. Eric didn't turn around. His fingers slid rapidly over the control panel, magnifying the energy sample at the peak. In that chaotic purple glow a faint bioelectrical signal was embedded, its frequency highly matching human brainwaves. This is impossible. Eric's finger froze in midair. The particle collider's energy field was double isolated by lead alloy and force fields. Even a nanoscale microbe would be torn into elementary particles upon entry. But the bioelectrical signal on the screen kept beating, trembling slightly with the energy curve like a fish trapped in a flash flood, struggling desperately. Energy field strength is dropping. Anna's voice suddenly rose. Force field barrier showing cracks. Sector C7 cracks expanding. Eric abruptly turned looking through the observation window at Sector C7. There should have been pure blackness, but now a dark purple ribbon of light was slowly rotating the edges of space, visibly wrinkled like paper crumpled by a hand. In the center of the light band a curled figure was vaguely visible, wearing gray-yellow rags, long hair matted into strands by some dark red liquid like a plant dying in a violent storm. Initiate emergency isolation protocol. Eric's voice was eerily calm, his fingers typing a series of commands on the panel, dropping the air pressure in C7 to 30 and injecting anesthetic gas. Professor. That might be. Execute order. Eric cut off Anna's words, his gaze never leaving the dark purple light band. He saw the figure move slightly, a dirty hand suddenly grabbing the edge of the light band. The skin visible through the fingers was abnormally pale, but the moment it touched the metal wall of the space station, white smoke rose. Radiation. Eric's pupils contracted. It wasn't the station's internal radiation, but a kind of radioactive isotope with a strong sense of age, perfectly matching the characteristics of pre-war uranium or samples he had seen in the old Earth Museum. Isolation complete. Anna's voice was hesitant. Anesthetic gas concentration reached standard, but the subject hasn't lost consciousness. When Eric pressed the hatch open button, the faceplate of his protective suit automatically lowered, reflecting the light stubble under his eyes. The exhaustion of 3 sleepless nights vanished the moment he saw the figure. She was curled in the corner of C7, holding a dark purple fragment tightly to her chest. When she heard the hatch, she suddenly looked up. It was an overly thin face, cheekbones prominent, lips cracked and pale, but her eyes were startlingly bright. That wasn't a human look. It was like a young animal's counterattack in a desperate situation, wariness wrapped in something hot, making Eric's heart tighten inexplicably. Put down what you're holding. He raised the scanner, his voice metallic through the faceplate. That's a high radiation item. The girl's pupils contracted sharply and her arms tightened around the fragment. Her lips moved, the voice hoarse as sandpaper scraping steel. Where is this? Eric's scanner suddenly emitted a rapid beep. The energy curve and bioelectrical signal peaked simultaneously, and the fragment in the girl's arms was glowing, casting a clear lightning ring on her chest, exactly matching the symbol of the parallel spacetime energy node from his Stargate theory he had studied for 10 years. He suddenly remembered what his mentor had said before dying: when the universe's energy imbalance reaches a critical point, spacetime will find its own balance, sometimes an explosion, sometimes an accidentally invading soul. What's your name? Eric's voice softened, looking at the girl's trembling fingertips from radiation burns. Where are you from? The girl's gaze swept past his protective suit, past the flashing instruments behind, and finally landed on the silver-blue nebula outside the observation window. Her lips moved again, this time the voice clearer with a nearly broken bewilderment. My name is Lin Xiao. I come from Earth. Lin Xiao's nails dug into her palm, confirming she was not dreaming. The silver-white floor was cold as ice, seeping through her thin tattered clothes into her bones. She was strapped to a semi-inclined metal table with glowing blue rings around her wrists and ankles. Whenever she struggled, the rings tightened, releasing a mild electric current, not painful but enough to numb her limbs, as if she had been thrown into a bucket of ice water. Relax, these restraints are anti-radiation. A gentle female voice sounded above her. Lin Xiao struggled to move her eyes, seeing a young woman in a white uniform holding a thin metal rod in front of her face. At the tip of the metal rod was a soft white light, making her eyes ache, yet strangely driving away some of the chill she had absorbed from the mist. Who are you? Lin Xiao's throat still hurt, each word like gravel. What is this place? The woman smiled and put the metal rod into a box at her waist. Her hair was a rare silver gray, tied in a neat ponytail at the top of her head, the ends resting on her shoulders, swaying gently as she moved. My name is Anna Jean, the medical officer here. As for this place. She stepped aside to reveal a floor-to-ceiling window behind her. See for yourself. Lin Xiao's breath caught in that moment. Outside the window was not the familiar gray-yellow sky nor the eerie dark purple of the bomb shelter. It was a silver-blue expanse stretching to the horizon, countless tiny specks of light slowly drifting within, as if someone had crushed the entire Milky Way and scattered it inside. Further away, a massive red glow pulsed, its edges tinged with orange flames flickering on and off, reminding her of the campfire color from the base. That's the Orion Arm. Anna's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. My hometown was on the closest colony star. Lin Xiao turned her head sharply, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Colony star. You mean? This is space. Strictly speaking, it's the Stardust space station. Anna summoned a holographic screen floating in midair displaying lines of text Lin Xiao couldn't understand. Located at the edge of the third spiral arm of the Milky Way, primarily used for energy research and spacetime observation. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the flickering symbols, then suddenly noticed the date at the bottom right corner of the screen, Stellar Calendar 3027. She remembered the pre-war documentary played on the old projector at the base, the final frame freezing on the year 2123 AD, the outbreak of global nuclear war. Between them a gap of 900 years. I traveled through time. Lin Xiao's voice trembled. She remembered the glowing crack in the bomb shelter Dr. Chen's words about the star gate, the glass spikes growing in the mist. From 2123 AD through to 3027 AD. Anna frowned slightly. The AD calendar hasn't been used for a long time, but the time difference does exist. According to the scan, the half-life of radioactive isotopes in your body highly matches the characteristics of post-nuclear war old Earth. But her gaze fell on the dark purple fragment in Lin Xiao's arms. The energy fluctuation on your body is strange, like a mix of radiation residue from old Earth and unstable factors from the time-space crack. Lin Xiao looked down at the fragment in her arms. The lightning ring on its surface was still slowly rotating, but the color had faded like a piece of amethyst soaked in water. The moment her fingertip touched the fragment, the familiar numbness surged again, but this time with a gentle comfort calming her wildly beating heart. "It's called the Star Core," a cold male voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Or rather a key fragment of the Star Gate." Lin Xiao jerked her head up, seeing a man in a white lab coat standing at the doorway. His hair was light blonde, shimmering with a silver-white sheen under the space station's cold light. His features were as if carved by ice, deep yet aloof. What struck Lin Xiao most was his eyes. His pupils seemed to hold a miniature galaxy with silver-blue light flowing within the iris, identical to the nebula outside the window. "Eric Thorne," the man gave a slight nod, the metal nameplate on his lab coat gleaming coldly. "Chief scientist here." Anna quickly stepped forward. "Professor, aren't you calibrating the particle collider in the observation room?" Eric did not answer. His gaze was locked on the fragment in Lin Xiao's arms, as if looking at an old friend yet also a dangerous enemy. Lin Xiao noticed his fingertips were trembling slightly, the muscles in his forearm tensing under the lab coat as if suppressing some intense emotion. "Bring her to the observation room." Eric's voice was soft but carried an unyielding authority. "I need to recalibrate the energy model. The star core fragment on her might be the key to solving this Stargate paradox." When Lin Xiao was transferred to the observation room, she truly experienced the grandeur of the stardust. The entire wall was made of transparent energy glass, clearly showing the floating meteorite clusters and flowing energy clouds outside. On the central lab table, countless silver probes connected to a holographic projection, converting the energy fluctuation of the star core fragment into a three-dimensional light web. Within those light threads a miniature star track was hidden, perfectly synchronized with the Milky Way outside. "The Stargate paradox," Eric's voice came from behind. His lab coat carried a faint scent of pine. "Refers to the one-way nature of time-space cracks. We can observe energy remnants of the past but cannot reverse transport matter." "But you did it." His fingertips hovered 3 centimeters from the star core fragment, silver blue light gathering in his palm. "You brought matter from old Earth through the Star Gate, arriving 900 years into the future. This suggests the two-way nature of the Star Gate is far more complex than we previously speculated." Lin Xiao looked at the light in his palm, suddenly reminded of the aurora she had seen on the Wasteland. Those green ribbons of light flowing in the night sky were also so gentle yet dangerous, drawing one in yet threatening to burn. "You want to study me?" Lin Xiao hugged the fragment tighter, taking a step back. The chill of the metal table seeped through her pants. "Like a lab rat putting me under these probes." Eric's pupils contracted slightly, the galaxy-like light in his eyes dimming. "This is for your safety. The energy of the star core fragment is unstable and could trigger a time-space crack again at any moment. Last time in Sector C7, you nearly dragged half the space station into the time-space turbulence of old Earth." Lin Xiao remembered the feeling of passing through the crack, the glass spikes growing in the mist, the purple armor on Tiji's body. If Eric hadn't activated the isolation program in time, would the stardust have been torn into pieces by the time-space turbulence like those corroded wire fences? I didn't mean to." Lin Xiao's voice weakened. Her fingertips were still trembling. "On the Wasteland, whenever I sensed energy, it meant danger. I thought that mist was a greater disaster. I wanted to escape but accidentally triggered the Stargate." Eric's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds, then he suddenly turned and walked to the control console, tapping on the keyboard with his long fingers. The Star Trek model in the holographic projection began to rotate. After the nuclear war on old Earth, time-space cracks appeared frequently. His voice carried a suppressed weariness. We call the areas affected by those cracks Star Trek mazes. Energy turbulence weaves false time-space fragments within them, trapping creatures in the gaps between past, present and future. You survived passing through the Star Gate, which means the Star Core fragment helped anchor you to the main timeline. Lin Xiao was lost in the jargon, but one word grabbed her attention: Star Trek maze. She remembered the dark purple light in the bomb shelter, the symbols swimming in the light, the breathing energy body deep in the crack, and suddenly had a chilling guess. Are you saying that the radiation-covered areas on the Wasteland, the glowing cracks, are actually entrances to the Star Trek maze? We survivors have been living in the gaps of time and space. Eric's fingers paused on the keyboard, and the Star Trek in the hologram suddenly trembled violently. To some extent, yes. His voice was low, as if talking to himself. The energy imbalance on old Earth infinitely magnified the folds of time-space, forming countless nested small mazes. What you call the Wasteland is just the outermost fragment of the maze. Lin Xiao's stomach churned. She remembered those who died painfully from radiation sickness in the base, the scar on Ajie's forearm, the teammates who might never return from scavenging. The survival ground they fought so hard to protect was just a bubble in time-space turbulence, ready to be crushed into dust at any moment. Then, what about the people in the base? Lin Xiao grabbed Eric's lab coat, her nails almost digging into the fabric. The ruins in the North DR. Chen Ajie. Are they still alive? Or are they all trapped in the Star Trek maze? Eric gently pushed her hand away, a hint of pity in his eyes that she couldn't read. According to time-space observations, the energy fluctuations on the surface of old Earth sharply increased after the nuclear war in 2123 AD, and by around 2200 AD a completely sealed time-space bubble had formed. The time flow inside is different from the outside. It could be a day or 100 years. But from outside observation. He paused. That time-space bubble completely collapsed into energy dust around 2300 AD. A sharp ringing suddenly sounded in Lin Xiao's ears. Her vision went dark and she nearly collapsed. Anna caught her swiftly, her voice carrying rare anger. Professor, you didn't have to be so direct. She just experienced time travel. Her mental state is very unstable. Eric's pupils still held the flowing galaxy, but the warmth was gone. Truth is often the sharpest scalpel. She needs to understand her position, not a victim but a time-space anomaly. The residual energy of the star core fragment in her body could trigger a new time-space collapse at any moment, threatening the stardust and the entire galaxy. Lin Xiao's fingers dug into the edge of the metal table, her knuckles white. She remembered the dark purple crack in the bomb shelter DR. Chen's desperate eyes as he lunged for the star core fragment, the glass spikes growing in the mist. From the very beginning she was a walking time bomb, carrying the remnants of old Earth, traveling through 900 years of time only to bring destruction to the future universe. I want to go home. Lin Xiao's voice broke into sobs. Her vision blurred, but she could still see the cold galaxy in Eric's pupils. Whether it's the Wasteland or the time-space bubble, that's where my base is, my teammates, your world is already destroyed. Eric's voice was like ice. After the time-space bubble collapsed, all matter on the surface of old Earth was converted into energy dust. Not even the atomic structure remained. The home you speak of is nothing but a phantom in the time-space turbulence. Lin Xiao's tears finally fell, hitting the metal table with a faint crisp sound. Anna comforted her softly, injecting a light green sedative. Before her consciousness faded, she heard Eric say to Anna, "Move her to the isolation pod. Monitor energy fluctuations around the clock. Suspend the star core fragment research. Prioritize the time-space collapse warning." The isolation pod was a completely transparent cylinder, its walls refracting soft light like being trapped in a crystal. Lin Xiao lay on the floating bed in the pod, watching the starry nebula flow overhead, listening to her own gradually steady breathing, suddenly feeling that all this was like a bizarre dream. After an unknown amount of time, the pod door suddenly let out a soft sound. Lin Xiao thought it was Anna for a checkup, but saw Eric standing outside holding a silver metal box. His lab coat had been replaced with a dark blue casual outfit, his hair no longer rigid, a few strands hanging over his forehead, making him look several years younger. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Eric's voice carried an emotion she couldn't place. "The sedative dosage should have put you into deep sleep." Lin Xiao turned her face away. "I don't like sleeping in a transparent box like an animal on display." Eric was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly raised his hand and tapped on the pod wall. The refractive index of the entire crystal wall changed instantly, turning into an opaque silver gray, blocking out the nebula and gazes from outside. Is this better? His voice was very soft but carried an unyielding insistence. Lin Xiao didn't answer. She saw Eric open the metal box, revealing a dark purple object inside, shaped almost exactly like her fragment but larger, with a clearer lightning ring on its surface like a dormant purple butterfly. This is the main body of the star core, recovered from the collapse zone of the old Earth time-space bubble. Eric placed the metal box on the sensing platform of the pod wall. It's the same substance as your fragment. We've studied it for 30 years, unable to activate it until your fragment appeared. A holographic projection appeared on the pod wall, comparing the energy spectra of the main body and the fragment. Two purple light bands slowly overlapped on the screen like two lost rivers converging. Lin Xiao looked at the flickering points of light, suddenly realizing her heartbeat was perfectly synchronized with the frequency of the light bands, one beat then another, carrying an ancient rhythm. When the two star core fragments approached, Eric's voice carried a trembling she had never heard before. The energy fluctuation of the time-space crack creates resonance. This means they were originally one piece, torn apart by the currents of the Star Trek maze and scattered across different timelines. Lin Xiao's fingertip touched the pod wall, the cool metal bringing her some clarity. Are you saying that merging the fragment with the main body could reopen the star gate back to the time-space bubble of old Earth? Eric's pupils swirled with galaxies. Theoretically, yes. But the time-space bubble has already collapsed. Forcibly opening the star gate could trigger a massive energy explosion affecting the entire Milky Way. Lin Xiao's heart tightened. She remembered the faces of those in the base Aegis Scar Dr. Chen's crazy eyes, her days and nights struggling to survive on the Wasteland. Those were not phantoms, not bubbles, but real burning lives. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, Lin Xiao stared into Eric's eyes, I have to try. I want to go back to see if they really disappeared, to see if the Wasteland is truly just dust, to see if I deserve to live in this future. Eric's gaze lingered on her face for a long time, so long that Lin Xiao thought he would refuse. Then he suddenly opened the pod door and handed the metal box inside. The fragment is in your arms, the main body is here. If you want to try, merge them yourself. But I warn you, his voice was cold as ice, every energy fluctuation will be captured by the observation room. If there are signs of time-space collapse, I will terminate the experiment immediately, even if you are still inside the star gate. Lin Xiao took the metal box. The moment her fingertip touched the star core main body, the fragment in her arms suddenly emitted a blinding light. Two purple light bands shot out from her palm and chest, simultaneously weaving into a huge light net within the pod. At the center of the light net, a three-dimensional model of the Star Trek maze slowly emerged, with the shattered bomb shelter sand dunes with glass spikes TG roaring in the mist, and the old projector in the base playing a pre-war documentary, green aurora flowing on the screen reflecting Dr. Chen's crazy face, Aegis' bloody smile, and herself standing before the star gate crack, reaching out her hand. Eric's breathing became rapid outside the pod. Lin Xiao heard him say, this is the memory projection of the Star Trek maze. The last images before the old Earth time-space bubble collapsed. The images in the light net suddenly trembled violently. Glass spikes began to grow wildly, piercing through the base walls, through Dr. Chen's body, through Aegis' hand holding the explosive pack. Lin Xiao screamed, trying to stop it, but found her body couldn't move. She could only watch as the purple spikes ground everything beautiful into pieces, as the remnants of old Earth turned to dust in a time-space turbulence. No, Lin Xiao's roar and the light burst of the star core sounded simultaneously. She felt a massive surge of energy rushing from her palm, flowing through her veins toward her heart, then spreading throughout her body as if she had been thrown into molten lead, the pain blurring her consciousness. Before losing consciousness, she heard Eric's voice, no longer cold, no longer distant, but filled with heart-wrenching pain. Lin Xiao, don't sleep. I need you to stay awake. The star gate is about to close. Then a long suffocating darkness. When Lin Xiao opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on the lab table in the observation room. Eric and Anna were beside her, both with tired but joyful expressions. On the holographic screen on the wall, the main body and fragment of the star core had completely merged, becoming a fist-sized purple crystal sphere, its surface lightning ring rotating steadily like a miniature star gate. Did it work? Lin Xiao's voice was hoarse. Is the star gate open? Eric's fingers pressed on her pulse, the galaxy-like light in his pupils flickering. Yes. But not the time-space bubble of old Earth. It's He pulled up the observation record showing a silver blue point of light on the screen. A parallel timeline's energy node, a perfect mirror of our universe just with a different timeline. Lin Xiao looked at that point of light and suddenly smiled. She remembered the legend she had heard on the Wasteland that the universe was a boundless sea, each timeline an island, in that sea some islands in ruins, some in prosperity. Now she had finally touched the edge of the boat. Whether ahead lay an abyss or hope, she had to go see. I'm going in. Lin Xiao held Eric's hand. The purple crystal sphere glowed softly between them. Whether it's a mirror universe or the remnants of old Earth, I have to go see. This is the meaning of my journey through 900 years of time, and it's also. She looked into Eric's eyes. The meaning of your research on the Star Gate, isn't it? Eric's pupils contracted violently. His hands were trembling, but he did not pull away. Anna said softly beside them, Professor, the observation room is ready for space-time travel. The energy shield and life support systems are all calibrated. Lin Xiao gazed at Eric, at the galaxy reflected in his eyes, at the spinning star gate within the violet crystal orb. In that moment she understood that this encounter spanning 900 years was never a coincidence. The star core fragment burned against her palm as if echoing the frantic pounding of her heart. The days and nights of struggle on the wasteland, the campfires at the base, the blood-stained smiles of her comrades, all of it now transformed into a searing force propelling her forward. I'll go with you. Eric's voice suddenly cut through, interrupting her thoughts. His fingertips still rested on her pulse, and the silver blue light in his irises surged violently as if a storm was brewing. The energy field of the mirror universe resonates in antiphase with our universe. Sending you in alone would carry a risk factor exceeding 70. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the flickering data streams on the holographic screen. As the proposer of the Star Gate theory, I must personally monitor the energy fluctuations. Anna's brow furrowed instantly. Professor. Your clearance may allow you to activate the shuttle pod, but the Interstellar Alliance has regulations. Chief scientists are prohibited from participating in high-risk temporal experiments. And your health? I know my own body, Eric interrupted, his tone carrying an unyielding resolve. The radiation residue from the Alpha Nebula's spacetime rift observation 3 years ago won't hinder basic temporal travel. Moreover, he turned to Lin Xiao, his gaze carrying a warmth she couldn't decipher. Her energy perception ability is currently the most precise living detector. We need each other. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. She recalled the image projected by the star core in the isolation chamber, Eric standing before the observation platform studying the stellar orbit model alone until dawn, his fingers tracing trajectories on the screen eerily similar to the gestures she used to mark safe routes on the wasteland. So beneath that cold exterior lay a loneliness akin to her own. I don't need the title of living detector. She turned her face away, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the smooth surface of the star core. If we go together, don't expect me to follow your orders. On the wasteland I trust only my own instincts. A faint, almost imperceptible curve tugged at the corner of Eric's mouth like a crack forming on a frozen lake. Agreed. But you must wear this. He raised his hand to summon a floating equipment panel on which a silver-gray form-fitting suit appeared. Dark violet energy rings were embedded at the collar and cuffs designed to resist radiation, prevent tearing, and display ambient energy density in real time. The star core's energy will power it. The stronger your perception, the more stable the protection. Lin Xiao looked at the suit and suddenly recalled the old-world astronaut legends passed down at the base. The elders said that people used to fly to the moon inside metal shells darting among the stars like birds. The tingling sensation in her fingertips surged again, but this time it carried a flutter of excitement as if a fledgling was beating its wings against her ribs. It was only when she put on the suit that Lin Xiao discovered its marvels. The fabric molded to her form the moment it touched her skin, the dark violet energy rings glowing faintly with each breath. The star core fragment pressed against her chest, radiating a comforting warmth that dispelled the residual chill of the isolation chamber. Eric stood nearby adjusting the equipment. When his gaze fell on the back of her neck, he suddenly froze. There's an old wound here. His fingertips hovered 2 centimeters from her skin, his voice barely a whisper. It looks like an energy burn. Lin Xiao's back tensed instantly. The scar on her nape was from the previous year, left behind in the radiation zone. She had been struck by a mutant bat's energy ray while scrambling for a box of antibiotics, nearly having her cervical spine corroded through. The base doctor had said the scar would stay with her for life like an ugly medal. None of your business. She yanked the collar up, and as she turned she collided with him, catching the scent of pine mingled with ozone, like a forest after a rainstorm. Don't touch me. Eric's hand froze in midair, his silver-blue pupils dimming. Sorry. It's just. The energy residue of this scar matches the secondary fissure characteristics of the star orbit labyrinth. If I'm not mistaken, you must have been very close to a spacetime rift at the time. Lin Xiao's steps faltered. She remembered that night. The sky in the radiation zone had indeed split open, with a thin crack, and dark violet light had slithered out like snakes, entwining the wings of the mutant bats and making them unnaturally ferocious. So even back then the energy of the star gate had already marked her. Maybe, she responded, vaguely unwilling to revisit that near-death experience. When do we depart? 30 minutes. Eric brought up a hologram of the shuttle pod, an olive-shaped silver-gray capsule covered in dark violet energy patterns. The hummingbird designed for short-range temporal travel, equipped with the latest star orbit navigation system. Our target is the alpha energy node in the mirror universe. The star core fluctuations there are most stable, theoretically capable of supporting 72 hours of observation. Lin Xiao studied the model of the shuttle pod and noticed a co-pilot seat beside the driver's, fitted with a compact control panel. The layout of the buttons bore an uncanny resemblance to the dashboard of the old off-road vehicle at the base. The tingling in her fingertips began to burn again, but this time it carried a strong sense of familiarity, as if she had sat in this seat long ago. You seem familiar with it. Eric's voice held a note of curiosity. This is the Alliance's latest model. Even Anna hasn't touched the controls yet. Lin Xiao shook her head, unable to explain why. Just as she could smell danger in the Wasteland silence and read the flowing symbols in the star core's light, now as she looked at the hummingbird's control panel, the operating steps automatically surfaced in her mind: the calibration frequency of the energy rings, error correction for the star orbit navigation, the manual release for the emergency hatch. Maybe it's the star core's memories. She murmured, her fingertips gliding across the virtual control panel, pressing precisely on the energy calibration key. Just like you said, it stores all the fragment's memories inside. Eric's gaze deepened. He stared at her fingers, then at the star core on her chest, and suddenly said in a low voice, the star core not only stores memories but also resonates with emotions. When two synced individuals from different timelines draw close, it amplifies each other's emotional fluctuations. He paused, his voice soft as a sigh. When you were crying in the isolation chamber just now, the energy fluctuation curve of the star core exactly matched the collapse curve of the Alpha Nebula I observed 3 years ago. Lin Xiao's heart suddenly pounded out of rhythm. She recalled the image she had seen in the light web, Eric standing before the observation platform in the Alpha Nebula, tears streaming down his face as he stared at the data stream, his profile looking impossibly fragile in the red light. So even the cold-hearted scientist could weep for a dying star. Don't make it so sentimental. She turned away, pretending to study the shuttle pod structure. I cried because I was thinking of my comrades, not because of some sink. On the Wasteland, tears are the most useless thing, they only blind you in a sandstorm. Eric said nothing more, silently checking the communication system of her helmet. When his fingers touched the sensors inside the helmet, a burst of static crackled in Lin Xiao's ears, followed by the clear sound of his breathing as if he were right beside her. The communication channel is set, his voice came through the helmet, carrying a metallic tone yet oddly reassuring. In an emergency, just call my name. The star core will amplify your voice signal. Even in a temporal vortex I'll hear you. Lin Xiao hummed in acknowledgement, not daring to meet his eyes. She feared that in that galaxy of his she might see something she shouldn't, like dependence, like expectations already ground to dust on the Wasteland. As the hummingbird's hatch closed, Lin Xiao heard her own heartbeat echoing inside the helmet. Eric sat in the driver's seat, tapping lightly on the control panel. The star core was fixed in the center of the console, emitting a soft violet light that bathed both their faces in a mysterious hue. Ready? He turned to look at her, his silver-blue pupils like molten gemstones in the violet light. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and gripped the safety handle on the co-pilot seat. Outside the window, the nebula began to spin like paint thrown into a vortex. The capsule vibrated slightly, accompanied by the low hum of energy ignition. She recalled the elders at the base often saying that after death people become stars, watching over the living from the sky. If that were true, were Ajia and the others watching her from this very nebula as she soared toward a new hope. Let's go. She looked into Eric's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. Let's see what our world was supposed to be. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curved the corner of Eric's mouth like the first thaw of snow. The moment he pressed the start button, the star core erupted with blinding light, flooding the entire cockpit in violet. Lin Xiao felt a powerful force pressing her into the seat. The nebula outside the window stretched into countless ribbons of light as if a flowing star chart were unfolding before her eyes. Stargate opening coordinates locked on Alpha node. Eric's voice carried a hint of static yet was resolute. Lin Xiao, remember, no matter what you see, don't let go of the star core. It is our anchor. Lin Xiao's fingertips pressed tightly against the star core on the console. The familiar tingling sensation spread up her arm, intertwining with the energy radiating from Eric's palm. Before consciousness was swallowed by the light bands, she thought she heard the star core humming softly like a song spanning 900 years, gently enveloping two lonely souls. When the hummingbird burst through the final light barrier, Lin Xiao saw the mirror universe, a green planet free of dust, its continents covered in forests she had only seen in documentaries, oceans of transparent blue and air fragrant with sweetness. This is... Her voice trembled, barely able to believe her eyes. Old Earth. No nuclear war, no radiation. The real Earth. Shock flickered in Eric's gaze as well. He brought up the environmental analysis panel and a stream of green data scrolled across the screen. Oxygen content 21, no radiation residue, biodiversity index exceeding Alliance protection standards. Lin Xiao, we may have found the answer to the temporal paradox. Lin Xiao's fingers slid across the control panel, pulling up more detailed topographical maps. When she saw the distribution of continental plates, she suddenly froze. The area marked as the East Asian plain had a silhouette almost identical to the pre-war China she had seen on the base's maps, except there were no ruins, no bunkers, only sprawling cities and farmland like a green brocade spread across the earth. Ajie's hometown was near here. Her voice choked with emotion, her fingers tracing the virtual mountains on the screen. He said his grandfather told him there used to be the Yellow River here with clear water you could drink directly. Eric watched her glowing eyes, then reached out and gently took her hand, resting on the console. His palm was cool but remarkably steady, as if transmitting some kind of strength. Want to go down and take a look? His voice was soft. Use your perception to listen to the heartbeat of this world. Lin Xiao looked up, falling into his galaxy-like pupils. The coldness from before was gone, replaced by gentle encouragement like the rare moonlight on the wasteland. She nodded vigorously, the tingling in her fingertips turning scorching hot. This time, however, it carried unprecedented clarity. She could hear the birdsong in the forest, smell the fragrance of wildflowers in the fields, feel the energy flowing in the river like countless warm hands gently supporting her. As the hummingbird began its descent, Lin Xiao unbuckled her seatbelt and suddenly remembered something. She turned to Eric, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Hey scientist, in your future world, is there such a thing as squirrel mandarin fish? Ajie said it was his grandmother's specialty. I've never had it. Eric paused, a flicker of bewilderment passing through his silver-blue pupils, which then dissolved into a helpless smile. The mirror universe's biological database has no record, but... He called up the food synthesizer panel. We can try to simulate the molecular structure using the star core's energy. Though I can't guarantee the taste. Lin Xiao watched his profile as he seriously adjusted the parameters and suddenly felt that this adventure spanning 900 years might be more interesting than she had imagined. The capsule pierced through the clouds and landed on a patch of soft grass. The moment she pushed open the door, the first breath of air carried the faint fragrance of osmanthus, exactly as Dr. Chen had described the pre-war autumn. In the distance, the laughter of children rang out crisp as silver bells. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, tightened her grip on Eric's offered hand and stepped step by step into that green world. The star core pulsed warmly against her chest. She knew this was not the end but a new beginning. On this land without ruins, she and he would finally find redemption for both worlds. The hatch of the hummingbird slid open and a gust of wind mingled with the scent of grass and osmanthus rushed in, wrapping around the two like a soft blanket. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. The air was 100 times sweeter than the purified oxygen tanks in the base, with a freshness that could seep into the marrow. Her foot poised to step out of the hatch hung in midair before she abruptly withdrew it. Turning around, she yanked a canvas bag from a storage compartment. It was an old relic she had brought from the wasteland, patched over patches yet stuffed with treasures scavenged from various ruins, half a rusted pocket watch, a shard of glass engraved with strange symbols, and a patch of moss that never dried. Carrying it, she shoved the canvas bag into AI Reich's arms. Maybe we can find clues related to old Earth. In the wasteland, old things are more useful than holograms. As AI Reich caught the bag, his fingertips brushed against the frayed edges at the corners like a gentle tickle. He looked at the flickering light in Lin Xiao's eyes and suddenly felt that this adventure might truly piece together the broken puzzle of two timespaces. The grass beneath their feet was soft as velvet, each step leaving a light green footprint that bounced back automatically after a few seconds. Lin Xiao crouched down. The moment her fingertip touched the blade of grass, the entire plant suddenly emitted a pale golden glow and energy ripples spread outward like ripples on water. She jerked her hand back and looked at AI Reich in alarm. This grass. Is it alive? Can it sense my energy? AI Reich's palm pressed against her back and the warmth it transmitted instantly calmed her. The ecosystem of the mirror universe inherently has energy resonance with our spacetime. His voice carried the characteristic patience of a science educator. The stronger your perception, the more pronounced the feedback it triggers. Don't panic. This is good, it means we aren't being treated as intruders. That said, Lin Xiao hugged the canvas bag tighter as if holding onto her last shield. The woods ahead were dim and shadowy. Patches of light filtering through the canopy wove a net on the ground, trapping countless dancing specks of light like miniature fireflies. But as those specks drew closer, Lin Xiao realized they were translucent energy beings, their edges glowing with the same dark purple as the star core, only much gentler, like domesticated butterflies. These are light butterflies, AI Reich's voice came from beside her. His lab coat fluttered noisily in the wind. The basic energy carriers of the mirror universe, capable of converting solar energy, bioenergy, and even. His gaze swept over the star core on Lin Xiao's chest. The residual energy of spacetime turbulence. Lin Xiao's fingers unconsciously stroked the star core. The light butterflies suddenly changed their trajectory, fluttering up and down around the two, their wings shimmering with dark purple light, forming a lightning ring similar to the one on the star core's surface. She looked up abruptly and found that the surrounding trees were also glowing. The patterns on the bark, like awakened star tracks, slowly rotated, pointing toward the depths of the forest. They are guiding us. Lin Xiao's voice carried an irrepressible excitement. In the wasteland, only the most dangerous ruins have living guides, but is this guidance here benevolent? AI Reich looked at her shining eyes and couldn't bear to remind her, benevolence often hides more complex causality. He called up the energy recorder on his wrist. The curves on the screen, as if enchanted, traced perfect sine waves with the dance of the light butterflies. The clearing deep in the forest made both of them hold their breath. It was a village built of stone and wood, with thatched roofs and curling smoke from chimneys. The vegetable plots within the fences were as orderly as a painting. Several children chasing light butterflies ran across the flagstone path. When they saw the two, they suddenly stopped, staring with big dark eyes as if looking at two people who had fallen from the stars. Their clothes. Lin Xiao's voice trembled. The children's coarse linen shirts were exactly the same as the pre-war villagers' attire in the base murals, even the stitching of the patches was identical. Jia said that the clothes his grandmother left behind had such stitches. AI Reich's fingertips lightly tapped the recorder, pulling up vital signs data. The children's gene sequences showed a 99.8 similarity to old Earth humans, even more perfect than the colonization suitability standards set by the Interstellar Alliance. But when he tried to scan deeper, the data suddenly vanished as if thrown into a black hole, instantly zeroed out. Don't touch them. Lin Xiao grabbed his wrist, her voice carrying rare severity. In the wasteland, those who stare and scan people are either raiders or mutated beasts. AI Reich's hand froze in midair. Seeing the children's timid yet curious eyes, he slowly withdrew the instrument. Only then did the children become lively again, pulling at Lin Xiao's pants legs and asking all sorts of questions, their soft childish voices calling "Big Sister" and "Big Brother" that melted hearts. Lin Xiao took out a piece of glass from the canvas bag, a fragment of a pre-war cosmetic mirror she had found in the ruins west of the city. In the children's hands it became a glowing toy, reflecting faces with the overlapping halos of two time spaces. By the well in the center of the village stood an old man leaning on a cane. His white hair was casually tied with a piece of cloth and his features bore a faint resemblance to Jia. When he saw Lin Xiao, the old man's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. He tapped his cane on the ground with a crisp sound. "Little girl, you. Where are you from? This clothes, this look, it's so much like my poor grandniece." Lin Xiao's breath caught in her throat. She remembered the only photo saved in Jia's phone, his grandmother standing by the well in her youth, wearing a coarse linen shirt, smiling like a flower that had basked in the sun. And the old man before her, even the shape of his wrinkles resembled the grandmother in the photo, only more aged, like dried tangerine peel steeped by time. Do you know Jia?" Lin Xiao's voice was choked with tears. "He's a scavenger at the northern base with a scar on his forearm, and he sings a strange ballad." The old man's cane struck the ground hard, shaking the grass in the stone crevices. "Jia. You mean my grandson? Didn't he go to the city to study? He said he wanted to research some energy fertilizer, to make crops grow better. Lin Xiao's mind exploded. She remembered the last night in the wasteland when Jia said he would follow Dr. Chen to the northern base to find the secret to making crops thrive. So in the mirror universe he had truly become an agricultural researcher protecting real crops on land without radiation. AI Reich's palm gently covered her back, this time with a heavier warmth. The timeline of the mirror universe is inherently parallel to our spacetime. His voice was like a gentle knife cutting through the chaotic mist. Perhaps in this spacetime the nuclear war never happened. Jia's family continued and he became a scientist protecting the ecology. Lin Xiao spun around and grabbed the old man's arm. Can you take me to him? I have something very important to tell him. About the wasteland, about the Star Gate, about. The old man's eyes suddenly became confused as if covered by a thin veil. Jia. Who is Jia? Little girl, you haven't been sleeping well, have you? In this village there's no child called Jia. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding light butterflies suddenly flapped their wings wildly and the dark purple light instantly thickened like ink, dyeing the entire village in eerie hues. The children's laughter vanished, replaced by the crisp sounds of flagstones cracking. The crops in the vegetable plots withered at a visible rate and the old man's figure became transparent as if slowly erased by an eraser. This is a secondary illusion of the Star Trek maze. AI Reich's voice carried unprecedented panic. Ripples of energy spread across his lab coat. Quick, focus your perception. Shatter it with the star core's energy. Lin Xiao's fingertips instantly broke into cold sweat. She remembered the phantom sandstorm she had encountered in the wasteland. Those beautiful illusions were actually hunting nets set by mutated beasts. She hugged the star core to her chest, concentrating all her perception into a single point like a sharp blade stabbing deep into the mist. The star core erupted with blinding light and dark purple energy waves wildly radiated outward from the two. The light butterflies' wings shattered one after another, dissolving into countless specks of light. The village's outline, like a painting drenched with a bucket of water, rapidly faded into gray and white. When the light faded, Lin Xiao found herself and AI Reich standing on a patch of charred black land. The turf had turned into carbonized clumps, trees were nothing but blackened outlines and the air carried a pungent burnt odor. This was unmistakably the wasteland. What happened? Lin Xiao's voice trembled. Was the village just now fake? AI Reich's energy recorder blared in alarm, the curves on the screen like a dying snake. The energy field of the mirror universe is undergoing violent collapse with our spacetime. These illusions are memory projections created by the mutual compression of fragments from two timespaces containing both our obsessions and the remnants of old Earth. Before his words faded, the ground suddenly cracked open and a dark purple energy flow slithered out like a snake, instantly coiling around Lin Xiao's ankle. She struggled violently, but the energy flow seemed alive, crawling up her pant leg. Wherever it passed, the energy rings on her suit flashed wildly, emitting piercing alarms. The star core. Use the star core's energy. AI Reich's voice cracked. His lab coat had been slashed with several gashes by the energy flow. Beneath the silver-gray fabric his skin showed an abnormal flush. The radiation residue from 3 years ago was beginning to backlash in the energy collapse. The moment Lin Xiao's fingertip touched the star core, she suddenly saw the memory of the energy flow, images of the nuclear war, erupting mushroom clouds blooming over old Earth, dark purple radiation dust blotting out the sky, devouring all green until nothing remained but charred wasteland. And in the gaps of these images she saw fragments of AI Reich's memory. When the Alpha Nebula collapsed, he knelt before the console, clutching the observation data, his tears dripping onto the Star Trek model, burning a small pit. So your loneliness is as deep as mine. Lin Xiao's voice, mixed with the shriek of the energy flow, was exceptionally clear. AI Reich, you are not alone in fighting the spacetime turbulence. She poured all her perception into the star core. The dark purple energy flow suddenly calmed down like a tamed wild horse flowing back into the ground through her fingertips. AI Reich staggered and steadied himself against her, his silver blue eyes filled with lingering fear. The energy collapse just now almost triggered a secondary explosion of the spacetime bubble. The energy field of the mirror universe is far more complex than we imagined. His words were interrupted by a familiar roar. From the charred forest in the distance a massive figure emerged, skin covered in iron armor glowing with dark purple light. It was the Ironback that had given them so much trouble in the wasteland. But this time its size was more than 3 times larger than in the wasteland. The energy flow seeping from the gaps in its iron armor was exactly the same as the village illusion from before. It's a mirror entity of the Ironback. AI Reich's voice was grave. Its energy composition merges the characteristics of two timespaces, the ferocity of the Wasteland and the energy density of the mirror universe. Lin Xiao's breathing became heavy. Her perception worked frantically and she saw the energy core inside the Ironback, a miniature star gate fragment, its surface lightning ring perfectly matching the pattern on the star core. So in the mirror universe the star gate fragments had not scattered across the Wasteland but had been devoured by the Ironback, becoming its energy source. It's come for the star core. Lin Xiao's fingertips broke into cold sweat again. My perception triggered its hunting instinct. The Ironback's roar cracked the charred ground and energy flows seeped from beneath its feet again, turning into vines that wildly lashed toward the two. AI Reich yanked Lin Xiao behind him and the energy rings on his lab coat burst into blinding light, forming a temporary barrier. But the barrier only lasted 3 seconds before being shredded by the energy vines. Shards cut his cheek and drops of blood fell onto the charred ground, instantly swallowed by the energy flow. Use the star core. AI Reich's voice carried the smell of blood. Combine your perception with my particle collider data to shatter its energy core. Tears instantly welled up in Lin Xiao's eyes. She had never imagined that this always cold and aloof scientist would use his body to shield her in a moment of danger. She dumped all the old items from the canvas bag, half a pocket watch, a glass shard, dried moss. These talismans from the Wasteland now glowed with the same purple light as the star core in the mirror universe's energy flow, resonating with her perception. So you too are fragments of the star gate. Lin Xiao's voice cracked. She pressed all the old items onto the star core and the energy fluctuation surged instantly like a small stellar explosion. The energy core inside the Ironback began to tremble violently, its surface lightning ring spinning wildly, gradually synchronizing with the star core's frequency. Now, AI Reich's fingertips tapped on the virtual panel. The particle collider's energy beam was calibrated. 3, 2, 1, 2 energy beams shot out simultaneously, one from the resonance of the star core and the old items, the other from the technological might of the particle collider. Like 2 giant pincers they viciously crushed the Ironback's energy core. The Ironback's roar ceased abruptly. Its massive body slowly collapsed, dissolving into countless dark purple specks of light that dissipated into the charred soil. Lin Xiao collapsed to the ground, looking at AI Reich's blood-stained cheek. She suddenly reached out and gently touched his wound. The tingling sensation of energy fluctuation carried a healing warmth. The blood droplets instantly coagulated and the wound healed at a visible rate. You. AI Reich's pupils widened slightly. Your perception can also heal energy wounds. Lin Xiao smiled through tears, pressing the blood-stained pocket watch into his hand. In the Wasteland, when you're injured you find clean soil to apply and glowing moss to wrap around. So the energy of these old things really can heal. AI Reich looked at the scorch mark on the pocket watch, then suddenly took her hand. In his silver-blue pupils the Milky Way began to flow slowly. Lin Xiao, perhaps our mission is to use the fragments of 2 timespaces to piece together a complete redemption, not only for old Earth but also for the mirror universe. The distant charred land began to show hints of green. The figures of light butterflies appeared again, this time with soft golden wings slowly dancing around the two. Lin Xiao knew that this redemption across timespaces had only just begun. And in this mist-shrouded mirror universe she and AI Reich would eventually find all the answers. Lin Xiao's hand gripping the pocket watch bulged with veins, her knuckles white from the strain. In the holographic projection the energy cloud at the Guishu point crouched like a dormant beast with dark purple currents churning restlessly. Every fold concealed fragments crushed by spacetime, air raid shelters from the Wasteland wheat fields from before the war, and even residual images from a certain observation of the stardust floating and sinking in the sea of clouds, ready to be swept into deeper collapse layers at the slightest carelessness. This is the memory grinder. AI Reich's voice came from the console, calm almost to the point of rigidity. The energy turbulence at the Guishu point will parse the intruder's consciousness and materialize the strongest obsessions. Any emotional fluctuation on our part will become its target for attack. Lin Xiao looked up and met his gaze, which was like a galaxy. There was no superfluous emotion in those eyes, only a precise dissection of stellar orbit data like a scalpel wrapped in ice. She silently tucked the pocket watch into her canvas bag, her fingertips touching the half-rusted watch chain inside, a protective charm given by a Jie. The warmth it transmitted made her clench her fist again. I understand. In the Wasteland, emotion is bait for predators, perception is the blade. The moment the hummingbird entered the energy cloud of the Guishu point, Lin Xiao's perception spread out like a spiderweb. The numbness from the star core spread along her nerves, yet it was clearer than ever. She saw the fragments floating in the energy cloud, each bearing the energy imprint of a different spacetime. Some glowed with the cold light of pre-war technology, others reeked of the decay of wasteland radiation, and still others carried the vibrant vitality of the mirror universe like a green leaf that had strayed into a black hole. Abnormal energy density at 3 o'clock on the left. AI Reich's voice suddenly exploded and the warning lights on the console flashed wildly. Lin Xiao spun around sharply and saw a mass of dark purple light streaming like a serpent. The images flickering on its surface made her breath catch, the scene of the northern base being breached by the iron spine horde AG's roar mixed with the roar of explosions twisting into a bizarre melody within the energy cloud. It's an illusion. AI Reich's palm pressed against the back of her neck, the energy fluctuation carrying a calming frequency. The Guishu point has parsed your memory and wants to shake your will. Focus your perception on the star core and counter with energy turbulence. Lin Xiao gritted her teeth and gathered all her perception into the star core. A burst of dark purple light shot out like a blade, shredding the illusion. After the light flow dissipated, a familiar fragment actually floated in the energy cloud, a metal nameplate from the northern base, its edges still wrapped in the radiation dust of the wasteland like a corpse frozen in spacetime. This is real. Lin Xiao's voice trembled. Just as her fingertips were about to touch it, AI Reich suddenly grabbed her wrist, the force almost crushing her bones. The Guishu point replicates material fragments using real touch to shake you. His voice was piercingly cold, the muscles under his experimental suit taut as bowstrings. In the wasteland, you should know that the boundary between real and illusion is itself a deception of the Star Trek labyrinth. Lin Xiao snapped awake. Her perception probed again. The energy fluctuation of the nameplate was exactly synchronized with the turbulence of the Guishu point. It was an energy bomb wrapped in a memory lure. The numbness in her fingertips turned into a blade and shredded the nameplate into dust. The dark purple light flow screamed and retreated, revealing the true face hidden behind, a mass of faintly glowing golden seeds, their surface coated with a membrane as thin as a cicada's wing, the very energy crystallization of the mirror universe's ecosystem. Found it. Lin Xiao's voice broke with a crack. Just as she reached out to grab it, the energy cloud suddenly trembled violently and the golden seed split into countless fragments, scattering like a meteor shower. Each time a seed split, it materialized a different obsession after image. Dr. Chen's face laughing wildly while holding a star core fragment AG's back as he dug potatoes in the wasteland, and even AI Reich silhouette crying alone on the observation deck of the Alpha Nebula. This is obsession fission. AI Reich's voice rarely showed fluctuation. The energy shield of the console had already cracked. The Guishu point is forcing us to choose, pick the strongest obsession and abandon the others. I won't choose. Lin Xiao's scream mixed with the star core's light burst. She dumped all the old items from her canvas bag, half a pocket watch, a rusted chain, a glass fragment carved with symbols, and even the moss that never dried, suspended in the energy cloud, forming an array. The energy of the star core wrapped all the seeds like a spiderweb, the dark purple light clashing madly with the golden vitality as if forging an axe to split the heavens. AI Reich's pupils abruptly contracted, a storm surging through his galaxy-like eyes. He suddenly unbuckled his seatbelt, lunged toward the console and pushed the power of the particle collider to its limit. Use my energy field as the anchor. Your perception as the thread. So all these seeds. Into the space-time rift. Lin Xiao's perception resonated instantly with his energy field, and the star core's light burst bloomed like fireworks at the Guishu point. Each split seed was re-stitched, the golden energy membrane wrapping the radiation dust of the wasteland, the vitality of the mirror universe, and the fragments of their obsessions shooting like meteors toward the deepest singularity of the Guishu point. When the last seed plunged into the singularity, the energy cloud of the Guishu point suddenly began to collapse like a purple balloon that had been punctured. The hummingbird was tossed up and down by the energy turbulence. Lin Xiao clung to the control stick but was flung toward the cabin wall by inertia. AI Reich lunged, instantly shielding her with his body. At that moment, the energy ring of his experimental suit erupted with blinding light like a transparent armor enduring the energy impact. Hold on. AI Reich's voice came with blood bubbling. His silver-white hair was tangled by the energy current. The space-time tension of the singularity will push us back. We can return. Lin Xiao's perception probed desperately at the edge of collapse. She saw a thin crack split open deep within the singularity. The light leaking from the crack was neither the gray-yellow of the wasteland nor the vibrant hue of the mirror universe, but a pure black, so black it could devour all colors. Yet at its deepest it concealed a familiar silver blue, like the nebula outside the observation window of the stardust, like the galaxy in AI Reich's eyes. Through it. Her scream merged with the resonance of the star core. That's the way back to the stardust. AI Reich's palm pressed against the back of her neck, the temperature now scorching hot yet utterly resolute. The hummingbird shot like an arrow into that thin crack, the energy turbulence exploding behind them. The cabin's metallic groan mingled with their heartbeats into a frantic war song. When the cabin burst through the crack, blinding light exploded before Lin Xiao's eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the observation deck of the stardust was right in front of her, the starlight filtering through the cracks in the energy shield like a belated gift. AI Reich collapsed on her shoulder, blood seeping through the back of his experimental suit, yet he still held her waist tightly like an unbreakable shield. We. Lin Xiao's voice trembled with the aftermath of survival. Her fingertips touched his blood-stained suit. Did it work? The seeds. Can they really get through? AI Reich's lips curled into a weak smile. The galaxy in his eyes finally held warmth. In the wasteland you taught me. Not to trust probability but perception. Now I believe it. Your perception can truly split spacetime. Lin Xiao's tears fell onto his blood-stained experimental suit but were vaporized by the energy of the star core. She suddenly remembered the obsession afterimage she saw at the Guishu point, AI Reich's silhouette crying alone on the observation deck of the Alpha Nebula. So his obsession had never been the cold star tracks but the longing for someone to walk alongside. The medical bay is. AI Reich's voice faded like a dying lamp. Lin Xiao hoisted him onto her back and rushed toward the cabin door. The old items in her canvas bag jingled with her running. The moss that never dried after the energy baptism of the Guishu point had taken on a layer of vibrant green like a flag of victory. When they staggered into the medical bay, Anna's scream and the instruments beeping erupted instantly. Lin Xiao watched as AI Reich was pushed into the emergency pod. The energy of the star core slowly flowed into his body like a gentle river, healing the wounds from radiation and energy impact. She looked down at her blood-stained palm where AI Reich's blood and the energy dust of the Guishu point clung. In the faint glow of the star core they were slowly crystallizing into a tiny star. This is. Her fingertips touched the crystal. The numbness carried a healing warmth. A gift from the Guishu point. Or. The seeds of our obsession. The lights of the emergency pod gradually brightened and AI Reich's pale face finally regained a trace of color. Lin Xiao hid the crystal in her canvas bag and watched his eyelashes flutter. The galaxy in his eyes slowly reflected her silhouette. This journey to the Guishu point had not only split the rift in spacetime but also the gap in the walls of their hearts. The light pouring through was both warm and scorching like the first new sprout emerging from the wasteland. The hatch of the hummingbird sealed behind her as Lin Xiao stood in the corridor of the stardust, the canvas bag weighing heavily on her shoulder. The old items in the bag, having been baptized by the energy of the singularity point, now shimmered with a faint purple glow as if infused with new life. She pulled out the glass shard etched with star tracks. The sharp edges still bit into her fingers, yet it now bore a strange warmth as if gently resonating with her perception. The medical bay's indicator light shifted from red to green. Just as Lin Xiao was about to push the door open, Anna's figure hurried around the corner. The professor just woke up. Her voice trembled with the relief of survival, but the radiation residue triggered an energy backlash. He needs. Before she could finish, the medical bay door slid open. Eric leaned against the doorframe, the hem of his lab coat still stained with energy dust from the singularity point, his silver hair disheveled yet unable to dim the galaxy in his eyes. When he saw Lin Xiao, a faint light rippled through that silver-blue gaze. He raised a hand to his throbbing temple, his voice low and hoarse. Don't listen to Anna's exaggerations, just an old ailment. But you, his gaze swept over the canvas bag she clutched, that seed you brought back from the singularity point deserves thorough study. Lin Xiao snorted but unconsciously shifted half a step to let him see the purple-tinged relics in the bag. The moment Eric's fingertips touched the glass shard, she snatched her hand back as if burned. This is mine. In the wasteland, old things are more reliable than new tech. The words came out harsh, so she turned her face away and added, but, if you need research data I can cooperate. When they returned to the observation room, a holographic projection of the singularity point's energy model was already unfolding. Eric placed the glass shard on the console. The star core fragment hovered above it, instantly erupting into a dark purple cascade of light. The energy trajectories of the singularity point interwove in the air, finally coalescing into a golden seed, the very seed of hope they had sent into the singularity. The energy membrane of the seed integrates characteristics from 3 timelines. Eric's fingertips lightly traced through the light cascade and fine patterns emerged on the golden seed's surface: the radiation resistance of the wasteland, the ecological adaptability of the mirror universe, and the temporal stability of the singularity point. If what? Lin Xiao's perception was drawn to the patterns. Those symbols were like living star tracks resonating with the star core in her chest. If we can find the seed's progenitor in the mirror universe, Eric's voice dropped to a murmur, we might actually cultivate a cross-temporal crop that could make the wasteland soil fertile again. Lin Xiao's head snapped up, meeting his earnest gaze. There was no longer the cold detachment of scientific analysis but a burning anticipation, like the first person to see an oasis in the wasteland. She clutched the canvas bag, her voice trembling. Then let's go to the mirror universe right now. Find the progenitor. Eric placed a hand on her shoulder, this time with a calming pressure. The mirror universe's energy field is in chaos due to the impact of the singularity point. The stardust needs time to calibrate. Besides, his gaze swept over the pile of reports on the observation deck. The investigation team from the Interstellar Alliance is already on its way. They won't allow us to shuttle freely. Investigation team. Lin Xiao's perception instantly went on alert. Are they here to arrest me? Calling me a temporal anomaly and locking me back in the isolation pod? Eric's fingertips gently covered her trembling hand, a tenderness rippling through his galaxy-like eyes. They're here to investigate the energy impact of the singularity point. I'll submit a report stating that you are a key factor in temporal observation. They need your perception just as I need. He suddenly fell silent, turning his face away toward the nebula, as scientific research needs a fresh perspective. Lin Xiao pulled her hand back and hugged the canvas bag tighter. She remembered the warmth of his body shielding her in the energy turbulence of the singularity point. She remembered him saying your perception can truly split spacetime. She remembered how his eyes always reflected her image. These fragments formed a vague shape in her heart, giving her for the first time on the cold stardust the illusion of having support. The next 3 days saw the stardust plunged into a flurry of activity. Eric stayed day and night at the observation deck debugging the Star Trek model disrupted by the singularity point's impact. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao rummaged through the corners of the stardust, searching the ship's memory bank for more clues about the mirror universe's progenitor. The brief calm was shattered when the investigation team's vessel arrived. The colonel at its head wore a silver and black uniform, the Interstellar Alliance insignia on his shoulder gleaming coldly. His gaze swept over Lin Xiao like a scanner. Lin Xiao, temporal anomaly. You are under immediate investigation for suspected involvement in the energy impact of the singularity point. Lin Xiao's perception bristled instantly. The star core's energy leaked uncontrollably, causing a faint purple glow to ripple across the metal walls of the corridor. Eric stepped sharply in front of her, the energy ring beneath his lab coat glowing, counteracting the star core's fluctuations. Colonel Lin Xiao is a key member of the Cross-Temporal Ecological Observation Project. All her actions were conducted under my authorization. Authorization? The colonel's sneer carried pressure. Professor Thorne, you should know that a chief scientist's authority cannot cover up the felony of unauthorized activation of the singularity point. Besides, his gaze landed on the golden seed model on the observation deck. This thing alone is enough to send you and your observer to an interstellar prison for the rest of your lives. Lin Xiao's nails dug into her palms. The numbing tingle of the star core turned into blades, but they were steadily held back by Eric's energy ring. She looked at his thin back and suddenly remembered how in the wasteland Asia had shielded her from the iron spine's claws. No matter the timeline, there was always someone willing to shelter her from the storm. Evidence. Eric's voice was cold as stardust. The energy impact of the singularity point was to prevent it from devouring the mirror universe. According to the Interstellar Alliance Charter, is protecting an ecosystem a felony? The colonel's pupils contracted sharply, but he still forced an air of authority. You, let them see this. Lin Xiao suddenly yanked her canvas bag and threw the northern base nameplate she had retrieved from the singularity point onto the table. Dark purple radiation dust floated in the light. This is a true fragment replicated by the singularity point. If we hadn't stopped it, the tragedy of the wasteland would have repeated itself in the mirror universe. What the Interstellar Alliance should protect isn't cold regulations but the hope of civilization's survival. The colonel's gaze froze on the nameplate. The moment his fingertips touched the radiation dust, the energy shield of his uniform flared up. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly. Professor Thorne, Miss Lin, the Interstellar Alliance needs more evidence. A faint smile curled at the corner of Eric's mouth, a glint of sharpness flashing in his galaxy-like eyes. The evidence is in the mirror universe. We need to go there, find the progenitor of the seed of hope, and convince the Alliance with cross-temporal ecological data. The colonel pondered for a moment, then nodded. At last, I will apply for a special mirror universe observation permit from my superiors. But you have only 72 hours. If you fail to return in time, the Stardust will initiate a temporal collapse contingency. 72 hours is enough. Eric's fingertips traced the golden seed model. Find the progenitor, cultivate samples, and bring them back to the Stardust. When the hummingbird once again shuttled into the mirror universe, Lin Xiao's perception was exceptionally sharp. As soon as the energy membrane unfolded on the hull, she spotted the hidden reefs in the folds of space, dangerous purple energy turbulences left by the singularity point's impact. Watch out. Her fingertips pressed on the control stick. The hummingbird sliced through the turbulence like a blade, the hull scraping past an energy reef, sending up sparks of purple light. Eric's hand covered hers, his warmth carrying a reassuring steadiness. Your perception is more accurate than the Stardust's navigation system. Lin Xiao turned her face away but didn't pull her hand back. This was the first time they held hands during an operation. The tingling in her fingertips resonated with his energy like two streams merging into a river. The landing point in the mirror universe was the Jade Plain, the most ecologically stable region. As the hatch slid open, the fragrance of osmanthus flowers mingled with a familiar energy fluctuation, identical to the golden seed from the singularity point. It's here. Lin Xiao's perception went into overdrive. The energy field of the progenitor is inside the ancient tree ahead. The ancient tree towered its canopy like a vast umbrella, every leaf shimmered with golden light and its energy pulsed with a rhythmic breath. The moment Lin Xiao's fingertips touched the trunk, the entire tree burst into blinding light. Golden energy tendrils wrapped around them like vines, dragging them into the tree's hollow, a massive energy cocoon whose inner walls bore star tracks perfectly matching the pattern of the singularity point seed. This is the energy womb of the progenitor. Eric's voice was filled with awe. The seed gestates here, the energy cocoon filters suitable timelines and delivers hope to where it's needed. Lin Xiao's perception resonated with the energy cocoon, and its walls manifested countless images: seeds from the wasteland sprouting in radiation zones, seedlings from the mirror universe surviving disasters, fragments from the singularity point being sent to new births. So this was the true mission of the Seed of Hope, not to save a single timeline but to give every timeline the possibility of rebirth. Will our seed sprout here? Lin Xiao's voice was choked with tears. As her fingertips touched the cocoon wall, a crack suddenly split open, revealing a huge golden fruit, the very seed of hope they had sent into the singularity point. Now its energy membrane was shattered and a tender green sprout was breaking through the shell, radiating across temporal vitality. It's alive. Eric's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. The radiation resistance of the wasteland, the ecological adaptability of the mirror universe, and the temporal stability of the singularity point, all perfectly fused under the cultivation of the energy cocoon. Tears welled up in Lin Xiao's eyes. She remembered every dawn in the wasteland, the energy turbulence of the singularity point, and the constant companionship in Eric's galaxy-like eyes. This seed was their covenant spanning 900 years of time, a hope for the survival of civilization. As they brought the sprouting seed back to the hummingbird, the holographic projection on the observation deck suddenly lit up. The Interstellar Alliance's authorization order was starkly displayed. The colonel's image appeared on the screen, the insignia on his uniform glowing softly. Professor Thorne, Miss Lin, the cross-temporal ecological data you brought back has convinced the Supreme Council of the Alliance. The Seed of Hope project is officially launched. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Eric's mouth, his galaxy-like eyes reflecting Lin Xiao's bright gaze. His fingertips gently touched the sprouting seed. The energy fluctuation resonated with her perception as if playing a battle hymn for the continuation of civilization. 72 hours is enough to change many things. His voice was soft yet carried the power to shake time and space, enough, for example, to make cold regulations yield to hope. Lin Xiao looked at the sprouting seed and suddenly understood. The redemption spanning 900 years was never a solitary fight by her or Eric, it was a web woven by countless ages, countless Dr. Chens, and countless souls struggling in the cracks of time. And she and Eric were merely two threads in the center of that web, connecting the past and the future, linking despair and hope. Next stop, her fingertips brushed the sprouting seed back to the wasteland. Let this seed take root in real soil. Eric's hand covered hers, this time with a burning warmth, his galaxy-like eyes reflecting the sunrises of two timelines. Yes. Back to the wasteland and let the dust of radiation give birth to flowers that bloom across time. The energy shield of the hummingbird emitted a piercing hum as it pierced the atmosphere of the wasteland. Lin Xiao pressed her face against the porthole, watching the gray-yellow earth gradually come into focus below. Her knuckles whitened from the force of her grip, the familiar broken walls thrust through the clouds like fangs. Radiation dust coagulated into a dark purple haze in the low sky, and even the sun was stained a grotesque orange. The radiation index exceeded the safety threshold by 3 times. Eric's voice came from the console as he adjusted the energy ring of his silver-gray suit. Dark purple bands of light flowing across the fabric. Wear this and the star core energy will automatically regulate the protection level. Remember, don't leave my side for more than 3 meters. The energy turbulence here could trigger a spacetime fragment backlash. When Lin Xiao took the suit, her fingertips brushed against the residual warmth on the fabric as if it still held the heat of his body from when he had been adjusting it moments ago. She turned away and slipped the suit on, and the old scar on the back of her neck suddenly throbbed with a dull ache. The energy residue there seemed to resonate with the radiation zone below like an icy insect crawling beneath her skin. What's wrong? Eric's gaze swept over her tense spine as he handed her a pale green vial. Radiation suppressant. It can temporarily quell the energy fluctuations of the old scar. In the wasteland your perception is an advantage, but it could also make you a lighthouse for energy bodies. Lin Xiao tipped her head back and downed the potion. As the bitter liquid slid down her throat, the stinging in her neck did indeed subside. She watched Eric fasten the collar of his experiment suit, the silver-gray fabric concealing the pale blue veins on his neck. Though the tips of his ears flushed pink from the pressure change in the cabin, it was the first time she had seen an imperfection on him, like a single snowflake falling on a frozen lake suddenly bringing warmth. The hummingbird landed beneath a collapsed overpass, and the stirred-up radiation dust made Lin Xiao cough. She grabbed her canvas bag and pulled out a filter mask, putting it on. Through the transparent visor she looked around. Broken steel rebar thrust toward the sky like withered bones, and abandoned cars by the roadside were covered in dark purple moss, the radiation-mutated energy-devouring moss that feeds on the energy fields of living beings. Stay close to me. Eric's voice came through the mask with a metallic quality. The energy detector in his hand emitted a steady ticking. The frequency of the energy-devouring moss matches the fragments from the rift point. It means there's a secondary rift of the star orbit labyrinth nearby. Lin Xiao extended her perception along his words, and indeed in the shadow of the overpass she spotted a faint purple glow, a spacetime rift only half a meter wide, its edges warping the air like a crumpled piece of glass. Deep within the rift the outline of the northern border base flickered, and a figure of Ajia holding a rifle flashed past. Ajia. Lin Xiao instinctively rushed forward but was yanked back by Eric's grip on her wrist. His grip was strong, his fingers almost digging into her flesh. The light bands of his energy ring flickered rapidly from the force. That's a projection of a spacetime fragment. His voice was cold as ice. Last month the impact at the rift point made the spacetime rifts in the wasteland extremely unstable. These projections lure living beings closer, and then. He pointed to the energy-devouring moss beside the rift. Its roots were tangled around a half-rusted military dog tag, the number on which belonged to old Joe, a scavenger who had gone missing from the base, consumed as an energy source. Lin Xiao's heart tightened. The pain in her wrist brought her back to her senses. She watched Ajia's figure gradually blur in the rift, remembering the last time she saw him, how he had shoved the explosive pack into her hand, saying, "Shall you go first, I'll cover you." Some farewells, it turned out, truly were eternal. The planting site we're looking for is to the northwest. Eric released her wrist, swiping his finger on the detector to bring up a 3-dimensional map. It's the Pre-War Agricultural Research Institute. Deep in the foundation there's a radiation-proof underground cultivation chamber that could theoretically sustain the seed of hope. Lin Xiao's eyes fell on the red dot marked on the map, and she suddenly remembered what Dr. Chen had said. He had told her that the old world seed bank of the northern border was hidden beneath the Institute's underground. When the nuclear war broke out, the researchers had sacrificed their lives to protect the last batch of uncontaminated seeds. Could it be? What are you thinking? Eric's voice interrupted her thoughts. His detector aimed northwest, and the ticking suddenly quickened. There's a strong energy reaction there. Not energy-devouring moss, not a spacetime rift. It's like some kind of massive energy body. Lin Xiao's perception instantly tensed, and the old scar on her neck began to burn again. She recalled the energy hive she had encountered in the radiation zone last year, the nest of mutated ants that could release corrosive acid which had decimated half of the base's scavenger team. It's the Iron Spine Ant Queen. Her voice trembled and her fingers unconsciously clutched the hem of Eric's experiment suit. 10 times more dangerous than an ordinary iron spine. Its energy acid can dissolve your energy shield. We need to take a detour. Eric gently pried her fingers away with a calm that brooked no argument. A detour would take us beyond the energy coverage of the hummingbird. The detector shows the hive is directly above the Agricultural Institute. We have to go through it. He pulled a silver-gray metal sphere from his backpack. Sonic interference grenade. It can temporarily paralyze the perception system of an energy body. You use your perception to locate the Queen's weak point. I'll detonate it. Lin Xiao looked at the interference grenade in his hand and suddenly thought of the homemade bombs at the base, scrap metal and explosive packs tied together which would emit a piercing scream when thrown, temporarily scaring off mutated beasts. It seemed that no matter the time or place, the way of facing danger carried a similar brutality, only his bombs were more refined, like thunder wrapped in a silver shell. As they crossed the street covered in energy-devouring moss, Lin Xiao's perception operated like a radar. She could hear the crawling sounds of countless iron spine ants beneath the concrete, their energy fields like a vast net slowly tightening. Eric's energy detector maintained a high frequency, ticking his steps as steady as a pendulum, each foot landing precisely on the weakest nodes of the energy field. 3 meters to the left front there's an ant nest entrance. Lin Xiao suddenly grabbed his arm, a sharp tingling in her fingertips. The energy density inside is 5 times that outside. The Queen should be there. Eric's fingers slid over the interference grenade, setting the detonation timer. 3 seconds after I throw the grenade, use the star core energy to mark the Queen's position. Remember, don't let the energy fluctuation exceed the safety threshold. The space-time rifts here could be triggered by the explosion and we might get swept into the fragment stream. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, channeling all her perception into the star core. When the interference grenade emitted a piercing screech, a beam of dark purple light burst from her fingertips like a precise arrow shooting into the depths of the ant nest. There a massive energy body coiled, its surface covered in a layer of silver carapace, green acid seeping from the seams, the very core of the iron spine ant queen. Detonate. Her scream mingled with the grenade's screech. The moment Eric pressed the button, a violent explosion cracked the ground. A shrill shriek came from deep within the nest and green acid gushed out like a fountain, corroding the concrete and sending up clouds of white smoke. Run! Eric grabbed her wrist and sprinted, the nest collapsing behind them in the explosion. Countless iron spine ants surged from the cracks, their energy fields thrown into chaos by the Queen's death like a wildfire out of control. Lin Xiao's perception teetered on the brink of collapse. She saw the gate of the Agricultural Institute just ahead with steps leading down to the underground cultivation chamber. But just as they were about to rush in, a space-time rift suddenly split open from the ground and a dark purple energy stream instantly coiled around Eric's ankle, the fragment stream triggered by the explosion greedily draining his energy field. The star core. Eric's voice cracked. The energy ring on his suit dimmed rapidly as energy drained away and the radiation residue from 3 years ago began to backfire, his face flushing an unnatural red. Lin Xiao's heart nearly stopped. She lunged forward, pressing the star core firmly against his ankle. The dark purple energy stream recoiled like a scorched snake, hissing shrilly but refused to let go. Her perception synchronized fully with the star core and suddenly she saw a familiar fragment deep within the energy stream, a metal nameplate from the northern border base, the very same fragment that had been replicated at the rift point. So you were the bait all along. Lin Xiao's scream was laced with the taste of blood. She emptied the contents of her canvas bag, half a pocket watch, a rusted chain, a piece of glass engraved with symbols, all items that had been baptized at the rift point. They instantly burst into purple light, combining with the star core's energy. Dr. Chen, all who died in the wasteland, their obsession wasn't to drag us to our graves but to make us survive. The resonance between the relics and the star core formed a solid barrier. The energy stream of the space-time rift shattered inch by inch before the barrier dissolving into countless specks of light. Eric staggered to his feet, looking at the purple glowing relics in Lin Xiao's hand. A flicker of shock passed through his silver-blue pupils, followed by a deeper calm. The door to the cultivation chamber is closing. Go. The moment they tumbled into the underground cultivation chamber, the heavy lead alloy doors sealed shut behind them, cutting off all the roars and radiation dust. Lin Xiao collapsed on the cold floor, watching Eric lean against the wall, gasping for breath. His experiment suit had been corroded into several gashes by the acid, revealing red burned skin. How are you? She crawled over her fingertips, about to touch his wound, then pulled back sharply as if afraid to disturb something. There's still radiation suppressant. Eric suddenly grabbed her wrist, his grip trembling with the aftershock of survival. His palm was scorching hot, the warmth seeping through the fabric to her skin. His silver-blue eyes churned with emotions she couldn't read, but when he spoke his voice regained its usual composure. The seed of hope must not be harmed. Only then did Lin Xiao remember the incubator she was carrying. She carefully opened it and the golden seed inside lay quietly, its tender green sprout tip still dotted with a speck of dark purple energy dust, left over from the barrier resonance. On the tip of the sprout a tiny flower had bloomed like a miniature star. It survived. Lin Xiao's voice was choked with tears. She looked up and met Eric's eyes. There was no longer any coldness in them, only a fragile relief, as if finding the only light in the darkness. The emergency lights in the cultivation chamber suddenly flickered on, casting a soft white glow that illuminated the surroundings, shelves neatly lined with pre-war seed samples, glass jars with labels still faintly legible, drought-resistant wheat, radiation-tolerant corn, high-yield rice. The seed bank Dr. Chen had spoken of was truly here. So. Lin Xiao's fingers brushed over the glass jars. The wasteland had never been devoid of everything, it was just that they had never found the hidden hope. Eric's gaze fell on the seeds, then shifted to the golden one in her hand. He suddenly spoke, "Place the seed of hope together with these samples. Their energy fields might be able to adapt to each other and grow crops that truly belong to the wasteland." Lin Xiao did as he said. The moment the golden seed touched the pre-war samples, all the glass jars emitted a soft glow. The energy fluctuations wove into a web within the chamber like a song that transcended time and space. She watched Eric lean against the shelf, his eyes closed, breathing heavily. She suddenly felt that what they had brought back from the wasteland was not just a seed but something far more precious, the courage to believe that survival was still possible even in the most hopeless of situations. And that courage flowing from his silver blue eyes quietly seeped into her heart like a newly sprouted seed carrying a silent strength. The emergency lights in the underground cultivation chamber began to flicker, casting swaying shadows on the lead alloy walls like countless hands crawling across the surface. Lin Xiao had just placed the seed of hope into the cultivation rack when she heard the brittle clatter of glass jars colliding. The pre-war seed samples were trembling violently, their labels fading at a visible speed, revealing dark purple patterns underneath that were identical to the lightning rings on the star core's surface. "Something's wrong." Eric's voice suddenly tightened as he yanked Lin Xiao's wrist and pulled her back. The energy detector's ticking had become a piercing screech. "These seeds have been contaminated by the energy of the star orbit maze. The impact at the abyss point caused them to mutate." Before the words faded, the bottommost glass jar burst open, spraying dark purple powder that condensed into countless tiny light butterflies in the air, utterly different from those seen in the mirror universe. The edges of these butterflies' wings gleamed scarlet, and the moment they landed on the cultivation rack the metal frame began to corrode at a visible rate, as if drenched in strong acid. "They're energy-devouring butterflies." Lin Xiao's perception screamed in alarm, the old scar on her nape burning as if branded by fire. "They feed on energy fields, even gnawing on fragments of spacetime rifts." Eric instantly dialed the energy detector's frequency to maximum, a faint blue light shield rippling across his silver-gray lab coat. "Don't touch them. The stronger the energy field, the more excited they get." He dragged Lin Xiao deeper into the cultivation chamber, his fingertips white from the strain. "The ventilation system here connects to the surface. If they get out, the entire wasteland's energy field will be gnawed into a sieve." Lin Xiao's peripheral vision caught the seed of hope on the rack. Its golden sprout tip was surrounded by several energy-devouring butterflies, and the tender green leaves had already turned charred black. She suddenly broke free from Eric's grip, the star core's energy bursting from her fingertips in dark purple light bands that lashed out like whips at the butterflies, wrapping them into an energy mass and hurling it viciously against the wall. "The seed cannot be harmed. Are you insane?" Eric's roar mixed with the butterflies' shrieks. He lunged and pinned Lin Xiao to the ground, the butterfly fragments grazing his back and scorching several blackened gashes into his lab coat. "Your energy field will attract more of them." Lin Xiao's cheek pressed against the cold floor, catching the scent of pine wood from his lab coat mingled with burnt odor. She watched blood seep from Eric's back, and the moment those droplets hit the ground they were absorbed by the dark purple patterns on the floor. The walls of the cultivation chamber began to ooze a slimy liquid like glands secreting digestive fluids. The cultivation chamber was coming alive. Lin Xiao's voice trembled as her perception saw the entire chamber structure shifting. From the gaps in the lead alloy walls, dark purple tendrils were slowly weaving into a net. These pre-war seeds weren't contaminated, they themselves are the energy incubators of the star orbit maze. Eric jerked his head up and saw the vent grill warping dark purple tendrils emerging from within their suction cups, attaching to the ceiling and leaving corroded holes. He pulled Lin Xiao and charged toward the side door of the cultivation chamber, the emergency exit to the second underground level. The electronic lock on the door was already entangled with tendrils and the numbers on the screen were jumping wildly as if counting down. Energy cutter. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered the old object in her canvas bag. She pulled out the laser dagger salvaged from the ruins, a tool that could barely cut through mutated beast hide in the wasteland but now infused with star core energy. Its blade glowed with a dark purple light. Try this. The moment Eric took the dagger, tendrils coiled around his ankle. He shoved the dagger back into Lin Xiao's hand, the energy ring erupting with blinding light to blast the tendrils away. You open the door, I'll cover. His fingers fumbled in his lab coat pocket and pulled out 3 sonic disruption grenades. Remember, set the frequency to maximum, it can temporarily paralyze the neural network of energy entities. Lin Xiao's fingers flew across the electronic lock, star core energy flowing into the lock mechanism. The garbled text on the screen gradually cleared. She could hear the tendrils slithering behind her. Smell Eric's energy field becoming chaotic from continuous output, his breathing growing heavier like an overloaded machine. Hurry! Eric's voice cracked. One grenade detonated behind him, causing the tendrils to convulse wildly, but more surged from the vent like a dark purple waterfall. They're adapting to the sonic frequency. Lin Xiao's perception synchronized perfectly with the star core, the electronic lock's mechanical structure unfolding in her mind as a three-dimensional blueprint. She pressed the last code with a sudden motion and the side door clicked open. As she was about to pull it, a thick tendril shot out from behind the door, its suction cup opening to reveal rows of densely packed teeth, the main nerve of the cultivation chamber lurching straight at Eric's back. Watch out! Lin Xiao's scream hadn't died before her body moved ahead of her mind. She yanked Eric sideways as they rolled, the tendril slamming into the ground where he had stood, smashing a half-meter deep crater into the hard concrete. Eric reversed and shielded her beneath him, the energy ring's light bands dimmed from the impact. Blood foam trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his silver-blue pupils blazed brilliantly. Go! They scrambled into the passageway, Lin Xiao slamming the iron door shut behind them and stabbing the laser dagger into the lock hole. The tendrils pounded against the door with a dull roar, shaking the entire corridor. Emergency lights overhead burst with a crackle, raining glass shards like hail. Which way? Lin Xiao's back pressed against the icy iron door, feeling the vibrations of the tendril impacts transmitting through the metal like drumbeats against her heart. Eric's energy detector pointed into the depths of the passage, the light on the screen flickering. The second underground level is a nuclear war era shelter with an independent anti-radiation layer. In theory it can isolate energy entities. But his gaze fell on the detector's readings, his brow furrowing. The energy fluctuations there are strange, partly like star orbit maze fragments, yet also carrying a biological heartbeat. Lin Xiao extended her perception along the corridor and indeed saw a blurry shadow in the depths 3 times the size of the cultivation chamber, covered in thick keratin. Each breath made the air in the passage tremble. What chilled her more was that within the shadow's energy field she detected the radiation signature of the northern base, as if the energy fields of countless scavengers had been shredded and reshaped into a monster. It's an aggregate. Lin Xiao's voice stiffened. This is the most terrifying energy entity in the wasteland, formed from the energy fields of countless dead creatures. It mimics the memories and forms of its prey. It's mimicking the base's energy signature to lure us closer. Eric suddenly grabbed her wrist and shoved the energy detector into her hand. Take this. Run to the left fork, there's a ventilation shaft that leads to the surface. I'll draw it away. The emergency teleport coordinates of the Hummingbird are. You're insane. Lin Xiao yanked her hand back, the laser dagger's blade held between them. In the wasteland no one abandons their teammates. We go together or we die together. Her perception suddenly caught a faint signal. The wall at the end of the passage was hollow. There's energy flowing behind it like a natural shelter. Eric's pupils contracted sharply as he looked in the direction of her perception. Indeed, he saw fine cracks in the cement wall with dark purple light leaking out, but it carried a stable frequency, not the violent rage of the cultivation chamber's tendrils but a slow rhythmic pulse like some ancient energy source. It's a natural energy barrier in the geological stratum, he said with sudden realization. Nuclear war era shelters were often built in such places using geomantic energy to isolate radiation. The aggregate won't dare approach, the energy frequency there will disintegrate its structure. The thunderous crash of tendrils breaking through the iron door came from behind, accompanied by the aggregate's low roar, and the ground began to shake violently. Lin Xiao pulled Eric toward the wall, the laser dagger's blade searing hot under the infusion of star core energy. She drove it with all her strength into the crack and dark purple light instantly gushed from the gap forming a barrier before them. Get in. Eric shoved her into the opening but his own calf was caught by the surging tendrils. He yanked the dagger's hilt free forcing the blade into Lin Xiao's hand. The energy ring blazed with its final light. The geomantic energy can purify the energy-devouring butterflies. Take the seed out. Tell Anna to activate the backup plan for the Stardust. Lin Xiao's vision blurred with tears. She watched Eric's body being dragged by the tendrils into the depths of the passage, watched his silver-blue pupils flash one last time in the darkness like a dying star. She clenched the blade in her hand, her nails digging deep into her palm. Suddenly she remembered the moment he shielded her at the abyss point, the instant he blocked the energy impact for her in the mirror universe. Some protections were never impulsive but an instinct etched into the very blood and bone. The barrier at the opening was shrinking. Lin Xiao gritted her teeth and squeezed into the shelter, the passage behind her echoing with the aggregate's roar and the explosion of tendrils. She leaned against the cold rock wall looking at the seed of hope in her arms, its sprout tip still standing tall, the tender green leaves speckled with a silver-blue light. That was debris from Eric's energy ring now slowly seeping into the seed as if completing a silent handover. From deep within the shelter came the sound of dripping water, regular as the ticking of a clock second hand. Lin Xiao extended her perception along the geomantic energy flow and suddenly saw countless tiny light points embedded in the rock walls. They moved slowly along the energy currents, finally converging into a pool at the bottom where a blurry star orbit map formed on the water's surface. It was the coordinates of the abyss point, but the singularity at the center had been replaced by a golden seed. You knew all along, Lin Xiao's voice choked with sobs as her fingers traced the star orbit on the water. The backup plan you mentioned. It's to let the seed absorb geomantic energy using the Wasteland's earth veins to nourish the star orbit maze, isn't it? Ripples suddenly spread across the water's star orbit and Eric's silver-blue energy imprint flashed within the ripples as if answering her words. Lin Xiao clutched the seed to her chest using the laser dagger's blade to carve a mark on the rock wall, the Scavenger's sign in the Wasteland meaning, I will return. She took a deep breath, turned and walked toward the other end of the shelter. From the darkness came the sound of geomantic energy flowing as if guiding her toward a redemption that was more dangerous and demanded even greater courage. And she knew no matter how many energy-devouring butterflies and aggregates lay ahead, she had to go on, for Eric's last entrustment, for the vitality of the seed of hope, and for all those waiting for dawn in both timelines. The darkness of the shelter pressed down on Lin Xiao's sensory net like a water-soaked cotton wad, heavy and suffocating. Cold sweat seeped from her palm, gripping the laser dagger, the dim purple light band on the blade rising and falling slowly with the pulse of earth vein energy like a breathing serpent. The hope seed in her arms was unnaturally still save for the silver-blue specks at its tip shimmering faintly, fragments of Eric's energy ring, now the only living things in this dead silence. Drip drip, the sound of water from the pool at the bottom of the cave echoed off the rock walls, stretched into an eerie melody. Lin Xiao extended her perception along the water's sound and suddenly deep in the pool she sensed a blurred shadow, not the violent energy field of the aggregate but a soft warm fluctuation like countless tiny hearts beating in unison. She crept closer to the pool and when the light of the laser dagger pierced the water's surface, countless silver specks darted up from the bottom, coalescing in midair into a glowing school of fish that swam along the rock crevices into the depths. The moment those specks brushed past the hope seed, the sprout suddenly trembled violently and delicate veins emerged on the tender green leaves, perfectly aligning with the star orbit pattern on the bottom of the pool. Messengers of the earth vein energy. Lin Xiao's fingertips gently touched the water, the icy liquid surged with a familiar tingling sensation, homologous to the energy of the star core, yet more ancient, more steady, like a pulse that had existed since the birth of Earth. They were guiding the way. Following the trail of the fish school deeper into the cave, the dark purple moss on the walls gradually turned silver-green. These mosses had an unusually active energy field, swaying gently with the flow of the earth vein, casting dappled light on the ground. The old wound on the back of Lin Xiao's neck no longer stung but felt comfortably warm as if soaked in warm water. The earth vein energy was repairing the energy blockages left by the impact at the Guishu point. Rounding a bend, a soft white light suddenly appeared ahead. It was a natural cave with stalactites hanging down, their tips glowing with a pearl-like luster. The earth vein energy wove a net across the cave ceiling like a miniature Milky Way. On a stone platform at the center of the cave sat a translucent crystal coffin. The figure inside made Lin Xiao's breath catch instantly, a woman in a pre-war white lab coat, her features bearing a striking resemblance to Eric with silver-gray hair spread beneath her. Embedded in her chest was a dark purple fragment identical in shape to the star core Lin Xiao carried, except the lightning ring on its surface was still like ripples frozen in time. Another piece of the star core. Lin Xiao's voice trembled as she approached the crystal coffin, noticing a half-yellowed paper protruding from the woman's lab coat pocket. The handwriting was blurred by age, but she could faintly make out, Stargate Project Earth Vein Anchor Point 2123. 16-inch, the day the nuclear war broke out. Suddenly the crystal coffin emitted a faint blue light. The star core fragment on the woman's chest resonated with the one Lin Xiao held, and two dark purple light bands intertwined in the air like vines reunited after a long separation. Lin Xiao's perception was forcibly drawn into the fragment's memories, and countless images exploded before her eyes. In the pre-war laboratory, the woman was embedding the star core fragment into the crystal coffin. Beside her stood a bespectacled young man holding another fragment, the very one Lin Xiao had brought out of the shelter. "We must hold the Earth Vein Anchor Point," the woman's voice was resolute. "The nuclear war will tear spacetime apart. Only Earth Vein energy can stabilize the star orbit maze and leave a path for the future." The young man took her hand, tapping gently on the fragment. "Wait for me to return. I will find you with the other fragment. Use the star core's energy to activate the Earth Vein purification and let the radiation dust." The image was suddenly swallowed by the red glow of a mushroom cloud. The woman sank the crystal coffin into the cave, then rushed out of the lab clutching the Earth Vein energy controller. In the final frozen frame, her white lab coat was stained dark purple by radiation dust, but she still protected the fragment on her chest as if guarding a burning heart. Lin Xiao stumbled back, colliding with a stalactite behind her. The light of the crystal coffin dimmed, and the star core fragment on the woman's chest returned to stillness. Only then did she notice the name engraved on the lid's inner side: Evelyn Thorne. Thorne, the same surname as Eric. His ancestor. Lin Xiao's fingertips traced the cold lid, and suddenly she understood why Eric was so obsessed with the star core, why his pupils held a galaxy. It was a mission etched into his genes, a legacy spanning 900 years. She was not just guarding the star core, she was guarding a promise to the future. From deep within the cave came the sound of rolling stones. The Earth Vein energy net trembled violently, and the silver-green moss withered instantly into ash black. Lin Xiao's perception screamed in alarm. She sensed the aggregate's energy field following the trail of the fish school, its soft energy tentacles leaving corrosive marks on the cave walls. Wherever they passed, the Earth Vein energy turned black like polluted water. "It's devouring the Earth Vein." Lin Xiao's heart clenched. She rushed to the crystal coffin, trying to remove the star core fragment from the woman's chest. If the two pieces merged, they might unleash purifying energy. But just as her fingers touched the fragment, the crystal coffin emitted an energy shield, flinging her back violently. "It needs a key." Lin Xiao stared at the flowing patterns on the shield, a complex star orbit code similar to the singularity coordinates at the Guizhou point, but more ancient. It was the frequency of the Earth Vein energy. She placed the hope seed on the stone platform. The star core's energy flowed through the sprout into the crystal coffin, and the patterns on the shield began to rotate slowly. The roar of the aggregate drew closer. The Earth Vein energy net on the cave ceiling was already cracking, silver-green specks falling like meteors, turning into blue smoke upon hitting the ground. "Hurry!" Lin Xiao's perception resonated with the star core, the seed, and the Earth Vein energy simultaneously. She heard an ancient chant from the depths of the earth, the frequency of Earth's rotation, the rhythm of plate tectonics, the pulse that had never changed for billions of years. She tapped the crystal coffin in rhythm with that frequency, and the patterns on the shield accelerated their rotation as if unlocking a long-sealed lock. The aggregate's tentacles finally breached the cave entrance. A torrent of dark purple energy surged in, turning stalactites to dust in its wake. Lin Xiao's back was grazed by the energy stream. The energy ring on her suit shrieked in alarm, and the old wound on her neck tore open with searing pain. But her fingers never stopped. She could see Eric's face, his silver-blue pupils reflecting her shadow as if saying, "Don't stop." When the last pattern fell into place, the shield of the crystal coffin shattered with a roar. The star core fragment on the woman's chest and the one Lin Xiao held burst into blinding light simultaneously. Two dark purple light bands twisted into a spiral in the air like a pillar of light, piercing through the cave's roof and floor. The aggregate's tentacles emitted a piercing scream in the light pillar, its energy field rapidly disintegrating into countless specks that were devoured by the light. Pinned to the ground by the light pressure, Lin Xiao saw through her fading consciousness the woman's figure slowly rising from the crystal coffin, her silver-gray hair flowing in the light pillar. Her hand gently rested on the hope seed, and the sprout instantly grew, wildly breaking through the cave's cracks to reach the surface. Golden leaves unfurled in the sunlight, forming a green umbrella in the sky filled with radiation dust. The future has arrived. The woman's voice carried a sigh and her figure slowly dissolved into light specks merging into the pillar. The star core fragment in Lin Xiao's arms suddenly trembled violently. She noticed that the silver-blue specks from Eric's energy ring were flowing along the fragment's veins, condensing at the top into a tiny star orbit model, the coordinates of the stardust with a small line beside it, I am here. When the light pillar faded, the cave returned to calm. The earth vein energy net was resplendent again. Silver-green moss sprouted from the ashes and the fish school in the pool swam once more, forming a complete star orbit pattern on the water's surface. This time the center was no longer the Guishu point but a germinating seed. Lin Xiao gripped the star core fragment tightly. The vine of the hope seed was growing up her arm, its golden leaves stained with her blood and sweat and with Eric's energy. She knew this was not the end. Evelyn Thorne's promise had to be fulfilled. Eric's I am here needed a response. The salvation of two timelines had only just begun. She walked toward the exit of the cave, following the direction of the growing vine. The light of the laser dagger cut through the darkness ahead as if illuminating the way home for a promise spanning 900 years. And at the end of the path she faintly heard the hum of the hummingbird's engine, sounding just like the subtle tenderness at the end of Eric's words. The radioactive dust outside the cave was thicker than when they had entered, the dark purple mist pressing low upon the crumbling walls and broken beams like a shroud soaked in venom. Lin Xiao clenched the two fused star core fragments, the edges digging into her palm until it reddened. After Evelyn Thorne's fragment merged with the one she had brought, the lightning ring on its surface no longer stayed still but rotated at a strange frequency, with a faint silver-blue light seeping through the dark purple glow as if it had been mixed with the Milky Way in Eric's pupils. The vines of the seed of hope climbed up her arm, their golden leaves faintly glowing in the radioactive dust, while the earth's energy flowed slowly along the vines, forming a transparent barrier around her. With this energy, Lin Xiao's perception extended outward and suddenly caught a familiar signal in the northwest, the emergency beacon of the hummingbird, faint but persistent like a lone lamp in the darkness. She oriented herself and moved toward the beacon, stepping over the rubble. From the depths of the ruins came the roars of mutated creatures, yet no energy beings dared approach the barrier around her. The earth's energy carried a primal deterrent that made these radiation-twisted creatures instinctively recoil in fear. As she passed through a collapsed shopping mall, Lin Xiao's steps suddenly halted. The rotation of the star core fragments accelerated sharply, the dark purple light pulsating violently in her palm as if warning of some danger. Her perception followed the guidance of the star core and detected a massive energy field hidden in the shadows of the ruins ahead, not the wild fury of a polymorph nor the corrosive nature of the Iron Spine Queen, but a cold metallic fluctuation that eerily resonated with the energy signature of the stardust. Someone from the Star Alliance. Lin Xiao's heart missed a beat. She quickly ducked behind a broken steel bar and the light of the star core instantly dimmed, leaving only a faint warmth in her palm. The figure that emerged from the shadows made her pupils contract. Not an Alliance uniform but a silver-gray combat suit with the Star Alliance emblem on the shoulder guard deliberately scratched off, revealing a war number underneath. The man held an energy restraint device from which came a faint struggling sound. Listening closely, it sounded like Eric's voice. "Professor Thorne, don't waste your strength." The man's voice carried a mechanical rasp. His combat suit's visor covered most of his face, leaving only a hideous scar on his chin. "Your energy field has been contaminated by the remnants of the singularity point. Now you can't even muster a basic energy blast. You're no different from the crawling vermin of the wasteland." From the restraint device came a dull thud followed by Eric's suppressed cough. "Kane, you left the Alliance fleet without authorization and stole a temporal restraint device just to seize the Star Core. You should know how dangerous this thing is." "Dangerous?" The man called Kane suddenly laughed, the sound like rusted iron scraping together. "When I watched you hoard the observation data in the Alpha Nebula, when I watched the Alliance credit you with all the credit for the Stargate project, did you ever consider danger? The Thorne family has monopolized the secrets of time and space for 900 years. It's time for someone else to inherit." Lin Xiao's back instantly tensed. The Alpha Nebula that Kane mentioned was exactly where Eric had been exposed to radiation 3 years ago. So that accident was no accident. Someone was coveting the secrets of the Star Core all along. This person not only knew Eric's past but also thoroughly understood the energy characteristics of the stardust. The Star Core fragment grew hot in her palm and the dark purple light quietly spread through the gaps in the steel bars like a coiled snake waiting to strike. Lin Xiao's perception locked onto Kane's energy field, discovering that the energy core of his combat suit was located at his left waist, where the protection layer was a third thinner than elsewhere, like a weak point left by an old wound. "Hand over the Star Core and I'll grant you a quick death." Kane suddenly turned the visor's lens, reflecting a cold light staring directly at Lin Xiao's hiding spot. "Don't think you can hide. Professor Thorne's energy field is like a lighthouse, it already marked your position. Lin Xiao burst out of cover, the star core's energy exploding from her arm, a dark purple light whip lashing toward Kane's left waist. Evidently caught off guard by her swift attack, Kane hastily summoned an energy shield, but the light whip struck the weak spot with brutal force and sparks erupted from his combat suit. Seeking death. Kane roared, whipping out an energy lash. A pale blue light band accompanied by a piercing shriek coiled toward Lin Xiao's neck. Lin Xiao dodged sideways, the star core's light condensing into a shield at her fingertips, withstanding the residual force of the energy lash. Using the rebound, she lunged toward the restraint device. Its lock was the latest Alliance model, but she had seen the same type in the Stardust's weapons bay and knew how to force it open with an energy impact. Don't touch it. Kane's energy lash struck again, this time with clear killing intent. Lin Xiao's back was grazed, the energy ring in her suit instantly dimmed and the searing pain darkened her vision. But the star core fragment at her fingertips suddenly burst into silver blue light, resonating with the energy inside the restraint device. Lin Xiao! Eric's hoarse shout came from the restraint device. His energy field vibrated wildly in resonance with the star core's light band, silver threads of light seeping through the gaps in the lock. The star core's frequency. Use the energy residue on your nape. Lin Xiao's perception instantly understood. She slammed into the restraint device, pressing the old scar on her nape against the cold metal wall. The energy residue there merged with the silver blue light threads of the star core like a scalding key thrust deep into the lock. The restraint device emitted a piercing alarm and the lock clicked open. Eric stumbled out, his experimental suit already soaked with blood. Beneath the silver-gray fabric, dark purple bruises were spreading, burns left by the energy restraint device. Go! Lin Xiao grabbed his wrist and ran, the star core's light weaving a barrier between them. Kane's roar exploded behind them. Energy bolts hit the spot where they had just stood. Rubble flew as Lin Xiao felt Eric's fingers suddenly tighten, yanking her sharply to the left, just barely dodging an energy bolt that whizzed past her ear. They rolled into a narrow drainage ditch, radioactive dust swirling above, Kane's footsteps drawing closer. Eric's hot breath brushed against her nape, his palm pressed firmly over the wound on her neck, silver blue energy seeping slowly through his fingers to ease her agony. Your energy field. The resonance with the star core is 3 times stronger than before. Worry about yourself first. Lin Xiao shook off his hand, but when she touched the bruise on his chest, her fingers couldn't help trembling. The mark was spreading at a visible rate, like some kind of energy toxin corroding his internal organs. What kind of restraint device did Kane use? Why is there residual radiation? A pale smile tugged at the corner of Eric's mouth and a trace of ruthlessness flickered in his galaxy-like eyes. It's made with a radiation crystal from the Alpha Nebula as its core, specifically designed to suppress my energy field. He had this trick up his sleeve back at the Nebula observation station, waiting for this day. He suddenly grabbed Lin Xiao's wrist and pressed the star core fragment into her palm. Take the star core and go to the Hummingbird. The coordinates are already loaded into your energy ring. Its autopilot can take you back to the Stardust. I'm not leaving you. Lin Xiao's voice was colder than the ditch water. She pressed the star core fragment back into his hand, her fingers fumbling in his experimental suit pocket and finding a familiar metal sphere, the last sonic grenade. Remember the nursery? You said we'd go together. Eric's pupils contracted slightly, a ripple she couldn't read surfacing in the silver blue light. Before he could speak, Kane's laughter echoed from the entrance of the ditch, laced with the mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. What a touching bond. Too bad, none of you are leaving today. The ticking of the energy detector grew closer. Lin Xiao could see Kane's energy field expanding, the energy core of his combat suit overloading, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful attack. She suddenly recalled the earth energy from Evelyn Thorne's crystal coffin, the vitality flowing through the vines of the seed of hope. She grabbed Eric's hand and pressed the star core fragment against the cement wall of the ditch. The earth energy is still here. Her shout mingled with the resonance of the star core. Guide it with your energy like in the cave. Eric's fingers immediately covered the star core's silver blue energy flowing through the fragment into the cement wall. The ground of the ditch suddenly cracked open, silver green light emerging from the fissures spreading along the star core's light band and weaving a flowing barrier in front of them. The moment Kane's energy bolt struck the barrier, the silver green light swelled violently, deflecting the bolt back to blast against Kane's combat suit. Impossible! Kane's scream was swallowed by the explosion. The energy core of his combat suit was completely destroyed. He staggered backward, his visor shattering on impact, revealing a face scarred by radiation, the skin on his left cheek fused with metal like a failed experimental modification. Lin Xiao dragged Eric out of the ditch, the star core's light band always shielding them. The outline of the hummingbird had already appeared in the ruins ahead, its silver hull glimmering faintly in the radioactive dust like a bird waiting to return to its nest. Kane's roar sounded behind them. He was using his body to withstand the residual waves of the earth energy charging after them like a frenzied beast. The star core is mine. The Thorn family owes me, and it must be repaid with the star core. Eric suddenly stopped pushing Lin Xiao hard toward the hummingbird. Start the ship. Use the star core's energy to calibrate the jump coordinates. Don't wait for me. A silver blue light radiated from his palm, the star core fragment spinning in his hand like a wheel of light. I owe him this. It's time to settle it. Lin Xiao's heart clenched. She watched Eric turn to face Kane, watched his silver blue energy collide with Kane's dark purple energy among the ruins like two stars annihilating each other. Her fingertips touched the hummingbird's hatch. The resonance of the star core suddenly became extraordinarily clear, not a farewell of finality but a silent entrustment, as if saying, wait for me. As the hatch slowly closed, Lin Xiao watched Eric's figure swallowed by the flash of the energy explosion. She clenched the star core fragment in her palm where his warmth still lingered, intertwined with the vines of the seed of hope like two forces refusing to be separated. The hummingbird's engines roared as it ascended, but Lin Xiao's gaze never left that light. She knew this path of redemption was never smooth. Kane's appearance was but the tip of the iceberg, the secrets hidden in the star core. The Thorn families passed the balance between the Wasteland and the mirror universe. Countless dangers still awaited them. But as long as the star core still resonated, as long as the galaxy in his eyes still shone, she would wait. At the observation deck of the Stardust in the wheat fields of the mirror universe in the spring of the Wasteland's rebirth, she would wait for him to return to continue their promise across time and space. The energy shield of the hummingbird let out a dying wail as it pierced through the Wasteland's cloud layer. Lin Xiao gripped the control stick with white-knuckled intensity. Kane's energy blast had just struck the ship's left wing, and dark violet radiation cracks were creeping along the cabin walls like a greedy serpent. The star core fragment trembled violently at the center of the console, its silver blue light clashing with the dark violet radiation, casting her face in alternating light and shadow. Eric. Her voice caught in her throat as a searing pain erupted from the old wound on her nape. Her perception uncontrollably stretched outward, piercing through the clouds, through the ruins, and finally settling at the epicenter of the energy explosion, where only a collapsing energy sphere remained, dark violet and silver blue locked in a frenzied struggle like two unyielding flames. Suddenly a blinding silver blue beam burst from the center of the energy sphere, shooting straight toward the hummingbird. Lin Xiao instinctively activated the emergency shield, but the beam seemed alive, slipping through the shield's cracks into the cockpit, where it condensed into a diamond-shaped energy crystal on the console. The star trail patterns flowing on its surface were identical to the energy rings on Eric's lab coat. It's his energy signature. Lin Xiao's heart raced wildly. The moment her fingertips brushed the crystal, the star core fragment erupted in resonance, flooding her mind with a fragment of consciousness. Kane's metallic arm pierced Eric's right shoulder, dark violet radiation spreading wildly through the wound. Eric's lab coat was torn to shreds, silver blue energy gushing from his fingers and weaving with the star core's light into a net that trapped them both beneath the collapsed shopping mall's dome. You think this can trap me? Kane's mechanical eyes glowed red, the barbs on his metal arm digging deep into Eric's bones. The Thorn family has always been nothing but hypocrites. Your grandfather stole my research data, your father destroyed my lab, and now it's your turn. Because you wanted to turn the star core into a weapon. Eric's voice was laced with blood, but his silver blue eyes burned with astonishing intensity. Suddenly he yanked Kane's arm and slammed them both into the dome's support pillar. Enjoying the Alpha Nebula's radiation crystal. Power built on others' suffering will eventually consume itself. The dome collapsed with a thunderous roar, steel and concrete burying them both. Eric's final conscious thought was of injecting his energy signature into the star core fragment. He watched the fragment break through the rubble and soar into the sky like a bird carrying hope. When the consciousness stream ended, Lin Xiao's tears had soaked the console. She pressed the energy crystal tightly against the star core fragment. The moment they touched, the hummingbird's alarms blared. The navigation system had been hijacked by an unfamiliar energy, veering off Stardust's coordinates and plunging toward the most dangerous part of the Wasteland, the Black Wind Abyss. Kane's energy residue. Lin Xiao slammed the emergency brake, but the control stick was completely locked. The star core fragment's light suddenly dimmed and dark violet radiation cracks crept up the back of her hand, bringing a bone-chilling cold. Kane's energy was eroding her perception, mocking her audacity. The outline of the Black Wind Abyss grew clearer below, a canyon permanently shrouded in radiation dust. Legend said a temporal worm lurked at its depths capable of devouring any approaching energy entity so that even fragments of the star orbit maze dared not draw near. Now the radiation dust above the canyon formed a massive vortex, a dark violet stream twisting like a dragon, its jaws wide open awaiting the hummingbird's fall. I can't fall. Lin Xiao's scream mingled with the ship's dying wail as she poured all her perception into the star core, fighting to regain control of the navigation. The light of the star core intertwined with the energy crystal's silver-blue glow projecting Eric's profile on the console. He was intently adjusting a star orbit model, his finger movements eerily similar to hers at this moment. Use the antimatter thrusters. Eric's voice suddenly rang out from her memory, as clear as if he were beside her. The temporal tension in the black wind abyss is abnormal. An antimatter explosion can generate reverse thrust. Just calculate the blast angle. Lin Xiao's perception instantly grasped the insight. She yanked open the emergency kit and pulled out an antimatter bomb, the hummingbird's last resort, powerful enough to destroy half the canyon. The star core's light flowed along her fingertips, rapidly calculating the blast trajectory on the virtual screen. Deploy in 30 seconds. The resulting energy wave would propel the ship toward Stardust's backup coordinates. As the ship passed through the black wind abyss's radiation vortex, the hull began to disintegrate violently. Lin Xiao's body was hurled against the cabin wall, her forehead striking a metal frame. Blood trickled down her brow and dripped onto the star core fragment, triggering an unprecedented burst of light. She saw the temporal worm at the canyon floor awaken, its massive body writhing in the dark violet haze, countless compound eyes gleaming with greed as it climbed upward along the ship's energy trail. Now. Lin Xiao lunged back to the console and pressed the deploy button with bloodied fingers. The antimatter bomb streaked downward like a meteor, trailing silver-blue fire. She quickly adjusted the ship's attitude, pushing the engine power to maximum, waiting for the blast's thrust. But the bomb took 3 extra seconds to fall. What's wrong? Lin Xiao's pupils contracted. Through the viewport she saw a massive tentacle wrapped around the bomb, the temporal worm's feeding appendage trying to drag it deeper into the abyss. Kane's energy residue had not only hijacked the navigation but also secretly altered the bomb's detonation program. The star core fragment shuddered violently and the energy crystal's silver-blue light spread up Lin Xiao's arm, condensing a light blade in her palm. Without a moment's hesitation she grabbed the light blade and dashed toward the emergency hatch. Behind her the radiation cracks had climbed to her neck, bringing a suffocating sense of impending death. The hummingbird's hatch slid open before her and a violent blast of radiation wind rushed in, tearing at her tight suit. Lin Xiao's perception locked onto the tentacle as the star core's light blade hummed in her hand. Like a bird with broken wings she leaped out of the hatch, falling toward the temporal worm's tentacle. During the descent she spotted an energy node on the tentacle, where Kane's energy residue connected with the worm's energy field, glowing with an eerie red light. Rotating in midair, Lin Xiao drove the light blade, a flash of silver blue and dark violet intertwining like a lightning bolt crossing life and death, straight into that node. Roar! The temporal worm let out a deafening shriek, its tentacle convulsing in agony. The antimatter bomb broke free and erupted in a blinding white light at the canyon floor. The shockwave hurled Lin Xiao away like a broken kite, slamming her into the hummingbird's wreckage. As her consciousness flickered she felt someone catch her, a gentle silver-blue energy wrapping around her, carrying the familiar scent of pine and ozone. Got you. Eric's voice sounded beside her, tinged with the smell of blood yet strangely reassuring. Lin Xiao forced her eyes open to see Eric hovering in midair, blood still seeping from his right shoulder wound. Silver-blue energy streams flowed from his palm, lifting them both slowly upward. A new scar traced from his brow to his jaw on his left cheek like a silver serpent, yet it made his eyes shine even brighter, like the only star in the black wind abyss. You're not dead. Her voice trembled as her fingers traced his scar. Suddenly she realized the scar's shape perfectly matched the lightning ring on the star core fragment. Eric's lips curled into a pale smile. He suddenly pushed her toward the hummingbird's escape pod. Kane's energy core shattered inside the worm. The entire black wind abyss has become an energy trap now. The escape pod has enough energy for a short-range jump. The coordinates are already in the star core. Go. We go together. Lin Xiao grabbed his wrist, the star core's light resonating wildly with his energy stream. You said we need each other, does that still count? Eric's pupils contracted sharply, a galaxy of emotions swirling in his eyes that she couldn't decipher. Before he could speak the black wind abyss's radiation vortex spun faster and the temporal worm's tentacle shot up again from the depths, this time with clear murderous intent, aiming straight for the star core fragment between them. Hold on tight. Eric suddenly pulled Lin Xiao into his arms. Silver blue energy erupted in a blinding flash, enveloping them both in a massive energy sphere. The star core fragment spun into a ring of light in his palm, resonating with the escape pod's energy. In the split second before the tentacle struck, the energy sphere transformed into a streak of light, breaking through the radiation vortex and racing towards Stardust's location. Lin Xiao buried her face in his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, feeling his energy stream continuously mending her wounds. She knew this fall was not an end. Kane's shadow, the secrets of the star core, the future of the wasteland. Too many dangers still lay ahead. But as long as they could support each other, as long as the star core's light still flickered, there was no black wind abyss they couldn't cross, no redemption they couldn't reach. As the energy sphere passed through the wasteland's clouds, Lin Xiao looked up at Eric. He was looking down at her, his silver blue eyes reflecting two tiny figures as if containing the starlight of the entire universe. The moment the energy sphere pierced the cloud layer, Lin Xiao heard the crisp crack of bones shifting. Eric's arm around her tightened abruptly, and the silver blue energy stream, like a severed waterline, burst into a shower of fine light particles midair. Without their lift, the two crashed onto a cracked ice field. The thick ice shattered under the impact, and dark purple radiation mist erupted from the fissures, carrying the stench of rotting flesh. Eric. Lin Xiao struggled to her feet, the light of the star core pulsating violently in her palm. The moment her fingers touched Eric's back, a viscous liquid scalded her skin, making her flinch. It wasn't blood, it was a silver-tinged slime gushing from the wound on his right shoulder. Wherever it touched, the ice began to melt at a visible rate. It's the digestive fluid of a temporal worm. Eric's voice was laced with suppressed pain. He pushed himself up, revealing a large hole in his silver-gray experimental suit corroded by the slime. Beneath it, dark purple tentacles writhed, the remnants of the worm which had burrowed into his energy field like a parasitic snake. Just now at the black wind abyss, I was struck by its tentacle. Lin Xiao extended her perception along the tentacles, and her heart clenched. The ends of those tentacles were covered in fine barbs deeply rooted near Eric's energy core. Each barb secreted toxins, gradually staining his silver blue energy dark purple. Worse, the tentacle's energy field was synchronizing with his heartbeat, as if trying to take over. I have to pull it out. She drew her laser dagger, channeling the star core's energy into the blade. The dark purple blade turned incandescent. Hold still. Eric suddenly grabbed her wrist, his knuckles white from the strain. Don't force it. This thing has neural connections, tearing it out would rupture my energy core. It's guiding me there, the temporal worm's nest. His gaze swept across the ice field where the radiation mist was unusually dense, vaguely revealing a black tower covered in dark purple vines. The temporal worm's nest. Lin Xiao followed his gaze, and the old scar on the back of her neck suddenly throbbed with sharp pain. Her perception revealed the energy field of the black tower pulsating rhythmically like a giant heart. At the base of the tower, countless tiny tentacles crawled upward along the radiation currents, converging into a river of energy heading to the top. The tentacle inside Eric was navigating along that river. It's a trap, she said, her voice trembling as she held the laser dagger before her. It wants to use you as nourishment to hatch more worms. Maybe, Eric said with a pale smile. He leaned on Lin Xiao's shoulder to stand, forming a silver blue energy sphere in his palm to carefully envelop the wound. But it's also our only chance. The worm's nest must contain an anti-parasitic energy body, otherwise they'd be burst by their own larvae. Suddenly the wind on the ice field turned violent, whipping the radiation mist into a rotating barrier that trapped the two inside. Lin Xiao's perception caught countless tiny energy signals emerging from the ice fissures, condensing into dense points of light in the air, temporal worm larvae, each like a small silver snake with greedy red eyes. They're coming. Lin Xiao injected the star core's energy into the ground, creating dark purple bands that spread along the ice cracks, temporarily driving back the larvae. She dragged Eric toward the black tower, her laser dagger's blade cleaving through the thick mist ahead. How much longer can your energy hold? At most 10 minutes, Eric replied, his breathing increasingly rapid. The tentacles from his wound had spread to his collarbone, and dark purple toxins formed a bizarre pattern on his neck. Hold on to me. Use your perception to locate the tower's entrance. There the energy field is most chaotic, the weak point in the larvae's defense. Lin Xiao forcibly synchronized her perception with his energy field, and the star core's light wove a barrier between them. She saw the tower's entrance hidden behind the third layer of vines. Those vines were lighter in color, obviously newly grown with relatively weak defense. But the path to the entrance was covered in the severed limbs of adult worms whose joints still writhed like countless severed hands crawling across the ice. Turn left. There's an ice bridge. Lin Xiao suddenly changed direction, dragging Eric toward a narrow ice bridge. The other end of the bridge connected to the second-level platform of the tower. The bridge was covered in a thin layer of ice beneath which the radiation current churned like boiling water. Quick! The larvae are catching up. Eric's energy sphere left a trail of silver footprints on the ice bridge. The moment those footprints touched the surface, the ice shell cracked open and dark purple tentacles sprang from the cracks coiling around his ankle. Lin Xiao reacted instantly, stabbing her laser dagger at the base of the tentacle. The dark purple blade charged with star core energy severed the tentacle cleanly. "Watch your step." Before her scream faded, the entire ice bridge began to shudder violently. It turned out the ice bridge wasn't natural, it was formed by countless intertwined worm tentacles. The attack enraged them and the entire bridge twisted like a living creature trying to throw the two into the radiation current below. Eric suddenly slammed his energy sphere hard onto the bridge. The silver-blue explosion instantly froze the tentacles writhing. He pulled Lin Xiao and leaped onto the platform but stumbled upon landing. The tentacle inside him convulsed wildly and the dark purple toxin spread through his blood vessels to his cheeks, even tinging his pupils with an eerie red. "I can't hold on." His voice trembled with loss of control and his body involuntarily moved toward the vines as if eager to throw itself into the nest's embrace. Lin Xiao threw her arms around his waist, frantically channeling the star core's energy through their contact point to suppress the parasitic tentacle. "Eric! Look at me. You said we'd go back to the Stardust together." Eric's pupils constricted violently, silver blue light struggling within the red haze. He suddenly bit his own forearm, the pain granting him a moment of clarity. He shoved Lin Xiao toward the tower entrance. "I'll count to 3. Use your laser dagger to cut through the vines and rush in. Don't worry about me. The star core's energy will protect you. I'm not leaving you." Lin Xiao's scream mixed with the screech of the swarm. She suddenly recalled the silhouette of him shielding her in the cultivation chamber and the moment he caught her with his body at the black wind abyss. These images like red-hot branding irons seared into her perception network. "We go together or we die together." She yanked Eric's arm and pressed the star core fragment against his wound. When the two fragments merged, the burst of light acted like a pair of red-hot pincers clamping down on the parasitic tentacle. Eric let out a muffled groan of pain. The silver-blue energy merged with the star core's light stream flowing back along the tentacle and burned a circular opening in the vine-covered tower door, revealing the writhing energy body inside, a massive egg covered in a silver membrane continuously sending out parasitic tentacles. The mother nest. Lin Xiao's perception instantly understood. It's absorbing energy through the parasitic tentacles to hatch new worms. Eric's pupils cleared completely, the silver-blue light overwhelming the dark purple toxin. He grabbed Lin Xiao's hand, still pressed against the star core, and together they pushed the fragments toward the mother nest. The star core's energy can purify it. But it needs time. You hold the entrance, keep the larvae out. Lin Xiao's laser dagger traced a light wall at the entrance and the star core's energy spread along the wall, forming a sturdy barrier. She watched Eric's energy flow intertwine with the star core's light stream like two dragons entwining the mother nest's egg. The parasitic tentacles withered at a visible rate, the dark purple toxin being slowly drawn out of his body and flowing back into the nest. The screech of the swarm grew closer. The larvae began to batter the light wall and the barrier's glow dimmed perceptibly. The shockwave of the energy impact grazed Lin Xiao's back, shattering the energy ring on her suit. The intense pain darkened her vision, but her hand never left the light wall. She could see Eric's energy field returning to silver blue, smell the acrid odor of the mother nest's egg burning, and feel within the star core's light stream their energies merging like two drops of water flowing into the same ocean. When the last parasitic tentacle was stripped from Eric's body, the mother nest's egg suddenly emitted a blinding white light. Lin Xiao was pinned to the ground by the light pressure. In her hazy awareness she saw Eric throw himself over her, shielding her. The silver blue energy formed a massive pair of wings behind him like a bird guarding its nest. When the white light faded, the black tower began to collapse. The mother nest's egg dissolved into countless silver light points that seeped into the ice fissures. The parasitic tentacles and larvae rapidly disintegrated in the light as if they had never existed. Lin Xiao lay on Eric's chest, listening to his gradually steadying heartbeat. She noticed that the dark purple pattern on his neck had vanished, replaced by a faint silver scar perfectly shaped like the star core's lightning ring. "Is it over?" Her voice trembled with the relief of survival. Eric's hand gently rested on the back of her neck, his silver blue energy carrying a healing warmth. "Not yet." His gaze turned toward the end of the ice field where the radiation mist was forming a new vortex, its energy fluctuation even more bizarre than the temporal worms. But at least we have another 10 minutes. Lin Xiao looked up into his eyes where the galaxy shone brighter than ever before. She knew that the destruction of the nest was only a temporary calm. The radiation of the wasteland, the labyrinth of the star, tracked the shadow of the alliance. So many dangers still lurked ahead. But as long as their energies could resonate, as long as this silver scar remained, there was no abyss they couldn't cross, no dawn they couldn't reach. The sound of the glacier collapsing still roared in her ears. Lin Xiao helped Eric stagger backward, and the ice beneath their feet suddenly split into a bottomless chasm. A dark purple radioactive mist spewed from the crack, carrying a thick, sweet, cloying smell like the gastric juices of some creature. The silver scar on Eric's neck suddenly burned. He yanked Lin Xiao sideways, barely dodging the bone blade that shot out of the fissure. It gleamed with a pale light, its edges stained with dark red blood as if it had just torn through living flesh. It's a bone beast lair. Lin Xiao's perception extended down the crack and her heart clenched. Deep in the fissure lay a vast underground cavern where countless bones formed mountains. Dark purple vines emerged from the gaps between bones, weaving into nets at a visible speed. Their energy field was homologous to the time worms but far more aggressive. Eric's fingers slid across the energy detector. The curve on the screen writhed like a maddened snake, not homologous, mutated parasites after infestation. He pointed at the vines coiled around the edge of the crack. Look at the nodes of those vines. Each nodule has residual energy from worm tentacles, like a monster forcibly grafted together. Before his words faded, a deep muffled roar came from deep within the cavern, shaking icicles from above and sending them crashing down. Lin Xiao's perception network captured dozens of moving energy sources. Those points darted through the bone piles at incredible speed, leaving trails like silver lightning. They're coming. She grabbed Eric and ran toward the giant tower's ruins. The star core's energy condensed into a shield in her palm. Bone beasts' hearing is sharper than their sight. We need to find cover. The twisted metal frames of the collapsed tower formed grotesque shapes like a giant iron hand reaching out of the ice field. Lin Xiao pushed Eric behind a tilted steel beam, then climbed onto a nearby metal pile. The laser dagger's blade flickered at her fingertips as she stared fixedly at the crack. When the first bone beast emerged from the crack, Lin Xiao almost held her breath. The creature had the body of a wolf but the skull of a human. Dark purple flames burned in its eye sockets. Its limbs were exposed bones, and every step left sparks on the ice. More bizarrely, a vine was coiled around its spine. At the end of the vine grew a tumor-like flower that opened and closed with each breath. That flower is the energy core. Eric's voice came from behind the steel beam laced with suppressed pain. His energy detector pointed at the tumorous flower. Attack that, it can temporarily paralyze its mobility. A chill ran through Lin Xiao's fingertips. She counted the bone beasts, 7 in total, advancing in a fan formation toward the tower ruins. Their energy fields interconnected, forming an invisible net. Clearly they were a trained hunting squad. The 3 on the left are mine, you hold off the 4 on the right. Lin Xiao suddenly vaulted off the metal pile. The star core's energy spread along the laser dagger, its dark purple blade leaving afterimages on the ice. Remember, don't let their vines wrap around you, they can absorb energy fields. Eric's silver blue energy exploded around the steel beam, forming a rotating light shield. The rightmost bone beast was repelled by the light shield. It roared and lunged toward his flank, but it didn't notice Lin Xiao had circled behind it. Her laser dagger pierced the tumorous flower precisely. The bone beast let out a piercing shriek, its body stiffened instantly and the flames in its eye sockets swiftly dimmed. 6 more to go. Lin Xiao used the momentum to flip onto another bone beast's back. The star core's light burst from her palm, driving back 2 charging beasts. But at that moment a different roar came from deep within the cavern, deeper than before, carrying a clear, commanding tone. The bone beast's formation abruptly changed. They no longer charged blindly but encircled the tower ruins. The vines on their backs lit up simultaneously, weaving a dark purple energy net over the ice. When Lin Xiao's perception hit the energy net, a stabbing pain shot through her. The net could absorb star core energy. The blade of her dagger had already dimmed by half. It's the matriarch. Eric's voice was sharp with alarm. His energy detector pointed into the depth of the crack, and on the screen popped a massive energy source. She's controlling the net of the drones, she wants to trap us here. As Lin Xiao tried to retreat behind the steel beam, the ice beneath her feet suddenly collapsed. She fell into a narrow space. The surrounding metal walls emitted a familiar energy fluctuation. She fumbled for her laser dagger and cut open a hidden door only to find herself in a concealed control room. Screens on the wall still flickered displaying bone beast breeding data. A nameplate on the desk read, Northern Region 7th Experimental Zone. It's Dr. Chen's research lab. Lin Xiao's breath caught. The photo on the screen chilled her to the bone. It showed a young Dr. Chen shaking hands with a man in military uniform. In the background, cultivation chambers held partially formed bone beasts. He knew about this all along. The hidden door of the control room burst open. Eric stumbled in his right arm's lab coat torn by a bone beast's blade, blood blooming like a grotesque flower on the silver-gray fabric. They've broken through. Quick, find if there's. His words were cut short by the red light that suddenly flared on the screen. The man in the military uniform from the photo appeared on the screen. His face was 7/10 similar to Kane's, but his eyes were colder like ice laced with poison. Congratulations on finding this place, you little whelp of the Thorn family and the wild girl from the Wasteland. Since you're here, stay and become the new batch of experimental subjects. It's Kane's father. Eric's pupils contracted sharply. Silver blue energy pulsed violently in his palm. He was the head of the biological weapon project before the war. My grandfather broke ties with him because he opposed this project. The man on the screen suddenly laughed, a sound like rusted gears grinding. Broke ties. That old fool Thorn just wanted to monopolize the Star Core. Let me tell you a secret, your father didn't die in a lab accident. I injected him with the bone beast virus myself. The feeling of slowly turning into a monster. It was truly exquisite. Eric's energy field went berserk. Silver blue light crashed violently inside the control room, twisting the metal shelves on the walls out of shape. Lin Xiao grabbed him around the waist, pouring the Star Core's energy through their point of contact to calm his turmoil. Don't fall for his trap. He wants to enrage you so the bone beasts can sense your energy fluctuations. The screen suddenly switched to an image deep within the cavern. A matriarch 3 times the size of a normal bone beast crouched in the center of a bone pile. A slit in her abdomen revealed a dark purple fragment, shaped exactly like the Star Core but covered in vein-like vines. That's a Star Core fragment. Lin Xiao's voice trembled. Her perception locked onto the fragment. It's absorbing the matriarch's energy like a hatching egg. More precisely, a bomb. The man on the screen wore a cruel smile. When the fragment absorbs enough bioenergy, it will detonate the entire bone beast nest. The resulting energy shockwave will tear open an even larger space-time rift. Then, the entire wasteland will become our testing ground. The floor of the control room suddenly shook violently. The roars of the bone beasts were just outside. Lin Xiao grabbed Eric and dashed toward the emergency exit. As her laser dagger cut through the vines, she witnessed something she would never forget. Countless bone beast skeletons were reassembling into a massive bone wall sealing the entire cavern. On the other side of the wall, the Star Core fragment in the matriarch's abdomen blazed with blinding light. We have to destroy that fragment. Eric's silver blue energy condensed into a spear in his palm. Its energy fluctuation is the same as your Star Core, only you can get close. Lin Xiao's perception synchronized with the Star Core. Dark purple light wove a barrier around her. She shot toward the bone wall like a bullet from a gun. The laser dagger's blade split the gaps between bones, and the Star Core's energy spread along the cracks, temporarily driving back the reassembling bone beasts. The matriarch's roar shook her eardrums. A beam of dark purple light shot from the fragment in its abdomen, heading straight for Lin Xiao's barrier. The moment the two energies collided, Lin Xiao suddenly heard countless faint voices, the wails of souls devoured by the bone beasts. Dr. Chen sighs the dying words of Eric's father. All rushing like a river across time and space within her perception web. So you've been here all along. Tears mingled with sweat on Lin Xiao's face. The Star Core's light suddenly swelled. Countless translucent figures emerged around the dark purple barrier, the scavengers of the northern base, the researchers of the Stardust, all the souls who had sacrificed for protection. Their energy merged with the Star Core, forming a massive blade of light. Lin Xiao charged toward the matriarch, driving the blade deep into its abdomen just a second before the fragment could detonate. A violent explosion engulfed the entire cavern. Eric held Lin Xiao tightly in his arms, listening to the screams of the bone beasts fade away, feeling the gentle light of the Star Core wrap around them both. When the smoke cleared she saw a silver flower blooming on the matriarch's corpse. On its petals condensed a tiny star, the purified energy crystal of the star core fragment. Is it over? Lin Xiao's voice trembled with the relief of survival. Eric's hand gently covered the back of her neck, his silver blue energy carrying a healing warmth. It's just the beginning. He pointed to the rift in the cavern's ceiling. There the stars were unusually bright, as if someone had lit a lamp in the darkness. See? Hope always grows in the cracks. Lin Xiao looked up into his eyes. The galaxy there was more brilliant than ever. She knew that the destruction of the bone beasts was only a temporary calm. The conspiracies of the Cain family, the secrets of the star core, the balance between the wasteland and the mirror universe, far too many dangers still lurked ahead. But as long as their energies could resonate, as long as this silver starlight still shone, there was no maze they couldn't conquer, no redemption they couldn't reach. The roar of the collapsing cavern had not yet faded when Lin Xiao helped Eric crawl out of the rubble. The star core in her palm suddenly trembled violently. Dark purple streams of light spread along her fingertips, tracing a twisted path across the ice field pointing straight toward the northwest, where the energy field was exceptionally active, like a blazing wildfire, yet carrying a rough and tenacious fluctuation that faintly matched the energy signature of Wasteland scavengers. They were alive. A stable red dot leaped onto Eric's energy detector screen. He pressed his throbbing temples, a glint of vigilance flashing in his silver-blue pupils. At least 20 their energy fields interwoven, forming a defensive formation. Lin Xiao's sensory network spread along the trajectory, and indeed she saw a settlement enclosed by a rusted iron fence. The fence was pieced together from abandoned armored vehicles and steel plates densely welded with spikes. On the tips hung dried skulls of bone beasts, clearly a warning. On the central platform of the settlement stood a watchtower converted from a shipping container. The flag fluttering at its top made Lin Xiao's breath catch. It was a faded red cloth with a sprouting seed drawn in charcoal, exactly the scavenger mark of the northern frontier base. Survivors. She grabbed Eric and ran toward the settlement, the energy of the star core condensing into a soft light in her palm. Their flag. It's the flag of hope designed by Dr. Chen. Only true scavengers would use it. As they approached the fence, a rough voice suddenly rang out from the watchtower. Stop. One more step and I'll shoot. Lin Xiao halted abruptly, looking up to see a burly man in leather armor aiming a modified rifle at them. The man's left arm was a rusted iron prosthetic, its joints still emitting white steam, clearly just after a battle. Behind him stood several others in similar attire, wielding a motley assortment of weapons, cleavers, homemade explosives, and a young girl holding an energy shield whose light patterns were crooked yet remarkably stable. We're allies. Lin Xiao raised her hands, the light of the star core slowly rotating in her palm. I'm Lin Xiao from the Northern Frontier Base, and this is people from the Star Dust. The burly man interrupted her, his prosthetic fingers tightening slightly on the trigger. You have the Star Trek smell, just like those bastards who released the bone beasts. Eric's energy field instantly tensed, silver blue light flowing at his fingertips. We're not with Cayenne. We've already destroyed the bone beast's mother nest. You can check if you don't believe us. Don't be impulsive. The girl holding the energy shield suddenly spoke, her voice crisp as ice, her gaze fixed on the seed of hope in Lin Xiao's arms. The sprout had grown to half a foot, its golden leaves unfurling in the cold wind. She has a living thing, not a raider. The burly man called. A Tai frowned, his prosthetic joints clicking. Xiaoying, remember the old rules. The rules are to keep out wolves, not to reject our own kind. Xiaoying suddenly leaped down from the watchtower, landing with a lightness that revealed her exceptionally keen energy field. The wound on the back of her neck was caused by iron spine antacid. Only people from the northern frontier would use moss mixed with radiation dust to treat it. That technique can't be faked. Lin Xiao's back tightened slightly. This girl's perception was so sharp that she could identify her origin from a wound, clearly not an ordinary scavenger. She noticed a worn nameplate hanging from Xiaoying's waist, engraved with a number matching that of a missing medical team member from the Northern Frontier Base. Are you Xiaoying from the medical team? Lin Xiao's voice carried a note of surprise. 3 years ago your team went to the Black Wind Abyss to find herbs and disappeared. Xiaoying's pupils suddenly contracted and the hand holding the shield trembled slightly. You know our captain. Dar. Chen was my master. Lin Xiao's voice dropped. He is no longer with us. The Northern Frontier Base was also overrun by iron spine swarms half a year ago. Only a few of us survived. The iron gate of the fence suddenly creaked open. A Thai slammed his prosthetic onto the control lever and the rusted steel plate slowly swung apart, revealing the orderly arranged huts inside. People in the settlement poked their heads out, their eyes filled with vigilance, curiosity and mostly a numbness worn down by time, until they saw the seed of hope in Lin Xiao's arms and a faint light flickered in their gazes. "Come in." A Thai's voice softened a little, his prosthetic pointing toward the large tent in the center. "But don't try any tricks. Everyone here can grit their teeth and fight to survive." The ground of the settlement was covered with a thick layer of dry grass under which anti-radiation lead plates were buried, clearly arranged with care. Lin Xiao noticed dried herbs hanging on the hut walls, a pot of hot moss soup simmering on the stove and a familiar scent in the air, the unique survival smell of the northern frontier base mingling sweat herbs and machine oil. Inside the large tent a white-haired old man was sewing a leather armor with a bone needle. His fingers were withered like twigs yet remarkably steady, the sound of the needle piercing the leather like tapping out some code. Seeing the seed of hope in Lin Xiao's arms, the old man suddenly stopped, his murky eyes bursting with astonishing light. "Star core. You have a star core. You know about this?" Lin Xiao's perception instantly went on alert, the energy of the star core pulsing slightly in her palm. The old man's bone needle clattered to the ground. Trembling, he pointed to a wooden box in the corner of the tent. A Thai stepped forward and lifted the lid, revealing old items inside, half a yellowed map with a red circle marking the location of the Agricultural Research Institute, beside which was written in small characters, "Where the star core returns the source of hope." "That's Dr. Chen's handwriting." Lin Xiao's heart suddenly raced. A familiar piece of fabric was stuck to the edge of the map, a fragment of Dr. Chen's lab coat. "You are." "I'm Lao Mu. I helped Dr. Chen build the northern frontier back then." The old man's voice choked with emotion. He pulled out a worn pocket watch, the inside of the lid engraved with the pattern of the Big Dipper. "He left this before he went, saying that if someone ever came with a star core I should give them this map and let them go to the Rust Iron Abyss to find the key to the seed vault." Rust Iron Abyss. AI Reich's energy detector suddenly emitted a shriek, the red dot on the screen overlapping with the mark on the map, the energy curve like an enraged snake. The energy field there. It's a secondary rift of the Star Track maze, even more unstable than the return point. Xiaoying suddenly flung open the tent flap and a shrill roar came from outside. The energy shield instantly expanded in her palm. It's the Iron Spine King. It's leading a swarm of Iron Spine beasts to surround the settlement. Its energy field is stronger than any we've encountered before. Lin Xiao's sensory network instantly spread out, her heart gripped by an invisible hand. On the ice field outside the settlement, a giant beast 3 times the size of a normal iron spine was slamming its massive claws against the fence. Its back was covered in dark purple scales, and parasitic vines emerged from the gaps between the scales, identical to the flesh tumors on the bone beasts' backs. What was even more terrifying was that its energy field was attracting surrounding radiation dust, forming a rotating vortex that trapped the settlement tightly. "It's Cayenne's doing." AI Reich's silver-blue energy condensed into a spear in his palm. Its energy core is at the throat, protected by scales. Someone needs to draw its attention to create an opening. "I'll draw it." A Thai suddenly hoisted the modified rifle onto his shoulder, a sharp bone blade springing from the joint of his prosthetic. "There's an abandoned mine tunnel under the settlement that leads to the edge of the abyss. Take the map and go first, we'll hold it off." "No." Lin Xiao's star core energy surged violently, dark purple light weaving a barrier inside the tent. "You are the sparks of the northern frontier, you can't sacrifice yourselves in vain." "Xiaoying, how long can your shield hold?" "A Thai, what's the maximum range of your explosives?" Lao Mu suddenly shoved the bone needle into Lin Xiao's hand. "Use this." The tip of the bone needle glowed silver, coated with a black paste made from the juice of energy-devouring moss. "It can corrode the iron spine scales. Old Chen used this to survive the abyss back then." Lin Xiao's perception instantly understood. She handed the seed of hope to Lao Mu, the light of the star core merging with the bone needle in her palm. "Xiaoying, use your shield to protect Lao Mu and the seed and take them to the mine entrance. A Thai, you and your brothers attack the Iron Spine King's limbs with explosives to force it to bow its head." AI Reich were going up. The moment the tent's canvas was torn away by the energy shockwave, Lin Xiao had already leaped onto the hut roofs and charged toward the Iron Spine King. The light of the star core condensed into a whip at her fingertips, lashing fiercely at the giant beast's eyes. At the same time Tai's explosives detonated on its limbs, sending rusted iron shards and radiation dust flying everywhere. The Iron Spine King let out a deafening roar, its massive claw swatting toward Lin Xiao's position. AI Reich's silver blue energy suddenly exploded in front of her, forming a rotating light shield that withstood the blow. Leveraging the recoil, Lin Xiao flipped onto the giant beast's back. The tip of the bone needle gleamed with black light as she stabbed it into the gap between the scales on its throat, where the parasitic vines writhed, revealing a dark purple crystal underneath, the energy core. Now, AI Reich's energy spear shot like a meteor, piercing precisely into the crystal's crack. The Iron Spine King's roar suddenly ceased. Its body convulsed violently, dark purple scales peeling off one by one, revealing the withering vines beneath, a mass of rotten flesh drained of its soul. When the last scale fell, the Iron Spine King's colossal body crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of radiation dust that enveloped the entire settlement. Lin Xiao jumped down from the giant beast's corpse. She saw that Tai's prosthetic had been blown off, Xiao Ying's energy shield was covered in cracks, and Lao Mu was using the bone needle to bandage the wounded. Every face was smeared with blood, but their eyes blazed like torches. The mine tunnel is clear. Tai gritted his teeth, tying the broken limb to his waist. His prosthetic eye flickered red. The key Lao Mu mentioned might be in the fissure of the abyss. AI Reich's energy detector pointed toward the direction of the rust iron abyss. The curve on the screen gradually stabilized but carried an eerie regularity. There are residual star core energies in the fissure, more than one. Old Chen might have found other fragments back then, but something trapped him. Lin Xiao took the map from Lao Mu, her fingers tracing the mark of the Agricultural Research Institute. At the edge of the red circle a tiny symbol was drawn, faintly echoing the singularity coordinates of the return point. Whatever it is, we have to go see. Tai suddenly shoved a modified rifle into Lin Xiao's hands. The stock was engraved with the mark of the northern frontier. We're going with you. Behind him the scavengers raised their weapons in unison, the clatter of rusted iron echoing through the settlement like a rough war song. Dar. Chen said that seeds need soil to sprout and people need each other to survive. Lin Xiao looked at the light in their eyes, suddenly recalling the bonfires of the northern frontier base, the silhouette of a Jie holding a pack of explosives, and Dr. Chen's final words. Hope was never a solitary fight. It was like this, a group of people honed by time, clasping each other's hands for the same belief, daring to leap even into the abyss. As the group entered the mine tunnel, Lin Xiao looked back toward the settlement. The golden leaves of the seed of hope were poking out from the tent, glowing faintly in the radiation dust. She knew that the fall of the Iron Spine King was only the beginning of a new journey. The secrets of the rust iron abyss, the conspiracies of the Kaiyan family, the truth of the star core fragments, too many dangers still lurked ahead. But as long as she had these comrades fighting alongside her, as long as the light of the star core still flickered, there was no abyss she couldn't cross, no dawn she couldn't reach. The mine tunnel's walls seeped icy water, the droplets striking her helmet with a monotonous patter. Lin Xiao clutched Dr. Chen's map at the front, the star core's light dancing on her fingertips, illuminating the winding path ahead. Eric's energy detector hovered on his wrist, its silver blue data streams resonating with the mine's telluric energy, painting flowing light trails in the darkness. A fork in the passage loomed to the left. Eric suddenly pressed her shoulder, his fingertips warmth seeping through the thick thermal suit with a subtle burn. The detector indicated the right side's energy field was more stable, while the left, something energy-like, was shifting. Tai's prosthetic limb struck the rock wall with a heavy clang, the rusty metals clatter startling the radiation bats roosting on the ceiling. Listen to Mr. Thorne. This broken tunnel collapsed once, the left might be a dead end. Behind him scavengers raised their modified mining lamps, their beams weaving into a net in the dark. Xiaoying, stick close to Lin Xiao. Lao Mu, take the others to guard the rear. Keep comms open. Xiaoying's energy shield flowed in her palm, its pale blue light reflecting her tense profile. Don't worry. My perception range covers the entire tunnel. Even if iron spine beasts burrow through the cracks, they can't hide from me. Her gaze swept over Lin Xiao's shoulder, brushing against Eric's, and she let out a soft laugh. Your energy fields, like tangled vines. Lin Xiao jerked her hand back, the star core's light flickering as if caught in a secret. She strode quickly toward the right fork, her earlobes burning uncontrollably. When Eric pressed her shoulder moments ago, the silver blue energy had spread through the contact point, resonating with the old scar on her nape, bringing a strange numbness like tiny currents slithering beneath her skin. The walls of the fork were covered in claw marks, deep brown traces still stained with dried blood. Lin Xiao's perception network followed the scratches, suddenly catching a familiar fluctuation, the residual energy of a bone beast but fainter than before, as if forcibly suppressed by some power. There's a battle scar here. She crouched, her fingertips tracing a fresh claw mark. The edges of the wound were still contracting, indicating a bone beast had been killed here less than an hour ago. Eric's energy detector emitted a rapid beep, the red dot on the screen resonating with a point deep in the tunnel. It's not just bone beasts. Look at the spacing of these marks. He used a laser pointer to trace lines on the rock wall. Each mark is about 30 centimeters apart, a human stride. The detector pointed to the blood at the end of the scratches. This is human blood mixed with Star Trek energy residue. Xiaoying's energy shield suddenly trembled violently. It's Kane's men. Her perception network connected with the tunnel's depths, her face turning pale in an instant. They're in the cavern ahead, using energy fields to drive the bone beasts, clearing the path. Atai's prosthetic joints clicked with a crisp sound and the safety of his modified rifle clicked off. Those bastards want to snatch the key before us. Lin Xiao, can your star core shield energy signals? We can circle around and hit them by surprise. Lin Xiao tapped the star core lightly with her fingertip. Dark purple light spread along the tunnel, forming an energy barrier on the rock wall. It can temporarily jam their detectors, but only for 10 minutes at most. She looked at Eric, silver blue light flowing in his pupils. Can you calculate the cavern structure? We need to find a high ground. Eric pressed his palm against the rock wall. Silver blue energy seeped through the stone fissures, projecting a three-dimensional model on a virtual screen. The cavern is funnel-shaped with 3 ventilation shafts at the top. The rightmost is the most concealed and closest to their energy field. His fingertip tapped the model lightly. Lin Xiao and I will infiltrate through the ventilation shaft and find the key's location. Atai leads a team to draw attention from the front. Xiaoying handles energy shielding. Laomu guards the retreat path. Laomu's bone needles spun between his fingers, his murky eyes gleaming with sharp light. When we built the mine back then, we left an emergency exit, an underground river at the bottom of the cavern. If we can't win, we retreat through the water. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao and Eric slid down the iron ladder of the ventilation shaft into the cavern. The damp air was thick with gunpowder smoke. Kane's men were firing energy rifles, driving the bone beasts deeper into the cavern. The backs of those bone beasts were wrapped in vines, the ends of the vines connected to a massive energy device. Suspended in the center of the device was a dark purple fragment, a piece of the star core radiating an eerie light. They're using the star core fragment to control the bone beasts. Eric's voice was barely a whisper, silver blue energy condensing into fine needles in his palm. The energy nodes of the device are on the left, guarded by 2 men, elite soldiers of the Alliance. Lin Xiao's laser dagger spun in her fingertips, her gaze fixed on the stone platform at the center of the cavern. The energy field there was the strongest. The key marked on Dr. Chen's map should be hidden beneath the platform. Her perception network spread along the platform, and suddenly she saw a metal shard embedded in the stone crack. The Star Trek pattern on its surface was identical to the scar on Eric's chest. Found it. She whispered into the calm. The star core's energy condensed into chains in her palm. I'll get the key. You destroy the device. Meet at the platform in 30 seconds. Eric suddenly grabbed her wrist, his silver blue pupils exceptionally bright in the darkness. Be careful of Kane. His energy field is stronger than the detector shows, as if he's absorbed the bone beast's energy. His fingertip gently brushed the old scar on her nape where the residual energy resonated with his own. If you're in danger, forget the key. Protect yourself first. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Before she could respond, Eric had already shot out of the shadows like a hunting leopard. The silver blue energy needles pierced the device's nodes with precision. The dark purple fragment instantly went out of control. The bone beasts let out piercing shrieks and turned to pounce on Kane's men, plunging the cavern into chaos. She used the confusion as cover to rush toward the stone platform. The laser dagger sliced through the vines binding the cracks. Just as her fingertips touched the metal shard, a deafening energy impact erupted behind her. Lin Xiao spun around and saw Kane's metal arm piercing Eric's left shoulder, dark purple energy spreading wildly through the wound like a greedy serpent. Professor Thorne, long time no see. Kane's mechanical eye glowed red, the barbs on his metal arm digging deep into Eric's bones. Did you think bringing 2 wasteland vermin could snatch the star core? How naive. Eric's silver blue energy suddenly erupted, shoving Kane's arm away. His body slammed against the stone platform, but he shielded Lin Xiao's back with all his strength. Lin Xiao, take the key and go. That's an order. Lin Xiao's star core energy surged violently, the dark purple light intertwining with Eric's silver blue to form a shield. She saw blood soaking his lab coat from his left shoulder, saw his silver blue pupils contract from the agony, and suddenly recalled Xiaoying's words about tangled vines. Some bonds had already taken root unnoticed, and even trying to sever them would hurt, pulling at the flesh. If we go together. Her scream mixed with the roar of energy explosions. The star core's light condensed into a giant blade in her palm, cleaving toward Kane's metal arm. Kane, caught off guard, was struck on the shoulder by the light blade, sparks bursting from his mechanical eye. At that moment the stone platform suddenly trembled violently. The metal shard popped out of the crack and split in midair into two halves. One half was the star core key, the other half embedded a chip. In the chip's projection, Evelyn Thorne's figure slowly materialized. If you're seeing this message, it means the star core's guardians have met. The abyssal point's balance requires dual energy to sustain. When silver blue and dark purple light resonate in the abyss, when Thorne and star core's descendants protect each other in blood and fire, the key shall be reforged. As the projection faded, the two halves of the metal shard suddenly flew toward Lin Xiao and Eric, embedding themselves into their palms. Silver blue and dark purple light merged instantly, forming a spinning wheel of light between them. Kane's energy impact collided with the wheel and was reflected back, exploding against himself. Impossible! Kane's scream was swallowed by the explosion. He staggered backward. Dual energy, you two are dual energy bodies. Eric's hand suddenly covered Lin Xiao's nape, silver blue energy flowing along her spine, repairing the internal organs damaged by the shockwave. His forehead pressed against hers, his breath hot on her lips, his silver blue pupils churning with emotions she had never seen, like galaxies shattering and reforming within. What Evelyn said is true. His voice carried the metallic tang of blood, yet was exceptionally clear. Our energies are naturally complementary. Separated, we are two halves of the star core. Together we are the complete key. Lin Xiao's perception network synchronized perfectly with his energy field. She could hear his accelerated heartbeat, smell the scent of pine wood from his lab coat mixed with blood, feel the warmth of his palm seeping into her marrow through her skin. When Kane's energy surged again, she didn't even think. Her body acted before her mind. She rose on tiptoes and kissed him. Silver blue and dark purple light exploded between their lips, forming an indestructible barrier. Kane's energy impact shattered into dust upon colliding with it. Eric's body stiffened, then he pulled her into a tighter embrace, silver blue energy flooding into her body, merging perfectly with the star core's light like two drops of water finally joining the same ocean. So this is resonance. Lin Xiao's voice cracked with tears mingling with his blood on her cheeks. Not the entanglement of energy, but the resonance of hearts. Eric's kiss carried an unyielding gentleness, moving from her lips to the corners of her eyes, kissing away her tears one by one. His silver blue pupils reflected only her shadow, as if holding the starlight of the entire universe. From the first time I saw you at the abyssal point, I should have known. His fingertips gently traced the key in her palm. Our destinies were engraved together by the star core long ago. The sound of the cavern collapsing grew closer, and a tight voice crackled through the calm. Lin Xiao and Eric exchanged a smile, clasped each other's hands tightly. Silver blue and dark purple light swirled around them like a pair of spread wings, carrying them through the chaotic battlefield toward the emergency exit Lao Mu had mentioned. Behind them, Kane's roar of frustration echoed through the collapse, but they both knew this was not the end. The secrets of the rust iron abyss had only just begun to unfold: the dual energy of the star core, the balance of the abyssal point, the future of the wasteland and the mirror universe. Too many unknowns awaited ahead. But as long as the warmth lingered on their lips, as long as the resonance in their palms never faded, no abyss was insurmountable, no dawn unreachable. The icy water of the underground river, laden with crushed ice, carved a fine stinging pain at her ankles. As Lin Xiao waded through the water supporting Eric, she felt a pair of eyes fixed on her back, a gaze hidden in the sound of the current mingled with the breaths of her teammates like a cold needle pricking her perception network, sending numbness through her senses. The exit is ahead. Xiaoying led the way, holding up an energy shield. Its pale blue light illuminated her tense profile. Uncle Lao Mu, you're breathing heavily. Once we're out, rest for a while. Lao Mu hunched over, pressed his bony hand against his chest, the chain of his pocket watch glinting faintly beneath his damp clothes. It's nothing. Back in the northern frontier I've been through underground rivers more treacherous than this. His gaze swept to Xiaoya at the rear of the group. The girl was clutching a bulging canvas bag, her fingers unconsciously picking at the strap. Xiaoya, what's that on your bag? Why is it glowing? Xiaoya lowered her head abruptly. Sure enough, there was a dark purple patch on the side of the canvas bag, like a stain from radiation dust. It's from the energy residue I touched in the cave. Kane's residue. She frantically tried to wipe it off with her sleeve, but the patch seemed to take root, spreading even wider. Atai's prosthetic limbs scraped harshly against the rock wall as he raised his modified rifle slightly. The energy residue in the cave was pale blue. This is clearly... He paused, his eyes sweeping over the others. Iron Ridge King's venom. Only someone who's been near its corpse would have this on them. When we split up earlier, who was closest to the Iron Ridge King? The breath in the group suddenly froze. When the Iron Ridge King was destroyed, everyone was busy cleaning up the remains. Only Xiaoya had said she needed to retrieve a dropped medical kit and stayed alone for a moment. Now that Lao Mu had pointed out the anomaly on the patch, everyone's eyes turned to her with suspicion, as if looking at a bomb that could detonate at any moment. It wasn't me. Xiaoya's voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. I just picked up an energy bottle. The liquid inside spilled. What kind of energy bottle? Eric's voice suddenly cut in. His silver blue energy detector aimed at the patch, and the screen displayed a familiar fluctuation frequency. It's a container the Alliance used to store parasitic vine venom. Kane's men often use these. Lin Xiao's back tensed instantly. Her perception network extended toward the patch, and she found that the energy fluctuation echoed faintly with the signal source tracking them, only weaker, as if deliberately masked. But Xiaoya's energy field was as clean as a blank sheet of paper, with no trace of deception, only a feeling of being wronged. Let's get out first. Lin Xiao tugged at Eric's arm, condensing the star core's light into a small shield in her palm. The exit is ahead. Don't waste time in the underground river. The rock crevice of the emergency exit was only wide enough for one person. Xiao Ying's energy shield probed out first, then suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. There's an energy trap outside. It's a devour energy net. It absorbs bioenergy. Atai volunteered to take the lead. His prosthetic's bone blade swept an arc of light outside the crevice and indeed struck an invisible net. The dark purple energy net instantly materialized. White smoke rose from the cut made by the bone blade, and a burnt smell filled the air. Kane's handiwork. Eric's detector screen flickered violently. The energy nodes on this net are dense. Someone needs to lure the trap away so the others can break through. I'll do it. The youngest Scavenger AG suddenly stepped forward, holding a bundle of homemade explosives. His face still bore the lingering traces of youth. My energy field is weak. The devour energy net can't absorb much from me. I'll detonate it. Before anyone could stop him, AG slipped through the crevice like a nimble squirrel. The dark purple devour energy net instantly tightened, wrapping him into a glowing cocoon. His laughter mixed with the piercing screech of energy tearing. Go. Hurry. The explosion's roar sent debris falling from the cave roof. As Lin Xiao pulled Eric out of the crevice, she saw Aji's energy field completely dissipate within the glowing cocoon like a dying star. Xiaoya covered her mouth, unable to cry out, but tears streamed down like broken beads, splashing onto the venom-stained canvas bag, leaving dark streaks. The radiation-absorbing bamboo grove outside swayed in the explosion, with specks of scarlet on the pale green leaves. Lao Mu suddenly coughed and pointed deep into the bamboo grove. There's an abandoned observation station over there. Dar. Chen left supplies there back then. Let's take shelter. The iron door of the observation station was rusted beyond recognition. When Atai kicked it open with his prosthetic, the dust that rose carried a smell of blood. Lin Xiao's perception network instantly spread out, discovering drag marks on the basement steps. At the end, in an iron cage, lay a long-dead corpse. It was an old scavenger from the northern frontier base, with a bone blade from a bone beast stuck in his chest. The handle of the blade bore a crookedly carved Y. It's Xiaoya's bone blade. Atai's roar shook the windows. He grabbed Xiaoya by the collar, his prosthetic's metal knuckles turning white with rage. Lao Zheng was brought out by you. You said you'd protect him. Xiaoya's face turned ashen. She shook her head desperately. It wasn't me. I lost my bone blade long ago, when I was torn apart by the Iron Ridge beast in the northern frontier. Lost. Lao Mu suddenly picked up a broken bone fragment from the corner. The scratches on it matched exactly the bone blade in the iron cage. I found this at the entrance of the observation station, less than 3 steps from your footprints. Xiaoya, tell me honestly, did you lead Lao Jing here? Lin Xiao's eyes fell on the way Lao Mu picked up the bone fragment and suddenly felt something was wrong. The fragment had clearly been in the shadow behind the door, but Lao Mu seemed to know its exact location, his fingers hardly fumbling as he bent down. Her perception network quietly probed toward Lao Mu's pocket watch, discovering a miniature transmitter hidden inside the lid, its frequency perfectly matching the energy nodes of the Devour energy net. Uncle Lao Mu. Lin Xiao's voice was gentle, the star core's light pulsing faintly in her palm. Earlier in the underground river you said you'd seen Iron Ridge King's venom. But at that time we hadn't found the Iron Ridge King's corpse yet. How did you know its venom was dark purple? Lao Mu's movements froze instantly, then he coughed violently, his bony hand covering his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers. I guessed. The old folks in the northern frontier said most mutated beasts' venom is dark purple. But Dr. Chen's notes say that Iron Ridge King's venom is silver gray. Eric suddenly spoke, silver blue energy condensing into a light blade in his palm. The bone fragment you just picked up has fresh energy residue on the edge. It's not Xiaoya's. It's... His eyes swept over Lao Mu's sleeve where a barely noticeable silver-gray powder clung. You burned it off with your own energy, didn't you? At that moment the observation station's window suddenly exploded. Kane's men burst in wielding energy guns. A Tai roared and hurled an explosive pack, but a dark purple energy whip coiled around his wrist, dragging him forcibly toward the window. Xiao Ying's energy shield deployed in time but was shattered by the whip. She staggered backward, her back hitting the iron cage's bars, blood instantly staining her white coat. Xiao Ying. Lin Xiao's star core energy surged violently. Dark purple energy ribbons lashed out like whips at the enemies but were suddenly entangled by vines that burst from Lao Mu's canvas bag. The vines ended in tumor-like flowers, the energy core of a bone beast. It's you. Xiaoya's scream pierced the chaos. She finally understood how the patch on her bag had appeared. When Lao Mu helped her in the underground river, he had deliberately smeared the venom onto her bag. You've been framing me all along. Lao Mu's face showed no panic, only a sinister smile. Stupid girl, you finally figured it out. Dr. Chen should have given me the star core back then. Why should I let you brats hold the hope? He suddenly slammed the pocket watch onto the ground. The transmitter emitted a blinding light. Lord Kane. The star core holder is right here. A Tai's prosthetic suddenly exploded. The energy blast sent him and an enemy crashing out the window. As he fell, his roar pierced the rain. Take care of Xiaoya. The observation station's roof collapsed in the energy explosion. Lin Xiao pulled Eric toward the basement with Xiaoya carrying the wounded Xiaoying behind them. Lao Mu's laughter echoed behind them, mingled with the roars of bone beasts like the death knell from hell. As the basement door slammed shut, Lin Xiao heard Xiaoying's faint breathing. The girl's energy field was rapidly dissipating, but her hand clung tightly to Lin Xiao's arm. Don't suspect Xiaoya. Her brother died protecting me. She wouldn't. Before she finished, Xiao Ying's hand fell limp, her energy shield extinguished in her palm. Xiaoya held the cold body, tears streaming silently, but she didn't make a sound. She bit her lip hard until she tasted blood. Lin Xiao leaned against the cold wall, listening to the explosions fading in the distance. She looked at the blood oozing from Eric's shoulder wound, at Xiaoya's reddened eyes, at Xiao Ying's body growing cold on the floor, and suddenly understood Lao Mu's venomous scheme. He not only wanted to lure Kane here but also to tear their team apart with suspicion, exhausting their strength in mutual destruction. He'll come again. Eric's voice was weary, silver blue energy flowing through his palm, healing his internal injuries. The transmitter's signal lasts another hour. We have to leave before that. Xiaoya suddenly stood up, pulling a sharp bone blade from her canvas bag. The fear in her eyes was gone, replaced by a cold resolve. I know a secret passage. Dr. Chen dug it back then. It leads to the earth vein node deep in the bamboo grove. Lao Mu thought I knew nothing, but I'd already discovered he secretly met Kane. Lin Xiao's perception network extended along Xiaoya's energy field, finding no trace of deception, only the resilience of someone pushed to the edge. She suddenly remembered a Tai's final word, Xiao Ying's dying plea, and reached out to place her hand on Xiaoya's shoulder. We trust you. Eric's gaze shifted between the two, a glint of warmth in his silver blue pupils. He nodded gently. Where's the passage? Let's go now. Hidden behind the iron cage in the basement shadows, Lao Mu's lips curled into a triumphant smile. He had deliberately left clues about the secret passage, making them set off with suspicion. Once the seed of doubt was planted, even if they walked together for now, it would eventually drive them to stab each other in the back. The rain in the bamboo grove grew heavier, washing over the ruins of the observation station and the new bloodstains. Lin Xiao knew that the wounds left by this betrayal would be far harder to heal than any blade cut. When trust is shattered, when comrades fall beside you, the path to redemption becomes nothing but a treacherous journey of suspicion and struggle. The stone steps of the secret passage were coated with slippery moss, each step feeling like treading on knife blades. Xiaoya led the way holding a homemade torch, the firelight cast dancing shadows on her face, illuminating her red and swollen eyes with an unusually profound darkness. She never lowered the bone blade in her hand, its tip pointing toward the darkness behind as if a monster might pounce at any moment. How much longer until the earth vein node? Lin Xiao supported Eric's arm, the wound on his left shoulder began to seep blood again, silver blue energy flowing beneath the fabric like a struggling fish. Almost there. Xiaoya's voice carried a deliberately suppressed tremor as the torch flickered in her hand, illuminating a fork ahead. The left path led to the earth vein spring, the right to an abandoned mine tunnel. Old Mu said there were radiation spiders in the tunnel. Take the right. Eric suddenly spoke. The energy detector's screen flashed red, indicating the earth vein spring's energy field was abnormally active, as if tampered with. The mine tunnel, though dangerous, had a stable energy signal. Old Mu, clutching his chest, coughed and pointed his withered finger at the left fork. But Dr. Chen's notes said the earth vein spring's energy could purify radiation. Xiaoya, haven't you always wanted to see it? Xiaoya's steps halted as the torchlight flickered on her face. Lin Xiao noticed her Adam's apple move as if she were making a difficult decision. Finally she gritted her teeth. We'll listen to Mr. Thorne, his detector won't be wrong. As they entered the mine tunnel, a strong, sweet and fishy odor rushed toward them. The ore on the walls glowed with an eerie green light. Upon closer inspection, it was the compound eyes of countless radiation spiders, their bodies hidden in rock crevices with only their eyes visible like emeralds embedded in the wall. Don't touch their webs, Xiaoya said, lowering the torch and carving an arc with her bone blade. These spiders' webs can solidify energy fields. If you get entangled, it's over. Lin Xiao's perception network spread along the tunnel, suddenly catching a familiar fluctuation deep inside, the frequency of Old Mu's pocket watch transmitter, but several times stronger, as if someone had activated a device ahead. What alarmed her more was that this fluctuation resonated with the radiation spider's energy field. The compound eyes in the crevices were turning red at a visible rate. Uncle Mu. She spun around, the star core's light condensing into a shield in her palm. Is your transmitter still ringing? Old Mu frantically reached for his chest, his face turning pale. And no. It was already broken at the observatory. His hand fumbled under his clothes, then suddenly let out a cry of pain. Something bit me. Eric's energy detector suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. The screen was dense with red dots like a sea of fire. From deep within the tunnel came a teeth-grinding, crawling sound. Countless radiation spiders emerged from the rock crevices, their crimson compound eyes fixed on them, spinnerets spewing silver webs that formed a huge net on the tunnel ceiling. Run! Atai's prosthetic limb exploded sparks on the rock wall as he grabbed Xiaoya and rushed forward. These beasts are enraged, they're after the energy field. The group weaved through gaps in the webs. Lin Xiao's star core light bands continuously severed the incoming silver threads, while Eric's silver blue energy formed a barrier behind, temporarily blocking the spider's pursuit. But Old Mu suddenly slipped and fell on the stone steps, his canvas bag rolled out, spilling a black metal ball. It was Kane's energy lure, now emitting a piercing hum, attracting the swarm of spiders. It's you. Xiaoya's torch pointed at Old Mu, her voice trembling with rage. You deliberately dropped the lure to get us all killed. Old Mu struggled to get up, coughing more violently, a trickle of black blood at the corner of his mouth. And no. It was the spider bite. My hand has no strength. He suddenly pointed at Xiaoya, a glint of cunning in his eyes. It's you. When you paused at the fork, did you send a signal to the spiders? Your bone blade is still stained with their venom. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Xiaoya's bone blade. Indeed, a drop of green liquid clung to the tip, identical to the radiation spider's venom. Atai's prosthetic limb clenched tightly, the modified rifle's muzzle slowly rising. Xiaoya, you better explain yourself. I didn't. Xiaoya's tears welled up again. She waved the bone blade to explain, but accidentally knocked the torch out of her hand. The moment the torchlight hit the ground, the tunnel plunged into darkness, leaving only the red eyes of the radiation spiders gleaming in the dark like countless lanterns. Watch out! Eric's voice suddenly rang out. Silver blue energy exploded in the darkness, illuminating a radiation spider lunging at Lin Xiao. He pulled her to roll aside. The spider's fangs grazed her shoulder, leaving 2 wounds deep enough to see bone. Lin Xiao's star core energy burst forth, and dark purple light bands shredded the spider into pieces. As she was about to get up, a scream came from behind. It was Atai, who, protecting Xiaoya, had his right leg entangled in spider silk. Countless spiders were crawling along the silk toward his body. Don't come near. A Tai's prosthetic limb suddenly self-destructed as the energy blast pulverized the surrounding spiders, but his body was thrown toward the web. Take care of yourselves and kill Cain for me. Xiaoya watched helplessly as a Tai's body was wrapped in spider silk. The silver-blue energy struggled within the web for a few moments before finally extinguishing. Her bone blade clattered to the ground. She collapsed to the floor, her eyes hollow like a dried-up well. Suddenly a rumbling came from deep within the tunnel and the rock walls began to shake violently. Eric's energy detector showed that the energy field of the Earth vein node was collapsing, clearly triggered by someone detonating explosives outside. It's Cain's people. He grabbed Lin Xiao, condensing silver-blue energy into a light spear in his palm. They're trying to blow up the tunnel and bury us alive. Old Mu suddenly pulled a key from his pocket and pressed it into Xiaoya's hand. This is the key to the Earth vein spring. It can open the energy barrier. Go. I'll hold them off. His coughing grew heavier, but he braced himself, shielding his body with the canvas bag. I know you suspect me, but I'm from the northern frontier. I won't let outsiders destroy this place. Xiaoya, clutching the key, watched as Old Mu blocked the tunnel, watched as the swarm of spiders gradually engulfed him, then suddenly gritted her teeth. Follow me. There's another path to the Earth vein spring, a backup DR. Chen left for me. Lin Xiao followed Xiaoya into a narrow crevice. As Eric brought up the rear, he glanced back at Old Mu, now covered in spider silk, and noticed a strange smile on his lips. Even surrounded by spiders, the old man's eyes held no fear, only the satisfaction of a plan fulfilled. The Earth vein spring's energy barrier emitted a pale blue light. Xiaoya inserted the key into the lock on the rock wall. The barrier slowly opened, revealing a pool of emerald water. In the center of the pool stood a massive crystal emitting a steady energy fluctuation that resonated faintly with the star core's frequency. This place can purify all energy pollution. Xiaoya knelt by the pool, cupping a handful of water. Tears fell onto the surface. Brother A Tai. Sister Xiao Ying. They should have seen this. Lin Xiao's perception network spread through the water, suddenly catching a faint fluctuation deep within the crystal. It was Old Mu's energy residue resonating with the crystal, as if performing a slow marking. She abruptly looked at the rocks by the pool, noticing a tiny symbol carved into one identical to the detonator of Cain's energy bomb. No. She pulled Xiaoya back, the star core's light blazing in her palm. Old Mu hid explosives in the crystal. He knew we would come here. Before she finished speaking, the Earth vein spring began to tremble violently. The crystal exploded with a roar, and the emerald water instantly turned into boiling magma. Eric used his last energy to push Lin Xiao and Xiaoya out of the barrier, but half his body was engulfed by the magma. The silver-blue energy sizzled in the extreme heat. Eric! Lin Xiao's scream was drowned by the explosion. She rushed toward the barrier but was thrown back by a tremendous force. Xiaoya's key suddenly inserted into another lock on the rock wall. An escape passage outside the barrier slowly opened. Quick! This is our last chance. She dragged Lin Xiao out, glancing back at Eric being swallowed by the magma. Tears blurred her vision. He said, as long as the Earth vein exists, hope will never die. The tunnel collapsed behind them. Lin Xiao, pulled by Xiaoya, burst out of the ground, finding herself on a cliff overlooking a rolling sea of clouds. She looked back, seeing only thick smoke gushing from the tunnel like a black dragon devouring all traces. Is he still alive? Xiaoya's voice trembled as she clutched the key tightly. Lin Xiao's perception network pierced the smoke but detected nothing. The star core's light dimmed in her palm. A tearing pain shot through the old wound on her nape like a silent farewell. She knew Old Mu's scheme was not yet over, and Cain's shadow still loomed. The wind on the cliff mixed with ice crystals cut Lin Xiao's cheeks painfully. She lay on the fragmented rocks at the edge, her fingernails digging deep into the crevices. Blood droplets seeping from her fingertips fell to the ground, instantly frozen into tiny ice crystals by the biting wind. The light of the star core flickered weakly in her palm. Its dark purple aura enveloped her wounds, yet could not warm the bone-deep chill seeping through her marrow. In the moment Eric was swallowed by the magma, her perception web felt as if a piece had been torn away, leaving only a howling void. He'll be fine. Xiaoya knelt beside her, pressing her trembling shoulder with a hand red from the cold. The girl's voice carried a sob but was resolute. Her bone blade spun in her palm before plunging deep into the rock crevice. Mr. Thorn's energy field is so strong, the magma of the Earth vein spring can't burn through his shield. He must have fallen into another passage. Lin Xiao didn't speak. She only stared at the collapsed mine tunnel. Thick smoke rolled through the sea of clouds like a black python devouring the last glimmer of silver-blue light. She knew Xiaoya was comforting her. The magma from the Earth vein spring was a leakage of the planet's core energy, its temperature enough to melt a starship's alloy armor. Even if Eric's energy field was the strongest, it couldn't hold out for more than 30 seconds. We have to go. Xiaoya suddenly pulled her up, pointing her bone blade at the plank road on the other side of the cliff. Since Lao Mu could hide explosives in the crystal, he must have already tipped off Cain. They'll be chasing us soon. The plank road was built of rotting wood and iron chains hanging on the steep cliff face above a bottomless sea of clouds. Lin Xiao's perception web spread along the plank road, revealing that most of the wooden joints were rotted, the chains rusted and worn. Each step emitted a teeth-grinding creak, as if the structure could collapse at any moment. Midway along the plank road, Lin Xiao's foot suddenly met empty air. In the instant the rotten wood shattered, Xiaoya grabbed her wrist. The girl's arm bulged with veins from the strain, her bone blade embedded deep into the rock wall, suspending them both in midair. Hold on to me. Xiaoya's voice carried a tearing pain. Her shoulder was dislocated, yet she gritted her teeth and refused to let go. Dar. Chen said that scavengers must never abandon their companions. Lin Xiao's star core energy spread through their joined hands. Dark purple ribbons of light coiled around the iron chains on the cliff, slowly pulling them back to the plank road. She looked at Xiaoya's dislocated shoulder, at the cold sweat beating on the girl's forehead, and suddenly remembered Atai's roaring self-destruction, Xiao Ying's fading shield. These people struggling to survive in the wasteland might not have the power of a star core or memories spanning time, but they understood the weight of the word protection better than anyone. I'll help you set it back. Lin Xiao pressed Xiaoya's shoulder, the star core's light condensing into a gentle warmth at her fingertips. Bear with it. The crisp sound of bone resetting was distinct in the wind. Xiaoya grunted in pain, large beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, but she didn't cry out. She flexed her shoulder and forced a pale smile. Thanks. My little brother used to dislocate his shoulder all the time, I'm used to it. On the rock wall at the end of the plank road a familiar symbol was carved, the shelter mark of the northern base. Lin Xiao's perception web probed along the symbol, discovering a narrow cave hidden behind the rock wall. The energy field inside was unusually stable, carrying a faint scent of pinewood. It's the residual energy of the stardust. Her heart suddenly raced. She grabbed Xiaoya and crawled into the cave. The light of the star core swelled in her palm, illuminating the scene inside. On a stone platform at the center of the cave lay a silver-blue energy device, the emergency beacon Eric always carried. The beacon's screen flickered with a weak red light, showing a set of coordinates. Beside it lay half a map with a valley circled by a laser pen and marked Heart of the Earth Vein. He was here. Xiaoya's voice carried surprise. She pointed to the rock wall beside the beacon. There were several fresh claw marks, as if carved by an energy blade. These are Mr. Thorn's energy traces. He went that way. Lin Xiao's fingertips traced the claw marks. The residual silver-blue energy spread along her skin, resonating with the old scar on her neck, bringing a familiar tingling sensation. Her perception web suddenly caught a faint fluctuation extending through a deep crack in the cave. The fluctuation mixed the heat of magma, the resonance of a star core, and Eric's unique pinewood scent. He was alive and not far away. Let's go. Lin Xiao grabbed the emergency beacon, the star core's light weaving a barrier around her. He's waiting for us. The crack at the back of the cave grew narrower until it was barely wide enough for one person to crawl through. Lin Xiao led, Xiaoya followed. They crawled in the dark, hearing each other's breath, feeling each other's energy fields, comforting each other like two small flames huddled together for warmth. The moment they crawled out of the crack, Lin Xiao was stunned by the sight before her. It was a vast underground valley. At the bottom the earth vein springs was erupting with silver-blue energy streams, weaving a giant luminous net in the air. At the center of the luminous net Eric floated in midair. His experiment suit was scorched and tattered by the magma, his left shoulder marked with charred wounds, but his silver-blue energy field was unusually active, resonating with the earth vein springs energy to repair his damaged body. What surprised her even more was that at the edge of the luminous net stood several familiar figures, scavengers from the northern base. Most were wounded, but all had determined eyes. Leading them was Lao Mu, who had been presumed dead in the spider silk web. You're here. Lao Mu's voice carried a smile. His withered hand held an energy emitter, the same one used when he was overwhelmed by spiders in the mine tunnel. Sorry for the act, I put Xiaoya through a lot. Xiaoya's eyes went wide, her bone blade instinctively raised. You're not dead. Then brother Atai. A Tai is keeping watch at the valley entrance. Lao Mu coughed, pointing to the other end of the valley where a burly figure could be seen aiming a modified rifle at the entrance. If I hadn't put on that act, how could I have lured Kane's men into blowing up the mine tunnel? How could I have made you all drop your suspicions completely? Eric slowly descended to the ground. Silver blue energy condensed into a ribbon of light in his palm, gently brushing over the wound on Lin Xiao's shoulder. Lao Mu was a mole arranged by Dr. Chen, pretending to side with Kane from the very beginning to uncover their plans. His gaze swept over the scavengers in the valley. These are all old comrades from the northern base. When the base was breached, Lao Mu led them deep into the earth vein. Lin Xiao's perception web instantly understood. Lao Mu's framing in the mine tunnel, his sacrifice in the spider silk web, even the explosives used to trigger the earth vein spring, all were to mislead Kane's spies and gather the true allies at the heart of the earth vein. The energy field here blocks all detection, making it the safest hideout. Then what about you being swallowed by the magma? Lin Xiao's fingertips touched his scorched experiment suit, her voice trembling with lingering fear. There's a natural energy buffer layer beneath the earth vein spring. A pale smile tugged at the corner of Eric's mouth. His silver blue pupils reflected her shadow. As you said, our energy fields are symbiotic. Your star core called to me, how could I bear to die? A sudden rush of footsteps came from the valley entrance. A Tai rushed in with his rifle, the joints of his prosthetic limbs still smoking. Kane's men are here. About 30 of them with energy cannons. Lao Mu's face turned grim. He tossed the energy emitter to Eric. Activate the earth vein barrier. I'll hold the entrance with the brothers. We'll fight together. Lin Xiao's star core energy surged abruptly. Dark purple ribbons interwove with Eric's silver blue light into a net. This time there will be no more suspicion, no more sacrifice. The scavengers raised their weapons, the safety clicks of modified rifles, the sharp clatter of bone blades, the hum of energy shields deploying, all merging into a stirring battle anthem in the valley. Xiao Ya's energy field resonated with the earth vein spring, pale blue light swirling in her palm as if inheriting Xiao Ying's shield. A Tai's prosthetic limb blazed with blinding light, his modified rifle's muzzle gathering energy bullets. Lao Mu's bone needles danced between his fingers, each tipped with radiation-devouring bamboo juice. Lin Xiao and Eric exchanged a smile, gripping each other's hands tightly. Silver blue and dark purple energies spun around them, merging with the earth vein spring's luminous net like a pair of spreading wings, guarding the companions behind them, guarding this hard-won reunion. Kane's roar echoed outside the valley, and the light of energy cannons illuminated the darkness at the entrance. But this time Lin Xiao felt no fear, because she knew she had comrades fighting side by side, bonds forged through life and death, and a flame of hope rekindled from the ruins. And this flame was enough to light the darkest abyss, enough to ignite the hardest road to redemption. The silver blue light net of the earth vein heart still flowed slowly, yet Lin Xiao's palm clutching the star core broke out in a cold sweat. Lao Mu sat on the rock by the spring, his withered fingers turning a bone needle. The firelight cast deep shadows on his face, and in his clouded eyes there seemed to lurk something darker than the abyss of the earth vein. Kai-In's energy cannon could not penetrate the earth vein barrier. AI Reich's energy detector flickered in his palm, silver blue data streams reflecting his tense profile. But they had deployed energy anchors outside the valley, slowly eroding the barrier's frequency. At most 6 hours and this place will be exposed. A Tai's prosthetic limb struck sparks against the rocks, the muzzle of his modified rifle aimed at the valley entrance. Why not take the initiative and break out? Uncle Lao Mu said there is an underground river to the east that leads to the edge of the Xingui maze. The space-time turbulence there can shake off the pursuers. Lao Mu suddenly coughed and the bone needle clattered to the ground. As he bent to pick it up, Lin Xiao's perception net caught a trace of anomaly. His energy field was fluctuating violently, not the disorder caused by asthma but the characteristic of some energy device operating inside his body, faintly echoing the frequency of Kai-In's energy anchors. Uncle Lao Mu, your body. Lin Xiao's star core grew slightly warm in her palm and dark purple light bands quietly coiled around her wrist. Is there something hidden inside? Lao Mu's movements suddenly froze, then he revealed a weary smile. When people get old there are always some problems. The energy heart Dr. Chen installed for me back then occasionally acts up. He brushed aside Lin Xiao's hand, picked up the bone needle and added a piece of firewood to the campfire. The map of the underground river is in my bag. Xiaoya, take a look and mark the escape route clearly. Just as Xiaoya was about to stand up, AI Reich suddenly pressed her shoulder. Silver blue energy spread along the girl's arm, condensing into a mirror-like light shield in her palm. On the shield's surface the outline of Lao Mu's back was clearly reflected. Beneath his clothes there was embedded a dark purple rhombus device, its edges adorned with Star Trek patterns identical to those of Kai-In's energy anchors. That's not an energy heart. AI Reich's voice was as cold as ice. He turned the light shield toward the others. It's Kai-In's living beacon, it can transmit our location in real time and also detonate. The campfire crackled and the air in the valley instantly froze. The scavengers raised their weapons one after another. The few veterans who had fled from the northern wastes with Lao Mu back in the day looked more grim than anyone else. The elder they most respected had been carrying a bomb that could explode at any moment. Have you been under Kai-In's control all along? Atai's prosthetic limb joints popped out bone blades and the muzzle of his modified rifle pressed against the back of Lao Mu's head. Were the brothers who died all sold out by you? Lao Mu slowly stood up. The device on his back suddenly lit up with red light, projecting Kai-In's holographic image onto the rock wall. The man's mechanical eye flickered with a sinister grin and the barbs on his metal arm gleamed coldly. Professor Soen never expected this, did you? The trusted undercover agent you relied on has been my pawn from the very beginning. Lao Mu's granddaughter is in my hands. How dare he disobey? In the image a little girl with pigtails suddenly appeared, locked in an energy cage, crying out for her grandfather. Lao Mu's body trembled violently. 2 streams of turbid tears rolled down from his clouded eyes, but he clenched his teeth and refused to utter a sound. In 6 hours the Earth vein barrier will explode together with the beacon. Kai-In's laughter was like rusty gears grinding. When that happens the entire Earth vein heart will collapse into the abyss and you will be buried together with the star core. The moment the image vanished, Lao Mu suddenly knocked aside Atai's rifle muzzle and thrust the bone needle fiercely toward his own chest. But the energy shield around the beacon suddenly deployed, deflecting the bone needle away. Dark purple light spread along his blood vessels, weaving a sinister collar around his neck. Don't waste your strength. Lao Mu's voice trembled with despair. This thing is connected to my heart. If I die you'll all be buried alive. He suddenly grabbed Lin Xiao and ran deeper into the valley, pointing the bone needle toward the hidden door behind the spring. Only by destroying the energy core of the Earth vein heart can the beacon be deactivated. Quick, follow me. AI Reich's energy detector screamed in alarm. Red dots on the screen were surging from outside the valley like a swarm of bloodthirsty ants. He shot a glance at Atai, condensing silver blue energy into a light chain in his palm. Take the brothers to guard the hidden door. Lin Xiao and I will follow him. The passage behind the hidden door was narrow and damp, with water droplets seeping from the rock walls glowing with fluorescence. Lao Mu led the way ahead, his steps staggering yet remarkably resolute. The beacon on his back flashed with every step, casting a flickering red shadow on the ground like a death-summoning tongue. It's just ahead. Lao Mu pointed at the beam of light at the end of the passage. The Earth vein energy there was so dense it almost solidified. The core was hidden inside the crystal pillar within the beam, and only the energy of the star core could activate the self-destruct sequence. Lin Xiao's perception net pierced through the light beam and her heart suddenly tightened. The rock walls around the crystal pillar were covered with spiderweb-like cracks and the energy field fluctuations were chaotic. This was not a naturally formed Earth vein core but an artificially dug trap. Buried in the rock layer beneath the pillar were dozens of antimatter bombs, their fuses pulsing in sync with the red light of the beacon. This is a trap. Lin Xiao suddenly grabbed Lao Mu and the light bands of the star core bound him in place. You never intended to destroy the core, you were luring us into the bomb array. A strange calm suddenly appeared on Lao Mu's face and the beacon on his back burst into blinding red light. Kai-En said that as long as I led you in he would release my granddaughter. I have no choice. He suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing the energy heart in his chest, its circuit smoking black. But I didn't obey him completely. The beacon's red light suddenly turned silver blue, resonating with AI Reich's energy. Lao Mu's body blazed like a torch ignited. Silver blue energy surged wildly through his blood vessels, condensing into a light blade in his palm, which he drove fiercely into the beacon on his back. Dar. Chen taught me that a scavenger may die but must never be a traitor. The violent explosion blasted the rocks off the passage ceiling. Lin Xiao was pinned down by AI Reich, and in her ears rang Lao Mu's final roar, run toward the crack on the left. That leads to the true Earth vein core. When the dust cleared, Lao Mu's figure had vanished beneath the collapsed rubble. Only a worn pocket watch rolled to Lin Xiao's feet. The Big Dipper engraved on the inside of the watch cover now emitted a faint silver-blue light, producing a final resonance with A.I. Reich's energy field. He used his own energy heart to rewrite the beacon's frequency. A.I. Reich picked up the pocket watch, his silver-blue pupils reflecting the pile of rubble. The bomb's detonation sequence has been disrupted, but this place won't hold for long. The antimatter bombs at the base of the pillar began to emit a piercing hum, and the cracks in the rock wall spread at a visible rate. Xiao Ye suddenly pointed to the crack on the left where the earth vein energy was forming a rotating vortex. The crack Uncle Lao Mu mentioned. The energy field is very stable, it looks like a natural passage. Lin Xiao's perception net followed the vortex, discovering that the energy field deep in the crack was indeed exceptionally pure, yet carried a kind of heart-stopping emptiness, not the fluctuation of an earth vein core but more like a secondary rift of the Xingue maze, a space-time turbulence even more unstable than the Guishu point. He knew this was a crack. Lin Xiao clutched the pocket watch, the light of the star core pulsating violently in her palm. Lao Mu deliberately led us here because only space-time turbulence can completely shake off Kaiyan's pursuit. The sound of the passage collapsing grew closer, and the hum of the antimatter bombs was almost deafening. A.I. Reich grabbed Lin Xiao and dashed into the crack, weaving a silver-blue energy barrier behind them. Whatever lies ahead, at least there is a glimmer of hope. The vortex's suction grew stronger, and Lin Xiao felt as if her body were a crumpled ball of paper, her internal organs all dislocated. In a daze she seemed to see Lao Mu standing in the blaze of the explosion, waving toward them as if bidding farewell to a group of children about to embark on a long voyage. When consciousness recoalesced, the three of them had fallen onto a patch of floating rubble. Around them were brilliant stellar orbits, countless shattered spacetime fragments drifting by, some reflecting pre-war cities, some carrying the ashes of wastelands, others wrapped in nebulae of unknown galaxies. They had plunged into the deepest part of the Xingue maze, an uncharted domain that even the star core could not locate. This is... Xiao Ye's voice trembled with fear, her energy shield flickering violently in her palm. A.I. Reich's energy detector went completely black, silver-blue energy streams flickering at his fingertips. It's a fissure of spacetime. Everything swallowed by the Xingue maze floats here. He pointed to a massive rock in the distance where a broken starship was faintly visible, its hull number corresponding to the predecessor of the Stardust. We may never find the way back. Lin Xiao's star core suddenly burst into blinding light, resonating with the Big Dipper on the pocket watch. She opened her palm and found a line of small characters engraved on the back of Lao Mu's pocket watch: "At the end of the abyss, only then will you see the starlight." The stellar orbits beneath the rubble suddenly began to rotate, forming a dark purple vortex roiling with furious energy, more heart-stopping than any danger they had encountered before. Yet at the center of the vortex a silver-blue light flickered like a lighthouse in the dark night. He had known this would happen all along. Lin Xiao clutched A.I. Reich's hand, the light of the star core flowing between them. Lao Mu used his own life to lead us into the most dangerous place, and possibly the only place where we can find the truth. Space-time fragments whistled past, carrying the clamor and silence of various eras. Lin Xiao knew that Lao Mu's sacrifice was not the end, this vortex leading to the unknown was the true trial. But as long as the starlight on the pocket watch still flickered, as long as the people beside her were still here, there was no maze they could not break through, no end they could not reach. A dark purple vortex churned beneath their feet like a slumbering colossal beast, exhaling countless shattered fragments of time and space. Lin Xiao's perception network probed into it only to feel her consciousness torn by violent energy. The images within those fragments crashed into her mind like a lantern slide: a burning scavenger camp on the northern icefield, the flickering star core model in Dr. Chen's laboratory, blood spurting from under Kane's mechanical arm, and the worn Big Dipper on Old Wood's pocket watch. The final image that froze was Eric's silver-blue pupils reflecting her panicked face. "Hold on to me." Eric's voice pierced through the roar of the temporal rift. The energy in his palm spread along Lin Xiao's arm, weaving a bridge of light between them. Xiaoya's energy shield flickered beside them, the girl gritting her teeth to maintain the barrier. The suction from the vortex below grew stronger, floating giant rocks began to disintegrate, and the wreckage of the Stardust was torn into countless specks of light. This vortex is wrong. Lin Xiao's star core burned in her palm. The dark purple ribbons intertwined with the silver-blue light from the pocket watch. Within the energy field there was a familiar fluctuation homologous to Kane's mechanical arm, but more ancient. Suddenly Eric pulled her back toward the edge of the vortex. A wall of silver-blue energy exploded in front of them. A boulder the size of a football field was falling from above, whistling as it plunged into the vortex and was instantly ground into powder. "Not homologous, same root." His voice carried a rare gravity. The core energy of the Star Trek maze and Kane's mechanical modification technology both originate from the pre-war Stardust project. Xiaoya suddenly screamed, her energy shield trembling violently. She pointed at the silver-blue light at the center of the vortex. It's expanding. And it's devouring the surrounding fragments of time and space. Lin Xiao looked down and saw the silver-blue light breathing like a living thing. Each expansion swallowed large chunks of Star Trek fragments. The vortex's rotation abruptly accelerated and the edges of the stone platform began to peel off, producing a harsh grinding sound. More terrifyingly, her perception network caught another energy. Dozens of red lights were drilling through the gaps in the Star Trek maze like venomous snakes tracking prey swiftly shuttling through the debris flow. Kane's pursuers. Although Eric's energy detector was blacked out, the light chain in his palm had sensed the familiar frequency. They followed the temporal rift's trajectory. At least 3 squads equipped with antimatter grenades. Suddenly a Tai's communication exploded in Lin Xiao's earpiece, accompanied by static and the sharp clang of metal collision. Xiaoya. Where are you? The barrier outside the valley is broken. Kane's mecha squad is clearing the Dark River passage. The communication cut off abruptly, leaving only a buzzing static. Lin Xiao's heart contracted violently. The ribbons of light from her star core instantly dimmed. She could almost see the image of a Tai's prosthetic limbs being torn apart by the mechas. Those veterans who had fled the northern icefield with Old Wood, those brothers who always said scavengers never retreat, perhaps now they were floating corpses in the Dark River. Don't get distracted. Eric suddenly grabbed her wrist, injecting silver-blue energy into her perception network. A Tai and the others can hold on. The Dark River traps Old Wood left behind are enough to slow down the pursuers. Now we have to find the true Earth vein core, or everyone's sacrifice will be in vain. His fingertips carried a familiar warmth, just like countless times in crises past, always able to steady her mind precisely. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, forcing herself to push a Tai's communication aside. The star core's light reignited, following the pocket watch's silver-blue glow deep into the vortex. In the midst of that violent energy turbulence, she finally caught a faint but determined fluctuation, like a seed buried deep in frozen soil, stubbornly emitting vitality. There. She pointed at the silver-blue light point at the center of the vortex. The true Earth vein core is hidden in the node of the temporal rift, but to get there we must cross this debris belt. The debris belt was filled with countless twisted slices of time and space. Some were burning city ruins, flames forever frozen in the moment of explosion. Some were frozen star shipwrecks, the crew's bodies still wearing expressions of terror before death. The most dangerous were the white glowing time traps. Once touched, one would be sucked into an unknown time rift, possibly aging into dry bones in an instant or turning back into a crying infant. Eric stuffed the pocket watch into Lin Xiao's pocket. Silver-blue energy formed a cocoon of light around him. I'll lead the way. You follow. Xiaoya, use your light shield to protect our flank. Be careful to avoid the white traps. The 3 leaped into the vortex. Star Trek fragments rained down like hailstones. Eric's light blade drew silver-blue arcs before him, cleaving the incoming metal wreckage in 2. Xiaoya's light shield spun like a mirror, reflecting the burning slices of time. Lin Xiao's perception network, like an invisible web, warned of every hidden trap in advance, the star core's ribbons trailing behind her like a dark purple comet. 30 meters ahead left. Strong energy reaction. Lin Xiao suddenly shouted. Her perception network caught a familiar frequency, Kane's energy anchors, and not just one. Like buoy chains, they were piercing through the time-space fragments, firmly locking onto their position. Eric abruptly turned his light blade, slashing toward that seemingly empty area. With a piercing boom, the phantoms of 3 energy anchors emerged from the fragments. The silver-blue light blade collided with the dark purple energy, erupting in a blinding flash. Tracking anchors. Eric's voice was breathless. Kane has set a net in the temporal rift. These anchors can lock onto our energy fields and also detonate the surrounding fragments. Before his words faded, the struck energy anchor exploded. The violent shockwave instantly flung the surrounding time-space fragments away. Lin Xiao was slammed backward by a tremendous force, about to crash into a burning city slice. The flames there carried intense time energy, and the slightest touch would incinerate her instantly. Lin Xiao. Eric's roar pierced the roar. He broke free of Xiaoya's light shield cover in an instant, his silver-blue energy turning into a lightning bolt, catching her wrist a second before she hit the flames. The immense inertia sent them tumbling through the air. Lin Xiao's back slammed into a sharp metal fragment, and the pain made her vision go black. Eric held her tightly, using his own back to block the subsequent shrapnel impacts. The light on his cocoon dimmed visibly. Are you alright? His voice sounded in her ear, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xiao opened her eyes and saw his silver-blue pupils, bloodshot blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and dripping onto her face, carrying a rusty taste. "I'm fine." She raised her hand to wipe away his blood but found her own palm was bleeding too. Dark red droplets fell on the star core, causing ripples in the dark purple ribbons. "Your cocoon. Don't worry about it." Eric suddenly kissed her forehead, the motion quick yet tender. "Remember, no matter what happens you must find the Earth vein core. Only there can the star core fully awaken. That's the last clue. Dr. Chen left. Lin Xiao's heart sank. She knew him too well. This sudden tenderness often meant farewell. "What are you going to do?" She clutched his sleeve, the star core's ribbons frantically wrapping around both their arms as if trying to prevent separation. Eric didn't answer. Instead he pulled a silver-blue energy crystal from his pocket and stuffed it into hers. "This is my energy source backup. It can sustain your perception network in the temporal rift." His fingertips gently brushed her cheek, the gesture tender as if touching fragile starlight. "Xiaoya, take her away." Xiaoya suddenly burst into tears. "Brother Eric. Are you staying? Those energy anchors are still chasing. Only by destroying their energy source can you reach the core safely." Eric's light blade reignited, this time with a resolute intensity. "I'm Kane's old foe. I know his energy frequency best. Remember, the activation code for the Earth vein core is the Big Dipper on Old Wood's pocket watch. Align the star core's light with the seventh star." He suddenly pushed Lin Xiao away and his silver-blue light blade turned into a torrent, charging toward the densest area of energy anchors. "Go!" His roar carried the last of his strength. "Tell Dr. Chen I found the answer she wanted." Lin Xiao watched helplessly as his figure was swallowed by the red light of countless energy anchors. Those silver-blue lights struggled and flickered in the crimson tide like dying sparks before extinguishing. She wanted to rush forward but Xiaoya held her tightly. "Sister Lin Xiao. We can't let him down." The girl's cry was filled with despair. "Brother Eric did this for us." The silver-blue light point at the center of the vortex suddenly flickered violently as if echoing Eric's energy. In Lin Xiao's pocket the energy crystal began to heat up, resonating with the Big Dipper on the pocket watch. She stared in the direction where Eric had disappeared. The red light there was expanding in explosions, and the silver-blue glimmer like a candle flame blown out by a gale was dimming bit by bit. "Eric." Her voice choked and tears finally broke through the dam. All the words hidden in her heart, all the feelings she had wanted to say but never did on countless nights of fighting side by side, now clogged her throat, turning into scalding tears. She remembered the first time she met him in the ruins of the northern icefield. He wore a tattered energy battle suit, silver-blue energy dancing at his fingertips, smiling as he said, "Scavengers never walk alone." She remembered in Dr. Chen's lab when he was injured by Kane's mechanical arm, protecting her, blood dripping onto the star core, awakening the dormant energy for the first time. She remembered by the spring of the Earth vein heart he used energy to heat a can of food for her, saying, "When this is over I'll take you to see the real stars." Those ordinary moments had long been etched into eternity in her heart. "He's still alive." Xiaoya suddenly pointed at the edge of the red light. There a faint silver-blue light was flickering like a star sinking into the deep sea. "His energy field is still there. We still have a chance." Lin Xiao lifted her head abruptly. The star core's ribbons burst into unprecedented brilliance in her palm. She wiped away her tears, clutched the energy crystal and pocket watch in her pocket, and her voice, though hoarse from crying, was exceptionally resolute. "Let's go. To the Earth vein core." The two charged toward the silver-blue light at the center of the vortex. The surrounding time-space fragments grew denser, burning frozen twisted images flashed by like a historical documentary playing in reverse. With the energy crystal boosting her perception network to its limit, Lin Xiao evaded one deadly trap after another. The star core's ribbons like a guiding beacon firmly locked onto the direction of the core. Just as they were about to reach the silver-blue light point, a familiar figure suddenly emerged from the fragments, Kane's holographic projection suspended above the time-space rift, his mechanical eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. "What a touching farewell." The man's voice sounded like a rusty saw scraping. "Too bad none of you are going anywhere." Around the projection dozens of antimatter bombs materialized, their fuses red lights pulsing in sync with the Earth vein core's fluctuation. Professor Thorne's granddaughter Dr. Chen's prized student, and that traitor Eric. Kane's mechanical arm spread open in the projection barbs gleaming coldly. "Burying you all here will eliminate the last loose ends of the Stardust project." Lin Xiao's star core suddenly burned intensely, the dark purple ribbons intertwining with the pocket watch's silver blue light into a web. She finally understood the meaning of the inscription on Old Wood's pocket watch. At the end of the abyss the starlight appears. The so-called Earth vein core was not a physical entity at all, it was the connection point between the star track maze and the Earth vein energy, the only stable anchor in the temporal rift. You will never obtain the star core. Lin Xiao's voice was cold as ice. The star core's ribbons condensed into a dark purple light blade before her, strikingly similar to Eric's. Old Wood taught us with his life that scavengers can be killed but never conquered. Then let's die together. Kane's projection burst into mad laughter. The antimatter bombs will detonate along with the Earth vein core. The temporal rift here will scatter your ashes across the universe. As his words ended, the projection began to flicker, the red light in his mechanical eyes becoming unstable. Lin Xiao's perception network caught a familiar energy, Eric's light blade. He was frantically attacking the core of the energy anchors outside, trying to cut off Kane's control over the bombs. Now! Lin Xiao shouted to Xiaoya. The star core's light blade slashed toward the time-space rift. Use your light shield to protect the core node. Xiaoya's light shield instantly expanded, shielding the silver blue light point in the center. Lin Xiao leaped into the rift, the Big Dipper on the pocket watch glowing in her palm merging with the star core's ribbons. She aimed at the position of the seventh star and poured all her energy into it. The dark purple light collided violently with the silver blue light. The node of the Earth vein core suddenly erupted with blinding radiance like a newborn star. The fuses of the surrounding antimatter bombs went out. Kane's projection let out a terrified howl before dissolving into countless specks of light. The rotation of the temporal rift began to slow. The violent fragments gradually stabilized, forming a brilliant star ring around the core. Lin Xiao's consciousness started to blur under the impact of the energy. She knew she had succeeded, but Eric was still outside, still in that debris belt flooded with red light. Eric, she murmured, her body losing strength, beginning to fall toward the star ring beneath the core. Just as she was about to plunge into the star ring, a hand glowing with silver blue energy suddenly caught her. Lin Xiao opened her eyes and saw Eric's face before her. His battle suit was covered in cracks, blood still seeping from the corner of his mouth, but in his silver blue pupils reflected a tenderness brighter than starlight. I told you scavengers never walk alone. He smiled, his voice weak but carrying a reassuring strength. Lin Xiao threw herself into his arms, tears streaming again, this time with the scalding heat of reclamation. You idiot. She pounded on his back, feeling his real warmth and heartbeat. You promised to take me to see the stars. I didn't forget. He held her tight, his chin resting on her hair. When we get out, we'll go to the end of the star track. The stars there shine brighter than anywhere else. Xiaoya's cheer came from beside them. The girl's light shield was carrying them, slowly descending onto the star ring around the core. In the distance, the red lights of Kane's pursuers were dissipating in the temporal rift, completely devoured by the stabilized energy field of the Earth vein core. Lin Xiao looked up at Eric's silver blue eyes and finally spoke the words she had held too long. Eric, I. Her words were interrupted by his sudden kiss. This kiss carried the taste of gunpowder, the warmth of blood, the resolve and cherishment of crossing life and death, gentle and firm in the center of the brilliant star ring witnessed by countless time-space fragments. I know. He pulled back his forehead against hers, his voice soft as a whisper but clearly reaching her heart. Me too. The turbulence of the star track maze gradually calmed. The silver blue light of the Earth vein core and the dark purple light of the star core intertwined into a web, weaving a beautiful cocoon of light around them. In the distance, a Tai's communication suddenly rang again, carrying intermittent joy. Sister Lin Xiao. Brother Eric. Are you still alive? Great. We held the Dark River exit. Kane's mechas have been repelled. Lin Xiao and Eric exchanged a smile, their eyes reflecting each other's figures and the boundless starlight. They knew this was not the end. The secrets of the Stardust Project, the forces behind Kane, and the truths hidden in the time-space rift still awaited them. But at this moment they only wanted to hold each other's hands tightly, feeling the warmth that had crossed life, death and time. Because they understood that as long as they had each other and the starlight in their hearts never faded, no abyss too deep, no maze too perilous could stop them from moving forward. Beyond the star ring, the true starry sky was slowly unfolding like a freshly painted scroll, waiting for them to write a new chapter. When the turbulent currents of the star track maze finally subsided, the silver blue glow of the geomantic core was spreading at a visible rate. Lin Xiao lay on the edge of the star ring, peering downward. The temporal fragments that had once raged and spun now moved like tamed fish drifting slowly along the light tracks, paving a resplendent path into the abyss. Eric's energy field resonated with the core. Silver-blue filaments crept along the star ring, condensing in his palm into a diamond-shaped crystal, a shard stripped from the wreckage of the energy anchor, its edge engraved with Star Trek patterns that faintly echoed the Big Dipper on Old Moo's pocket watch. Kane's energy anchor used the discarded technology of the Stardust Project. Eric handed the crystal to Lin Xiao, his fingers still trembling. But this modification process for a living beacon is at least a decade ahead of the samples we captured in the Northern Territory. He must have had help. The moment Lin Xiao's fingertips touched the crystal, the star core burned fiercely. Dark violet light bands crawled up her wrist, searing a spiral of markings onto the crystal's surface, not Kane's energy encoding but some ancient star map identical to the symbols on the incomplete Stardust Project manuscripts in Dr. Chen's lab. This is a jump coordinate. She suddenly recalled Dr. Chen's dying whispers, the old man clutching her hand and repeating, the terminus of Stardust is not in the geomantic vein but in the mirror zone of the abyss. Xiaoya abruptly pointed at the abyss beneath the star ring, where the temporal fragments were rearranging themselves like countless puzzle pieces assembling into a colossal silhouette. Look! The fragments are moving. The girl's light shield flickered in her palm, silver-blue energy reflecting the trajectory of the fragments. They're forming a ship. Lin Xiao and Eric leaned over simultaneously, their hearts constricting. The floating metal debris, twisted energy conduits, and even the scorched starship insignia were slowly being welded together by the geomantic core's gravity. On the fractured bow plaque, the characters for Stardust were rusted but still recognizable, preserving the sharp edges of the original. It's the complete Stardust. Eric's voice trembled with disbelief. Legend says its core engine fell into the abyss when it disintegrated in the time-space vortex. Before he could finish, the star ring shuddered violently. On the wreckage of the Stardust, the rusted conduits began to glow red, resonating eerily with the silver-blue light of the geomantic core. Lin Xiao's perception net instantly caught the danger signal. Those red lights were not the sign of energy startup but a warning of some hibernation program being activated, its frequency identical to that of an antimatter bomb's fuse. Kane knew the Stardust was here all along. Lin Xiao clenched the crystal in her palm, the star core's light bands swirling wildly around her. He didn't want to blow up the geomantic core, he wanted to use our energy to trigger the Stardust's self-destruct sequence. Before her words faded, the Stardust's wreckage suddenly detonated. Not an explosion of sound but countless red beams burst from deep within the debris like a giant net cast over the entire star ring. Eric's energy shield instantly expanded, shielding Lin Xiao and Xiaoya in the center, but those red beams penetrated the shield, spreading rapidly along the star ring's patterns. Wherever they passed, the silver-blue geomantic energy twisted and darkened. It's parasitic energy. Eric's face turned deathly pale. He looked at his arm. The silver-blue glow there was being devoured by red light, and dark purple web-like patterns emerged under his skin. Kane used the living beacon technology to modify the Stardust's engine. This energy will parasitize all living organisms it contacts, remotely controlling our actions. Xiaoya suddenly screamed. Her light shield shattered into countless motes in her palm. Around her neck a ring of red light had coiled, moving toward her heart along the veins. I can't control my energy anymore. Her pupils glowed red and the energy at her fingertips started attacking the surrounding star ring uncontrollably. Lin Xiao's star core burst with blinding light. The dark violet bands slashed through the red light around Xiaoya's neck like blades. But the severed red light did not dissipate, instead it transformed into countless small snakes burrowing into the ground through the cracks of the star ring, leaving sizzling burn marks on the rocks. Old Moo's pocket watch. Eric shouted, pointing at the silver-blue glow peeking from Lin Xiao's pocket. The Big Dipper pattern can interfere with parasitic energy. Lin Xiao immediately pulled out the watch and infused it with the star core's energy. Silver-blue light surged from the Big Dipper pattern on the inner side of the watch, forming a light wall on the star ring. The red light that tried to approach crashed into the light wall, emitting a piercing shriek before dissipating into wisps of black smoke. But at the edges of the wall the silver-blue glow was being eroded by the red light bit by bit, like a receding tide on a beach. It won't hold long. Sweat beaded on Eric's forehead. The dark purple patterns on his arm had spread to his shoulder. The parasitic energy is absorbing the geomantic core's power to grow stronger. We must find the Stardust's main control room and shut down the self-destruct program. Lin Xiao's perception net extended along the Stardust's wreckage, catching a faint but stable energy fluctuation at the bridge, the unique encryption frequency of the Stardust Project's core database of frequency DR. Chen had repeatedly simulated in her perception training. It's in the main console of the bridge. She pointed to the tallest mast of the Stardust wreckage where the metal structure, though twisted, still outlined the shape of the bridge. But the passage there is completely blocked by red light and... Her voice trailed off as her perception net detected another familiar energy, the signal from a tie's prosthetic, intermittent and mixed with metallic friction coming from the Stardust's lower deck. A tie is still alive. Eric's eyes lit up instantly. Ignoring the spreading patterns on his arm, he condensed silver blue light into a blade in his palm. We'll split up. I'll go to the lower deck to find a tie and you take Xiaoya to the bridge to shut down the program. The watch's light wall can hold for 10 minutes. We must meet up before that. Lin Xiao grabbed his wrist and the star core's light bands wrapped around his arm, temporarily driving back the dark purple patterns. I'll go to the lower deck with you. Her voice was resolute. I'm more familiar with the frequency of parasitic energy and... She looked at the spreading patterns on his shoulder, leaving the rest unsaid. She could no longer let him face danger alone. Eric was about to argue when Xiaoya pointed at the Stardust's flank. There the red light was forming a spinning vortex, its energy fluctuation exactly matching Kane's mecha troops. They're coming. The girl's voice choked with tears. She condensed the last of her energy into a light spear in her palm. Go. I'll hold the light wall here. No. Lin Xiao immediately refused. The parasitic energy will control your body. You can't. Lin Xiao sis. Xiaoya suddenly raised her voice. The red light around her neck flared again, but she forcibly suppressed it with her own energy. Old Mu said a scavenger never fights alone. If you don't leave now, everyone will be buried here. The star ring's tremors grew more violent and the silver-blue glow of the geomantic core flickered unsteadily. Eric glanced at Xiaoya, then at Lin Xiao. A flash of resolve passed through his silver-blue pupils. 5 minutes. He grabbed Lin Xiao and charged toward the lower deck of the Stardust. Signal me with the star core when you reach the bottom and I'll come get her. The passage to the lower deck was a rusted metal pipe, its inner walls covered with vines formed of red light. Those vines writhed as if alive, constantly extending thorns to stab at the two. Lin Xiao's star core light bands led the way, her dark violet blades severing vine after vine. But the severed vines immediately recombined on the ground, growing even denser. They're replicating. Eric's shield deflected a vine dropping from above. His breathing grew rapid, the dark purple patterns on his shoulder now climbing his neck. The parasitic energy can reproduce through division. We must speed up. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered Dr. Chen's notes. The parasitic energy of the Stardust Project originated from an alien life form that feared high-frequency sound waves. She immediately tuned the star core's energy to a resonant frequency, and the dark violet light bands let out a sharp hum in the pipe. The vines indeed began to tremble violently. The red light rapidly receded, revealing a gray-white body beneath, like withered vines that had lost their moisture. It's working. Eric's eyes lit up. His own energy joined the resonance, and silver-blue light interwove with the dark violet in the pipe, forming a net. Wherever they passed, the vines withered and shattered. The two sped through the pipe. On the surrounding metal walls, markings of the Stardust Project began to appear, hand-drawn star maps, engine parameters, and even crew graffiti, like a forgotten diary recording the ship's former glory. Lin Xiao's perception net followed a tie's signal, and at the hatch at the end of the passage she detected familiar fluctuations, not just a tie but at least 5 other scavengers' energy fields, faint but still resisting the erosion of parasitic energy. They're inside. Lin Xiao stopped at the hatch. The star core's light bands swept over the metal wall, revealing that the lock had been melted by energy, but the concentration of parasitic energy inside was high. A tie and the others might already be. Eric didn't wait for her to finish, his light blade cleaved through the hatch. As the thick smoke cleared the scene before them, made both gasp. The compartment was filled with the bodies of scavengers, each with a red ring around their neck, dark purple web-like pattern spreading under their skin. A tie was leaning against the corner, his prosthetics gun barrels still aimed at the door. His chest heaved rapidly, the red light around his neck moving slowly, but the light in his eyes remained sharp. You came. A tie's voice was hoarse like sandpaper. Seeing the patterns on Eric's neck, he let out a bitter laugh. Looks like none of us can escape. Lin Xiao rushed over and pressed the watch against a tie's neck. Silver blue light spread from the watch, forcing the red light back half an inch. Old Mu's watch can suppress parasitic energy. She pulled a spare energy crystal from her pocket and inserted it into Atai's prosthetic energy slot. Hold on, we'll shut down the self-destruct program soon. Eric suddenly pointed at the surveillance screen in the corner of the compartment. On it the red light flickered, showing the bridge. Xiaoya was bound by countless red lights before the main console. Her light shield shattered, her pupils deepening with red and her fingers uncontrollably pressing toward the self-destruct confirmation key. Xiaoya. Lin Xiao's heart leaped into her throat. The star core's light bands pulsed violently in her palm. We have to go to the bridge now. Atai suddenly grabbed her wrist, his prosthetic's metal fingertips whitening with effort. Don't go. It's a trap. He coughed blood, pointing at a shadow in the corner of the screen. Kane's men. We're already hiding in the bridge's ventilation ducts. They're waiting for you. Before he finished, the surveillance screen exploded. Countless red beams burst from the screen's wreckage, spraying into the compartment like a fountain. Eric's energy shield expanded instantly but was jarred violently by the red light. Lin Xiao's perception net caught the danger signal. The frequency of these red beams was 10 times stronger than those encountered before, mixed with a neurotoxin that could instantly paralyze a living being's energy center. Go. Eric suddenly shoved Lin Xiao out of the hatch. Silver blue light blazed around him. I'll draw them away with my energy. Go save Xiaoya. Lin Xiao was pushed into the passage by a tremendous force. When she looked back, the hatch had closed behind her. Eric's silver blue light exploded inside the compartment, clashing with the red light in a shower of sparks. Atai's roar, the blast of energy, the shriek of metal, all came from behind the door like blunt knives slicing into her heart. Eric. She tried to cleave the hatch with the star core's light bands, but the lock had been welded shut by energy. The dark violet blade struck the metal, leaving only shallow scratches. The light inside the compartment gradually died down, leaving only the red light flickering. Lin Xiao's perception net penetrated the metal door, catching only Eric's faint energy field wavering like a candle in the wind. Tears welled up again, but she clenched her teeth, refusing to make a sound. She couldn't let his sacrifice be in vain. Wait for me, she whispered to the hatch, then turned and sprinted toward the bridge. The star core's light bands trailed behind her, a long streak of dark violet mingled with a barely perceptible thread of silver blue. The path to the bridge was even more perilous than the lower deck. In the corridors of the Stardust, the red light had solidified into creatures clad in metal shells, their eyes glowing red, their arms sharp energy blades, each step leaving scorch marks on the floor. Lin Xiao's perception net anticipated their movements in advance. The star core's light blade turned into flowing light in her hand, each swing sending up a cascade of sparks. But the parasitic energy grew denser, surging from both sides of the corridor like a tide, forcing her into a narrow corner. Lin Xiao's energy was running low. The star core's light bands grew dim. She leaned against the cold metal wall, gasping, watching the red light monsters close in. Despair crept over her heart like icy seawater. Just then a bone blade flew from the shadows of the corner, piercing the red light core of the nearest monster with pinpoint accuracy. The monster dissolved into black smoke. Atai staggered out from the shadows, one of his prosthetic arms broken, his chest soaked with blood, but his modified rifle still aimed ahead. What are you standing there for? Atai's face was smudged with soot, but he grinned. Eric said a scavenger never leaves a comrade behind. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. How did you? He used his energy to create a barrier for me, drawing most of the red light away himself. Atai's voice dropped. He pointed to the watch around his neck, the silver blue light still flickering. That kid. Always loves to show off. Back to back, Lin Xiao's star core light bands and Atai's rifle cut a bloody path through the enemies. This time Lin Xiao's movements were even more fierce. On the star core's light blade the trace of silver blue grew more prominent, as if someone else's energy was fighting alongside her. Finally the bridge door appeared ahead. Lin Xiao's perception net penetrated the metal door, detecting Xiaoya's faint energy field along with 3 energy signals hidden in the ventilation ducts. Kane's elite guards, their energy field stable and cold, clearly waiting for the prey to walk into the trap. I'll draw their attention. Atai suddenly pressed an energy grenade into Lin Xiao's hand. You sneak through the ventilation duct straight to the main console. Remember, the emergency shutdown code for the self-destruct program is the Big Dipper coordinates on Old Mu's watch. It can only be activated by inputting the star core's energy. Lin Xiao clenched the grenade, looking at Atai's broken prosthetic. She remembered when he first got it, Old Mu had patted his shoulder and said, a body of iron must also have a soft heart. She suddenly understood the true meaning of the inscription on Old Mu's watch. The starlight at the end of the abyss never referred to a place but to the souls that remain steadfast in the darkness. Take care. She nodded to a tie and slipped into the nearby ventilation duct. The duct was thick with dust and cobwebs. Lin Xiao crawled forward, the star core's light bands casting a faint glow to light the way. Through the gap in the vent the bridge came into view. Xiaoya was bound by red light before the main console, her eyes completely covered in red, her fingertip hovering over the self-destruct confirmation key just 1 inch away. 3 elite guards in black battle armor stood around her, their energy rifles aimed at the door, clearly waiting for Lin Xiao to walk into the trap. Lin Xiao's heart raced. She quietly armed the energy grenade, setting a 3-second delay. Just as she was about to throw the grenade, a metallic scraping sound came from above the ventilation duct. A silver-blue hand suddenly reached down from above and covered her mouth. Lin Xiao's pupils contracted. She looked up and saw Eric's face. His face was covered with wounds, one eye veiled in dark purple from parasitic erosion, but the other eye's silver-blue glow was brighter than ever. Shoo! He made a silencing gesture, his voice hoarse but carrying a hint of a smile. I told you, a scavenger never walks alone. Lin Xiao's tears surged again, but she bit her lip hard, refusing to make a sound. She saw the hole in his chest where energy was slowly leaking. She saw the dark purple patterns that had nearly reached his heart. She suddenly understood how he had escaped the compartment. He had used his own energy core as bait, detonating the compartment's backup engine to blast a way out. Eric pulled half a piece of energy crystal from his pocket and pressed it into her hand, then pointed to the other end of the ventilation duct, indicating she should circle around to the back of the main console. He himself gripped his light blade, his eyes burning with determination, clearly intending to draw attention from the front. Lin Xiao clutched the energy crystal and shook her head. She wound the star core's light bands around his arm, the dark violet intertwining with his silver-blue energy, temporarily suppressing the spreading patterns. Together. Her voice was soft but unyielding. Eric looked at her, a trace of tenderness flashing in his silver-blue pupils, quickly replaced by resolve. He nodded, his light blade brightening in his palm. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and tossed the energy grenade out of the vent. It exploded at the feet of the elite guards, the silver-blue shockwave knocking 2 of them off balance. Eric seized the moment, leaping from the vent, his light blade aimed at the throat of the remaining guard. Grab her! The guard who had been knocked down roared, his energy rifle leveling at Lin Xiao as she emerged from the duct. Lin Xiao's star core light bands unfurled, instantly blocking the energy bullets midair. She charged toward the main console, her star core blade severing the red light binding Xiaoya. The girl's body slumped limply, the red light in her pupils slowly receding, but her fingers still uncontrollably reached for the confirmation key. Input the shutdown code now. Eric's voice rang out. His light blade was deflected by an enemy's energy shield and a deep gash opened across his chest, revealing bone. Sparks burst from the metal walls of the Stardust's bridge as energy impact struck, and just as Lin Xiao's star core blade severed the last crimson vine, Eric was forced to the edge of the console by 2 elite guards. His silver-blue energy shield was riddled with cracks, and the dark purple patterns on his left arm had already crawled past his elbow. Every swing of his sword was accompanied by uncontrollable tremors. Eric. Lin Xiao's star core suddenly grew scorching hot, and dark purple ribbons of light shot out like living serpents, coiling around one guard's neck. The red light writhed in agony within the ribbons but was seared into ash by the star core's energy. Taking advantage of the moment, Eric cleaved another guard's energy rifle in 2, and as his light blade pressed against the man's throat, he was seized by a violent coughing fit. Dark purple blood spattered onto the console, causing the flickering red lights to surge instantly. The parasitic energy inside him was spreading wildly through the gaps of his coughs. Shut down the program. Eric roared as he kicked the guard away, his light blade piercing the man's chest in a backhanded thrust. Don't worry about me. Lin Xiao lunged to the console, and star core ribbons of light raced frantically along the circuits. The countdown on the screen had jumped to 0612, and the reverse-encoded dark purple cables pulsed violently in the energy hub like a poisonous chrysalis about to break out. She suddenly recalled the Star Trek patterns on the inside of Old Mu's pocket watch. Those seemingly chaotic silver-blue lines now perfectly matched the circuit layout of the console. It's the Star Trek frequency. Lin Xiao snatched the watch and pressed it against the console screen. Silver-blue light seeped into the circuits along the dial's pattern. The reverse encoding's frequency is exactly opposite to the 3rd star of the Big Dipper. We need to make the star core simulate the resonance of the 7th star. Eric staggered over and poured his silver-blue energy into the pocket watch. The 2 lights interwove above the console into a spiral stream of radiance. When the rotation speed of the light stream fully synchronized with the pulsation of the star core, the dark purple cables suddenly emitted a piercing hum and the patterns on their surface began to crawl in reverse. It worked. Little Ya's cheer had barely begun when the bridge lurched violently. Outside the viewport, the black hole at the abyss point was expanding at a visible rate, and the silver-blue light of the terrestrial core was being swallowed by the darkness like a candle flame swept away by a gale. The stardust is breaking apart. Eric's energy detector screamed in alarm. The data streams on the screen showed that the wreckage of the stardust was being torn apart by the black hole's gravity. The reverse encoding had triggered a chain reaction of energy, and the entire Star Trek maze was collapsing. Before his words faded, a metallic tearing sound came from beneath the console. A dark purple energy pipe burst, spewing scalding parasitic energy that instantly coiled around Lin Xiao's ankle. The dark purple patterns crept up her calf, bringing a piercing numbness. "Don't move." Eric's light blade severed the pipe in a flash, and silver-blue energy wrapped around Lin Xiao's ankle, forcing the patterns back. But that momentary delay caused the black hole's gravity to surge abruptly. The starboard bulkhead of the bridge collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the violent temporal rift like an invisible hand seized half the bridge. A Tai's severed limb flew out through the gap in the bulkhead, and the prosthetic, which had always remained clenched in a fist, flickered one last time before plunging into the black hole. Lin Xiao's heart felt as if it were being squeezed by that prosthetic. The star core ribbons erupted uncontrollably, forming a temporary barrier at the gap in the bulkhead. "There's an escape pod over here." Little Ya suddenly pointed to a corner of the bridge where a metal hatch, though rusted, still bore the recognizable emergency escape symbol. Eric grabbed Lin Xiao and dashed toward the escape pod. The numbness from the parasitic energy was still spreading through her calf. He suddenly bent down and lifted her horizontally, silver-blue energy coalescing under his feet into light rails to avoid the falling pipes from the ceiling. "Hold on to me." Lin Xiao wrapped her arms around his neck, her nose brushing against his blood-stained battle armor. The dark purple patterns had already climbed to his jawline, but near his heart they were firmly locked by a ring of silver-blue light, the final line of defense he had set with his energy core. "You knew this would happen all along, didn't you?" Lin Xiao's voice trembled as her fingertips traced the patterns on his jaw. "You deliberately let the parasitic energy corrode your left arm just to figure out its frequency." Eric paused mid-step, the lines of his profile softening in the red light. "Dar. Chen once said the best way to deal with a virus is to become the host yourself." As the escape pod's hatch was split open by the light blade, the black hole's gravity suddenly intensified to its extreme. The entire bridge began to warp at a visible rate. The console screens went completely black except for old Moo's pocket watch, which stubbornly emitted a silver-blue glow amidst the chaos. "Take it." Lin Xiao grabbed the watch and shoved it into Eric's chest. Star core ribbons coiled around his wrist, creating a resonance with the silver-blue light at his heart. "Your energy core is about to give out, use the watch's frequency to stabilize it." The escape pod's engines roared to life with a piercing howl like a dying beast. Eric pushed Lin Xiao and Little Ya inside the pod, but he himself stood at the hatch, his light blade aimed at the energy valve on the bulkhead. He was going to manually sever the connection lock between the pod and the stardust. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiao lunged to the hatch, star core ribbons tightly wrapping around his waist. "Come with us. The pod's energy can only support 2 people." Eric's light blade had already pierced the energy valve, silver-blue energy spreading along the valve opening. "The parasitic energy has breached my defenses. If I stay here I can detonate the remaining energy core and buy you time to escape." He lowered his head and kissed her forehead, the motion as light as a falling snowflake. "Remember to look at the stars. The position of the 7th star, I marked it on the back of the watch." Lin Xiao's tears burst forth and the star core ribbons erupted with unprecedented brilliance, forcibly dragging him into the escape pod. As the hatch closed behind her, Eric looked on in astonishment. She pressed the star core against his chest, dark purple ribbons and the watch's silver-blue light interwove, madly condensing into a dual-colored light shield over his heart. "Dar. Chen also said," Lin Xiao's voice choked with tears, but was resolute. Scavengers never leave their companions behind. The escape pod wrenched free from the stardust's wreckage, shooting like a bullet toward the edge of the abyss point. Through the viewport, Lin Xiao saw the stardust's energy core explode inside the black hole. The silver-blue light briefly tore through the darkness like Eric's last smile to her. After an unknown time, the trembling of the escape pod gradually subsided. Lin Xiao helped Eric sit up. If the dual-colored light shield on his chest was still flickering, and though the dark purple patterns had not completely faded, they had stopped spreading. The pocket watch slipped from his chest. On its back a set of star track coordinates was engraved perfectly matching the seventh star of the steel star chart. "Where are we?" Lilia rubbed her eyes and woke up, then suddenly pointed at the viewport and exclaimed, "What is that?" Lin Xiao turned her head and her heart nearly stopped. The escape pod was floating in a brilliant nebula with countless star tracks swirling around like ribbons of light. At the center of the nebula a giant crystal steel radiated a silver-blue glow. The Big Dipper pattern on its top resonated powerfully with the pocket watch. "It's the primordial land." Eric's voice was weak and hoarse. He took Lin Xiao's hand and silver-blue energy seeped into her star core through her fingertips. "The anchor point Dr. Chen mentioned, it's this steel." The escape pod descended slowly onto the plane before the steel. Lin Xiao helped Eric step down. The ground shimmered with a mother-of-pearl luster and each step awakened dormant star track patterns. The dark purple patterns on the steel slowly lit up under the star core's illumination, casting a complete star map on the ground. At the end point the seventh star glimmered with interwoven silver blue and dark purple light. The truth of the Stardust Project. Lin Xiao gazed at the countless habitable planets marked on the star map and suddenly understood. It's not conquest, it's migration. Dr. Chen and the others had long discovered that the Wasteland would completely collapse within a century. The Stardust's true mission was to find a new home for humanity. Eric suddenly coughed and he clutched the light shield on his chest where the silver-blue light was weakening. Lin Xiao immediately pressed the star core against his chest. The dark purple ribbons merged with the light shield, steadying his breathing. "The parasitic energy is still here." Eric smiled bitterly as he held her hand. "It's bound to my energy core. Unless what?" As Lin Xiao pressed for an answer the steel suddenly trembled violently. The seventh star on the star map burst with blinding light and a silver-blue pillar of light shot up from the steel's peak, enveloping the escape pod, the Steely and the three of them. Lin Xiao's perception network extended infinitely within the pillar of light, suddenly capturing a familiar energy. The frequency of Old Moo's pocket watch, the frequency of Eric's energy core, the frequency of the star core, and even the residual energy of those who had sacrificed themselves, all resonating within the light pillar. "It's resonance." Eric's eyes lit up. He pointed to the seventh star on the star map. "The steel can absorb all homologous energy. If we make the parasitic energy's frequency merge into it, it can be completely purified." He suddenly moved the star core away from his chest, allowing the dark purple patterns to rapidly crawl toward his heart. Lin Xiao cried out and tried to stop him, but he pressed her shoulders. Silver blue energy flowed through his arm into her star core, instantly dyeing the dark purple ribbons with silver. "Trust me." Eric's silver blue pupils shone brightly in the pillar of light. "Our energies are already bound through the star core. The parasitic energy's frequency is now inside you too." Lin Xiao instantly understood his intent. She raised the star core toward the light pillar at the steel's peak. The dark purple and silver blue interwoven ribbons climbed along the pillar, synchronizing the parasitic energy's frequency within Eric's body to the steel. The dark purple patterns receded rapidly from Eric's chest like sand traces washed away by a tide. His complexion gradually regained color and silver blue energy began to flow around him, once more pure than ever before. When the last trace of dark purple vanished from his neck, the steel suddenly burst with light like the sun. All the stars on the star map lit up simultaneously, transforming into countless streams of light rushing toward the distant nebula. Lin Xiao's perception network extended along the light streams and she saw countless habitable planets at their ends, some covered in verdant forests, some surrounded by blue ocean, some rising with twin moons, each waiting for new inhabitants. "They're navigating." Little Ya's voice was filled with awe. She pointed to the direction of the light streams. "The steel is guiding all the surviving scavengers." Lin Xiao turned to look at Eric. He was gazing into the depths of the nebula, his silver blue pupils reflecting the starry sky. Sensing her gaze, he turned his head, his smile as clear as when he was young. "Remember the promise of the terrestrial core." He extended his hand to her and silver blue energy condensed into a tiny star in his palm. "Now how about we go see the real stars?" Lin Xiao took his hand and the star core's ribbons danced joyfully between them. In the distant nebula the first scavenger ship was sailing along the light stream and the Big Dipper emblem on its hull shone brilliantly under the starlight. She knew this was not the end. Those who had sacrificed, those shattered memories, those redemptions that traverse time, all would become coordinates on the star tracks guiding them toward a new home. And the man beside her, the one who smiled and said a scavenger never walks alone, would accompany her, turning every blank star chart into a warm journey home. Starlight fell upon their clasped hands like countless unspoken promises echoing softly in the silence of the cosmos. When the morning mist of Qinglan's star had not yet dissipated, Eric's energy detector suddenly emitted a series of urgent beeps. He was crouched at the edge of a crystal vein recording data with silver-blue energy coalescing into thin filaments of light at his fingertips, carefully touching the crystal clusters on the vein's surface. Hearing the alarm, he jerked his head up only to see a string of glaring red waveforms jumping on the detector screen, perfectly matching the erosion frequency of stardust spores. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiao's voice came from behind as she carried a bundle of herbs she had gathered, her skirt hem still wet with morning dew. The star core at her chest was faintly warm and the dark purple light bands twitched uneasily, a reaction only when danger was sensed. Eric aimed the detector deeper into the vein and the waveforms on the screen instantly became dense. "The energy field of the vein is contaminated. It's the frequency of stardust spores, but 10 times stronger than what we found in the valley. They've formed an energy network in the vein spreading toward the settlement like blood vessels." Lin Xiao's perception network probed into the vein and her heart suddenly tightened. The black filaments lurking in the crystal crevices were now writhing in the direction of energy flow, weaving a vast web deep within the vein with a faint red light pulsing at its center, identical to the energy frequency of Kane's mechanical arm. "It's Kane's energy anchor," her voice trembled. He hid the remnants of his mechanical arm in the deepest part of the vein, using it as the core of the spore network, constantly producing new spores. Before she finished speaking, a Tai's roar suddenly exploded from the communicator. "Sister Lin Xiao. Something's wrong at the medical tent. Those black patches suddenly started glowing. Xiao Bei and the others are like they're controlled by something running toward the vein." When they rushed back to the settlement, they saw a dozen spore-infected scavengers stumbling northwest. Their eyes rolled white, the black patches on their faces glowed with an eerie red light, and they repeated the same phrase, "The abyss. Go home." It was the spores manipulating their consciousness. Eric grabbed a struggling scavenger, injecting silver-blue energy into the nape of his neck to temporarily knock him unconscious. "Kane wants them to return to the vein and become nutrients for the spore network." Lin Xiao's star core light bands covered Xiao Bei's forehead, dark purple light traveling along his blood vessels trying to suppress the glowing patches. But this time, the moment the star core's energy touched the patches, it was repelled by a powerful force. Xiao Bei's body suddenly convulsed violently and dark purple blood foam spilled from the corners of his mouth. "Can't force it." She withdrew the light bands, her fingertips trembling slightly. "The spore network has already bonded with their nerves, forcibly purifying it would tear their consciousness apart." Suddenly a loud explosion came from the direction of the distant vein, followed by a slight tremor in the ground throughout the settlement. Eric's detector went into a frenzy of alarms, with red waveforms on the screen reaching their peak. Kane activated the resonance mode of the energy anchor. He wants the spore network and the energy field of the vein to explode simultaneously, turning the entire Qinglan star into a replica of the stardust. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled the star atlas on the back of Old Mu's pocket watch, where a line of tiny symbols was inscribed next to the seventh star. Dar. Chen's manuscript had mentioned that was the stardust suppression frequency. She pulled out the pocket watch, infused the star core's energy into the pattern of the seventh star, and a silver-blue light spread along the watch face, condensing into a thin filament of light in the air. "Follow this light." She shoved the watch into Eric's hand, and the star core light bands coalesced into a sharp blade of light in her palm. "It can guide us to the core of the energy anchor. Only by using the stardust suppression frequency can we completely shut down the spore network." Eric gripped the watch tightly, his silver-blue energy resonating with the light filament. "What about you?" "I'll go stop the controlled companions." Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the staggering figures, her voice exceptionally firm. "The star core's energy can temporarily interfere with the spore's control signals, buying you time." She turned and charged toward the controlled scavengers, the star core light bands spreading around her, dark purple light diffusing like ripples. The scavengers, touched by the light, stopped in their tracks, the red light on their faces flickering, and a trace of clarity appeared in their eyes. "Xiao Bei. Look at me." Lin Xiao grabbed the young man's shoulders, the star core light bands gently covering his patches. "Think of the time Uncle Old Mu taught you to read the star atlas. Think of the starry sky of the Northern Territory. Don't be fooled by those things." Xiao Bei's pupils contracted violently, the red light of the black patches flickering on and off. He clutched his head in agony, letting out a beastly roar from his throat, and finally collapsed to the ground with a cry. The patches on his face remained, but the red light had completely extinguished. Following the light filament of the pocket watch, Eric rushed deep into the vein. The farther he went, the denser the black filaments on the rock walls became. These filaments writhed as if alive, occasionally thrusting out spikes at him, but they were all deflected by the silver-blue energy shield. When he reached the deepest cavity of the vein he finally saw the familiar mechanical arm, the remnants of Kane's left arm embedded in the crystal clusters, its surface covered with a thick layer of black spores, each pulse causing the entire cavity to tremble. Right on time, traitor. Kane's holographic image suddenly appeared above the mechanical arm, a mechanical eye flickering with a sneer. Your energy frequency is the key to activating the final program. Once you get close, the entire spore network will resonate with Qinlan Star's core. Eric ignored his provocation. The silver-blue light filament of the pocket watch condensed into a light cone in his palm, precisely piercing the energy interface of the mechanical arm. When the light cone fully entered, he suddenly injected all his silver-blue energy into the watch. This was the last resort left by Dr. Chen, using pure stardust energy as the key teeth to turn the lock cylinder of the suppression frequency. The mechanical arm suddenly emitted a piercing shriek, the black spore layer on its surface receding like a tide, revealing the metal skeleton covered with Star Trek patterns. Kane's image flickered violently, his voice filled with unprecedented panic. No. How do you know this method? Because you will never understand. Eric's voice was as cold as ice, silver-blue energy forming a cocoon of light around him. Scavengers not only fight but also remember every piece of wisdom left by those before us. When the last strand of silver-blue light was injected into the mechanical arm, the entire vein suddenly erupted with blinding light. The black filaments instantly lost their vitality, falling off the rock walls like withered vines, turning into harmless dust. Back at the settlement, the black patches on all the scavengers began to fade. Xiao Bei could even sit up, staring in amazement at the disappearing patterns on his arms. When Lin Xiao rushed into the vein cavity, she saw Eric slumped beside the crystal clusters. His face was pale, his silver-blue energy nearly depleted, but the light in his eyes was exceptionally bright. The remnants of the mechanical arm had lost their luster, lying quietly among the crystal clusters like a piece of true bone. You did it. She crouched beside him, the star core light bands gently covering his chest, replenishing his energy. Eric took her hand, his thumb caressing the star core pattern in her palm, and suddenly smiled. Remember what we said on the Stardust? To see the real starry sky together. Lin Xiao's eyes grew hot. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Ya's urgent voice came through the communicator. Sister Lin Xiao. Come back quickly. Strange symbols have grown on the rock wall at the entrance of the vein. Identical to the star atlas patterns on the stone tablet. The two exchanged a glance and stood up simultaneously. Eric grabbed the detector and aimed it at the mechanical arm remnants. Suddenly a new set of waveforms appeared on the screen, not the erosion frequency of spores but a stable star track code completely homologous to the crystal stone tablet of the primordial land. This isn't the remnants of a mechanical arm. Lin Xiao's perception network probed into the depths of the crystal clusters, her heart tightening. It's a signal transmitter. When Kane destroyed the Stardust, he deliberately let it fall with the code of the stone tablet. The real purpose was never the spores. Before she could finish, the rock walls of the vein cavity suddenly lit up. Countless Star Trek patterns spread from the crystal clusters, forming a complete star atlas on the rock walls, more complex than the stone tablet of the primordial land, with over a dozen unknown star domain coordinates marked on the edges, each coordinate engraved with the same symbol, the abyss. Eric's detector suddenly projected a video, not Kane's hologram but the figure of Dr. Chen. The old man stood in the laboratory of the Stardust, smiling bitterly at the camera. If you're seeing this recording, it means the Stardust spores have been purified and the coordinates of the abyss have finally come to light. Remember, Qinlan Star is just a transit point. The true abyss is the endpoint of all spacetime rifts. The image suddenly switched to a chaotic nebula with a dark purple planet floating in its center, its surface wrapped in silver-blue light bands, looking remarkably like Lin Xiao's star core. That is the core star of the abyss, Xian Yuan. Dar. Chen's voice carried a heavy weariness. The ultimate secret of the Stardust project is hidden there, but guarding it is something far more terrifying than Kane. When the image faded, the star atlas on the rock walls began to rotate. The coordinates of Xian Yuan at the center burst into blinding light, casting a spiral beam of light in the cavity identical to the beam from the stone tablet of the primordial land. Lin Xiao looked at the beam and the star core suddenly grew intensely hot, the dark purple light bands resonating powerfully with the beam. She suddenly understood. Kane had not left a spore trap, he had left a key to the abyss. From the very beginning his goal was to make them actively activate the coordinates of Xian Yuan. He's using us. Eric's voice was cold, silver-blue energy recondensing in his palm. Destroying the spore network was just a decoy. What he really wanted us to do was open the passage to Xian Yuan. From outside the vein came a Tai's shout, his voice filled with terror, "Sister Lin Xiao. The sky. The sky is splitting." The two rushed out of the vein. Looking up they saw the sky of Qinglan's star cracking open from the center with a pitch-black rift within which churned dark purple nebula, countless star tracks rolling like torn silk. The beam projected from the rock wall resonated with the rift, pulling more and more nebula into Qinglan's star's atmosphere. Xiao Bei ran over holding a piece of purified crystal. The spots of light refracted by the crystal in the sunlight fell on the rift, causing ripples on the nebula at its edge. "Sister Lin Xiao. This crystal seems to react with the rift in the sky." Lin Xiao's star core light band suddenly pointed into the depths of the rift. In that chaotic nebula she caught a familiar energy, homologous to old Mu's pocket watch but millions of times more powerful, like a sleeping giant being awakened by the beam. She gripped Eric's hand, silver blue and dark purple light intertwining between them. In the distance the scavengers in the settlement were gazing up at the rift in the sky, their faces etched with awe and fear. And deep within the rift a faint red light was slowly brightening, like an eye-opening gazing through the gap in spacetime at this new home that had just escaped crisis. "It seems we haven't reached the point of peacefully watching the stars yet." Eric's voice carried a note of helplessness, but he tightened his grip on her hand. Lin Xiao stared at the unknown rift, the star core's light bands pulsing more urgently in her palm. She knew that Kane's conspiracy was just the tip of the iceberg. The even more terrifying existence Dr. Chen mentioned the secrets of Xian Yu on the endpoint of the abyss. Countless mysteries were unfolding before them like the nebula in the rift. The wind of Qinglan's star blew past carrying the fragrance of grass and trees but could not dispel the oppressive feeling brought by the rift in the sky. Under the sunlight the star atlas on the rock wall continued to rotate, the spiral pattern in the beam seeming to guide a journey that must be undertaken. On the third night, when the sky of Qinglan's star split open, Lin Xiao finally discerned the outline deep within the rift through the resonance of the star core. It was not a naturally formed nebula but a floating graveyard of countless starship wrecks. On the rusted hulls the stardust emblem flickered in the dim purple light, identical to the scene when the return to Void Point collapsed. At least 50 stardust-grade wrecks. Eric's energy detector pressed against the rock wall, the three-dimensional projection on the screen slowly rotating, clearly revealing the layout inside the rift. They were arranged in a pattern of star orbits like a natural barrier guarding the Shenyuan star at the center. Lin Xiao's perception net extended along the light beam into the rift, and a sharp sting suddenly shot through her fingertips. In the gaps between the wrecks she captured tens of thousands of energy signals, not the frequencies of machinery but the heartbeat of living beings, weak yet tenacious, like imprisoned souls beating against their cages. "They are the early crew of the Stardust Project." Her voice trembled. The light bands of the star core condensed into tiny threads of light in her palm, climbing upward along the light beam. Dr. Chen's manuscript mentioned that the first crew to explore the return to Void never returned. Before she could finish, Xiaoye suddenly rushed into the cave holding a crystal. "Lin Xiao. Look at this." The girl's light shield flickered around the crystal, casting refracted light spots onto the star map on the rock wall. "The light of the crystal can move the symbols on the star map. I accidentally touched it just now and the coordinates of Shenyuan star suddenly jumped to the position of the seventh star." As the light spot touched the star map the entire cave trembled violently. The cluster of wrecks in the rift suddenly began to move like gears pushed by an invisible hand, opening a narrow passage through the dark purple nebula straight toward the silver-blue light band on the surface of Shenyuan's star, perfectly matching the color of Lin Xiao's star core. "It is the key." Eric grabbed the crystal and silver-blue energy seeped through his fingertips. Inside the crystal, star orbit patterns identical to the old wooden pocket watch suddenly emerged. These crystals are not native minerals of Qinglan's star. They are energy crystals from the Stardust ship hidden here by Dr. Chen in advance, waiting for those who can activate them. As his words fell, a low rumble suddenly echoed from the depths of the rift. A half-sunken starship wreck drifted slowly along the passage, its broken bow facing the settlement of Qinglan's star. The rusted hatch creaked in the dim purple light like a gaping maw. Lin Xiao's perception net tensed instantly. Inside that wreck lurked a familiar yet unfamiliar energy field of the same origin as Kane's mechanical arm, but carrying a more ancient fluctuation, like a giant beast awakening after a century of slumber. "It is inviting us." Eric's detector pointed at the wreck's hatch and the energy waveform on the screen suddenly became docile, or rather luring us. 3 days later the repaired northern star hovered at the edge of the rift. The scavengers stood on the deck gazing at the slowly drifting starship wreck, their faces etched with unease. A Tai carried the last box of energy crystals onto the ship, the metallic fingertips of his prosthetic limb glinting coldly in the sunlight. Are we really going in? That thing looks like a coffin. We must go. Lin Xiao stroked the Big Dipper emblem on the ship's rail, the light bands of her star core resonating with the light beam in the rift. In the silver-blue light band of Shenyuan's star lies the method to purify all remaining stardust spores. The markings on Xiao Bei and the others are still there. Only by finding it can we truly be safe. Eric stood at the cockpit calibrating the star map coordinates. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, he turned and smiled, and Dr. Chen's projection mentioned that Shenyuan's star holds the ultimate secret of the Stardust Project. We can't let the Elder's efforts rot forever in the return to void. As the northern stars slowly entered the hatch of the starship wreck, everyone held their breath. The interior was more spacious than imagined, rusted pipes crisscrossing like ribs, puddles on the floor reflecting the dim purple light distorting everyone's shadows. Energy reading stable. Xiao Ye's light shield flickered in her palm, illuminating the path ahead. But the time flow here seems off. The detector shows we've been traveling for 10 minutes, yet my wristwatch says only 3. Lin Xiao's perception net extended along the passage, capturing abnormal folds of time and space deep in the wreck, like an enlarged version of the star orbit maze where every step might lead into a different time stream. She suddenly stopped before a bulkhead covered in scratches, her fingertips tracing the very depths of the marks. They are messages from the crew. The energy residue in the scratches was activated by the star core, projecting blurred images into the air. Several crew members in white uniforms huddled behind the bulkhead, staring in terror at the end of the passage, muttering repeatedly about the Guardian, the star core container, the gatekeeper of the return to void. At the end of the image, an old man with gold-rimmed glasses suddenly turned to the camera, his face bearing a striking resemblance to Dr. Chen. He raised a dark purple crystal, identical to Lin Xiao's star core, and his voice trembled with despair. If you see this, it means the gatekeeper has awakened. Remember, don't trust its eyes. The true power of the star core. The image was cut off by an explosion, and the scratches on the bulkhead suddenly oozed dark purple liquid, spreading like blood through the puddles. Eric's detector screamed in alarm, a string of red warnings flashing on the screen. High-intensity time-space distortion detected. 10 minutes until a space-time storm forms. Just as everyone prepared to retreat, a silver-blue light suddenly flared at the end of the passage. The light was gentle as water flowing through the gaps of the pipes. Where it passed, the rusted metal began to regain its luster, the puddles turned clear, reflecting everyone's youthful features, the way the scavengers looked back on the Northern Star before the war, before the escape, with only the stars in their eyes. So beautiful. Xiao Ye instinctively walked toward the light, her light shield dimming in her palm. It feels like going home. Don't go. Lin Xiao's star core suddenly grew hot, and the light bands instantly wrapped around Xiao Ye's wrist. It's an illusion. It's reading our memories, luring us with the most desired scenes. Snapped back by the light bands, Xiao Ye jolted awake, and her light shield burst into a blinding glare. In the flash of light, the silver-blue glow at the end of the passage twisted into countless eyes densely plastered on the bulkhead, their pupils flickering with the same silver-blue hue as Shenyuan's star. The gatekeeper. Eric's light blade ignited in his palm, the silver-blue energy clashing fiercely with those eyes. The Guardian, in Dr. Chen's projection, these are the things. The eyes suddenly emitted a piercing shriek, transforming into countless silver-blue threads of light hurtling toward the group. A Tai's prosthetic instantly expanded into a shield, blocking the light threads midair, but the metal surface quickly became covered in cobweb-like cracks. The threads were devouring energy. They feed on energy. A Tai's roar was laced with pain, the temperature of his prosthetic rising sharply. Including our life energy. Lin Xiao's star core light bands suddenly erupted, forming a dark purple barrier in the passage. The moment the light threads touched the barrier, they recoiled as if encountering a natural enemy, curling into balls of light on the bulkhead. It fears the star core. Eric grabbed Lin Xiao's wrist and raised her hand toward the end of the passage. Or rather, it needs the star core. The light bands of the star core spread along the passage, and the curled light balls trembled violently, coalescing into a massive figure in the air, a humanoid form composed of countless silver-blue light threads, featureless except for a core pulsing in its chest identical to that of Shenyuan's star. Descendant of the Suoan family. The figure's voice sounded directly in everyone's minds, carrying an ancient echo. Finally, a new star core container has arrived. Lin Xiao's heart tightened. Suoan family. You knew my grandfather. Professor Suoan was the first star core container. The figure's light threads flowed slowly, projecting a full view of Shenyuan's star in the air, it was not a planet at all but a massive time-space machine with the silver-blue light bands as its energy conduits. He created me but feared my power imprisoning me here with the wrecks of the Stardust ship. The image suddenly switched, showing Professor Suan's laboratory. The old man was implanting a star core into the young Lin Xiao, his face etched with pain and resolve. He knew the Stardust project would spiral out of control. The figure's voice carried mockery, so he hid the key to closing the return to void inside his own granddaughter's body. The northern star suddenly shuddered violently and Xiaoya's exclamation came through the communicator, "The starship wrecks outside are moving. They're reforming into a barrier. We're trapped." The figure's core suddenly brightened. "Now the time for choice has come. Become my new container and I can close the return to void forever, turning Qinglan's star into a true paradise. Or..." Its light thread suddenly pointed at Eric's silver blue energy, condensing into a sphere of light on his chest. Inside was Eric's memory. As a child he wept over his parents' bodies in the snow of the northern star, surrounded by fragments of the Stardust project. Or let him become the new gatekeeper like me, waiting forever in the return to void for the next star core container. Lin Xiao's star core light bands pulsed violently, and in her perception net her grandfather's voice suddenly sounded, not an illusion but a memory residue buried deep in the star core. "The power of the star core is not destruction nor imprisonment but balance. The true purpose of Shenyuan's star is to neutralize the time-space turbulence of the return to void, not to be anyone's cage." She suddenly understood. Her grandfather implanted the star core into her not to make her a container but to make her a key, capable of both activating and destroying Shenyuan's star. "I choose a third option." Lin Xiao's light bands suddenly wrapped around the figure's core, dark purple light intertwining wildly with the silver blue threads. "Close the return to void and free you as well." The star core erupted with unprecedented brilliance, illuminating the entire starship wreck like daylight. The figure's light threads trembled violently, emitting a painful roar in the mind. "Impossible." Professor Suan said no one could master both the star core and Shenyuan. What he didn't say. Lin Xiao's voice was firm as iron, and the dark purple light band suddenly connected with Eric's silver blue energy, forming a spiral stream of light. "Is that scavengers never fight alone?" The light stream poured into Shenyuan's star through the figure's core, and the starship wrecks in the rift began to explode violently. Not the roar of destruction but the restructuring of disintegration. They transformed into countless silver blue light bands flowing like rivers into the energy conduits of Shenyuan's star, slowly halting the massive time-space machine. The rift of the return to void was slowly closing, the dark purple nebula gradually dissipating, revealing the azure sky of Qinglan's star. The figure's silhouette gradually became transparent in the light, finally turning into a silver blue crystal that fell into Lin Xiao's palm. "So. This is balance." As the northern star burst out of the starship wreck, everyone looked back. Shenyuan's star was contracting, eventually becoming a bright star suspended in the ruins of the return to void like an eternal lighthouse. Lin Xiao clenched the silver blue crystal in her palm, the light bands of her star core resonating gently with it. She knew this was not the end. The light of Shenyuan's star, though stabilizing the return to void, had also sent a signal into the universe. The secrets of the Stardust project and the return to void would eventually be known by more. Eric walked up to her, pointing toward Qinglan's star, where the settlement was rising with wisps of cooking smoke like a warm pearl. "At least now we can truly look at the stars." Lin Xiao nodded with a smile, but suddenly noticed that inside the silver blue crystal a new star map faintly appeared, marked with over a dozen unfamiliar star regions, each with a small Big Dipper emblem beside it. The communicator of the northern star suddenly blared with an unfamiliar frequency, carrying intermittent cries like scavengers from countless different time and space, sending out distress signals. She held the crystal up to the sunlight, the light projecting new star orbits onto the deck through the crystal. Lin Xiao and Eric exchanged a glance, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. The path of the scavengers was indeed still long. But this time their sails were guided not only by the Big Dipper but also by the light from Shenyuan's star, illuminating the uncharted territories yet to be explored. The northern star turned, heading toward the new star map coordinates. Qinglan's star shrank behind them, becoming a speck of dust in the universe, while the sea of stars ahead unfolded like a canvas waiting to be painted, slowly opening before them. The engine's hum of the northern border was particularly piercing in the lifeless silence of the star sea. Lin Xiao pressed against the porthole, watching the star of Shenyuan's star shrink into a faint glimmer in her vision, yet the dark violet light band of the star core pulsed restlessly in her palm. Ever since leaving the abyssal rift, this inexplicable throbbing had never ceased, as if an invisible thread was being pulled ever tighter. 7 more star domains to reach the new coordinates. Eric handed her a warmed, nutrient-packed silver blue energy flickering at his fingertips, dispelling the chill of the star sea. "The detector shows a silent nebula ahead. All energy signals will be blocked." We need to prepare for manual navigation. Lin Xiao took the nutrient pack, her gaze falling upon the silver-blue crystal at the center of the cockpit. It was the core left by the guardian of Shenyuan star. For 3 days it had hovered above the console, the star map patterns on its surface shifting every hour as if transmitting some encrypted information. Suddenly the crystal trembled violently. On the newly emerged star map the position of Qinglan star was marked with a crimson cross. What's happening? Xiao Ya's light shield flickered in her palm as she tried to stabilize the crystal's tremor. The coordinates of Qinglan star. Before she could finish, the northern border abruptly plunged into a viscous dark violet nebula. All instruments went dead instantly, the engine's hum ceased abruptly. The ship drifted slowly through the nebula like a fly trapped in syrup. Lin Xiao's perception network expanded violently only to be viciously repelled by the energy turbulence within the nebula, sending a tearing pain through her mind. It's a time-space congestion zone. Eric's voice carried an incredulous horror. He gripped the shaking console tightly. This kind of nebula only appears at the edges of temporal rifts, which means we've been forcibly dragged into. His words were cut off by a jarring screech of metal. The hull of the northern border was suddenly struck with immense force. The alloy plating on the bulkhead instantly dented, exposing the sparking wires beneath. A Thai raised his modified rifle and rushed behind the hatch, the barrel of his prosthetic aimed outward. It's a wrecked ship. Looks like a reconnaissance vessel of the Stardust. Lin Xiao steadied herself against the wall and moved to the porthole, her heart tightening. The starship that had collided with them was indeed a Stardust-class reconnaissance vessel, but it was at least 30 years older than the models in the database. The rusted hull bore the designation, Stardust 07, torn by bullet holes, and on the deck stood a dozen figures in tattered uniforms, their energy weapons trained on the northern border. Their energy fields. Lin Xiao's perception network penetrated the nebula, capturing the frequencies of those figures, and she gasped sharply, they're the original crew of the Stardust project. How could they? The hatch of the reconnaissance vessel suddenly opened and a figure in a black cloak drifted out. Not using a flying craft but as if borne by the nebula's gravity, his feet hovering half a foot off the deck. On the wrist exposed beneath the cloak was a silver watch of the same design as Old Wood's heirloom. The little girl of the Suan family. The cloaked figure's voice was raspy as sandpaper. He pulled back his hood, revealing a face wrinkled yet unnaturally youthful, the left side smooth skin, the right side covered in metallic prosthetics with silver blue light flickering in his pupils. I've finally waited for you. Lin Xiao's star core suddenly burned out of control, the dark violet light band surging uncontrollably toward him. But the cloaked figure did not dodge, letting the light band coil around his wrist. The metallic prosthetic on his right side suddenly glowed, resonating intensely with the light band. Grandfather's star core frequency. Her voice trembled, her finger pointing at his metallic prosthetic. Who are you? How do you have his residual energy? I am Alan, the first assistant of Professor Suan. The cloaked figure raised his metallic hand, the star orbit pattern on his palm identical to that of Shenyuan star's core. And also the captain of Stardust 07. 50 years ago we were sent to explore the abyss, but were trapped in this nebula by your good grandfather. His metallic pupils suddenly turned to Eric, the silver blue light sharpening. Including your father Eric. He was the mechanic of Stardust 07 back then, personally injecting the abyss energy into my prosthetic. Unexpected, isn't it? Your father's murderer is actually your grandfather's accomplice. Eric's light blade sprang from its sheath, instantly silver blue energy exploding in the cabin. You're lying. My father was killed by the rebels of the Stardust project. Rebellion. Alan burst into laughter, the metallic prosthetic emitting a sizzling electric sound. That was a lie fabricated by Professor Suan. He discovered that the abyss could freeze time, so he deliberately left us here, feeding our life energy to Shenyuan star. He pointed toward the reconnaissance vessel's hold, where dozens of humanoid forms lay in the shadows, not corpses but crew members solidified by the nebula's energy, their skin youthful, their eyes hollow as black holes. See? They've been alive like this for 50 years. And I can still speak because I've transformed half my body into an abyss energy container, just like this little girl beside you, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's star core suddenly ached violently and countless fragmented memories flooded her perception network. Alan and her father debugging equipment in the Stardust 07's lab, Professor Suan standing in the shadows with a cold smile holding a crystal similar to the star core, the abyss rift suddenly opening, dragging the entire vessel into the nebula, her grandfather's voice echoing in the communicator. For the future of humanity, I'm sorry to put you through this. These memories. She crouched, clutching her head, dark violet blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Are they grandfather's memories stored in the star core? It's a gift he deliberately left. Alan's metallic hand suddenly pointed toward Xianyuan's star where the star was slowly dimming. He knew Xianyuan's star's energy was nearly depleted, so he used the star core as bait, letting you activate a new energy source, that is us in this nebula. Now Xianyuan's star is absorbing our life energy. Within 3 days all the time stagnation here will be lifted and will instantly age and die. As for Qinglan's star. His metallic pupil suddenly projected an image of Qinglan's star. The sky there had already split open, the abyss nebula devouring the grassland, scavengers scattering like ants, Xiao Bei's body rapidly rotting in the residual energy of the stellar spores, his face frozen in terror. It has already begun. Alan's voice carried a cruel smile. Once Xianyuan's star completes its energy charge, all planets that have ever connected to the abyss will be devoured. Your grandfather's plan back then was to purify the entire universe with abyss energy, including you inferior humans. Eric suddenly pressed his light blade to Alan's throat. How do we stop this? Simple. Alan's metallic hand caressed Lin Xiao's star core, silver blue energy intertwining with the dark violet light band. Use the star core's energy to detonate Xianyuan's star. The abyss energy will reverse flow and all devoured planets will be restored. But the price? His gaze swept across the porthole of the northern border. Suddenly countless faces emerged in the nebula, scavengers of Qinglan's star, crew of Stardust 07, and even Old Wood and Dr. Chen. Their eyes were all fixed on Lin Xiao as if silently pleading. The star core will shatter completely and you will become part of the abyss energy, forever trapped in this nebula. Alan's metallic prosthetic suddenly grabbed Lin Xiao's wrist, pulling her toward the reconnaissance vessel's hatch. Or come back with me to Stardust 07. We have a way to extract the star core's energy, saving your life while keeping Xianyuan's star running, at the cost of Qinglan's star and those scavengers. The northern border shuddered violently again. Xiao Ya's panicked voice came through the communicator. Sister Lin Xiao. The light of Xianyuan's star has vanished. The rift over Qinglan's star is expanding. Atai says. He can already see the abyss nebula. Lin Xiao looked up toward the direction of Qinglan's star. The rift there was like a gaping maw, and the dark violet nebula was surging out through the crack, staining the grasslands with an eerie hue. Xiao Bei raised the purified crystal, trying to block the nebula with its light, but was sent flying by the energy wave. His small figure arced through the air like a leaf blown off by the wind. Choose, little girl. Alan's metallic prosthetic emitted a seductive glow. Save those scavengers you've known for only a few months, or save your own life and avenge us, the wrongfully imprisoned souls of 50 years. Eric suddenly grabbed Lin Xiao's other hand, silver blue energy flowing into her star core through his arm. Don't listen to him. Dr. Chen said the abyss energy can be balanced. There must be another way. Another way. Alan suddenly pointed at Eric's chest where the energy core was glowing, resonating with the engine frequency of Stardust 07. Unless you're willing to transform yourself into an abyss container just like your father did back then. But your father only lasted 3 months before becoming a living corpse. How long do you think you can last? Lin Xiao's star core light band suddenly coiled around both their wrists, simultaneously forming a vortex of dark violet light in the cabin. She looked into Eric's silver blue eyes, then toward the falling figure of Xiao Bei in the direction of Qinglan's star. Suddenly she recalled the words engraved on the back of Old Wood's pocket watch. The starlight at the end of the abyss is lit by countless lives. I choose the third option. Her voice was eerily calm, and the star core's light bands suddenly burst with blinding radiance, repelling Alan's metallic prosthetic. Xianyuan's star is not an energy source, it's a balancer. Grandfather mistook it for a weapon. I'm going to restore it to its original form. The star core's light band spread along the circuits of the northern border, creating a reverse resonance with the core of Xianyuan's star. Alan's metallic prosthetic began to convulse uncontrollably. In the hold of the reconnaissance vessel, the solidifed crew started to slowly melt, their skin aging at a visible rate, revealing white bones. What are you doing? Alan's scream was laced with terror. This will make the abyss energy go completely out of control. Its balance. Lin Xiao's body gradually turned translucent. The dark violet light bands merged with the silver blue light of Xianyuan's star, forming a massive hourglass in the nebula. The time flow of the abyss will reverse. Your 50 years of imprisonment will become 50 years of rebirth. Xianyuan's star will reabsorb the abyss's turbulence. And Qinglan's star. She took one last look at Eric, the star core's light reflecting his tear-streaked face. Tell Xiao Bei I found the 7th star of the Big Dipper for him. The northern border was suddenly thrust out of the nebula by a tremendous force. Eric rushed to the porthole, watching Lin Xiao's figure dissolve into countless specks of light merging into the hourglass's pillar of light. Xianyuan's star reignited brighter than before. The rift over Qinglan's star was closing. Xiao Bei was caught by a Tai cheering as he raised the crystal. Alan and the crew of Stardust 07 gradually regained their youth in the nebula. Their vessel flew out of the abyss along the pillar of light heading toward a new star domain. Alan's metallic hand glinted in the sunlight as if in a salute. Eric's light blade clattered to the floor. Silver blue energy coalesced in his palm into the form of Lin Xiao. The communicator crackled with a Tai's shout, "Brother Eric. Qinglan's star is safe. Where's Sister Lin Xiao?" He didn't answer. He just stared at the fading hourglass of light deep within the nebula. Though the star core had shattered, he could sense that Lin Xiao's energy had not vanished. Instead, it had transformed into a barrier between the abyss and Qinglan's star, like an eternal starlight guarding the home she had redeemed with her life. The northern border slowly sailed toward Qinglan's star. Eric's fingertips gently brushed the console where a small dark violet mark now appeared on the star map at the position of the seventh star. He knew this was not the end. Lin Xiao had built a bridge between the abyss and reality with the fragments of her star core. One day he would find a way to cross that bridge. Until then he would guard this starry sky for her, protect the smiles she had bought with her life. On the grasslands of Qinglan's star, Xiao Bei raised the crystal in triumph. The sunlight refracted through the crystal, casting a phantom of the Big Dipper across the sky. A Tai clapped him on the shoulder and laughed, the metallic joints of his prosthetic gleaming in the sunlight. Only Eric knew that at the seventh star of that phantom a faint dark violet light flickered gently in the starry sky like an unspoken promise. When the flesh cocoon atop the energy tower suddenly trembled with a sound like a baby's cry, AI Reich's light blade was stuck in the joint of the third spore thread. Silver blue energy spread along the blade but was corroded by the dark purple mucus oozing from the spore thread, forming delicate patterns. Floating within that mucus were the faint glimmers of star core fragments, like Lin Xiao's agonized gaze. "Brother AI Reich. Left rear." Xiao Bei's shout had barely fallen when several spore threads suddenly shot out from the cracks in the tower, their tips glowing with an ominous red light piercing straight toward AI Reich's back. He spun around and swung his blade, but in the instant of collision the spore threads firmly entangled the light blade and the silver blue energy rapidly dimmed as if absorbed by a sponge. "They are evolving." Xiao Ye's light shield exploded midair, deflecting another wave of incoming spore threads. The girl's arms were covered in fine wounds and the purifying energy of the crystal was weakening. Just detected. They have begun to devour the residual consciousness within the star core fragments. AI Reich fought to sever the spore threads entangling his blade, his peripheral vision catching sight of the cocoon center, the star core fragment that was flickering violently, the once continuous dark purple light belt now broken and intermittent like a candle flame about to go out. Lin Xiao's voice suddenly exploded in his mind, laced with a tearing pain. AI Reich. They are gnawing on my memories. Stop them. Before the words faded, the flesh cocoon abruptly contracted, the spiral patterns on its surface spinning rapidly, and a dark purple flower bloomed at its apex. The petals unfurled layer by layer, revealing a curled figure inside, the silhouette of Lin Xiao, but entangled by countless spore threads, the star core patterns on her skin being peeled away bit by bit, exposing the pale flesh beneath. Lin Xiao. AI Reich's light blade erupted with unprecedented radiance. He charged upward along the shaking energy conduit, silver blue energy condensing into light rails beneath his feet. "Hang on. I'm coming. Don't come close." Lin Xiao's voice was choked with tears. Her figure suddenly trembled violently as the surrounding spore thread swelled as if stimulated. "They've taken me as a new host. If you come near you'll be entangled too. The antimatter. The antimatter is about to go out of control." AI Reich's wrist suddenly throbbed with pain. The brand of the Big Dipper was burning hot, resonating wildly with the star core fragment inside the cocoon. He saw clearly. Within the spore threads binding Lin Xiao not only were there star core fragments but also countless tiny red light points burrowing along the filaments toward Lin Xiao's heart. It was Cayenne's residual parasitic energy. It's Cayenne's backup plan. AI Reich's light blade stabbed into the tower body in reverse, forcibly cutting off the energy supply to the spore threads. He had already injected the parasitic energy into the spores. He wants to be reborn through your body. Lin Xiao inside the cocoon suddenly let out a piercing scream. Her eyes were instantly covered by a red glow and the corners of her mouth curled into a sneer identical to Cayenne's. "Finally. I've waited for this day. The body of the Sorn family truly the best vessel. Get out. AI Reich's silver blue energy surged into the cocoon along the conduits, his light blade spinning like a gyroscope in his palm, precisely severing the spore threads heading toward Lin Xiao's heart. Just as the light blade touched the red light suddenly burst into dazzling brilliance, flowing backward along the blade and climbing onto AI Reich's arm. Black markings spread visibly identical to the parasitic patterns on the stardust from years ago. AI Reich. Lin Xiao's consciousness suddenly regained control. Her figure struggled fiercely, tearing off several constricting spore threads, dark purple blood droplets falling along the strands, sizzling white smoke on the cocoon's surface. Don't worry about me. The antimatter will explode in 10 minutes. Take Xiao Bei and the others and go. If we go together. Enduring the searing pain in his arm, AI Reich carved a circular incision on the cocoon's surface with his light blade. Back then you dragged me into the escape pod, today I'll pull you out of this damn thing. His light blade suddenly stuck at the incision. The inner wall of the cocoon had grown countless tiny barbs, each connected to the light belts of star core fragments. With the slightest force, Lin Xiao's figure would tremble and dark purple blood foam would seep from the corners of her mouth. AI Reich. Lin Xiao's voice suddenly grew faint, her figure's outline turning translucent. They are absorbing my consciousness. If this continues, even if you save me, I'll become an empty shell with no memories. From below, A Tai's roar suddenly rang out. Brother AI Reich. Look down. Look down. AI Reich looked down, his heart clenching. The base of the energy tower was collapsing. Countless spore threads surged from the ground, climbing upward like a tide, and wherever they passed, the silver blue light of crystal veins dimmed rapidly. Even the grasslands of Qinglan Star began to turn ashen gray. Xiao Bei was supporting the tower with a purifying crystal, his knees already on the ground. The crystal's glow was as faint as a firefly, and black markings had climbed past his elbow. The crystal can't hold much longer. A Tai's prosthetic arm transformed into a shield, desperately blocking the spore swarm charging at Bei Bei. The tough man's back was torn and bloody from the spore threads. Give me 3 more minutes. I can blast a path. No need. AI Reich suddenly fixed his gaze on Lin Xiao's figure inside the cocoon, a decisive glint flashing in his silver blue eyes. I have a way. He suddenly drove his light blade into his own arm. Silver blue energy gushed out from the wound, forcing the backward flowing red light back half an inch. The brand of the Big Dipper suddenly burst into light, achieving perfect resonance with the star core fragment inside the cocoon. He was using his own energy to forcibly awaken Lin Xiao's devoured memories. Remember. Lin Xiao. AI Reich's voice was hoarse, the pain in his arm darkening his vision. The starry sky over the northern frontier. The promise of the earth vein heart. Before the Guishu rift you said. Scavengers never walk alone. Lin Xiao's figure inside the cocoon suddenly trembled violently, red and purple light intertwining wildly in her eyes. The star core patterns that had been stripped by the spore threads began to glow again, spreading along her skin and forcing the red light out of her body bit by bit. Lin Xiao's voice resounded in AI Reich's mind with unprecedented power. AI Reich. Light blade. Aim at my star core position. AI Reich's light blade instantly changed direction, silver blue energy condensing into a single point, precisely stabbing toward the chest of Lin Xiao's figure. The moment the light blade touched the cocoon, suddenly erupted in dark purple light. All the spore threads binding Lin Xiao snapped simultaneously as if cut by an invisible pair of scissors. The red light gushing from the broken ends coalesced into Kaien's phantom, letting out a roar of unwillingness. Impossible. How could I lose to a couple of brats? The phantom dissipated in the interplay of silver blue and dark purple light, and the flesh cocoon suddenly exploded from within. Lin Xiao's figure wrapped in light belts flew out. AI Reich leaped and caught her steadily in midair. The person in his arms was pale, but the star core patterns were reconnected, though her eyes were still somewhat dazed, as if just awakened from a deep sleep. AI Reich. Lin Xiao's fingertips traced the black markings on his arm. A dark purple light belt gently covered them, and the markings began to slowly recede. Your arm. Worry about yourself first. AI Reich carried her toward the edge of the energy tower, silver blue energy forming a barrier behind them to temporarily hold back the surging spore swarm. The antimatter has 5 minutes left. Atai. Blow the base. Atai's prosthetic arm suddenly erupted with blinding red light. He concentrated all his energy into the prosthetic and charged at the cracks in the base. Blow it up. A violent explosion shook the sky of Qinglan Star. The base of the energy tower was blasted open and the gushing energy liquid temporarily repelled the spore swarm, revealing an escape passage below. Xiao Bei held up the nearly extinguished crystal and waved frantically upward. Sister Lin Xiao. Brother AI Reich. Over here. AI Reich leaped down from the tower with Lin Xiao in his arms, his light blade exploding upon landing to clear a safe zone. Suddenly Lin Xiao broke free from his arms. Her star core light belts wrapped around the remains of the cocoon. The antimatter there was spiraling out of control, dark purple light already tinged with ominous black radiance. What are you doing? AI Reich reached for her but was repelled by her light belts. The antimatter can't explode here. Lin Xiao's star core light belts resonated with the cocoon's remains. Her figure looked resolute in the glow. I can guide it. Send it back to the Guishu. Her light belts suddenly swelled tightly, binding the cocoon's remains, dragging the orb of destructive energy toward the rift on Qinglan's star. Xiao Bei and Atai, who had crawled out of the explosion, one leg reduced to bloody bones, tried to follow, but AI Reich held them firmly. Trust her. AI Reich's voice trembled, his silver blue eyes fixed on Lin Xiao's retreating figure. She was dragging the antimatter orb, slowly disappearing into the depths of the rift, while dark purple light belts wove a barrier at the rift's edge, locking the explosion's shockwave inside. At the final moment before the rift closed, Lin Xiao turned back and waved vigorously toward AI Reich. Dark purple light belts flew from her fingertips, coalescing into a tiny star in the air, slowly falling into AI Reich's palm, a fragment of the star core warm as her body temperature. Wait for me. Her voice pierced through the rift, carrying a resolute smile. I'll be back soon. The sky over Qinglan's star cleared. The spore swarm, deprived of energy support, fell like kites with broken strings, turning into harmless dust on the grasslands. The remains of the energy tower emitted smoke, and from the gap in the base tender green grass shoots emerged, glistening in the sunlight. Atai limped over, slapped AI Reich on the shoulder and laughed, blood drops staining the ground like tiny red flowers. See, I told you that girl has a tough life. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the sky. Although the rift had closed, it left behind a faint dark purple light belt like a ribbon tied around Qinglan's star, resonating gently with the star core fragment in AI Reich's palm. Look. Sister Lin Xiao's mark. AI Reich clenched the star core fragment in his palm, silver blue energy slowly flowing around it. He knew this was not a farewell. Lin Xiao had dragged the antimatter into the Guishu to ensure Qinglan's star's safety and to completely eradicate Kaiyan's residual energy. She was buying time for herself and for everyone. In the distant settlement, survivors were helping each other out of the shelters. Some raised tools to clear the ruins, others lit a bonfire in the open space. The flames danced in the twilight like countless undying hopes. AI Reich looked up toward the direction where the rift had vanished. The star core fragment in his palm suddenly grew warm. He could almost see Lin Xiao's figure dragging the antimatter orb through the wreckage of starships in the Guishu, dark purple light belts trailing behind her like a guiding path. I'll wait for you. He whispered to the sky as the silver blue energy intertwined with the star core fragment into a beam of light shooting straight into the clouds. No matter where you are, I will find you. By nightfall, AI Reich had built a makeshift watchtower beside the ruins of the energy tower. He sat atop it, turning Lin Xiao's star core fragment in his hand, watching the stars of Qinglan's star light up one by one. Xiao Bei and Atai were talking by the bonfire below, while Xiaoye used the remnants of the purifying crystal to treat the wounded survivors. Laughter and conversation drifted up with the wind, gentle as a snowy night in the northern frontier. Suddenly the star core fragment in his palm pulsed violently, and the dark purple light belt pointed toward the direction where the Guishu rift had vanished. In that part of the night sky, a new star never seen before was slowly brightening. Its color hovered between silver blue and dark purple, as if two stars had merged into one. AI Reich's lips curled involuntarily. He knew, that was Lin Xiao's signal. She was still there in the Guishu, waiting for him to embark on a new journey with the Scavenger's faith. The bonfire beneath the watchtower burned brighter, casting his shadow long upon the ground as if paving a path toward the new star. The road was still long. But this time he was no longer alone. When the dawn of Qinglan's star swept over the ruins of the energy tower with the acrid sweetness of grass and trees, AI Reich was carving the 37th notch on the watchtower pillar with the light pattern of the star core fragment. The dark purple light mark glowed faintly in the morning light like the warmth Lin Xiao had left in his palm. 37 hours had passed since she dragged the antimatter light cluster into the Guishu rift. Brother AI Reich, it's time for shift change. Xiao Bei climbed the watchtower carrying the repaired energy scanner, the boy's arms still wrapped in bandages woven from purification crystals. Though the black marks eroded by parasitic energy had faded, they left web-like shallow scars on the skin. Brother A-Tai had transformed the escape pod into a scout ship, claiming it could withstand the spatial turbulence at the edge of Guishu. A.I. Reich looked down at the star core fragment in his palm. The silver blue and dark purple intertwined nova from last night still shimmered in the sky, and the fragment's vibration frequency was gradually synchronizing with the nova's light trajectory. He pressed the fragment against the end of the notch, and the dark purple light pattern immediately spread along the pillar, condensing into a translucent star chart at the top, a distribution map of starship wrecks at the edge of Guishu. Lin Xiao was using her remaining star core energy to draw a route to her location. Tell A-Tai to reinforce the energy shields with 3 more layers. A.I. Reich's fingertips traced the densest wreckage area on the star chart. The light there flickered erratically, indicating strong spatial disturbances. The ghost magnetic field in Guishu would interfere with all electronic devices they had to navigate using the resonance frequency of the star core fragment. Xiao Bei suddenly pressed the scanner. The energy curve on the screen jumped violently, and several glaring red beams shot out from the originally steady dark purple light band. The boy's face turned pale instantly. It's Cayenne's energy residue. They've recombined in Guishu. A.I. Reich clenched the star core fragment tightly. The tremor from the fragment suddenly became sharp, like a warning from Lin Xiao's consciousness. He looked toward the direction where the Guishu rift had vanished. A faint red mist was appearing around the nova in the sky. Those red lights were following the resonance frequency of the star core, gradually eroding Lin Xiao's energy signal. Prepare to depart. A.I. Reich flipped over the watchtower, silver blue energy condensing into light tracks under his boots. We can't wait until her signal is completely contaminated. As the scout ship passed through the asteroid belt at the edge of Guishu, the starry sky outside the porthole began to twist eerily. The originally brilliant stars turned into melted light spots like a spilled palette. The drifting starship wrecks were covered with dark red crystals which from a distance looked like the scales of some creature. The energy readings are decaying. Xiao Ye's fingers slid swiftly over the control panel, her brow furrowed into a knot. Those crystals are absorbing the surrounding energy field. The detector shows. Their structure is highly similar to the spore filaments of Qinlan's star. A.I. Reich embedded the star core fragment into the navigator. Dark purple light patterns immediately covered the screen, recalibrating the distorted star chart. He stared at the constantly flashing red dots on the screen, the gathering areas of Cayenne's energy residue. These red dots were moving toward the coordinates of the nova at an alarming speed. Lin Xiao is luring them away. A.I. Reich's knuckles turned white from tension. The nova on the screen suddenly shifted 3 coordinates to the left, clearly deliberately exposing its position. She wanted to draw the danger away from the dense wreckage area. The scout ship suddenly lurched violently. Several drops of viscous liquid splashed onto the porthole. Dark red crystals were creeping in through the hull gaps. A-Tai kicked open the emergency hatch and rushed out with a welding torch. The tough man's prosthetic limb was corroded with several holes by the crystals during repairs, exposing the flickering circuits inside. These damn things are eating the metal. A-Tai's roar came through the communicator, accompanied by the sound of sparks from the welding torch. The port energy shield can't hold much longer. If we don't do something, we'll become new wrecks in Guishu. A.I. Reich suddenly grabbed the star core fragment and infused silver blue energy into it. Dark purple light patterns instantly spread from the navigator to the entire hull. The crystals trying to crawl into the gaps shattered on contact with the light patterns like snow and ice melting under sunlight. It's the purification field of the star core. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the screen. The red dots that had gathered around the hull were rapidly retreating. Cayenne's energy is afraid of this. A.I. Reich's gaze fell on the corner of the screen, a region marked as Rust Starport. The star chart showed it used to be a transit station of the Star Alliance. Now only half a collapsed docking arm remained. And Lin Xiao's signal was at the deepest part of this ruin. Prepare for crash landing. A.I. Reich maximized the energy of the star core fragment. The scout ship's hull glowed with a dark purple aura. A-Tai divert all weapon system energy to the shields. As the scout ship passed through the atmosphere of Rust Starport, the scene outside the porthole was hair-raising. The collapsed docking arm was hung with twisted metal cables like the intestines of some giant beast. The dark red crystals wove a huge net over the ruins. Through the mesh one could faintly see the outlines of starship wrecks. In the cockpits of some wrecks there were still human-shaped black marks. Those are crew members devoured by parasitic energy. Xiao Ye's voice trembled. She suddenly covered her mouth. The scanner shows. Their consciousness is still trapped in the crystals like living specimens. When the scout ship landed on the half-docking arm, AI Reich jumped down, first a light blade spinning into a silver-blue ring in his palm. The metal floor beneath his feet was already pitted and corroded by crystals. Every step produced a crisp sound of crystal shattering like stepping on broken glass. The resonance of the star core fragment is getting stronger. Xiao Bei followed behind with the scanner. The dark purple light band on the screen pointed straight to the control room at the end of the docking arm. Sister Lin Xiao should be inside. As they passed through a corridor covered with crystals, a squirming sound came from the walls. The dark red crystals bulged like living things, slowly forming the outline of a human face, Kaien's face with a chilling sneer at the corner of his mouth. Welcome to my hunting ground. The crystal face's mouth opened and closed, its voice like rusted gears grinding. The little girl of the Thorn family lured you here, wanting you to become crystal collections with her, right? AI Reich's light blade slashed out, instantly silver blue energy splitting the crystal face in two. But the shattered crystals immediately reaggregated, this time turning into several small Kaian apparitions that moved rapidly along both sides of the corridor. Don't waste energy. A Tai's prosthetic suddenly transformed into a shield, smashing the apparition that lunged at Xiaoya. These are just energy afterimages, you can't finish them. When they rushed to the control room door, they found it completely sealed by crystals. The door surface was covered with a web of red light like the blood vessels of some creature. The star core fragment jumped violently in AI Reich's palm. Dark purple light patterns collided with the red light, sizzling white smoke on the door. Lin Xiao is inside. AI Reich pressed his palm against the door, silver blue energy flowing through his arm into the fragment. She's trying to purify these crystals, but her energy is almost depleted. Suddenly Lin Xiao's voice came from inside the door, mixed with the grating sound of crystals, but unusually clear. AI Reich. Don't touch the door. These crystals can replicate energy fluctuations, your attacks will become their nourishment. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the ventilation duct of the control room where the crystals were relatively sparse. We can go in from there. The scanner shows the energy field inside the duct is very weak. A Tai's prosthetic immediately transformed into a cutting saw, slashing into the vent grating. Sparks from the metal fracture splashed onto the crystals. The dark red substances actually retreated like frightened insects, exposing the rusted pipe beneath. Looks like they're afraid of physical attacks too. A Tai grinned, about to crawl into the pipe, but AI Reich grabbed him. AI Reich's gaze fell into the depths of the pipe. There was a very thin red light moving slowly along the inner wall, as if waiting for prey to fall into the trap. Kaian set a trap inside. AI Reich's light blade pressed against the pipe opening, silver blue energy condensing at the tip. He wants to use our hands to break Lin Xiao's purification field. The control room was filled with mist from the star core energy and crystal corrosion. Dark purple and dark red light bands intertwined in the air like two fighting snakes. Lin Xiao's figure was bound to the central energy pillar. Countless crystal filaments extended from the pillar, wrapping around her wrists and ankles. The star core patterns flickered under the erosion of the crystals like a dying bonfire. You shouldn't have come. Lin Xiao's voice was weary. She tried to raise her hand to touch the approaching AI Reich, but the crystal filaments yanked her back. These crystals can absorb memories. Your consciousness will be trapped inside them, becoming Kaien's weapons. AI Reich's light blade drew silver blue arcs in the control room, severing the crystal filaments that tried to approach. The severed crystal filaments writhed on the ground, slowly coalescing into a small starship model, the outline of the stardust. The red light flickering in the portholes was like the eyes of the crew devoured by parasitic energy back then. He's attacking us with our memories. AI Reich's breathing grew rapid. The starship models suddenly exploded and the flying fragments turned into countless tiny figures, the companions who died in the stardust accident in his memory. Don't be affected by them. These are just illusions. Xiao Bei suddenly covered his head and crouched down. The boy saw scavengers devoured by spore filaments on Qinglan's star, black spots spreading in his memory. Xiaoya immediately pressed a purification crystal against his back. Silver blue light spread along the boy's spine and the illusions gradually dissipated. The crystals are amplifying negative memories. Xiaoya's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Her light shield was quickly dimming. Sister Lin Xiao's purification field is being suppressed. Her memories are being extracted by the crystals. Lin Xiao on the energy pillar suddenly cried out in pain. A crystal filament drilled out from her temple, its tip condensing into an amber-like crystal. Inside it was a clear image of the northern starry sky, the memory of her and AI Reich watching stars on the Stardust's observation deck for the first time. No. AI Reich rushed toward the energy pillar, but his light blade was blocked by a suddenly appearing crystal wall. He wants to extract Lin Xiao's memories about the star core. Kaiyan's apparition emerged on the surface of the crystal wall. This time the apparition was much clearer than before, even showing the signature scar at the corner of his mouth. The apparition toyed with the memory amber in its hand, its eyes filled with greed. The secret of the star core guarded by the Thorn family for generations is finally mine. Kaiyan's voice echoed as if coming from countless times and spaces. Once I absorb this memory, all the parasitic energy in Guishu will obey my command. Then, the entire galaxy will become my farm. Lin Xiao suddenly struggled violently. The star core patterns on the energy pillar burst into blinding light, and several of the crystal filaments binding her snapped instantly. Her gaze pierced through the crystal wall, falling directly into AI Reich's eyes. A dark purple light band flew from her fingertips, condensing into a small light blade in the air, the first energy weapon AI Reich had given her, forged from the wreckage of the Stardust. Remember this. Lin Xiao's voice carried a smile even though the crystal filaments were rewrapping her arm. You said that a scavenger's weapon should hold the warmth of comrades. AI Reich's heart clenched. That memory suddenly broke through the illusion created by the crystals. That year at the northern scavenger camp, when he handed her this light blade, Lin Xiao's finger accidentally got cut by the blade tip. A drop of dark purple blood fell on the blade, and from then on this weapon carried the resonance frequency of the star core. Xiao Bei. The energy resonator. AI Reich suddenly shouted. The boy immediately pulled out a palm-sized device from his backpack. Input the light blade's frequency and set it to maximum. When the resonator hummed, AI Reich inserted the light blade into the gap in the crystal wall. Silver blue energy spread along the gap, converging with the dark purple light band emitted by Lin Xiao inside the wall. The crystals forming the wall began to tremble violently, with dense cracks appearing on the surface. Now, Lin Xiao's voice was resolute. The energy pillar suddenly erupted with a dark purple shockwave, shattering all the crystal filaments. AI Reich. Aim for the memory amber. AI Reich's light blade pierced through the resonant gap into the crystal wall, precisely slashing at the memory amber in Kaiyan's hand. The moment the amber shattered, all the crystals in the control room began to flicker violently. The illusions formed by memories shattered like glass, revealing the rusted metal walls beneath. Kaiyan's apparition let out an unwilling roar, gradually fading under the impact of the two energies, but left a cold warning before dissipating. You think this is over? The parasitic nest deep in Guishu has awakened. You and the little girl of the Thorn family will become nourishment for the nest to hatch new life. After the apparition completely dissipated, Lin Xiao slid down the energy pillar, sitting on the ground. The light of the star core patterns had dimmed significantly. AI Reich rushed over to support her and found that the girl's wrists were covered with fine wounds. Where the crystal filaments had wrapped, a faint red glow was showing under the skin. These red lights are burrowing toward the heart. Lin Xiao's fingertips pressed against AI Reich's hand. The dark purple light band tried to cover the red light but could only barely suppress it. Kaiyan's energy has merged with the crystals. They are imitating the flow pattern of the star core. A tie suddenly kicked open the side door of the control room. The crisp sound of crystal shattering came from outside. No time to treat wounds. The crystal clusters outside are reforming. This time they're 10 times larger than before. As they followed Lin Xiao into the shelter passage behind the side door, AI Reich realized there was a small starship wreck hidden here. The starship's hull was riddled with bullet holes, but a yellowed photo was stuck on the cockpit glass, a young couple of the Thorn family smiling in front of the starship, the woman holding a swaddled baby with dark purple star core patterns embroidered on the blanket. This is my parents' exploration ship. Lin Xiao's fingers gently brushed over the photo. The star core patterns glowed faintly in her palm. They discovered the parasitic energy of Guishu here back then and also left behind the method to counter it. She lifted the hidden compartment under the driver's seat, revealing a metal box. The moment the box was opened, dark purple light mist burst out, condensing into half a star map in the air. The map marked coordinates deep in Guishu, a region covered by a red vortex with a silver blue light spot flickering at the vortex center. This is the location of the parasitic nest. Lin Xiao's fingertip pointed at the silver blue light spot. My parents used star core energy to set up a seal at the nest center back then, but now the seal's energy is almost depleted. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the screen. The detector's alarm sounded shrill. The crystal clusters have blocked the passage. They're dissolving the metal. They'll be in within 3 minutes. AI Reich embedded the star core fragment into the starship's console. Dark purple light patterns immediately activated the remaining navigation system. The star map on the screen began to autocomplete. The missing coordinate points were appearing at an astonishing speed as if someone was transmitting data remotely. It's the scavengers of Qinglan's star. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and the star core pattern's light intensified significantly. They're using the residual equipment of the energy tower to help us complete the star map. A Tai suddenly inserted his prosthetic into the starship's energy interface. Red light flashed wildly on his arm. I can start the starship's engine, but someone needs to stay behind to hold off the crystal clusters. AI Reich was about to speak when Lin Xiao pressed his shoulder. The girl's star core patterns suddenly burst into blinding light. Dark purple light bands seeped from the walls of the shelter passage, weaving a barrier at the end of the passage. This is the star core's spatial anchoring technique. Lin Xiao's voice was tired but firm. It can temporarily freeze the movement of the crystals, but someone needs to maintain the energy output. She shoved the star core fragment into AI Reich's hand and walked toward the end of the passage. You go to the nest. The seal there needs the star core fragment to be reactivated. The log left by my parents says that the silver-blue light spot at the center of the nest is actually an uncontaminated primal star core. AI Reich grabbed her wrist, silver-blue energy flowing into her body through his arm. If we go together. You didn't leave me on the Stardust back then, so don't think you can leave me here now. Suddenly violent crashing sounds came from outside the passage. The light bands on the barrier began to flicker intensely. Lin Xiao's star core patterns erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The red light coiled around her wrist was forced back half an inch. Looks like Kaiyan was right. The star core energy is imitating the flow of parasitic energy. A smile lifted the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. She suddenly pulled AI Reich's arm and pressed the star core fragment back into his palm. This is the way to counter them. By reverse guiding the flow of the star core, the parasitic energy will devour itself. She pushed them into the starship's cockpit, then turned and rushed toward the end of the passage. Dark purple light bands surged behind her, completely sealing the passage. As the starship's engines roared, AI Reich saw Lin Xiao's figure gradually blurring in the light bands through the porthole. The red light that had been forced back suddenly flared at her chest, but the moment it touched the star core patterns, it dissipated into countless tiny light dots. She's using her own star core as bait. Xiao Bei's voice was choked with tears. The detector shows Lin Xiao's energy is rapidly depleting. Those red lights are being decomposed by the star core patterns. She's absorbing Kaiyan's energy in reverse. As the starship burst out of Rust Starport, AI Reich looked back. The entire starport was shrouded in dark purple light mist. The pursuing crystal clusters shattered on contact with the mist like snow and ice thrown into fire. In the center of the light mist, Lin Xiao's figure was slowly rising. Dark purple star core patterns wove a huge cocoon of light around her. On the surface of the cocoon, silver-blue patterns began to appear, AI Reich's energy signature intertwining with the star core patterns into new light bands. She succeeded. AI Reich clenched the star core fragment in his palm. The tremor from the fragment was warm and steady. She's merging the two energies just like we did in front of the Guishu rift back then. As the starship passed through the asteroid belt of Guishu, the starry sky outside the porthole gradually returned to normal. The distorted light spots recondensed into stars. In the distant red vortex, the silver-blue light spot was growing brighter and brighter like a nova about to dawn. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the screen. The detector's alarm had turned into a soft hum. Sister Lin Xiao's energy signal is catching up. Her speed. Faster than the starship. The starship's engine emitted a sustained low hum like a beast trapped within a metal shell gasping for breath. Eric embedded the star core fragment into the energy slot of the cockpit. Dark purple light patterns spread across the console, outlining a three-dimensional star map of the depths of Guishu on the main screen, a red vortex resembling a dormant giant eye, while the silver-blue light point at its center dimmed at a visible rate. The energy decay rate of the seal was 3 times faster than recorded in the logs. Xiaoye slid her fingers across the screen, pulling up a set of jumping green data bars. The energy buffer layers my parents set up back then, only 3 remain now. Her fingertip paused at the edge of the screen where a line of small text written in starship codes was left by the Thorn couple as a note for their daughter. The heart of the mother nest is an untainted primal star core, also the source of parasitic energy. To achieve complete purification, the bloodline of the star core holder must be used as a catalyst, allowing the two energies to collide at the critical threshold. Xiao Bei suddenly pressed down on the energy scanner. The dark purple signal band on the screen leaped upward like a fish breaking free from its bonds. Sister Lin Xiao's speed is increasing. The boy's voice carried surprise, but it sank as he saw the red light entwining around the signal band. But Kane's energy hasn't been fully decomposed yet, it's clinging to the signal like parasites. Atai was repairing a crack in the starship's hull with a welding torch. Hearing this, he jerked his head up, the metal knuckles of his prosthetic hand creaking from the force. That woman always takes the most dangerous tasks upon herself. Back in the spore forest of Qinglan Star to cover our retreat, she alone lured away half the forest of parasitic spores. His gaze fell on the first aid kit in the corner of the cockpit. Inside lay half a bottle of dark purple potion, an anti-parasitic serum refined from star core fragments originally meant for Xiao Bei, but now it was uncertain who it should be prepared for. The starship suddenly passed through a layer of energy membrane. The red vortex outside magnified instantly, revealing the crystalline bands coiled within. Those dark red crystals were thicker than those at the rusted starport, their surfaces covered with vein-like light patterns that pulsed slowly in a certain rhythm. Eric suddenly recalled what Lin Xiao had said: Guishu is a fold in spacetime. The parasitic energy here is actually primordial matter left over from the birth of the universe, twisted into a predatory existence by Kane using dark technology. Energy readings are abnormal. Xiao Ye suddenly shouted. The green data bars on the main screen began to flicker wildly. There's an energy turbulence 3 kilometers ahead, strong enough to tear through the starship's shields. Eric looked at the star core fragment. Its vibration frequency suddenly became urgent, like a warning from Lin Xiao transmitted through consciousness. He jerked the control stick and the starship skimmed past the edge of a crystalline band. A blinding red light flashed outside the viewport, countless starship wrecks encased in crystals, some still bearing the emblem of the Interstellar Alliance on their hulls, clearly the fleet that had fallen in the siege against Kane. They're absorbing the fleet's energy. Atai stared at the red light flowing on the surface of the crystalline bands. These damn things are like worker bees in a hive, channeling all the plundered energy to the mother nest. He suddenly pulled out a device the size of a grenade from his backpack, its casing engraved with silver-blue patterns. I modified this from the engine core of the Stardust, a pulse bomb that can temporarily paralyze the energy field. Back when we fought pirates in the northern border, this thing saved us 3 times. As the starship entered the center of the vortex, the surrounding red light abruptly faded, revealing a metal platform suspended in the void. At the center of the platform stood a massive energy pillar, its surface covered with dark purple star core patterns. At the intersection of these patterns was embedded a silver-blue crystal the size of a fist, the primal star core now entangled by countless red crystalline threads like a star trapped in a spider's web. That's it. Eric's fingertip traced the silver-blue crystal on the screen. The star core fragment suddenly burst into dazzling light, resonating with the primal star core on the platform. I can feel its pulse, identical to the patterns on Lin Xiao's star core. At that moment the starship's communicator crackled with static, then Lin Xiao's voice came through, trembling with energy disturbance. Eric parked the starship in the energy buffer zone on the left wing of the platform. The crystalline threads there are the sparsest. Her voice paused and the crisp sound of crystal shattering could be faintly heard. Kane's residual energy is trying to seize control of the primal star core. I need you to disrupt the flow frequency of the crystalline threads from the outside. Eric was about to respond when a sharp hiss suddenly erupted from the communicator. Lin Xiao's voice was drowned by red light. They're mimicking my frequency. Eric, remember what your parents wrote in the logs: at the critical threshold collision the star core holder will temporarily lose consciousness. You must. The communication cut off abruptly. The dark purple signal band on the screen flickered violently, the red light on its edges surging like a tide, almost swallowing the entire signal. She's in trouble. Xiao Bei's eyes turned red. He cranked the energy resonator to maximum. I'll try to re-establish the connection. When the starship landed in the buffer zone, Eric leaped out first, his light blade spinning into a silver-blue ring in his palm. The metal platform underfoot was covered with a thin layer of crystals. Stepping on them produced a faint crackling sound like walking on a frozen lake. The energy barrier at the edge of the platform emitted a faint red halo, isolating the spatial turbulence of Guishu. The light patterns swimming on the barrier's surface were identical to the red light on Lin Xiao's wrist. These barriers are maintained by parasitic energy. Xiao Ye crouched down, gently touching the crystal surface with her fingertip. But there's star core energy mixed in. As if Lin Xiao is trying to transform them. As they passed through a corridor filled with crystalline threads, a violent collision of energy came from ahead. Dark purple and red light bands exploded at the end of the corridor like two intertwined flames. Eric quickened his pace. Turning the corner, he suddenly froze. Lin Xiao was suspended before the primal star core, dark purple star core patterns weaving a cocoon of light around her, while countless red crystalline threads extended from the energy pillar, wrapping around the light cocoon like venomous snakes trying to burrow into her body. Kane's consciousness is attached to the crystalline threads. Lin Xiao's voice came from within the light cocoon, trembling with pain. He wants to use my body to touch the primal star core. Her fingertips suddenly shot out a dark purple light blade, severing the nearest crystalline threads. But the severed ends immediately recombined, growing even thicker. Eric's light blade suddenly pointed at the base of the energy pillar, where a raised metal ring was engraved with the same patterns as the Stardust's control console. That's the energy conduit. The Stardust used this device to channel star core energy. He rushed toward the metal ring but was blocked by a crystalline wall that suddenly rose. On the wall's surface materialized a phantom of Kane, this time wearing the uniform of the Interstellar Alliance with the rank of Admiral on his chest, his appearance before his fall. Long time no see, Eric. Kane's voice carried a feigned gentleness. Remember the day of the Stardust incident? You were supposed to become a crystal trophy along with those crew members. It was Little Thorn Girl who saved you at the cost of turning you into her energy vessel. The phantom suddenly twisted, transforming into a scene of the Stardust explosion, a young Eric being consumed by parasitic energy, Lin Xiao plunging a star core fragment into his chest, dark purple energy spreading along the wound, forcing the red light out of his body bit by bit. What did you say? Eric's light blade trembled violently. The deliberately forgotten memory suddenly broke through defenses. That day in the medical bay, when he woke up, there was a dark purple scar on his chest. Lin Xiao said it was a mark of residual energy, but every time the star core fragment approached, the scar would burn. The Thorn family's star core's secret art is essentially energy symbiosis. Kane's phantom let out a piercing laugh. She injected her star core energy into your body, saving your life but also making you her mobile star core reservoir. You think the resonance between you is trust? It's nothing but the bondage of an energy bond. The crystalline wall suddenly cracked open, revealing the primal star core behind it. Now let's see if this symbiosis can withstand the test. Either watch her be devoured by the crystals or use your energy to detonate the primal star core and both perish together. Don't believe his lies. Lin Xiao's voice suddenly rose. The light cocoon burst with blinding radiance, snapping several crystalline threads. That day on the Stardust you grabbed my hand and said, "Scavengers never abandon their comrades." Her gaze pierced through the crystalline wall, landing on Eric's chest. That scar isn't a bond, it's proof that we survived together. Eric's heart clenched. The light blade abruptly changed direction and silver blue energy hacked at the weak point of the crystalline wall, exactly where the heart of Kane's phantom lay. The crystalline wall gave a crisp sound, splitting open a gap. Dark purple light bands immediately surged out from the gap, intertwining with Eric's energy. Xiao Bei. Point the resonator at the conduit. Eric shouted. The boy immediately pressed the instrument against the metal ring. When the resonance frequency synchronized with the star core fragment, the energy pillar suddenly trembled violently. The primal star core emitted a hum and the crystalline threads wrapped around it began to loosen. Now. Lin Xiao's voice carried determination. The light cocoon suddenly contracted and dark purple energy surged upstream along the crystalline threads, rushing toward the top of the energy pillar. Eric, channel your energy into the primal star core. I'm going to make the two energies collide at the critical threshold. Eric pressed his palm against the metal ring. Silver blue energy poured into the energy pillar through the conduit. The moment the energy touched the primal star core, the entire platform shook violently. Dark purple and silver blue light bands intertwined on the pillar, forming a spiral light track, while the red crystalline threads shattered under the pressure of the light track, scattering into countless light particles. Kane's phantom let out a reluctant roar, then transformed into a beam of red light and plunged into Lin Xiao's light cocoon. Die together. His voice came from within the light cocoon, carrying a mad glee. I'll plant parasitic seeds in your consciousness, trapping you forever in the spacetime turbulence of Guishu. Lin Xiao's body suddenly convulsed violently. The dark purple patterns on the surface of the light cocoon began to grow chaotic. Eric saw dark purple blood beads seeping from the corners of her eyes, sliding down her cheeks, dripping onto the crystalline threads, instantly turning them to ash. The critical threshold is almost here. Her voice carried the last of her strength. Eric, think of the stardust starry sky, think of the dawn of Qinglan's star. The warmth in those memories can guard your consciousness. A burning pain suddenly shot through Eric's palm. The light of the star core fragment fully synchronized with the primal star core. Countless memory fragments began to surface before his eyes on the observation deck of the Stardust. Lin Xiao pointed at the twin stars of the northern border and called them the eyes of the universe. In front of the ruins of the energy tower on Qinglan's star, she pressed the star core fragment into his hand and said, a scavenger's home is by their comrade's side. Before the rift of Guishu, she dragged the antimatter light cluster and turned back with a smile, her dark purple cloak billowing in the turbulence. Warmth. Eric murmured. Silver blue energy suddenly surged, rushing along the light track toward the light cocoon. In our weapons we must hide the warmth of our comrades. When the two energies collided at the center of the light cocoon, the entire Guishu fell into a dead silence. The red vortex stopped spinning, the pulsation of the crystalline band ceased, and only the spiral light track continued to extend like a bridge connecting the past and the future. From within the light cocoon, Lin Xiao's voice emerged clear as if right beside him. Eric, do you remember our promise? After finding the primal star core, we'll go to the habitable zone of the Southern Cross star, where there's an ocean untouched by parasitic energy. As her voice faded, the light cocoon suddenly exploded. Dark purple and silver blue light bands swept across the entire platform like a tsunami. Eric was flung back by the shockwave and slammed into the energy barrier. Through his blurred vision he saw Lin Xiao's figure slowly descending from the light bands. The star core patterns on her body shimmered with intertwined silver and purple light. The red light that had entangled her was gone, replaced by the same pulse as the primal star core. It worked. Lin Xiao's fingertip gently touched his cheek, carrying a familiar warmth. Kane's consciousness has been purified. The parasitic energy is reverting to primordial matter. Her gaze turned to the energy pillar. The primal star core now floated in midair, its crystalline threads completely dissipated, revealing its silver blue body. It's inviting us to absorb its energy and repair the space-time folds of Guishu. Eric took her hand. Silver blue energy spread along his fingertips, merging with her dark purple light bands. The moment the two energies poured into the primal star core, the entire Guishu began to transform. The red vortex gradually faded, revealing a brilliant starry sky. The crystalline bands turned into countless light particles like a grand meteor shower. On the distant starship Rex, the black mark slowly dissipated, revealing the sleeping faces of the crew. Their consciousness had been protected by the primal star core, and now they were slowly awakening with the energy flow. Look! Xiao Bei suddenly pointed out the viewport. The starship's detector was emitting a soft hum, and countless green signal dots appeared on the screen. It's the fleet members who sacrificed back then. Their consciousnesses are back. Atai's prosthetic limb suddenly let out a soft click. Silver blue patterns emerged on the originally rusted joints. This thing is self-repairing. He stared at his prosthetic in astonishment. After the parasitic energy disappeared, the spatial turbulence in Guishu is also weakening. The starship's communication system is working. Xiao Ye pulled up the star map of the Interstellar Alliance. Her finger traced an arc on the screen. The primal star core is repairing the spacetime folds. Guishu is reverting to a normal star region. We can go home. Her gaze fell on a corner of the screen where a route had been automatically generated. The starting point was the center of Guishu, the destination the habitable zone of the Southern Cross star. Beside the route a line of small text read, a scavenger's home. Lin Xiao leaned against Eric's shoulder. The light of the star core patterns gradually softened. In the logs my parents left behind, it said the primal star core could reverse spacetime damage. Her fingertip traced the scar on his chest. The dark purple there was fading, revealing normal skin. Your energy no longer needs my symbiosis to sustain itself. Eric took her hand and pressed the star core fragment into her palm. But I need your warmth. He looked at the starry sky outside the window. The light of the primal star core was forming a light track connecting Guishu to the outer star regions. The dawn of Qinglan's star awaits us, and the ocean of the Southern Cross star awaits us. As the starship departed from Guishu, Eric looked back. The primal star core floated at the center of the star region, its intertwined silver blue and dark purple light like a newborn star. The awakened crew members were piloting the repaired starships, traveling along the light track toward the outer world. Cheers came through their communication channels like a horn traversing time and space. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the observation deck. The screen there displayed a real-time image of Qinglan Star. New plants had grown on the ruins of the energy tower. Scavengers were rebuilding their homes. The light of purified crystals rose above the camp like a protective barrier. It's a Mu and the others. The boy's voice choked. They said when we get back they'll carve everyone's names on the energy tower. Lin Xiao lightly tapped the star core fragment with her fingertip. The fragment suddenly projected a beam of light, forming a star map on the cabin wall. On the map were marked countless coordinates, each with a name beside it, all those who had perished in the parasitic energy disaster, including the crew of the Stardust, the Thorn couple, and the scavengers of Qinglan Star. They are always with us. Lin Xiao's voice carried warmth. The light patterns flickered, adding 4 new names at the edge of the star map: Eric, Lin Xiao, Xiao Bei, A Tai. As the starship passed through the last energy membrane of Guishu, the starry sky outside the viewport fully restored its brilliance. The light of the Southern Cross star flickered in the distance like a string of stars waiting to be plucked. As the starship's engine hum subsided, the light of the Southern Cross star streamed through the porthole, casting fragmented patches of radiance on the floor. Eric embedded the final piece of star core fragment into the navigation console. Dark purple light patterns snaked along the circuitry, perfectly aligning with the star chart on the main screen. The blue planet at the center spun slowly, its atmospheric edge shimmering with a silver-blue halo as if wrapped in liquefied stardust. Is this the Southern Cross Alpha Star? Xiao Bei pressed his face against the porthole, tracing circles on the glass with his finger. The detector says the ocean covers 70% of the planet's surface, and the seawater contains derivatives of star core energy that can automatically purify parasitic spores. The bandage woven from purification crystals on the boy's wrist had long been removed, leaving only a few pale white lines that glowed faintly in the sunlight. A Tai said that once we build the outpost here, we'll bring the children from Qinglan Star to escape the heat. Xiao Ye was adjusting the communication frequency in front of the screen. She turned back and smiled. Her hair still carried the light dust of Guishu, those silver-blue particles gently dancing among the strands as if a miniature starry sky was hidden there. My parents' logs say that the Southern Cross Star was the earliest habitable experimental zone of the Stellar Alliance. Back then, after discovering the parasitic energy of Guishu, they intended to transform this place into a sanctuary. Her fingertip traced the ancient star chart on the screen. The island outlines marked in red ink were strikingly similar to the ruins of the energy towers on Qinglan Star. Look, even the terrain carries the imprint of the star core. A Tai squeezed through the hatch, carrying a toolbox, the metallic joints of his prosthetic limb gleaming with a freshly plated luster in the sunlight. He tossed a palm-sized metal box onto the control panel. When the lid flipped open, several dark purple badges were revealed, engraved with the ship emblem of the Stardust, a half-star core entwined with light tracks like an undying ember, smelted from the leftover edges of the original star core. The tough man scratched his head, his ears reddening. Back when I was scavenging in the northern wastes, I promised Lin Xiao that I would make her a proper crew badge for the Stardust. When Lin Xiao picked up the badge, the star core patterns on her fingertips suddenly lit up, resonating with the light tracks on the badge. She recalled the day she was 7 when her father pinned an identical badge onto her collar and said, "A child of the Thorn family must have the trajectory of a starship beneath their feet and the scale of the universe in their eyes." Back then the Stardust was still patrolling the northern waste star sector. Her mother often taught her to discern the flow of star core energy from the observation deck, saying that every energy fluctuation concealed the heartbeat of a planet. The communication is connected. Xiao Ye suddenly clapped her hands. On the screen a furry head appeared, green ears alertly perked up with a bit of mud still clinging to its nose. It's a Mu. Xiao Bei pounced toward the screen. Only then did Eric see that in the background a temporary campsite was emitting curling smoke, and several three-legged birds unique to Qinglan Star were pecking at energy berries on the ground. "Brother Eric. Sister Lin Xiao." A Mu's voice came through with a crackle of static. Behind him a crowd of scavengers suddenly squeezed in, each holding a glowing purification crystal. "Following the guidance of the star core fragments, we found this valley near the equator. The soil here automatically absorbs star core energy. The energy seeds we planted grew to a man's height overnight." He suddenly turned and pointed into the distance. On the screen a silver light band appeared. "Look. That's a naturally formed energy barrier 10 times stronger than the defense shield of Qinglan Star." As the starship pierced through the atmosphere, Eric realized that the light band was actually a mountain range embracing the valley. The silver-white mountain rocks were covered with star core patterns. When sunlight struck them, they refracted shifting dark purple halos like a breathing belt wrapped around the mountains. On the plain at the foot of the mountains dozens of tents had already been erected. Between the tense ropes were hung with drying energy fibers creating a wave of pale blue in the wind. They brought the seeds from Qinglan's star too. Lin Xiao looked at the familiar crops on the screen, her eyes growing warm. Those energy wheat plants that had nearly gone extinct in the spore forest were now sprouting new shoots in the furrows, their leaf edges glowing with the same silver blue as the original star core. When the starship landed at the temporary spaceport, they were greeted not only by the scavengers from Qinglan's star. At the edge of the spaceport several familiar starships were docked, their stellar alliance emblems glinting in the sunlight. On the command tower of the lead ship stood a figure in a white uniform, silver-gray hair fluttering slightly in the wind. It's Admiral Lian. Xiaoye covered her mouth, her voice full of astonishment. The old general who had lost his left arm in the Stardust accident years ago was now waving to them with his prosthetic limb, the metal palm reflecting a gentle light. The little girl of the Thorn family, you didn't disappoint us. Lian's laughter came through the communicator, raspy with age. The Alliance Council has revoked the ban on scavengers. From today onward you are official interstellar pioneers. Suddenly a group of people emerged from behind him. Eric's breath caught. They were wearing the old uniforms of the Stardust with familiar smiles on their faces. They were the crew members who had supposedly perished in the accident. Captain. First Mate Mark was the first to rush over. His right arm was still a mechanical prosthetic, but it moved more nimbly than in memory. When the original star core repaired the space-time folds, our consciousness was trapped in the time gap. Your energy fluctuations pulled us out. He suddenly lowered his voice, speaking only loud enough for the two of them to hear. Back then Cain hid a parasitic seed in the Stardust's engine. Lin Xiao's father injected us with star core antibodies in advance, which allowed us to retain our consciousness. Only then did Eric notice that every crew member had a faint purple mark on the back of their neck, identical in shape to the star core patterns on Lin Xiao's palm. He remembered the day the Stardust exploded, when Lin Xiao shoved the star core fragment into his chest and said the cryptic sentence, "My father said a scavenger ship must carry the lives of its companions on every voyage." Admiral Lian brought a medical bay. Lin Xiao's voice interrupted his thoughts. The girl was helping the old general check the interface of his prosthetic. The Alliance's research department has analyzed the energy frequency of the original star core, and they say it can completely eliminate the remnants of parasitic energy. She suddenly pointed to the white tent at the edge of the spaceport. Xiao Bei A Tai, go get checked immediately. Especially a Tai's prosthetic, there might still be crystallized fragments inside. As Eric lay in the medical bay, the light of the original star core flowed gently through the chamber walls. He closed his eyes and the memory fragments twisted by parasitic energy began to clear on the observation deck of the Stardust, Mark teaching him to calibrate the energy cannon in the scavenger camp of the Northern Wastes. Lin Xiao treating his wound with a star core fragment at the rusted starport of Guishu. Xiao Bei pressing the last purification crystal into his hand. These memories, like stars wiped clean, shone brightly in the depths of his consciousness. Energy resonance frequency detected as stable. The medical bay's electronic voice sounded. Star core symbiosis state has transitioned to natural resonance. Recommended exposure to original star core fragments for 30 minutes daily for 3 consecutive months. When Eric opened his eyes, he saw Lin Xiao leaning against the chamber wall, her palm pressed against the glass. The dark purple light patterns and the silver blue light bands inside the chamber formed a small vortex at the contact point. The doctor said your energy field is 3 times stronger than before. Her eyes sparkled as if holding the sea of the Southern Cross. From now on you don't have to worry about being eroded by parasitic energy. When night fell, the bonfires in the valley had spread into a chain. The scavengers danced ancient dances around the flames, their footsteps on the ground stirring circles of pale purple energy ripples. Admiral Lian was clinking glasses with Mark and the others. The liquid in the glasses shimmered with a silver blue light, wine brewed from energy berries. The Alliance has established a permanent observation station at the edge of Guishu. Lian drained his glass and pointed to the night sky. See that brightest star? That's the energy projection of the original star core, capable of real-time monitoring of Guishu's energy fluctuations. He suddenly looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with guilt. Back then the Council suspected the Thorns of hiding the star core's secrets, so they withdrew the support fleet. We owe you an apology. Lin Xiao shook her head and handed him a piece of roasted energy beast meat. My parents said that protecting the star core isn't for the Alliance's metals, it's for everyone who can sleep peacefully under the stars. Her gaze turned to the children around the bonfire. Xiao Bei was teaching them to draw star charts on the ground with star core fragments, the silver blue marks glowing brightly on the earth. Suddenly A Tai came carrying a huge metal frame. On the frame hung a rusted metal plate engraved with 3 large characters, Stardust. Salvaged from the wreckage in Guizhou. The tough man grinned, the star core patterns on his prosthetic flickering in the firelight. I'm planning to hang it on the watchtower of the new camp so that everyone who comes to Pioneer will know that there was once a scavenger ship that dragged the dawn of the entire universe out of Guizhou. Eric suddenly took Lin Xiao's hand. The star core fragment in his palm grew slightly warm. He remembered Kane's words in the Guizhou hive, energy symbiosis is a shackle, but at this moment the two energies intertwined in his palm, warm as if holding the entire starry sky. He looked down at the girl's wrist. The red glow there had long vanished, replaced by a pulse synchronized with the original star core. Let's go to the seaside tomorrow. Eric said softly. The detector says the tides there emit a resonance frequency of the star core like singing. When Lin Xiao looked up, a meteor streaked across the sky trailing a silver-blue tail like the old route of the Stardust. My parents' logs say that beneath the sea of the Southern Cross star lies an ancient energy tower formed naturally at the birth of the universe. She lightly tapped the star core fragment and it suddenly projected a beam of light, drawing an arc across the night sky. They said they would build a star core museum there, carving all the stories of guardianship onto the walls. As the bonfires gradually died down, Admiral Leon's starship was the first to lift off. Its tail lights traced red trajectories in the night sky as if saying farewell and guiding the way at the same time. Mark and the others decided to stay and help build the defense system. The first mate patted Eric on the shoulder. When the watchtower is finished, the first celebratory drink will be kept for you. Eric and Lin Xiao sat at the highest point of the valley gazing at the distant sea. The silver-blue tides rose and fell with the frequency of the star core, the light patterns on the wave crests echoing the stars in the night sky like countless eyes opening in the darkness. Why do you think Kane was so desperate to obtain the star core? Lin Xiao suddenly asked, her voice carried far by the sea breeze. Eric remembered the memory amber encased in crystals and the greedy look in Kane's phantom. Because he didn't understand that the power of the star core lies not in plunder but in symbiosis. Like this sea and these mountains, like us and our companions. He looked down at the fragment in his palm. The dark purple light patterns pulsed in sync with the distant tides. Look, it's responding to this land. Lin Xiao suddenly pulled something out of her pocket and pressed it into his hand. It was a new Stardust badge, more delicate than the one Tai had made. On the back a line of small script was engraved: a scavenger ship must carry the warmth of all its companions on every voyage. I recast it using the powder of the original star core. The girl's cheeks glowed pale purple under the starlight. Admiral Leon said that once the new camp is built you will be officially appointed as the captain of the Stardust too. Just as Eric was about to speak, the communicator on his wrist suddenly lit up, a holographic projection from Xiaobei. The boy was holding an energy scanner standing on a glowing beach. Behind him countless translucent creatures floated in the seawater like moving star core fragments. Brother Eric. Sister Lin Xiao. Come quick. The fish here glow. When the two arrived at the beach, Xiaobei was trying to catch a silver-blue fish only to get splashed in the face by its tail. Tai was doubled over with laughter, his prosthetic leaving deep grooves in the sand. Where those grooves touched the seawater, pale purple seaweed began to grow. The detector says these creatures are nurtured by star core energy. Xiaoya ran over with an instrument, the energy curve on the screen rising and falling gently. They can purify impurities in the seawater like living purification crystals. Eric watched the glowing band swimming in the sea and suddenly remembered the day the Stardust exploded when Lin Xiao pushed him into the escape pod. The star core light reflected in her eyes. Some salvations are hidden in time from the very beginning, like the tides of the Southern Cross star. No matter how many storms they endure, they always arrive at the shores of dawn on schedule. Xiaobei suddenly pointed at the night sky. The projection of the original star core there was growing exceptionally bright, casting a huge patch of light on the sea surface. Within the light patch countless figures gradually emerged, the Thorns, the crew of the Stardust, the scavengers who sacrificed on Qinglan's star. Their forms smiled in the light as if they had never left. They've come to see us. Lin Xiao's voice was choked with emotion, but she smiled and tightened her grip on Eric's hand. When the first rays of sunlight crossed the mountains, the people on the beach began to bustle. Some were building a temporary dock, some planting energy crops, some repairing the starship wreckage brought back from Guizhou. Eric and Lin Xiao stood side by side at the foundation of the watchtower, watching Xiaobei and Tai hoist the Stardust metal plate into place. Silver-blue morning light spilled over it, the rust gradually fading to reveal fresh star core patterns beneath. Are you ready, Captain? Lin Xiao turned and asked the star core fragment in her palm, humming. Eric looked up at the universe. The light of the Southern Cross star pierced through the clouds, weaving a path of light at their feet leading to distant stars. He knew that this salvation across time and space was never an endpoint. On this land guarded by the star core, a new story was just beginning, a story of companions of guardianship of all souls reunited in the stardust. And in the distant galaxy there were still countless unexplored coordinates waiting for them to illuminate one by one with the warmth of the star core. When the first morning light of Nan Shixi Xing spread across the coastline, Eric was crouching on the beach watching the light patterns cast by the star core fragment in his palm being washed over by the tide. The silver-blue seawater rolled with fine foam washing over his ankles. The star core energy hidden in the wave crests like countless tiny fireflies surged along the light patterns into the fragment, making the dark purple veins increasingly vivid. "What are you looking at?" Lin Xiao's voice came from behind, carrying the slight saltiness of the sea breeze. She was carrying a wicker basket filled with freshly picked energy berries. The dew on the fruit skin refracted rainbows in the sunlight as if studded with miniature star dust. Eric raised the fragment and the light patterns stretched into long lines in the morning light, connecting with the rising sun on the distant horizon. The detector says the energy field in this sea area has 3 resonance peaks every day, each lasting exactly 17 minutes. His fingertips traced the edge of the fragment where the scratches from the Gui Su mother nest remained identical to the startup time of the star dust. Lin Xiao crouched beside him and handed a berry to his mouth. When the sweet and sour juice burst on his tongue, it carried the lingering warmth of star core energy. "There's an old photo tucked in my parents' log," she said, gazing at the surging waves, her voice soft as the breath of the tide. In the photo they were sitting right on this beach with a newly assembled survey boat behind them and the words, "Star Dust," written on its hull. So they had been here long ago. Suddenly Xiao Bei's shouting came from a distance. The boy was running toward them carrying a semi-transparent reef rock. The rock surface was covered with honeycomb-like holes, each embedded with tiny silver-blue crystals like solidified star core energy. "Brother Eric. Look what I found." Xiao Bei's trousers were still dripping, but his face was flushed with excitement. "Brother A Tai says this is a natural energy resonance stone that can amplify the signal of the star core fragment." A Tai followed behind carrying a huge metal detector on his shoulder with wet sand clinging to the joints of his prosthetic limb and the star core patterns glistening in the sunlight. "This kid almost got himself stuck in an energy bog," the tough man said, putting down the detector and wiping his face with his sleeve. "This whole beach is underlaid with energy veins. The detector buzzes like crazy as soon as it gets close, as if it were drunk." Xiao Ya's voice suddenly came through the communicator, barely containing her excitement. "Hurry back to camp. General Leon has brought some guests and they say it's the director of the Interstellar Alliance Historical Archives." When they rushed back to the camp, a crowd had already gathered under the watchtower. General Leon was speaking with an old man in a white robe. The old man held a metal box and the star core patterns on its surface perfectly matched the fragment in Lin Xiao's palm. Xiao Bei immediately recognized the badge on the old man's chest, 3 star cores encircling an open book, the highest emblem of the Alliance archives. "Miss Lin, Mr. Eric." The old man turned around, his voice carrying the gentleness of accumulated years. "My name is Alan and I am in charge of organizing all documents related to the star cores. This time I've come to include the logs of the Suan couple into the official history of the Alliance so that the entire galaxy can know of their sacrifice." He opened the metal box. Inside, on a dark purple velvet lining, lay a star-shaped medal with 7 silver-blue crystals embedded around its edge. "This is the Stardust Medal, the highest honor of the Alliance. The Council voted unanimously to award it to the 4 of you." Lin Xiao's fingertips gently brushed the metal and the star core patterns suddenly lit up, resonating with the velvet inside the box. She recalled the last line of her mother's log: "When the light of the star core illuminates the Gui Su, our story will become the whisper of the universe, sprouting in the hearts of everyone who looks up at the stars." "Could we make a request?" Eric suddenly spoke, his gaze falling on the star dust metal plate atop the watchtower. "We want to melt this metal into that piece of wreckage, making it the cornerstone of the new camp. True honor is not the metal hanging on one's chest, but the footprints carved in time." Old Alan paused for a moment, then smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes filled with starlight. "Mr. Suan said something similar back then. He refused the Alliance's lifelong honorary title, saying he only wanted to carve a few more star trails on the observation deck of the Stardust." The old man closed the box and handed over the medal. This medal was always meant to belong to the inheritors of the Stardust. That afternoon everyone in the camp gathered under the watchtower. A Tai used a modified welding torch to melt the metal into the metal plate. The silver-blue molten metal flowed along the strokes of the three-word star dust as if plating old times with new brilliance. Xiao Bei and Xiaoya arranged energy berries all around. The purple-red fruits split open in the sunlight, their juices forming small streams on the ground, interweaving with the star core patterns into a net. Initiate energy conduction. Eric embedded the star core fragment into the base of the watchtower, and the dark purple light patterns climbed up the tower pillars, merging with the molten metal on the plate. The entire watchtower suddenly hummed. The metal plate at the top began projecting a vast holographic image, the entire trajectory of the star dust from its launch to its journey to the Guizhou flowing like a silver river above the camp. In the image, a young Suan couple was tuning the star core engine in the cockpit, with first mate Mark cheering them on with an energy wrench in hand. On the observation deck of the star dust, a young Lin Xiao was standing on tiptoes to reach the telescope, with her father supporting her waist from behind. At a scavenger camp in the northern border, Eric was receiving the star core fragment from Lin Xiao for the first time, the warmth of his fingertips making the fragment glow faintly. It's the black box of the star dust. Xiaoya covered her mouth, her eyes red. When the original star core repaired the Guizhou, it also activated the memory data in all the wreckage. At the end of the holographic projection was the scene inside the Guizhou mother nest. Lin Xiao's cocoon of light and Eric's energy collided at the critical threshold. The brilliance of the original star core swept everything like a tsunami. As Kane's phantom dissipated in the light, a hint of relief even appeared on his face. The instant the image froze, all the figures of the star dust crew emerged from the light, waving at the people under the watchtower, then gradually turned into countless specks of light merging into the sunlight of Nan Shixing. They can finally rest in peace. Lin Xiao's voice trembled. The star core fragment in her palms suddenly grew warm, as if holding a piece of molten star. When night fell, old Alan displayed the collection he had brought in a makeshift library. Among them was a yellowed notebook written by the Suan couple during their survey of Nan Shixing. The last page bore a simple design sketch, a bridge spanning an energy strait, its body inlaid with countless star core fragments, and a stone tablet erected at the bridgehead inscribed with the words, "All encounters are reunions across time and space." They had already planned everything here. Eric gently caressed the design sketch, and the warmth of his fingertips made the ink glow faintly. The end of the bridge is exactly the natural energy tower at the bottom of the sea. Lin Xiao suddenly pulled something out of her backpack. A key forged from the wreckage of the star dust, engraved with the coordinates of the Guizhou rift. I found this in my parents' survey ship. She placed the key beside the design sketch, and the two star core patterns instantly connected. They said that when the inheritors of the star dust find Nan Shixing, they should use this key to open the door of the energy tower, where the most primitive secret of the star core lies hidden. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed out the window. A silver blue light was glowing on the beach. When they ran out, they found the entire sea area glowing. The waves crashed against the sand, drawing a huge star map on the ground, a panoramic view of the Milky Way, with each star field marked with the flow trajectories of star core energy like a cosmic map unfolded by the tide. It's the resonance of the energy tower. Old Alan stared excitedly at the light map. The energy tower at the bottom of the sea has been activated by the memories of the star dust. It is showing us the true mission of the star core, not to guard a single planet but to balance the energy field of the entire universe. Eric held Lin Xiao's hand, and the star core fragment pulsed violently in their palms. He recalled the smile Lin Xiao gave him as she dragged the antimatter light cluster back in front of the Guizhou rift, to the shouts of his companions from deep within his consciousness when the two energies collided in the mother nest and the ground beneath his feet, breathing gently with the frequency of the star core. Let's go see the energy tower tomorrow. Lin Xiao's voice carried anticipation. The position of the energy tower on the light map was flashing as if issuing an invitation. Let's see the last story my parents hid in time. When the first morning light once again spread across Nan Shixing, Eric, Lin Xiao, Xiao Bei and a Tai were already seated in the modified survey boat, heading toward the coordinates of the energy tower. As the boat's hull skimmed the sea surface, countless glowing creatures rose from the stirred spray as if guiding their way. The metal plate of the star dust on the watchtower gleamed in the sunlight, and the holographic image continued to play, telling the story of the star dust to every new pioneer who arrived. As the survey boat submerged into the sea, Eric looked through the porthole. The silhouette of the energy tower was gradually becoming clear in the deep blue water. The tower was formed of naturally occurring energy crystals, and the star core patterns on its surface were more ancient than those of the original star core, like fingerprints left at the birth of the universe. The tower door was a massive star core crystal engraved with ancient script. When it resonated with the fragment in Lin Xiao's palm, it suddenly dissolved into specks of light. This is Xiao Ya's voice came through the communicator filled with awe. The archives in the library have records of this script. It is the original language of the universe, meaning place of return. Eric took Lin Xiao's hand and walked into the energy tower. The walls inside were covered with star maps more detailed than the one on the beach, even marking star fields yet to be discovered. On the platform at the deepest part lay a semi-transparent energy cocoon inside which 2 strands of light floated, the silver blue belonging to Mr. Suan and the dark purple belonging to Mrs. Suan, gently swaying with the laughter of Xiao Bei coming from the survey boat. Their consciousness has been here all along. Lin Xiao's fingertips passed through the energy cocoon and the 2 strands of light immediately coiled around her fingers like an embrace after a long separation. They were waiting for us to complete the final resonance. When the 4 of them pressed their palms onto the energy cocoon at the same time, the light of the star core fragments merged with the strands inside the cocoon. The entire energy tower suddenly trembled violently and the star maps on the walls began to flow as if coming alive. The crystal at the top of the tower hummed and a beam of light burst through the sea surface, reaching the atmosphere of Nanshixi and congealed into a huge star core emblem in the starry sky like a guardian talisman hung over the entire galaxy. We did it. Xiao Bei's voice carried a sob. The energy scanner shows that the light of the star core emblem is spreading across the universe, and wherever it reaches, the remaining parasitic energy is rapidly dissipating. Eric looked at the fading strands of light inside the energy cocoon, knowing that this was the true farewell, not disappearance but becoming part of the universe, continuing to guard the dawn they had won with their lives. He looked down at Lin Xiao. Tears still glistened at the corners of her eyes, but a smile curled on her lips. The star core patterns on her palm were perfectly synchronized with the beam of light from the tower top. When they left the energy tower, the survey boat passed through a school of glowing fish. Their tail fins traced silver blue trails in the seawater as if writing new star maps. Xiao Bei was on the communicator telling the story of the energy tower to the children at the camp. A Tai was beside him repairing the scratches on the boat's hull, humming the old sailing song of the star dust. Eric leaned against the porthole watching the sea and sky of Nanshixi merge into a single line in the distance. He knew that this redemption across time and space had finally found its best destination in the folds of time, not a fixed planet but the warmth of his companions' palms, the ever-burning navigation light of the star dust, and every morning that awakened in the light of the star core. And in the distant universe new pioneer ships were setting sail, their routes all pointing to Nanshixi, to this home guarded by the star dust. The metal plate on the watchtower continued to project the trajectory of the star dust, planting seeds of courage and reunion in the hearts of everyone who looked up at the stars. When the tide once again washed over the beach, the footprints of Eric and Lin Xiao were gently smoothed by the seawater but left new marks on the star core patterns. Just like all great stories, they are never an ending but a prologue waiting to be continued. When the survey vessel returned, the luminous pattern on the sea surface had not yet dissipated, though its edges began to warp with eerie dark veins like rice paper soaked in ink. Xiao Bei, lying on the porthole counting the glowing fish, suddenly pointed at the distant horizon and screamed, "What is that?" A dark purple pillar of light shot from the seabed straight into the sky, colliding with the silver blue beam of the energy tower, exploding into twisted ribbons of radiance. A Tai abruptly swerved the vessel and a harsh scraping sound scraped against the metal hull. Outside the porthole, a school of spindle-shaped creatures swept past, their bodies covered in obsidian-like scales, their tails trailing the gray mist characteristic of parasitic energy. Void rays. The voice of the elder AI Luan crackled through the communicator laden with unprecedented gravity. The forbidden books in the archives recorded them. They are symbionts of the Abyss Mother Nest feeding on stellar core energy. They should have been extinct 3,000 years ago. The survey vessel suddenly lurched violently. Xiao Ya's cry mixed with static came through. The energy shield at the camp is fading. The metal plates of the watchtower, they're turning black. AI Reich pressed the console and the light patterns of the star core fragment became wildly unstable dark purple veins spreading like rampant vines. They're absorbing the resonance of the energy tower. He looked at Lin Xiao. The fragment in the girl's palm was burning hot. The energy tower's light is being suppressed, the parasitic energy is counterattacking. At that moment a silver spaceship appeared outside the porthole, its hull emblazoned with a 6-winged star emblem, a patrol ship of the Interstellar Alliance. But the ship's hull was riddled with bullet holes and dark purple mucus splattered across the cockpit glass as if it had just survived a fierce battle. "This is the Alliance patrol ship, Vigilant. Repeat, this is the Vigilant." A hoarse female voice pierced the communicator, breathless with urgency. "We are under ambush by a void ray swarm. Coordinate Southern Cross Sea area requesting immediate support." "Repeat, the star core suppressor we are carrying has been The transmission suddenly cut off. The Vigilance engines roared in a burst of explosions, its stern trailing thick black smoke as it plummeted toward the sea. Atai gritted his teeth and pulled the control stick. Let's save them. As the survey vessel approached the crash site, large patches of oil slick floated on the surface. A woman in a damaged spacesuit was struggling, clinging to the wreckage. Her left arm was a silver-white prosthetic, and the six-winged star emblem on her shoulder armor had been corroded into a black hole. The moment she saw AI Reich, her eyes widened. A star core fragment. How do you have this? The woman named Kai Luan was the captain of the Vigilant. When she wrapped herself in a thermal blanket and explained the purpose of the star core suppressor, everyone's faces darkened. It was a weapon secretly developed by the Alliance capable of forcibly severing the connection between a star core and its host. Its energy source was a parasitic core extracted from the remnants of the Abyss Mother Nest. Some in the council believed star core energy was too dangerous, Kai Luan said, coughing, blood sparks sputtering from the joints of her prosthetic. They wanted to destroy all star core fragments, including the energy tower. These void rays were attracted by the signal from the suppressor. They can sense the fluctuations of the parasitic core. Before she finished, a massive wave erupted on the sea. A void ray over 10 meters long burst through the surface, its snout splitting into 4 jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, each coated with dark purple venom. Atai immediately activated the survey vessel's defense cannon. The energy beam struck the ray's scales, raising only a shower of sparks. The scales absorb energy attacks. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled a detail from her parents' logs. Their gills have a weakness, there are no scales protecting them. AI Reich quickly embedded the star core fragment into the vessel's weapon system. Dark purple light pattern spread along the cannon barrel, condensing into a slender beam of light. Xiao Bei aimed at its gill slit. The boy pressed the launch button with trembling hands. The beam struck precisely into the void ray's gill. The creature let out a piercing shriek, its body convulsing violently. Silver blue blood seeped from under its scales, igniting into ghostly blue flames upon contact with the sea. But more void rays were gathering. Their scales reflected the fading light of the energy tower, weaving a vast black net across the sea surface. Kai Luan suddenly tore off the thermal blanket and tossed a metal container to AI Reich. This is the core of the suppressor. Destroy it to cut the signal. But its self-destruct sequence has already started, we have 10 minutes. The parasitic core inside the container pulsed like a beating black heart, resonating eerily with the shrieks of the void rays. AI Reich looked toward the energy tower. The light pillar had dimmed considerably and the luminous patterns on the beach were rapidly vanishing. We have to return it to the energy tower, Lin Xiao said, her voice unusually firm. Only the energy of the original star core can neutralize it, just like when we repaired the Abyss. Atai immediately turned the vessel, heading straight for the deep-sea entrance of the energy tower. Kai Luan's prosthetic suddenly ejected an energy dagger. I'll cover you. My prosthetic carries the highest level energy shield of the Alliance, it can block their attacks. She stood at the stern, her prosthetic unfolding into a silver shield. The fluctuations of the parasitic core drained her face of color. Don't let the madmen in the council destroy your home, she said, looking at AI Reich with a flash of determination. When the Thorn couple rejected the Alliance's invitation back then, it was because they didn't want the star core to become a weapon. As the survey vessel plunged into the energy tower, the pulsing of the parasitic core turned violent. The star map inside the tower was fading, the crystals on the walls began to flake, and the energy cocoon of the Thorn couple flickered unsteadily. AI Reich placed the container in front of the energy cocoon. The light of the star core fragment and the luminous threads within the cocoon surged simultaneously. Initiate resonance. Lin Xiao pressed her hand against AI Reich's. The star core patterns of the four formed a complete circle. The parasitic core suddenly exploded. A wave of dark purple energy instantly engulfed half the energy tower, and the cries of the void rays echoed outside. At that moment, the two threads of light inside the energy cocoon broke free, intertwining silver blue and dark purple into a spiral, rolling the parasitic core's energy into a sphere of light. The phantoms of the Thorn couple appeared within the sphere, their hands tightly clasped. They bowed deeply to AI Reich, and the others then rushed together with the sphere into the tower's core. The entire tower trembled violently. The crystal walls reignited, more brilliant than before. Outside, the agonized cries of the void rays faded, their dark purple forms dissolving into the light of the tower, purified into a rain of luminous dust. When the survey vessel emerged from the energy tower, the sea was calm again. Beside the wreckage of the vigilant Kai Luan was sending a distress signal with her prosthetic. The remnants of the six-winged star emblem on her shoulder armor glinted in the sunlight. "The Council won't let this rest," she said, gazing at the dawn over the Southern Cross star, her tone mixed with complexity. "But I'll take the truth here back and tell everyone the true meaning of the star core." AI Reich looked toward the watchtower. The metal plates there had reignited and the holographic projection of the stardust was clearer than ever. Xiao Bei was cheering into the communicator, saying the children at the camp had found glowing scales on the beach. Under sunlight those scales turned into the shapes of star maps. In Lin Xiao's palm the patterns of the star core fragment now bore a silver-blue thread like a mark left by the thorn couple. She recalled the star map that had appeared on the tower walls at the end. At the edge of the Milky Way there was a star region never before charted where the flow of stellar core energy perfectly aligned with the Southern Cross. Captain Kai Luan, AI Reich suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on the distant stars. "Do you know of the Stardust Passage?" Kai Luan paused, then shook her head. "There's no such name on the Alliance's star charts." "It was written in my parents' logs," Lin Xiao added with a smile, her fingertips tracing the new lines on the fragment. "They said that when the light of the Southern Cross illuminates the entire universe it's time to open a new passage, to carry the story of the star core to every place touched by starlight." On the way back Xiao Bei drew a big smiley face on the porthole, saying he would turn the void ray's scales into bookmarks for the camp's library. A Tai hummed an adapted sea shanty, adding a line about the ray's teeth not being as bright as the star core. Kai Luan's prosthetic was self-repairing, its silver metal surface reflecting the sea and sky of the Southern Cross. AI Reich held Lin Xiao's hand. The temperature of the star core fragment was just right, as if holding the morning light of the entire universe. He knew the shadow of the Council had not yet dispersed and new dangers might be brewing among the stars. But as long as the navigation light of the stardust still shone, and as long as the warmth of their companions' palms remained, this transtemporal redemption would never truly end. When the tide washed over the beach again, the grains of sand that had been illuminated by the light patterns began to glow, piecing together fragmented star tracks under the sun. Like all unfinished stories, between the ebb and flow of the tide new seeds are quietly planted. The morning mist over the Southern Cross star had not yet dissipated when the distress signal of the watchman suddenly erupted on the communication channel. Karen's voice, laced with electrical static, sounded like crushed metal. "They're here. The Council's Scavenger fleet, coordinates at 73 degrees north latitude. Repeat, the fleet carries a star core stripper." Eric slammed open the hatch of the survey vessel and the sea surface was already churning with lead gray waves. 3 diamond-shaped warships were breaking through the fog layer, their hulls of black titanium alloy reflecting a cold light. The bow cannons were aimed at the energy tower, and the dark purple energy coalescing at the muzzles resembled congealed blood. Karen's figure appeared at the porthole, her prosthetic limb already dismantled and reassembled into a portable console. The screen displayed the fleet's parameters. "The principle of the stripper is the same as the suppressor, but the power has been amplified 100-fold. If it hits the energy tower, the entire star core energy field of the Southern Cross star will collapse." A tie welded the engine wreckage of the star dust to the bottom of the survey vessel. Sparks from the metal friction splashed onto his mechanical arm. "This pile of scrap can hold the shield for 3 minutes, enough for us to charge to the fleet's flank." He patted Xiao Bei on the shoulder. The boy was trembling, clutching the energy resonance stone. "Embed the stone into the cannon barrel and let these scums see what a real star core cannon is." Lin Xiao suddenly grabbed Eric's wrist. The star core fragment in her palm was burning hot and silver blue light seeped from the lines. "My parents' logs recorded the weakness of the Scavenger fleet. Their power core relies on parasitic energy, and the native resonance of the star core can overload the core." She pulled out the key forged from the wreckage of the star dust from her backpack. "This key can guide the beam of the energy tower. As long as it's aimed at the flagship's engine room." Boom! The first stripper shot grazed the watchtower and the energy shockwave flipped the energy berries on the beach. The purple-red juice condensed into a mist in the air, scorched by the muzzle's residual heat into a burnt smell. Xiao Bei screamed and hugged the resonance stone. The silver-blue crystal on the surface suddenly burst into a blinding light, forcibly pushing back the second stripper's shot, creating a brilliant rain of light in midair. "Now!" A tie yanked the control lever and the survey vessel shot like an arrow toward the fleet's left flank. Karen's prosthetic suddenly expanded into a 6-wing form, the metal wings cutting through the air with a shriek. She pressed the console against the vessel's armor and the data stream on the screen spread along the star core lines. "The flagship, Arbiter, is in the middle. Its engine room has an energy buffer layer. We have to destroy the escort ships on both sides first." Eric embedded the star core fragment into the cockpit and dark purple light patterns crawled along the lines covering the entire console. The survey vessel's forward cannon suddenly deformed silver-blue energy swirling into a vortex at the muzzle. He stared at the rapidly enlarging escort ship outside the porthole, his Adam's apple bobbing. Xiao Bei set energy output to 80%, aim at their weapon bays. The boy's fingers trembled on the resonance stone and the stone suddenly emitted a hum resonating with the survey vessel's engine. I am afraid of missing. His voice was laced with tears. From the corner of his eye he caught sight of the camp residents running on the beach. Xiaoya was waving at them holding an energy scanner, its screen covered with red dots like dense drops of blood. Think of the crew of the Stardust. Lin Xiao crouched down and pressed his shoulder. The light of the fragment reflected in her eyes. They were scared too when they faced the nest mother of the abyss back then, but they knew there were people behind them to protect. Xiao Bei suddenly clenched his jaw and the resonance stone burst into a blinding light. The survey vessel's main cannon fired a silver-blue beam piercing through the escort ship's weapon bay with precision. The dark purple energy body exploded inside the bay and the entire warship lit up like a powder keg. Amid the flying debris, several burning metal plates scraped past the survey vessel's porthole and plunged into the sea. Beautiful. A Tai's mechanical arm jammed into the control lever, twisting the vessel into an impossible angle to dodge the tracking missiles fired by the Arbiter. The second one is at the right rear. Karen, give me the coordinates of its armor weak points. Karen suddenly retracted one of her 6 wing sensors on the wing blade, smoking, the left wing thruster. The armor thickness there is only 1/3 of the other parts. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead and a faint red liquid oozed from the prosthetic interface. But their anti-missile system is online. We only have a 10-second window. Eric suddenly grabbed Lin Xiao and shoved the star core fragment into her hand. You take the main cannon position, use the key to guide the energy tower's beam. I'll pilot. As he lunged toward the console, the survey vessel was lifted off the sea by a shockwave. Lin Xiao grabbed the cannon barrel in the turbulence. The moment the key connected with the star core lines of the cannon, a silver-blue beam suddenly shot from the energy tower, winding around the cannon barrel and merging with the main cannon's energy flow. Now! She roared and pressed the firing button. The 2 beams twisted into a spiral like a burning whip, lashing toward the second escort ship. The explosion of the thruster was deafening. The wreckage of the warship burst into flames on the sea surface. The heat wave peeled the paint off the survey vessel, revealing the old metal plates of the Stardust underneath. The words, Stardust, glittered in the firelight. The Arbiter suddenly turned its cannons, its black titanium alloy armor unfolding into a honeycomb shape. Countless micromissiles swarmed like venomous bees. A Tai's mechanical arm suddenly exploded, hydraulic oil splashing onto the console screen. He roared, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Shield is down to 5%. Eric, hard to port charge into the bridge blind spot. The survey vessel skimmed through the missile rain and plunged beneath the Arbiter. The metal plates of the ship's belly were covered with lines of parasitic energy writhing like countless snakes. Karen suddenly tore open the collar of her spacesuit, revealing a 6-wing star emblem tattoo on her collarbone. She pressed her prosthetic against the survey vessel's cabin wall and the tattoo lit up, resonating with the Arbiter's energy field. Their bridge is reinforced with living parasitic tissue. The light of the star core fragment can cause the tissue to fester. Lin Xiao immediately pressed the fragment against the cabin wall. Dark purple light patterns spread along the metal. The parasitic lines on the ship's belly suddenly convulsed violently and a viscous dark purple liquid oozed from under the black titanium alloy armor, dripping onto the survey vessel's hull with a sizzling corrosive sound. Found it. Xiao Bei pointed at a blinking green dot on the screen. The engine room's buffer layer has a crack cut open by the debris from the explosion. Eric suddenly grabbed a spare energy battery and smashed it into the console. The short-circuit current caused the survey vessel's engine to emit a detonation. The vessel abruptly lifted, scraping past the Arbiter's bridge and shooting out. In the weightlessness, Lin Xiao grabbed the main cannon. The key connected with the energy tower's beam again. This time the beam became exceptionally thin, like a silver needle, piercing precisely into the crack of the engine room. Boom! The Arbiter's engine room exploded into a massive fireball, fragments of the parasitic core raining down like a meteor shower onto the sea. But the fleet flagship did not sink. The hull suddenly split into 3 parts and the middle compartment unfolded into a giant metal claw. The claw tips glowed with the dark purple light of the stripper closing in toward the energy tower. It's a modular design. Karen's prosthetic fully expanded, the 6 wings transforming into a shield blocking the cabin door. It's going to directly devour the energy tower. The survey vessel's engine suddenly died, the propellers stopping. In that instant the arbiter's metal claw had already enveloped the top of the energy tower. From within the tower came the mournful cries of the sewn couple's energy cocoon. Silver blue and dark purple light threads struggled in the gaps of the claw like imprisoned stars. Atai suddenly threw the remains of his mechanical arm into the engine compartment. Sparks ignited the leaking energy fluid. He grabbed Xiao Bei and shoved him into the escape pod. Take the camp people and evacuate east. There's a natural barrier of the energy strait. As he turned, the star core lines on his back suddenly lit up, merging with the survey vessel's armor. I'll go blow up its core control system. You take the opportunity to guide the energy tower's counterattack. No. Lin Xiao grabbed his arm tightly. Your mechanical arm is already useless. Going in would be suicide. Atai tore her hand away, the scars on his face ferocious in the firelight. I lost half a leg to a parasitic beast when I was scavenging in the Northlands, and I didn't die. The crew of the Stardust taught me that a true pioneer isn't afraid of death, they know when to let the people behind them live. He shoved an energy berry into Lin Xiao's hand. Tell Xiaoya about the wrench I borrowed from her. I'll return it in the next life. Eric suddenly broke the star core fragment in half, handing one half to Atai. The fragment can shield parasitic energy. Once you find the control system, crush it to trigger a localized explosion. He pointed at the arbiter's ventilation duct. Get in through there. In 3 minutes we'll use the energy tower's beam to provide cover. Atai bit into the energy berry, swallowing the sweet and sour juice mixed with blood. He clenched the half fragment, turned and leaped out of the survey vessel, crashing into the ventilation ducts, grating like a cannonball. Amid the screech of twisting metal his roar echoed through the duct, give them hell. Karen suddenly grabbed Eric and Lin Xiao, pulling them into the cockpit. There are parasitic guards in the duct. Atai needs support. Her prosthetic expanded into an energy rifle, bullets wrapped in silver blue star core light. I'll cover him. You initiate the energy tower's overload procedure. The coordinates are already input into the system. The rifle fire echoed in the ventilation duct. Karen's 6 wings continuously swept through the tentacles of parasitic guards, silver blue light blooming like sparks amid the dark purple horde. She saw Atai using the remains of his mechanical arm to smash at the alloy door of the control system. The light of the fragment flickered in his palm like a dying candle flame. Over here. She fired a burst of bullets to clear a path, but her prosthetic was suddenly entangled by a guard's tentacle. Dark purple venom seeped through the interface into her wound. Open the door. My prosthetic is being corroded. Atai fiercely pressed the fragment against the alloy door. Dark purple light patterns instantly spread, and the control system behind the door emitted a piercing alarm. He turned and grabbed Karen, but found that her prosthetic had already fused with the guard's tentacle, the silver-white metal being stained dark purple. Don't worry about me. Karen shoved the rifle into his hand. With her other hand she pressed the self-destruct button on her prosthetic. The fragment's coordinates have been synced to the energy tower. It will detonate in 3 minutes. Her 6 wings suddenly fully extended, pushing Atai out of the ventilation duct. Tell the Alliance the star core is not a weapon, it is light. The explosion collapsed half of the ventilation duct. As Atai fell he saw Karen's figure engulfed by dark purple flames. The last light of the 6-winged star emblem like a meteor plunged into the core of the control system. Karen! He roared, grabbing the edge of the duct. The fragment in his palm suddenly grew hot, resonating violently with the direction of the energy tower. In the survey vessel's cockpit Lin Xiao was inserting the key into the remote console of the energy tower. The overload countdown on the screen was down to the last 10 seconds. Eric held down the constantly jerking control lever. Outside the porthole the arbiter's metal claw was already contracting. The crystal walls of the energy tower were peeling away, and the sewn couple's energy cocoon was nearly extinguished. Atai is out. Xiao Bei's voice came through the communicator laced with tears. He's on the engine wreckage. Eric looked up and saw Atai lying on the arbiter's engine wreckage, the broken end of his mechanical arm bleeding, but in his hand he held high the half-star core fragment. The light of the fragment connected with the beam of the energy tower like a silver rope binding the entire fleet to the energy tower. Activate. Lin Xiao pressed the last button. The energy tower suddenly emitted a deafening hum. A silver blue beam broke through the metal claw's restraint and following the light of the fragment drilled into the arbiter's core. Atai smiled in the light. He seemed to see the crew of the Stardust waving at him, Xiaoya waiting for him under the camp's watchtower with a wrench and Karen's 6 wings reborn in the light brighter than ever. He crushed the fragment in his palm. The explosion's light merged with the energy tower's beam, blasting the Arbiter's metal claw into a sky full of shimmering dust. When the survey vessel was flung away by the shockwave, Eric held Lin Xiao tightly and they crashed into the escape pod amid the tumbling. Through the porthole they saw the Arbiter's wreckage dissolving in the star core's light. The dark purple parasitic energy was purified into silver blue light dust like a grand meteor shower falling on the sea of the Southern Cross star. When the escape pod landed on the beach, the morning sun was just breaking through the clouds. Eric struggled to crawl out and saw a Tai lying in a patch of energy berry bushes nearby. The broken end of his mechanical arm was covered in purple-red juice and his chest still had a faint rise and fall. Xiaoya was kneeling beside him using an energy scanner to treat his wounds. Tears dripped onto his scars, leaving small wet patches. Lin Xiao suddenly pointed toward the energy tower. The crystal walls there were glowing again and the sewn couple's energy cocoon was more radiant than ever. Farther out on the sea beside the wreckage of the Watchman a silver blue light was flickering, Karen's 6-winged star emblem. It had been repaired by the energy tower's light like a new star dust metal gently swaying on the crests of the waves. Xiao Bei suddenly pulled a charred metal plate from the escape pod. On it was engraved half a line of text, "All encounters." He sobbed as he pressed the star core fragment from Lin Xiao's hand onto the plate. The light of the fragment connected with the engraved characters, completing the second half. Our reunions across time and space. Eric helped Lin Xiao up and they looked toward the sea where the Arbiter had sunk. A new light map was rising there, more expansive than before. At the edge of the galaxy that uncharted starfield was flickering. The flow of star core energy connected to the Southern Cross star like a silver channel awaiting the footprints of pioneers. A Tai suddenly coughed and opened his eyes, grabbing Xiaoya's wrist. His voice was hoarse, "My wrench. I haven't returned it yet." Xiaoya smiled through her tears, shoving the energy scanner into his hand. "Heal up first or next time I won't take you scavenging." Karen's star emblem was washed ashore by the waves. Lin Xiao bent down to pick it up. On the back of the emblem was engraved a small line, "Archivist No. 732, Alliance Karen Sohn." She suddenly covered her mouth, tears streaming down. It turned out that Karen was a distant niece of her parents, the little girl mentioned in the logs who aspired to join the Interstellar Alliance. Eric placed the half-star core fragment on the star emblem. The moment the two lights merged they seemed to hear Karen's laughter, the size of the sewn couple, and the sailing song of the star dust echoing through the universe. When the tide washed over the beach it smoothed their footprints again, but this time the imprints on the star core lines were even clearer. On the distant sea a new survey vessel was being assembled. On its hull was written, "Stardust 2. Xiao Bei was lying on the stern using Karen's star emblem to engrave new star tracks on the metal plate. When the light of the energy tower spread across the sea like a silver-blue gossamer, Eric was crouching beside the keel of the Stardust 2, polishing the burrs at the joints with a star core fragment. A faint luminescence seeped from the fragment's veins following the metal and sketching a star track pattern on the keel identical to that of the Stardust, a pattern Lin Xiao had completed the night before based on the blueprints in her parents' logs. "Energy calibration complete." Lin Xiao's voice came through the communicator, accompanied by a faint metallic scrape. "But the output frequency of the energy tower is a bit unstable, as if it's resonating with something." Eric straightened up and looked toward the energy tower. The sunlight refracted through its crystal walls, dancing on the sea like countless shattered mirrors. The star core fragment in his pocket suddenly grew hot, resonating with the tower's light. The metal key in his pocket, forged from the wreckage of the Stardust, began to tremble, its edges emerging with fine new patterns like an undeciphered set of coordinates. "A Tai, can I borrow the scanner?" Lin Xiao appeared on the gangway of the survey vessel, clutching her parents' logbook. The edges of the pages were curled from seawater. The star charts in the last few pages don't match the resonance frequency of the energy tower. It's like something is interfering. A Tai was sitting on the beach lubricating the joints of his mechanical arm. The metal joints clicked as they rotated. Xiaoya crouched beside him using the juice of energy berries to seal the joints of the mechanical arm. The purplish-red juice glowed fluorescent in the sunlight. "The scanner is in the cockpit of the Stardust 2. Xiao Bei was just using it to scan the horizon randomly." As she spoke, Xiao Bei suddenly leaned out of the cockpit, the scanner screen in his hand dazzlingly bright. "Brother Eric. There's an energy reaction in the Eastern Sea. Not the Council's signal, it's alive." When everyone turned to look, the scanner's beam had already shot toward the eastern horizon. The mist on the sea was being dispelled by the beam, revealing a writhing silver-blue ribbon of light. Within the ribbon floated countless tiny luminous dots like awakened stardust. Lin Xiao opened the last page of the logbook and her pupils suddenly contracted. The distribution pattern of that light ribbon coincided exactly with the hand-drawn Guishu rift in the log. The aftershock of the Guishu hive. Atai abruptly stood up, the hydraulic system of his mechanical arm hissing. The stardust crashed here back then. When I collected the wreckage I saw light ribbons like this, they devour all energy forms. No. Lin Xiao's fingertips traced the annotations in the log. Her father's handwriting was especially clear under the light. It says here, companion field of the primordial star core. This isn't the energy of the hive. Look at the flow direction of the light ribbon, it's converging toward the energy tower. Xiao Bei suddenly aimed the scanner at the tower. The waveform on the screen jumped violently, completely synchronized with the frequency of the light ribbon. The resonance stone in his arms hummed, its silver-blue crystals began to flake off, revealing tiny star core particles inside. Those particles flew along the beam toward the eastern light ribbon. They're mending the rift. Eric's voice trembled slightly. The star core fragment burned a mark in his palm. The space tear caused by the Guishu hive is being filled by the energy of the primordial star core. Kai Luan's six-winged star medal suddenly flew out of Lin Xiao's pocket, hovering above the sea. The number 732 on the back of the medal began to flicker, resonating with the dots within the light ribbon. The number was gradually overlaid by new star tracks, forming a set of coordinates never seen before. The end of those coordinates pointed to an unmarked starfield at the edge of the Milky Way, exactly matching the light map they had seen earlier. These are the channel coordinates. Lin Xiao suddenly understood. She pressed the key onto the star medal and their patterns instantly interlocked. My parents didn't find a star core weapon back then, they found a channel to repair the cosmic rifts. The council thought the star core could be used for expansion, but they didn't know its true purpose is to stitch together the galaxies torn apart by war. Atai's mechanical arm suddenly pointed to the top of the energy tower. The energy cocoon of the thorn couple was slowly descending. The patterns on the cocoon merged with the light ribbon, forming two enormous silver-blue butterflies. Old Thorn and his wife knew all along. That's why they disguised the star core energy field as a weapon, to prevent the council from turning it into a tool of war. When the first ray of sunlight pierced the light ribbon, Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the scanner and screamed, "Look! The dots are forming a star map." The silver-blue light ribbon on the sea was reconfiguring. The dots arranged themselves along the trajectory of the star core energy, gradually forming a luminous track across the sky. The starting point of the track was the energy tower of the Southern Cross, and its endpoint pointed to an unknown starfield at the edge of the Milky Way. Every star along the way sparkled as if guiding the pathfinders. The Stardust 2's engines should be fired up now. Eric embedded the star core fragment into the control console of the Stardust 2. Dark purple light patterns spread along the circuitry, resonating with the light track. The survey vessel's engine emitted a low rumble more powerful than the Stardust's engine back then. Atai patted Xiao Bei on the back as the boy was embedding the resonance stone into the main cannon. The particles on the stone kept flying toward the light track, condensing into a silver-blue energy stream at the muzzle. Don't shake your hands this time. The place we're going is way more interesting than the cleaner fleet. Xiaoya tossed the last wrench to Atai and climbed into the cockpit to adjust the navigation system. The log says there are glowing algae on the other side of the Guishu rift that can cure the corrosion sequelae of the mechanical arm. We'll have to pick plenty. Lin Xiao closed her parents' logbook and placed it in the storage compartment of the cockpit. On the lid of the compartment, Kai Luan's six-winged star medal nestled against an old metal plate from the Stardust. The metal's light reflected on the name of the Stardust 2 as if bestowing a medal upon the new vessel. When Eric grasped the control stick, the star core mark in his palm suddenly burned. He looked out the porthole at the light track. The silver-blue dots were beckoning to them like countless eyes waiting to be redeemed. Ready. He turned to his companions. Lin Xiao's star core fragment sparkled in the sunlight. Atai's mechanical arm was already calibrated. Xiao Bei was making a shooting pose toward the light track. On Xiaoya's navigation screen, a new star map was slowly unfolding. Let's go. The Stardust 2's engine spewed silver-blue flames like an arrow, trailing a light track piercing the morning mist of the Southern Cross. The light of the energy tower turned into a protective ribbon behind them. Kai Luan's star metal pulsed in the cockpit, resonating with the handwriting in the logbook as if countless voices were singing, the voices of the Stardust's crew, the Thorn couple, and all the Pathfinders who had sacrificed to protect the Star Core, blessing the new voyage. The light track on the sea stretched out behind the ship like a silver-blue ribbon that would never fade. Eric knew that the Council's shadow might still lurk in some corner of the galaxy, but at this moment he held not just the control stick but a belief that transcended time and space. Just as the light of the Star Core would never extinguish, the Pathfinder's course would always stretch toward the unknown light. At the edge of the Milky Way, that unmarked starfield was waiting. And the navigation light of the Stardust 2 had become a new coordinate. Outside the porthole of Xingqian 2, a silver-blue light band was flowing along the trajectory of the star track as if pulled by an invisible thread. Lin Xiao stared at the jumping star map on the navigation screen, her fingertips tracing the blurry starfield at the edge of the Milky Way, the light points that were abnormally dense as if compressed into a halo by some force. The energy readings were soaring. Xiao Bei's voice crackled with static. A fine crack suddenly appeared on his scanner screen. These light points. They're colliding with each other. The frequency is as fast as if they're fighting. AI Reich abruptly pushed the control stick to the left and the ship shuddered violently. The light band outside the porthole twisted, the originally smooth star track crumpled like wrinkled paper, countless light points annihilating and rebirthing in an instant. The star core fragment in his pocket burned intensely, resonating with the fragment embedded in the console, scorching a spiral pattern on the metal surface, a pattern exactly matching the doodle on the last page of Lin Xiao's parents' log. It's a time-space fault. Lin Xiao suddenly pulled out the log, the pages rustling in the airflow. My parents drew this. They said there's a time difference between the two ends of the Guishu rift, like a bent straw. The two ends are pointed at the same point, but they're not on the same plane. Atai's mechanical arms suddenly pointed toward the stern where the light band was moving backward, the glow of the energy tower seeming to be sucked back by something. We didn't pass through a star track just now, it was an unsealed joint. What old Soan said about connection isn't about drilling through a point, it's about sinking the time on both sides. Xiaoya suddenly slapped the storage compartment on top of the cockpit and a heavily rusted metal ball rolled out. It was something they had picked up from the wreckage of the Xingqian, its purpose unknown. The metal ball touched the light of the star core fragment, its surface suddenly cracked open, revealing 3 nested gears inside. Each gear was engraved with different star track scales. Is this a star track clock? Lin Xiao's pupils contracted. An old photo tucked in the log suddenly fell out. In the photo, the Soans were holding the same metal ball with the unfinished base of the energy tower as the background. On the back of the photo it said, Anchor Calibrator, claiming it could mesh the dislocated time and space. AI Reich pressed the star core fragment onto the top of the metal ball and the gears began to turn, making a clicking sound. The first layer of gear aligned with the energy tower of the Southern Cross, the second layer pointed to the halo of the Guishu rift, but the third layer remained empty, like a missing piece of a puzzle. Missing an anchor. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the scanner. A faint red dot was blinking at the center of the halo on the screen. There's an energy source there with the same frequency as the star core fragment, but it's moving. The ship suddenly plummeted, the light band outside the porthole instantly turned pitch black and countless broken star maps flashed through the darkness. The blazing fire of the Xingqians crashed the muzzles of the council fleet and the silhouettes of the Soans waving in an energy cocoon. Lin Xiao's log suddenly turned open by itself and his father's handwriting appeared on the blank page. The root of the star core lies at the beginning of time. It's the star core's native field. AI Reich suddenly gripped the control stick. The mark left by the star core fragment in his palm began to glow. At the center of the Guishu rift there's a living star core anchor. It's running with time, so the two sides of space-time can't connect. Atai suddenly thrust his mechanical arm into the interface on the side of the console, the sound of metal joints merging with the gear's rotation. I'll stabilize the ship. Xiaoya, connect the third layer of the star track clock to the scanner. Xiao Bei used the main cannon's energy beam to mark that red dot. Xiao Bei's finger hesitated over the main cannon button, the memory of his hand trembling in front of the energy tower suddenly flashing through his mind. But when he looked at AI Reich's tightly pressed jawline and Lin Xiao's determined eyes holding the log, he suddenly pressed the fire button. A silver-blue energy beam pierced the pitch-black light band, precisely wrapping around the moving red dot like tying a thread to a running clock hand. Calibrate. Lin Xiao aligned the third layer of the star track clock with the direction of the energy beam. The gears suddenly jammed, emitting a harsh scraping sound. The light of the star core fragment seeped through the gear gaps, forming a complete spiral on the surface of the metal ball. the fundamental form of time and space, the original pattern of the universe. Eric suddenly recalled the star track pattern on the keel of the Xingqian and what Lin Xiao said when she completed the blueprint: the energy of the star core doesn't run in a straight line, it circles around time. He abruptly turned the control stick, making the Xingqian 2 fly along the spiral pattern. The star core fragment on the console suddenly popped out and floated in the center of the cockpit. "Throw the fragment out." Lin Xiao grabbed Eric's wrist. Both looked at the red dot outside the porthole. The energy beam was being slowly devoured by it, the mark's light fading. "My parents said the star core can find its own way home." The moment Eric threw the fragment toward the red dot, the 3 layers of gears in the star track clock turned simultaneously. The first layer anchored the present of the energy tower, the second bit into the future of the rift, and the third plunged into the past represented by the red dot. The star tracks of the 3 timespaces overlapped at that moment like 3 strands twisted into a rope, forcibly pulling the pitch-black fault into a transparent light membrane. "Now!" a Tai roared as he pushed the engines to full. The moment the bow of the Xingqian 2 hit the light membrane, everyone felt a sense of weightlessness. The star map outside the porthole was no longer shattered. The blazing fire of the Xingqian's crash turned into its appearance just after launch. The muzzles of the Council fleet transformed into newborn stars. The silhouettes of the Suans waved at them with smiles, gradually merging into the other side of the light membrane. Lin Xiao looked down at the log. The handwriting on the blank page had changed. Connection is not about forcing a path, it's about letting the past, present and future dance on the same star track. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed ahead. On the other side of the light membrane, a never-before-seen starry sky was unfolding, stars arranged in a spiral like countless superimposed star track clocks, and at each intersection of the star tracks, building similar to the energy tower floated. "The scanner can't read time anymore," he murmured. The time reading on the screen had turned into a stream of flowing light. "Time here seems to be alive." Eric's fingertips brushed over the console. The spiral pattern left by the star core fragment was glowing. He knew they had found a method to connect time and space, not by brute force to break through the fault, but by letting the energy of the star core mesh the past and future like gears. Like those star tracks seemingly extending on their own but actually tied together by the laws of the universe. The moment the Xingqian 2 passed through the light membrane, all the tremors ceased. The spiral star track unfolded behind the ship outside the porthole like a breathing silver-blue ribbon. Lin Xiao placed the star track clock back into the storage compartment. Its gears had stopped turning, but the surface had gained a warm luster as if it had absorbed the temperature of time and space. Next stop, Eric looked at his companions, the residual warmth of the star core mark still in his palm. "Let's go see what the beginning of time looks like." Xiao Bei suddenly laughed, pointing at the new star map on the scanner. "Look! There's a galaxy there, doesn't it look like the glowing seaweed Xiaoye drew?" A Tai's mechanical arm made a light clicking sound as if in agreement. Lin Xiao pressed the log to her chest as if she could hear her parents' laughter across time and space. Eric gripped the control stick firmly. The navigation light of the Xingqian 2 pierced the nebula ahead, leaving a new coordinate of their own on the spiral star track. They finally understood that manipulating time and space was never about reversing or traveling through, but about finding those anchors hidden in the star tracks, letting the faith of the past, the courage of the present, and the hope of the future emit a resonant light at the same instant. When the spiral star trails unfurled into a flowing Milky Way beyond the porthole of the Stardust 2, Xiao Bei was dozing off on the scanner. The resonance stone in his arms had cracked open at some point, the star core particles within turning into fine luminous dust that wove a tiny web of light through his hair, just like the countless specks of dust that had rained upon the hull when they crossed the time-space membrane last night, coating the ship in a breathable armor. "Wake up, sleepyhead." Xiaoye tapped the back of his head, holding a transparent petri dish in her hand. In the dish lay a layer of silver-blue soil from which several tender sprouts were peeking out, their buds glowing with the faint luminescence unique to star cores. "Guess what this is?" A Tai mixed the metallic ash from the stardust wreckage with light dust, and something actually grew. Xiao Bei sat up abruptly as the scanner screen flickered to life. In the once blurred heart of the starfield, the spiral galaxy was unfolding like a flower slowly blooming. Along the galaxy's luminous edge, countless energy towers were awakening, no longer solitary crystal pillars but linked by silver-blue vines that bore buds identical to those in the petri dish. "This is no ordinary plant." Lin Xiao's voice trembled with suppressed excitement as she pressed a star core fragment against the dish. The sprouts immediately tilted toward the fragment. "The logs say that the star core's native field can grow radiant soil in dead space, and the fruit of this soil can restore ecosystems ravaged by war. My parents weren't looking for a weapon, they were looking for seeds to rebirth the galaxy. Eric's gaze fell upon the Starcore imprint on the control console. The imprint had grown warm and smooth, no longer searing but like a piece of jade brimming with light. He recalled the images flashing through the shattered star charts when they crossed the time-space fault, planets obliterated by the Council's fleet, barren lands, children crying over withered plants. And now outside the porthole the vines were climbing the energy towers, spreading the essence of radiant soil to farther star systems. The scanner has a new discovery. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the screen where a stream of data appeared. These buds are absorbing the residual energy of the abyssal rift and they're sending out signals. The signal frequency was patched into the cockpit speakers. What flowed out was not a mechanical hum but a soft rustle like wine through leaves mingled with a delicate childlike laughter-like tune. Atai's mechanical arm suddenly emitted a joyful hum and the rust on its joints began to flake off, revealing the gleaming silver metal beneath. The light dust was repairing his old wounds. "It's a life signal," Atai's voice choked with emotion as he looked at his renewed arm. "Old Thorn once said that true Starcore energy smells like rain-soaked earth. Smell it, the whole cockpit is filled with that scent now." Lin Xiao opened the logbook and on the blank last page lines of new handwriting were appearing on their own. It was her parents' handwriting, yet with a lightness never seen before. "When radiant soil covers the abyssal rift, the wounds of time and space will scar over. Children don't fear the unknown because hope itself is a seed that sprouts on its own." As the words faded, the stardust too was suddenly enveloped in a warm glow. The buds outside the porthole burst into bloom simultaneously, their silver-blue petals unfurling layer by layer, scattering light dust like a gentle rain. In that rain they witnessed an incredible sight. On the distant obliterated planet New Greenland was spreading, the inky black of the abyssal rift was receding, revealing nebulas pregnant with radiant soil. Even the war wreckage left by the Council's fleet was being entwined by vines, transforming into new energy tower foundations. "Did we do it?" Xiao Bei's voice cracked with emotion as he reached out to catch the drifting light dust. The particles landed in his palm and formed tiny star trail patterns. Eric didn't answer. He simply pushed the control stick forward gently. The stardust too followed the path of the vines, flying through an expanse of blooming flowers. He saw at the wreckage of the stardust a dense forest of light growing. Among the trees faint silhouettes of the stardust crew were strolling, waving at the stardust too with smiles before dissolving into the light dust. "They are free," Lin Xiao whispered, holding her parents' logbook to her chest. The pages were turning transparent, eventually dissolving into light dust that merged with the floral sea outside. "All the souls trapped by time and space have found their home." Atai rummaged through a storage compartment and pulled out a tin box, inside which were fragments of the stardust he had collected over the years. He scattered the fragments out the window. Upon touching the radiant soil they immediately took root and sprouted, growing into a tiny sapling with star trail patterns along its trunk. "From now on," Atai grinned, his teeth stained silver by the light dust, "we don't need to scavenge wreckage anymore. It's time we learn to plant trees." Xiaoya took out her sketchpad and swiftly outlined the scene before her. She drew the energy towers in bloom, the green land restoring the planet, the stardust too sailing through the sea of flowers, and in the corner 5 little figures holding hands, Eric gripping the control stick, Lin Xiao holding light dust, Atai raising his new mechanical arm, Xiao Bei grinning foolishly at a bud and herself watering a sapling. Eric looked down at the Starcore imprint on his palm. It was slowly fading, eventually leaving only a faint scar like a gentle medallion of honor. He understood that the Starcore's mission was not to be controlled by anyone but to awaken the hope within every life, just like them who had thought they were merely searching for the truth yet had unknowingly become sowers of radiant soil. The navigation lights of the stardust too carved a bright trail through the sea of flowers, and the starfield ahead grew clearer. There were no shadows of war, no time-space faults, only new homes waiting to be explored and countless stories of the future just beginning to sprout. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed ahead and shouted excitedly, "Look! There's a blue planet just like Earth." Eric smiled and tightened his grip on the control stick. The Stardust II's engines hummed with a cheerful roar as if responding to an ancient promise. The scent of radiant soil drifted in through the porthole, carrying the fragrance of Earth and the warmth of star cores. They might never know whether the shadow of the Council had vanished completely, but at this moment, as the seeds of hope sprouted among the star trails and radiant soil covered the old wounds, they understood the best future was never something to be waited for. It was something like this: flying forward with courage, making every voyage the starting point of new hope. At the end of the spiral star trails a new sun was rising, casting the shadow of the stardust too gently upon a stretch of radiant soil waiting to be cultivated. When the deceleration alarm of the stardust too chimed with a buoyant rhythm, Xiaoya's sketchpad nearly slipped off her knees. She hastily steadied the paper, her fingertips grazing the still wet paint, smudging a patch of silver blue along the edge of the blue planet, a hue identical to the tender shoots of the luminous soil. "Steady now," Aruk's voice carried a hint of amusement, the control stick vibrating faintly in his palm. "The atmosphere is a bit thick, it might be a bumpy ride." The view beyond the porthole was instantly swallowed by creamy white clouds, and a faint scraping sound resonated from the hull. Xiao Bei pressed his nose against the glass, almost touching it. Could there be aliens? Like the phantoms in the stardust? Or maybe glowing rabbits, Atai said, tapping the cabin wall with his newly replaced mechanical arm, the metallic clink as crisp as a wind chime. Old Soan said that rabbits on Earth-like planets are especially clever. Lin Xiao was engrossed in the analyzer, her eyes sparkling at the cascading data streams on the screen. The air composition is 92 similar to Earth's. There's a stable magnetic field N. She paused abruptly, picked up a test tube smeared with stardust and brought it close to the sensor. The soil here contains energy fluctuations homologous to the luminous soil, but weaker, as if in a dormant state. Dormant. Xiaoya stopped her brush. Like the luminous soil before it encountered the star core. Possibly even earlier. Lin Xiao brought up a three-dimensional model of the planet, blue oceans and green continents rotating slowly on the screen. The planet's energy field is very gentle, as if waiting for something to awaken it. As the ship pierced through the final layer of clouds, everyone held their breath. Below was not the primeval forest they had imagined, but a vast plain dotted with circular stone arrays. At the center of the array's stone pillars were engraved with spiral patterns, eerily similar to the star track and the vines of the luminous soil. The stardust too descended smoothly onto the grass beside the stone array. The moment the hatch opened, a wind laden with the moist scent of vegetation rushed in. Xiao Bei was the first to jump down. His feet had barely touched the ground when he yelped, looking down to find several silver-blue blades of grass stuck to his soles, their tips gleaming with pinprick-sized specks of light. There really is luminous soil. He excitedly parted the grass, revealing soil that indeed glowed a faint blue beneath, though it resembled ordinary plants above. Atai followed behind, carrying a detector which suddenly emitted a series of soft beeps. Following the detector's direction, he saw a metal box half buried in the earth beneath the central stone pillar of the array. The lid bore shallow marks similar to the star core imprint. This thing. Atai crouched down, gently brushing away the soil on the box with his mechanical arm. It looks older than the stardust. Lin Xiao leaned in, and the moment her fingertips touched the metal box, the lid clicked open. Inside there were no weapons, no data chips, only a small handful of dry gray-black soil in which lay 3 seeds the size of a fingernail. The patterns on their surfaces resembled miniature star tracks. This is... Lin Xiao's voice quivered slightly. She carefully picked up a seed, and the moment it touched the stardust on her palm, it began to tremble faintly. Are these seeds of the luminous soil? But why are they gray-black? Maybe they're just asleep, Xiao Bei said, pulling out a half-eaten compressed biscuit from his pocket and crumbling it over the soil, only to have Xiaoya slap his hand away. Are you feeding rabbits? Aruk crouched down, pressing his palm against the ground beside the metal box. The blue glow of that patch of earth seemed to brighten slightly, and he could feel a faint resonance like a heartbeat transmitted across time and space. The patterns on the stone array are guiding the energy, he said, pointing to the spirals on the pillars. These pillars are natural energy towers, but they haven't been activated for a long time. Atai suddenly let out a surprised sound. The detector screen displayed an ancient star map, coordinated its endpoint precisely their current location. There's information in this box, he said, calling up decoded text. When the star core returns, the soil gives birth to light, the seeds return to the earth, and the blue planet awakens anew. The handwriting looks a bit like that in Lin Xiao's parents' logs. Lin Xiao jerked her head up, gazing toward the distant mountains. Their silhouettes traced soft curves under the setting sun, resembling the earth mountains she had seen in the log illustrations. My parents were here, she said, placing the seeds back into the metal box and burying it in the earth. They didn't come here for nothing, they left the seeds here. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed to the periphery of the stone array. On the grass where he had just stepped, the silver-blue blades were unfurling, their tip specks of light growing brighter. Look! They're waking up. As if roused by that glow, the grass across the entire plain began to luminesce, spreading outward from the stone array like a blue tide. On the ground where the metal box was buried, 3 seeds broke through the soil. The shoots grew at a visible rate, the vines climbing the stone pillars, soon forming buds, identical to those they had seen among the star tracks. Beep, beep, the communicator in the cockpit suddenly rang, emitting a series of intermittent radio waves as if someone were trying to make contact. Aruk quickly returned to the ship and turned up the volume. The radio waves gradually clarified into a faint voice in an unfamiliar language, but the tone carried unmistakable delight. Are these the natives? Xiaoya raised her sketchpad, her hands trembling. Are they welcoming us? A TICE detector suddenly pointed skyward, revealing a small light spot on the screen heading toward them. It's not a ship, he stared at the data. It's a biological signal. Single, very slow, no aggression. The light spot grew closer until its form became clear, a creature like a flying fish, its body covered in translucent scales that reflected the golden sunset light, scattering fine stardust with each wing beat, its aura identical to that of the luminous soil. It circled twice before the hatch of the Stardust II, then swooped down and landed on the back of Lin Xiao's extended hand. The flying fish's eyes were like two pale blue star cores. It gently rubbed against Lin Xiao's fingertip, then suddenly opened its mouth, emitting not radio waves but clear childlike words, "We've been waiting for you for so long." Lin Xiao was stunned. Xiao Bei and Xiaoya simultaneously gasped. Aruk and Atai exchanged glances, seeing both surprise and understanding in each other's eyes. This planet had long been ready to welcome those who carried the luminous soil. The flying fish flapped its wings and flew toward the mountains as if leading the way. By then all the buds in the stone array had burst into bloom, their silver blue petals forming a colossal star track pattern enveloping the Stardust II in a soft radiance. Well then, Aruk pulled the control stick and the ship slowly rose. The first tree must be planted where someone is waiting. Xiaoya looked down at her sketchpad. Beside the 5 little figures she had just drawn there now appeared a winged flying fish carrying a seed in its mouth heading toward the newly awakened land. She smiled and added a stroke, drawing star track patterns on the flying fish's wings. The scent of luminous soil mingled with the fragrance of grass and trees drifted into the cabin. Among the distant mountains faint lights flickered like scattered stars. This blue planet, after slumbering for who knows how long, finally welcomed the dawn of awakening through the lingering warmth of the star core and the seeds of hope. And the navigation lights of the Stardust II traced a new trajectory toward those lights. When the water circulation system of Stardust II suddenly emitted a piercing alarm, Xiaoya was watering the light soil in the petri dish. The droplets fell onto the silver blue soil, but instead of seeping in as usual they condensed into tiny black beads like ink-stained dewdrops. What's going on? Xiao Bei reached out to touch them, but the moment his fingertip brushed the black bead it burst open, turning into a wisp of gray smoke that burrowed into his nail bed. He jerked his hand back and his fingernail was darkening at a visible rate like rice paper soaked in ink. Lin Xiao immediately grabbed the scanner, but the data stream on the screen was a chaotic mess. The light dust around Stardust II was fading, and outside the porthole the blooming sea of flowers had charred edges spreading across their petals like paper scorched by fire. It's foreign matter, her voice tightened as she pulled up the star chart. The M7 nebula we passed through 3 days ago, it's not natural. On the chart the M7 nebula's position pulsed with an eerie red glow. The substances previously identified as interstellar dust now revealed a web-like structure like countless black veins spreading along the trails of the light soil vines. Atai suddenly coughed violently. He lifted his mechanical arm and the newly formed silver metal at the joints was covered in rust-like black spots with gray smoke sizzling at the edges. This thing is eating the light dust. Atai tried to scrape it off with his other hand, but the black spots burrowed into the metal crevices like living things. Old Thorn's log mentioned rust spores, a biological weapon used by space pirates to destroy habitable planets. It can decompose anything with an energy field, including stellar light dust. Before he finished, the cockpit's porthole suddenly cracked with a sharp sound. Outside, the sapling grown from Stardust's wreckage was withering at an alarming rate. Its silver blue trunk turned gray, covered in cobweb-like black spots. Farther away on Blue Star's orbit the newly formed forest of light was disappearing as if erased by an invisible eraser. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the console and screamed. A burst of encrypted signal appeared on the screen, traced back to the depths of the M7 nebula. Decoded, it was a synthetic voice with a sickening laugh. Guardians of the star core, taste the deep bone. The light soil you sowed is now our finest fertilizer. Eric slammed the control stick to the bottom and Stardust II shot into the sky like an arrow, dodging a drifting cloud of gray smoke. He watched through the porthole as the once gentle light soil vines twisted their silver blue surfaces, revealing black veins like blood vessels infected with a virus. They're using the light soil spreading path, he gritted his teeth. The spores follow the vines. Every sapling we planted has become their relay station. Xiaoya suddenly noticed her drawing board was heating up. She flipped open the paper and the lines of the light forests and energy towers she had just drawn were turning black, melting and finally leaving holes like black holes in the paper. They can penetrate matter. She threw the board aside as wood chips flaked off the edges of the holes. A tie shut down the circulation system. A tie's mechanical arm was already unresponsive. The black spots had climbed to his shoulder and even his skin took on a grayish pallor. With his remaining right hand he reached for the console only to find black mold spots growing on the buttons. Can't shut it down, his voice buzzed with static. The spores have already gotten into the circuits. Lin Xiao suddenly grabbed the last fragment of the star core. The moment it touched the air it emitted a blazing light. She pressed the fragment against Xiao Bei's blackened fingernail and the black spots shrank like ice meeting fire sizzling into a wisp of gray smoke. The star core can counter them. Her eyes lit up but quickly dimmed. The fragment was only palm-sized and around Stardust 2 gray smoke-like spores were already drifting everywhere. The encrypted signal sounded again, this time with clear mockery, "Don't waste your strength. Your star core's energy was already leaking when the council blew up the Stardust. The light soil now is nothing but a dying candle and we are the wind that blows it out." The signal paused then turned shrill. "Oh, and I forgot to tell you, the star core under Blue Star's ice cap has been wrapped in our spores. Its energy will soon be ours." Xiao Bei suddenly remembered something. He lunged to the storage compartment and pulled out the box that had once held the resonance stone. A few grains of star core light dust remained inside. He scooped them up and sprinkled them onto a tie's mechanical arm. The dust touched the black spots and pale blue flames erupted, burning the spots with a crackling sound. "It works," he shouted. "The light dust can burn them." But no one spoke. The storage compartment of Stardust 2 held only half a box of light dust. And outside from the direction of the M7 nebula a black sea of clouds was surging toward them, countless rust spores following the light soil's path rushing straight at them. Eric looked at the fading star core mark on his palm, then suddenly pushed the control stick toward the M7 nebula. "We can't retreat," his voice was eerily calm. "One step back and Blue Star's star core is finished. All the light soil we've sown will become their breeding ground." Lin Xiao suddenly flipped open a torn page from her parents' log, the one that hadn't yet turned to light dust. On it was a strange symbol, a spiral star orbit wrapped around flames. "I know." Her eyes lit up. The star core's original field can nurture light soil, but it can also ignite them. Just as a seed can both sprout and burn to ashes. A tie suddenly tore off his rusted mechanical arm, revealing the healing wound beneath. Light dust was repairing his flesh, leaving silver scars. "Then let's burn," he grinned, showing silver teeth. "Old Thorn said to deal with weeds you need a big fire." Xiaoya grabbed her brush and furiously sketched on the remaining paper Stardust 2, trailing a long light streak like a match charging into the black sea of clouds. At the edges of the drawing she gave each character a flame. Xiao Bei holding the light dust box, Lin Xiao clutching the star core fragment, a tie wielding a newly formed light fist, Eric's control stick glowing, and herself throwing the burning drawing into the cloud sea. Through the porthole the black spore cloud was getting closer, revealing metal fragments, remnants of pirate ships, mixed within. The engines of Stardust 2 roared with a heavy hum like a beast poised to strike. Eric took one last look at Blue Star. The blue planet where the light soil's glow was dimming, but the star core under the ice cap still flickered with a faint stubborn blue. "Ignite," he whispered and shoved the star core fragment into the console's energy slot. The bow of Stardust 2 suddenly blazed and a silver flame spread along the light trail like a burning whip lashing at the black cloud sea. "Let them see." Xiao Bei raised the light dust box, the black spots on his nails completely gone, revealing fresh pink skin. "The light soil isn't fertilizer, it's dynamite." The moment the black spore cloud collided with the silver flame, the entire star field lit up. It was not a warm light but a searing heat, carrying the breath of destruction like a grand explosion that scorched a blinding rift between light and darkness. The instant the silver flames collided with the spore cloud, Stardust 2 shuddered violently like a small boat struck by a massive wave. Xiao Bei failed to secure the light dust box, which slipped from his grasp and flew toward the porthole. The light dust spilled onto the cracked glass, forming a silver mesh along the fine fissures which held back the onrushing wave of heat. "Is it done?" Xiaoya rubbed her aching arm, then looked up and froze. The black sea of clouds outside was indeed ablaze, but from within the flames floated countless tiny red specks like glowing embers falling toward Blue Star. Those red specks did not extinguish upon contacting the light soil, instead they sprouted even finer black vines whose tips bore swollen spore sacs. "Something is wrong." Lin Xiao stared at the scanner where the spore signals had not weakened but instead split into more frequencies. They are evolving. The fire didn't kill them, it made them mutate. A tie suddenly pointed at the cockpit ceiling where a vent was oozing black powder. Where the powder landed, tiny holes corroded into the metal floor. They are coming in through the circulation system. He grabbed a fire axe nearby and swung it at the vent. The instant the blade touched the powder it hissed, emitting white smoke, and the edge became pitted and corroded. Eric quickly switched to manual piloting, weaving Stardust 2 through the gaps between flames and spores. He caught a glimpse through the porthole. The mutated black vines were climbing along Blue Star's orbit, already entwining the energy field of that blue star core. The star core's blue light was gradually being stained a grayish-black. We must find the spore source. Eric's voice was breathless. The star core imprint on the control stick suddenly burned with pain. These are all fragments. If the true mother body must be deep within the M7 nebula. Xiao Bei suddenly remembered the encrypted signal. He rushed to the console, pulled up the recording and listened to the tail end of the mechanical voice repeatedly. Faintly in the background there was a regular dripping sound like liquid falling. This is not a pirate signal, he shouted suddenly. Old Thorn's log recorded that the Council's biological laboratory had a nutrient solution circulation sound, and it's exactly the same. Lin Xiao's face turned deathly pale. She flipped through the section of the log where her parents had recorded Council secrets, her finger tracing a line of writing covered in star dust. Project Corrode, using residual star core energy to cultivate rust spores. Target: eliminate all habitable planets not under Council control. It's the Council. Lin Xiao's voice trembled. They haven't given up. They are using the spores to destroy everything we've repaired, and even trying to seize Blue Star's star core. Before she finished speaking, Stardust 2's engine let out a dull thud and the tachometer plummeted. A tie rushed to the engine room and soon returned cursing. The cooling pipe has been corroded through by the spores. If this continues, we'll become space barbecue. His mechanical arm was temporarily replaced by a fire hose, and at the joint coolant with black spots kept seeping out. Xiao Ye suddenly noticed that her drawing board was vibrating. Around the edges of the holes burned by the spores, faint blue light patterns appeared like the trajectory of the star core. She tried poking the hole with the tip of a brush coated in light dust. The light patterns suddenly expanded, pushing the black spots back half an inch. Light dust and spore trajectories can cancel each other out. Her eyes lit up. Their energy fields are opposite in direction. Eric immediately understood. He shifted Stardust 2's course 30 degrees to the left, aligning it exactly with a rotating black vortex deep within the M7 nebula, where the energy fluctuations were most chaotic, as if countless star tracks of opposite directions were entangled. The spore mother body must be inside the vortex. He gripped the control stick. We need to send the star core fragment and let its energy field counteract the mother body. But Stardust 2's shield was already cracking. Black vines crept in through gaps in the hull, weaving an ugly web on the ceiling. Xiao Bei ran around sprinkling light dust from the box, but found the effect weakening. New black spots soon grew back over the areas he had treated. We're running out of light dust. He was sweating profusely, and the light net in his hair was slowly dissipating. Lin Xiao suddenly pressed the star core fragment against her chest. The fragment's light shone through her clothes, etching star track patterns onto her skin. Where those patterns touched the encroaching vines, the vines recoiled as if burned. The star core's native field is on me, she exclaimed in surprise and delight. When my parents studied the star core, they must have exposed me to the native field. It's protecting me. A tie suddenly slapped his thigh, tore off the fire hose mechanical arm and firmly tied the star core fragment to its tip. Now we have a long-handled weapon. He swung the light dust spear, piercing the vines on the ceiling. The moment the vines touched the fragment's light, they turned to black smoke and vanished. Stardust 2 finally plunged into the vortex center of the M7 nebula. There was no mother body as expected, only a floating field of metal wreckage. Countless transparent tubes were stuck into the wreckage, flowing with dark purple liquid. The dripping sound came from here. This was the Council's abandoned biological laboratory, and the rust spores were merely a failed experiment that had leaked. They fled long ago, Eric said, looking at the Council emblem on the wreckage, half eaten away by spores. They deliberately left the lab to let the spores fend for themselves, both to destroy the star system and to frame the pirates. Lin Xiao threw the star core fragment into the energy slot at the center of the wreckage. The fragment burst into blinding blue light, spreading along the transparent tubes. Wherever it passed, the dark purple liquid turned to white smoke, the black vines withered, and even the light signal from Blue Star regained its brilliance. Is it over? Xiao Bei stared at the spore cloud dissipating outside the porthole, unable to believe it. But Eric's gaze fell on a corner of the wreckage, a control panel blinking red displaying a new set of coordinates. Beside the coordinates were 3 characters: Earth sector. Atai's mechanical arm suddenly pointed at the screen, the light dust at its joint flickering violently. Old Thorn said that what the council coveted most was never the star core, but the place that can nurture a star core. On Xiaoya's drawing board, the black vines she had just drawn were fading, revealing the pattern underneath, a blue planet exactly like Earth now wrapped in a faint red mist. Stardust 2's engine hummed steadily again, but this time no one's face was relaxed. They knew the rust spores were only a prelude. The council's true target, perhaps from the very beginning, was the home they cherished. Eric retrieved the star core fragment from the energy slot. Its light had dimmed considerably. He looked toward Blue Star, where the light soil was recovering life, but a silver band now circled its orbit, a barrier Lin Xiao had set up using the star core's energy. Next stop, his voice low but resolute as he entered the coordinates into the navigation system: Earth sector. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the screen where a familiar spiral galaxy blinked on the star map, the place they had set out from. "We're going home." Lin Xiao shook her head, pressing the torn pages of her parents' log against the porthole. The light pattern on the torn page connected with Blue Star's light band, forming a path across time and space. "Not home," she said, "but to stop them from destroying another Blue Star." Atai sprayed light dust onto the temporary mechanical arm, making it glisten just right. Old Thorn's log also recorded the weaknesses of the council's labs. "This time it's our turn to strike first." Xiaoya drew a new route on her drawing board from the M7 nebula to the spiral galaxy. Beside the route she sketched a burning laboratory and 5 small figures holding weapons. Finally she drew a complete blue planet with no black spots, only rows of light forests swaying in the wind. Stardust 2's navigation lights pierced the dying embers of the nebula, flying toward the direction of their home. Outside the porthole, the last wisp of black smoke from the rust spores was dissipating, revealing the star field now clear again. But no one knew whether what awaited them ahead was a trap set by the council or another patch of light soil that needed protection. Only the scent of light dust still carried the fragrance of soil, as if reminding them, those who sow hope will become the guardians of hope. The alarm of the Stardust 2 had barely ceased when the radar screen was suddenly swarmed with dense red dots. Eric jerked the control stick hard to the left. A rhomboid black mech grazed the hull, its wing-mounted energy blades leaving a trail of sparks across the viewport. "It's the council's obsidian mech core." Atai stared at the flickering model on the screen. -7 Malawian Quach's assault mech shoulder-mounted particle cannons, arm-mounted vibroblades, the council's sharpest strike force. He suddenly dragged a large canvas-covered object from the cargo bay. When he pulled off the canvas, the metallic reflection was blinding. Old Thorn's hidden treasure, time to shine today. It was a half-human-tall mechanical exoskeleton with the Stardust's emblem still on its shoulder armor, light dust conduits welded to the arms, and a star core fragment embedded in the palm. Atai stepped into the pedal. The exoskeleton instantly closed around him, emitting a pale blue light mist from the joints. "The Stardust's guard mech. I secretly dismantled and repaired it for 3 years." He punched the cabin wall, denting the alloy plate. "Let them see the fury of an old relic." Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the screen and screamed, "12 o'clock. Something big." A mech 3 times the size of the Stardust 2 burst through the clouds, its silver armor engraved with the council's double-headed eagle emblem, the energy core on its chest glowing with a dark purple light, the flagship of the Obsidian Core, the Arbiter. In the cockpit, a figure with a single-eyed helmet was locking them in its targeting scope. "It's Raymond." Eric's knuckles whitened as he gripped the controls. "The council's Iron Executioner, the one who blew up the Stardust." Before the words faded, the Arbiter's particle cannon fired. A violet beam grazed the Stardust 2's engine and a searing energy turbulence erupted in space. Lin Xiao quickly pulled up the mech's parameters, her fingers flying across the screen. "His joints have a weakness. The original design left an emergency interface. We can inject light dust to paralyze the system. That requires someone to get close." Xiao Bei, clutching a light dust supply box behind the console, stared at the 7-7 Malawian Quachas mech swarming like sharks outside, each charging its particle cannon. "Our shields can't survive 3 volleys." Atai's exoskeleton suddenly deployed thrusters, and with a roar it shattered the hatch and launched into space. He dodged a beam of energy, his mechanical arm extending sharply to grab the wing of a -7 Malawian Quachas. The star core fragment in his palm flared. The mech's engine suddenly detonated, then spiraled out of control, crashing into a comrade and exploding into a fireball. "See that? Light dust is their poison." Eric switched to manual fire-controlled hidden cannons on both sides of the Stardust 2 popped out. He aimed at the Arbiter's knee joint and pressed the trigger. Xiaoya mark coordinates for a tie. Lin Xiao calculate the light dust injection angle. Xiaoya's drawing board turned into a real-time tactical screen. She traced 7 trajectories with a fluorescent pen, each ending with a red cross. The Mk7's energy circuit is in the third conduit of the left wing. Hit that and they'll blow themselves up. Lin Xiao compressed the light dust into needle-shaped warheads and sent them via the transfer tube to Atai's exoskeleton. An energy turbulence is coming in 30 seconds, that's the optimal injection window. Space instantly became a hell of iron and fire. Atai's exoskeleton darted through the mech, swarmed the light trails from its thrusters like a nimble sword, each collision accompanied by the flare of an exploding mech. He grabbed an Mk7's shoulder and stabbed the light dust needle deep into its joint. The mech's arm blade suddenly reversed and plunged straight into its own cockpit. The Arbiter suddenly roared, its chest energy core expanding into a purple sphere. Eric's pupils contracted. Annihilation cannon. Get into the asteroid belt now. The Stardust 2 dove sharply, barely evading the beam that could tear a planet apart. Where the beam swept, asteroids turned to dust instantly. Raymond's laughter crackled through the public channel, grating like metal on metal. The remnants of the Stardust think you can win with patchwork. Today I'll reduce you and your light dust to ashes. Atai's exoskeleton stumbled. To shield the Stardust 2 he had taken a direct particle cannon hit. The light dust conduit on his left shoulder snapped, sending sparks flying. Hold on, old friend. He patted the exoskeleton's chest, pulled a metal fragment of the Stardust from the spare box and welded it onto the brake. Back then you protected the Stardust, today it's my turn to protect you. Xiao Bei suddenly noticed a hidden compartment beneath the console containing 3 old torpedoes with star trace patterns engraved on the warheads. These are Old Thorn's Stardust fireworks. He clutched a torpedo and dashed toward the launch port. The manual says they can disrupt mech energy fields. Eric immediately adjusted course, bringing the Stardust 2 behind the Arbiter. Atai understood instantly. He rammed into the Arbiter's side, forcing it to turn and expose the energy interface on its back. Now. Xiao Bei pressed the launch button and 3 Stardust fireworks streaked toward the target, trailing light. The warheads detonated upon contact, not with an explosion but with a vast silver net of light dust like a giant bear trap, ensnaring the Arbiter tightly. The Arbiter's energy core began to flash red. Raymond's roar echoed through the channel. Impossible. How can this scrap heap? His words were cut short. Atai's exoskeleton suddenly activated overdrive mode. All the light dust conduits blazed at once. He became a silver meteor hurtling toward the Arbiter's chest energy core. The debt of the Stardust, today it's paid. A deafening explosion erupted in space. The Arbiter's armor fragments scattered like a meteor shower. Atai's exoskeleton burst out of the fireball, missing a mechanical leg but waving the Arbiter's half-shattered single-eyed helmet in space exultantly. The remaining -7 Malawian Quachas mech, seeing their flagship destroyed, fled in all directions. Eric did not pursue. He watched Atai hop back to the Stardust 2 on one leg, the exoskeleton's wreckage still smoking, yet unable to hide Atai's broad grin. Old Thorn said, fighting isn't about how new your mech is, it's about how ruthless you are. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at Atai's mechanical arm where a fragment of the Arbiter's armor clung. On the fragment was engraved a strange symbol, identical to the control console mark of the M7 Nebula Laboratory. This is what they're looking for. Lin Xiao placed the fragment under a scanner and a string of coordinates appeared on the screen. The endpoint was a region shrouded in red nebula marked Annihilation Core. It's the Council's ultimate weapon, her voice heavy, a planet-level bomb powered by star core residue. Eric stared at the dissipating smoke outside the viewport and entered the Annihilation Core coordinates into the navigation. The Stardust 2's engines roared with even greater power, like a beast that had just finished a fight, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Next stop, to dismantle a bomb. A fierce grin curled at the corner of his mouth. Let them know that those who mess with the Stardust never get away with it. Atai, repairing his exoskeleton with Stardust fragments, looked up and laughed. Maybe we'll scavenge some mech parts along the way. Maybe we can piece together a behemoth, even fiercer than the Arbiter. Xiao Bei was already loading new warheads onto the Stardust fireworks, while Xiaoya drew a 3-headed 6-armed mech on her drawing board with the Stardust emblem welded on its chest and the Council's double-headed eagle crushed under its feet. Mech wreckage still drifted in space, but the navigation lights of the Stardust 2 had pierced the smoke heading toward the red nebula. The clash of iron and fire was not over, but this time they were no longer the ones on the defensive. They were Avengers carrying the fury of the Stardust, determined to blast the Council's ambition into cosmic dust. The engines of the Stardust II wheezed heavily within the Crimson Nebula as if swallowing the pervasive metallic scent of rust. Beyond the porthole the dark red gas was torn into two turbulent streams by the hull dotted with countless twisted metal debris, the remnants of Council patrol ships shredded by the Annihilation Core's energy field, some still embedded with unexploded missiles like the spines of a hedgehog. 3 astronomical units remained to the Annihilation Core. Lin Xiao's fingers slid across the console as the energy readings on the screen leaped wildly like an electrocardiogram. The space curvature here was twisted and the navigation system's error exceeded 30. She suddenly paused, pulling up a signal hidden within the metal wreckage, a distress signal from the Stardust supply ship. The static in the signal was piercing like fingernails scraping metal laced with intermittent shouts. They're absorbing the star core energy. The Red Nebula is alive. The Annihilation Core isn't a bomb, it's... The last word was swallowed by a violent explosion, leaving only the hiss of static echoing in the cockpit. Atai was welding a new mechanical leg for his exoskeleton using stardust fragments. He suddenly looked up at the sound sparks from the welding torch spattering on his face. Old Thorn said the Council conducted live experiments in the Blood Nebula back then. Could it be? He slammed his mechanical arm where the star core fragments suddenly grew hot. This thing is resonating. There's a massive amount of star core fragments in the Annihilation Core. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the radar screen where the red dots were no longer scattered mechs but an expanding red mist rapidly enveloping them. It's the nebula itself. It's moving toward us. Before the words faded, the Stardust II suddenly shuddered violently. A crack appeared on the bulletproof glass of the porthole. Outside, a truck-sized piece of debris was hurtling toward them at 3 kilometers per second. Eric slammed the control stick and the ship twisted as if lifted by an invisible hand, barely avoiding the debris only to be sent spinning by the energy wave it stirred. Hold on. Eric's forehead veins bulged, the control stick nearly crushed in his palm. The Stardust II weaved through the dense debris field, the hull constantly colliding with floating metal fragments producing dull thunderous roars. He caught a glimpse of the cockpit ceiling alloy plating peeling away, revealing flashing circuits underneath. This was no longer a voyage, it was dancing in a meat grinder. Lin Xiao suddenly grabbed a scanner and dashed to the cargo hold where the luminous soil samples they had brought from Blue Star were stored. The samples were now writhing violently, with countless black tendrils sprouting from the silver-blue soil as if responding to the red mist outside. It's mutating. She grabbed a handful of luminous dust and scattered it over the samples. The tendrils instantly retracted into the soil. The Annihilation Core is reshaping everything around it. If it spreads to the spiral galaxy, then let it detonate right here. Atai's voice came from behind. He had already equipped his exoskeleton with a new mechanical leg, the leg bone made from the armor fragments of a judge with a star core fragment embedded at the knee. Old Thorn's log mentioned that star cores undergo chain collapse under high temperature and pressure. A strong enough impact could annihilate all star core fragments simultaneously. He patted the chest of his exoskeleton where a cylindrical device was welded. I compressed all the luminous dust into this stardust bomb, powerful enough to blow half a nebula apart. Xiaoya suddenly pointed at her drawing board where the red mist now vaguely depicted a giant sphere, its surface covered with vein-like patterns at the end of which were countless eyes glowing with red light. I didn't draw these. Her voice trembled as the brush slipped from her hand. The nebula revealed itself. Eric suddenly swung the Stardust too hard to the right, the hull scraping past a metal pillar 100 meters in diameter. Under the rust on the pillar's surface, dense rows of portholes emerged. It was an abandoned Council space station, each porthole pressed against a twisted human face as if forcibly embedded into the metal. They're the Stardust's crew. Lin Xiao's voice choked with tears. She recognized one face behind a porthole, the Stardust's first mate mentioned in the logs. They've been assimilated by the nebula. Those faces suddenly opened their eyes, red light shooting from their pupils, burning black scorch marks onto the hull of the Stardust II. Eric gritted his teeth and pressed the fire control button. The main cannon of the Stardust II roared, blasting the metal pillar in half. From the fractured cross-section, countless glowing blood vessel-like tissues gushed out, flowing with dark red fluid. It's feeding on these wrecks. Eric's voice was icy. The Council turned the entire nebula into a living weapon. The Annihilation Core is its heart. Just then the radar of the Stardust II emitted a piercing alarm. A rapidly expanding green dot appeared in the center of the screen, surrounded by countless red dots, like a heart besieged by stars. Found it. A grim smile curled at the corner of Eric's mouth. The Annihilation Core. As the Stardust 2 broke through the final layer of red mist, everyone held their breath. It was not the imagined metal sphere but a giant flower bud floating in the nebula 50 kilometers in diameter. The outer layer of the bud was woven from the wreckage of Council warships, each petal covered with energy conduits flowing with dark red liquid. At the center of the bud, countless silver tendrils coiled into a massive sphere, the gaps between them revealing the characteristic glow of star core fragments. That was the true annihilation core, a monster composed of star core fragments and living tissue. It was absorbing star core energy to grow. Lin Xiao's scanner was on the verge of collapsing. The energy readings on the screen had exceeded the maximum. Those tendrils channel energy to the outer petals. When it fully blooms, the entire spiral galaxy will become its fertilizer. Atai maxed out the power of his exoskeleton's thrusters, the luminous dust conduits behind him blazing with blinding blue light. Eric, carve me a path. Eric didn't answer, he simply slammed the red button of the weapon system. The hidden gun bays on both sides of the Stardust 2 opened simultaneously, 12 particle cannons firing in unison. Purple beams carved fan-shaped trajectories through the red mist, blasting a gap in the petal barrier. Now, Atai's exoskeleton shot out of the cargo hold like a silver cannonball, the thrusters on his mechanical legs leaving two bright light trails in the starry sky. He dodged a sweeping tendril, 100 meters long, its surface covered with suckers each embedded with half a star core fragment. Taste this. He plunged his mechanical arm into the exoskeleton's energy slot, the star core fragment in his palm instantly glowing. Atai spun in space, his mechanical legs driving him like a top toward the center of the annihilation core, the tendrils he plowed through burning to ash from the star core energy. 30 seconds left. Lin Xiao's voice was tearful. She watched the bud on the scanner accelerating its bloom. The outermost petals had already begun to unfold, revealing the writhing dark red tissue inside. It's about to bloom. Xiao Bei suddenly grabbed the spare explosives from the cargo hold, the luminous soil demolition bombs they had brought from Blue Star, originally intended for land reclamation. Eric, let me out. He strapped the explosives to his body and grabbed a luminous dust dagger. Atai needs cover. Eric didn't look back, he just aimed the secondary cannons of the Stardust 2 at the tendrils around Atai. Hold tight. The ship suddenly dove, delivering Xiao Bei to within 3 kilometers of the annihilation core. Xiao Bei bit off the fuse of the explosives, leaped onto a tendril like an agile monkey and began climbing toward the center. The suckers on the tendril's surface kept spraying corrosive liquid, quickly eating holes in his spacesuit, exposing skin that instantly blistered. Xiao Bei. Xiao Ya's voice trembled in the comm channel. She watched his vital signs dropping on the screen. Come back. No time. Xiao Bei's voice was breathless. He had reached the base of the tendril where the star core fragments were densest. Atai, 50 meters left front. There's an energy node. Atai's exoskeleton was now battered, the left arm's luminous dust conduit severed by a tendril, exposing sparking circuits. He turned sharply, his mechanical legs executing a tight curve in space, dodging 3 tendrils that swept in simultaneously, and planted himself firmly in front of the energy node, a sphere of countless entwined tendrils, its surface flickering with unstable red light. Smash it hard. Xiao Bei shoved the last demolition bomb into the crevice of the tendrils, lit the fuse and rolled off. Atai's exoskeleton suddenly activated overload mode, all luminous dust conduits blazing simultaneously, the Stardust bomb on his mechanical arm beginning its countdown. He watched Xiao Bei falling toward the Stardust 2 where Eric was piloting the ship through the tendril blockade. The ship's shields were completely gone, the alloy plates torn open by the tendrils. Old Thorn, see that? We won. Atai grinned, revealing teeth stained silver by luminous dust. His mechanical arm carrying the Stardust bomb slammed into the center of the energy node. Boom. A massive explosion blossomed at the heart of the annihilation core, silver light instantly engulfing every tendril. Atai's exoskeleton was flung by the shockwave, his mechanical leg snapping in two midair, but his right hand still clutched a half-star core fragment, the first piece he had salvaged from the Stardust wreckage. The chain reaction has begun. Lin Xiao's scanner suddenly returned to normal. On the screen, the energy readings of the annihilation core were plummeting geometrically. The entwined tendrils began to disintegrate, dissolving into a sea of stardust. It's collapsing. Eric slammed the Stardust 2 to maximum speed, rushing toward the falling Atai and Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei had lost consciousness, his body tumbling from the force of the explosion. Atai's exoskeleton was completely wrecked and he was wedged in a piece of debris, his chest plate caved in, blood laced with luminous dust spilling from his mouth. Got you. Eric maneuvered the mechanical arm to grab Xiao Bei's spacesuit while aiming the Stardust 2's cargo bay door at Atai's position. The ship scraped past a collapsing petal fragment and the cargo bay door closed at the last moment, hauling Atai inside. At that instant a blinding white light erupted from the center of the annihilation core. It wasn't the light of an explosion but the energy released by the star core fragments as they collapsed, like a star suddenly born, illuminating the entire Blood Nebula. All the red mist dissipated in the white light, revealing the floating metal wreckage. The faces on those wrecks gradually became clear, then dissolved into luminous dust drifting toward the white light. They were freed. Lin Xiao whispered, watching the human-shaped figures of luminous dust on the screen. Among them were the Stardust's crew, the dissenters from Blue Star, and countless souls persecuted by the Council. All the lives that had been assimilated were returning to the Star Core. When Atai was dragged into the medical bay, he had already lost consciousness. His mechanical arm was completely destroyed, but the star core fragment in his palm still glowed, its light seeping into his wounds, repairing his damaged internal organs. Xiao Bei's condition was worse. 70% of his skin was corroded, but the luminous dust dagger he gripped was still hot, its light forming a silver film over his wounds. Eric didn't look at the medical bay monitors, he simply set the Stardust 2's course for the spiral galaxy. Beyond the porthole the white light of the annihilation core was slowly fading, revealing a new nebula. A silver-blue nebula of star core luminous dust filled with countless forming planets, some already showing blue oceans and green continents. Old Thorn was right. Atai's voice suddenly came through the calm channel, weak and breathless. The ultimate power of the star core isn't destruction, it's rebirth. At last a smile tugged at the corner of Eric's mouth. He gazed through the porthole at the newborn planets spinning in the luminous dust. On one blue planet silver-blue luminous soil had already grown, and from it sprouted the first tender shoot marked with the veins of a star trail. Time to go home. He gently pushed the control stick forward and the engines of the Stardust 2 hummed lightly as if answering a promise long overdue. In the medical bay Xiao Bei groaned and the luminous dust dagger slipped from his hand, rolling onto the metal floor, where it turned into a tiny seed taking root and sprouting. On Xiao Ye's drawing board the position of the Blood Nebula was now replaced by silver-blue luminous dust. In the corner of the painting she added 3 small figures lying in medical bays, beside them a seed sprouting with a half-star core fragment wrapped around its tender shoot. The navigation lights of the Stardust 2 traced a bright arc through the newly formed nebula. Ahead the silhouette of the spiral galaxy grew clearer. There awaited their home the luminous soil that needed sowing, and countless hopes like this one sprouting anew from the ashes of destruction. Eric looked down at the star core mark on his palm. The faint scar was now glowing as if responding to the newborn nebula outside the porthole. He knew that the Council's shadow might not be completely gone, but as long as someone remembered the power of the star core, the warmth of the luminous dust, and how to water hope with courage, then no matter how deep the darkness it would eventually be illuminated by the light of rebirth. The hum of the Stardust 2's engines echoed through the starry void like a song written for the future. In the medical bay of the Stardust 2 the scent of disinfectant was being dispelled by the warm glow of light dust. Atai lay in the restoration pod where fresh silver flesh grew at the interface of his mechanical arm, perfectly fusing with the metal edge. The stardust was reshaping his body. Xiao Bei was lying on a nearby bed, his arm wrapped in silver-blue light soil bandages, beneath which his skin was healing at a visible rate, revealing new flesh patterned with star trails. If you two lie there any longer, someone else will snatch the first patch of light soil on the new planet. AI Reich leaned against the hatch, spinning a stardust fragment from the annihilation core in his hand, the fragment leaving silver-blue light trails between his fingers. Lin Xiao just received word that the colony at the edge of the spiral galaxy has started rebelling against the Council. They've broadcast our destruction of the annihilation core across all star systems. Atai suddenly sat up from the restoration pod, his mechanical legs clattering against the floor. He grabbed the nearby exoskeleton wreckage, his eyes gleaming perfect timing. I've been working on a new mecha design using stardust fragments as the energy source and reverse engineering the annihilation core's collapse technology. He paused abruptly as the stardust fragment on his mechanical arm suddenly grew hot. Something's wrong. The cockpit alarm blared simultaneously. Lin Xiao's voice came through the communicator, breathless with urgency. The Council's main fleet. Right in the Kuiper belt of the spiral galaxy, a full 30 battleships with the flagship Obsidian Throne. The Stardust 2 burst out of the newborn nebula and the starfield ahead suddenly darkened. 30 black battleships formed a ring formation, their hull plates engraved with the Council's double-headed eagle emblem, the eyes of the emblem glowing with dark purple light, energy crystals refined from stardust fragments. Every battleship's main cannon was charging the purple light at the muzzles, tinting the surrounding stars. The speaker has come personally. AI Reich's knuckles turned white. On the bridge of the obsidian throne a figure in a black robe was gazing at them through the viewport, the face hidden under a hood, only a mechanical eye embedded with a stardust fragment visible. He intended to teach all rebels a lesson right at the doorstep of the spiral galaxy. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the screen. The Council fleet's formation was shifting, the rings slowly stretching into a massive star trail pattern, the Council's annihilation array. If the main cannons of all 30 battleships fired simultaneously, it would be enough to vaporize a planet's atmosphere. They want to make the entire spiral galaxy their target. Atai had already dragged the exoskeleton wreckage into the modification bay. He was using a welding torch to fuse stardust fragments into new energy conduits, sparks splashing onto his bare arms leaving tiny silver blisters that healed instantly. Give me 20 minutes. Old Thorn's stardust main cannon can be activated. He pointed to the 3-meter-long electromagnetic cannon in the cargo bay, originally the bow cannon of the Stardust. He had dismantled and repaired it for 5 years. This thing can pierce a battleship's energy shield, but it needs a Stardust native field to guide it. Lin Xiao suddenly interjected, pressing her palm against the Stardust induction panel in the cockpit. The panel glowed silver blue. My parents conducted experiments on the Stardust back then. The Stardust native field can cause energy beams to undergo quantum entanglement, hitting multiple targets simultaneously. Star trail patterns appeared in her pupils. But I need someone to place a guidance beacon at the center of the Council fleet's formation. AI Reich grabbed the nearby flight helmet, the visor still bearing scratches from mecha combat. I'll go. In the Stardust 2's backup base sat a single-seat fighter which he had modified from the Stardust's escape pod with light dust thrusters welded onto the wings. You prepare the main cannon. I'll go to the center of the formation and place the beacon. No. Xiao Ye suddenly slammed her drawing board onto the console on which was sketched the Council fleet's formation with a red cross marked beneath each battleship. The obsidian throne has an energy gap at its bottom. That's the Council's shadow engine powered by unstable stardust fragments. Hitting it will disrupt the entire array's energy. She pointed at the escape pod's trajectory on the drawing. Going around via the asteroid belt can evade their radar. Atai suddenly tossed a stardust fragment to AI Reich. Embed this into the fighter's engine. It'll let you evade energy scans. He threw over a light dust dagger. This thing can cut through battleship alloy plates. If you get cornered, then I'll open a skylight for them. AI Reich caught the fragment, turned and jumped into the backup bay. The single-seat fighter's engine roared sharply like a silver shuttle gliding along the edge of the asteroid belt, soon disappearing into the blind spot of the Council fleet's radar. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Xiao's forehead. Her palm pressed harder against the induction panel. The energy of the Stardust native field was flowing through her body, her veins feeling as if countless stars were burning inside. 10 more minutes. AI Reich is almost at the center of the formation. Xiao Bei suddenly dragged his injured leg into the modification bay, grabbed a wrench and helped Atai secure the main cannon's energy conduit. Old Thorn's logbook says this main cannon has an overload valve, right? He pointed at the red button at the end of the conduit. If you press this and the energy switch at the same time, it can triple the power, but the cannon barrel will be completely destroyed. Atai grinned, showing silver teeth. After we deal with these bastards, we'll build a bigger one. The Council fleet's main cannons suddenly turned simultaneously, aiming at the first colony planet of the spiral galaxy, where millions of rebels stood on the planet's surface holding light dust torches looking like a burning sea of stars. The speaker's voice came through the public channel, cold as grinding metal. Rebels, look at your protectors. That broken ship and its crew will soon become space dust. He's stalling. Lin Xiao suddenly shouted. AI Reich is about to reach the beacon deployment point. On the screen, AI Reich's single-seat fighter suddenly burst out of the asteroid belt like a silver bullet, charging straight toward the center of the Council fleet's formation. The secondary cannons of 30 battleships fired simultaneously, purple energy beams weaving a dense net in space. AI Reich sharply pulled up the fighter, one wing grazing an energy beam. The alloy plate instantly melted into liquid, but the fighter's engine roared even stronger, the stardust fragment's energy pushing it beyond physical limits. Now. AI Reich pressed the bomb release button. 3 silver-blue beacons ejected from the fighter's belly, exploding in midair, transforming into 3 suspended stardust crystals, forming an equilateral triangle. Main cannon charging. Atai welded the last energy conduit into place and yanked the control lever. The top of the modification base slowly opened, revealing the 3-meter-long electromagnetic cannon's menacing muzzle. The star trail patterns on the barrel began to glow like an awakening silver dragon. Lin Xiao's pupils had turned completely silver blue. The energy of the Stardust native field flowed through the induction panel into the main cannon. Energy synchronization rate 98. Quantum entanglement preparation. The speaker's mechanical eye suddenly contracted. Stop that cannon. The Obsidian Throne's main cannon fired first a purple beam 100 meters in diameter hurtling toward the Stardust 2. AI Reich's fighter suddenly veered, crashing into the beam like a suicide missile. The fighter's engine exploded on contact, but in the blast an escape pod ejected its surface covered in Stardust light, hard charging out from the edge of the beam. AI Reich. Xiao Ya's tears suddenly fell. She watched the escape pod's parachute unfurl in space, the canopy painted with 5 little figures holding hands. Fire. Lin Xiao's voice was a roar. A tie slammed down the main cannon button. The electromagnetic cannon let out a deafening roar. A silver-blue energy beam shot from the muzzle, splitting into 30 streams in midair, each precisely hitting the battleship marked by the beacon, including the energy gap at the bottom of the Obsidian Throne. 30 fireworks blossomed in space. The energy shields of the Council battleships collapsed simultaneously, their alloy plates melting under the silver-blue energy beams like chocolate heated by high temperature. A huge gap exploded at the bottom of the Obsidian Throne, and the Stardust fragment energy flowing inside suddenly went out of control, forming an expanding black hole in space that sucked in the surrounding battleship wreckage. The speaker is escaping. Xiao Bei pointed at the screen. An escape pod ejected from the Obsidian Throne's bridge, racing toward the edge of the galaxy at superluminal speed. He's going to activate the final, backup plan. The Stardust 2's mechanical arm caught AI Reich's escape pod. When he climbed into the cockpit, his spacesuit was smoking all over, but he still clutched half a Stardust fragment in his hand. Chase him. His voice was hoarse but carried an unshakable resolve. The Council's debts must be settled once and for all. A tie kicked the remains of the main cannon aside and dragged out a larger cannon barrel from the modification bay, one cobbled together from the Judicator's particle cannon and the Annihilation Core's energy conduit, with a complete Stardust fragment embedded in the muzzle. This Stardust Revenge cannon is specially reserved for the speaker. On Xiao Ya's drawing board, the Council fleet's position was already covered with silver-blue fireworks. At the end of the drawing she sketched a tiny escape pod followed by a scarred spaceship. In the ship's portholes 5 little figures held weapons, their eyes resolute. The Stardust 2's engines roared one last time, chasing in the direction of the speaker's escape pod. Outside the viewport, the colony planet of the Spiral Galaxy erupted in a wave of cheers. The rebels raised light dust torches, forming a massive star trail pattern as if guiding their way. AI Reich looked at the half-Stardust fragment in his palm, its light reflected in his pupils like a burning sea of stars. He knew the war was not over, but as the Stardust 2's navigation light pierced the Council's final shadow, every oppressed soul had already understood, true power was never the Stardust itself but the courage to guard hope with one's life. The starfield ahead grew darker. The speaker's escape pod was diving into an unknown nebula. But the Stardust 2's navigation light never hesitated, like an eternal beam illuminating the path to the end. The engines of the Stardust 2 wheezed like a consumptive's breath within the unknown nebula, every alloy plate of the hull vibrating in resonance. This nebula was a pure dark violet filled with countless translucent shards, torn remnants of space-time. Some fragments showed the instant of a Council warship's explosion, while others reflected future visions of the Spiral Galaxy's colony stars like scattered mirrors casting silhouettes of past and future. The scanner could only detect the environment within 5 kilometers. Lin Xiao pressed the star core fragment against the edge of the screen. The silver-blue glow barely held open a clear zone. The dark matter in the nebula absorbs energy. Our shields are decaying at a rate of 3 per minute. She suddenly pointed at the corner of the screen. A faint red that was moving in an irregular trajectory. The chairman's escape pod is ahead. It's circling. A tie was crouching in front of the barrel of the Stardust Revenge cannon, wiping the rifling with star core powder. The powder fell on the metal, emitting a sizzling sound, forming spiral light trails inside the barrel. Old Suan's logbook drew this: Lost Nebula. Spacetime here is folded. You might think you're flying forward, but you could be circling yourself. He patted the cannon barrel. The star core fragment at the muzzle suddenly shot a red beam, exploding a point of light in the dark matter ahead. But star core energy can tear through the folded layers. The cannon's tracking mode can lock onto the energy residue of the escape pod. Xiao Bei suddenly pressed his temples. The light dust net in his hair flickered violently. Ever since he was repaired by the light dust at the Annihilation Core, he had been hearing strange sounds. Now countless faint whispers seeped through the cabin walls like countless people breathing in his ears. It's speaking. The nebula is speaking. He pointed at a larger space-time fragment outside the window. Inside the fragment a figure in a black robe was embedding a star core shard into a gear-shaped device. The chairman is assembling something. Eric suddenly jerked the control stick hard to the right. The Stardust 2 grazed past a space-time fragment that had abruptly flipped over. The scene inside the fragment instantly switched. In the originally empty depths of the nebula stood a giant tower built from the wreckage of starships. At its tip was inserted a black pillar wrapped in dark purple energy bands like a coiled snake. That was the Council's spacetime grinder capable of forcibly pulling the timeline of a target star system back into the past, erasing the existence of all resistors. He's going to rewrite the timeline. Lin Xiao's voice trembled. She recognized the black pillar as the inverse star core mentioned in her parents' logs, condensed from the consciousness energy of all the Stardust's crew. Once the grinder activates, everything we did, blowing up the annihilation core, liberating Blue Star, will vanish. The Council will rule the spiral galaxy forever. The Stardust 2 suddenly burst through a thick patch of dark purple mist. The sight before them made everyone's hair stand on end. Around the giant tower floated hundreds of damaged escape pods, all bearing the emblem of the Stardust, the escape capsules of crew members who couldn't flee when the Stardust was destroyed. Now they were being pulled by the inverse star core's energy, the skeletons inside the capsules writhing slowly in the energy bands as if wailing in silence. Old Suan. Atai's voice suddenly choked. He recognized the number on one of the escape pods. It was the personal vessel of the old captain who had taken him off the Stardust. The chairman trapped their souls here as fuel for the grinder. The chairman's escape pod was parked at the top of the giant tower. The black-robed figure stood before the inverse star core holding a complete star core raw stone, the one smuggled from under Blue Star's ice cap. He was pressing it into the groove of the inverse star core. The moment they touched, the dark purple energy bands suddenly surged like countless venomous snakes charging toward the Stardust 2. Shall you mark the trajectory? Eric's forehead veins bulged. The Stardust 2 weaved through the energy bands. The hull was constantly grazed by the bands, leaving scorched marks. He glimpsed the cockpit armor melting, revealing the flashing circuits underneath. Atai charged the revenge cannon. Xiao Ye's drawing board had already turned into a tactical screen. Fluorescent markers drew dense zigzag lines on it. The inverse star core's base has 3 energy nodes. They're made from the Stardust's engine wreckage, afraid of high-frequency vibration. Her pen tip suddenly stopped. In the shadow of the giant tower in the picture, countless phantom figures of crew members appeared, reaching out toward the Stardust 2. They're helping us locate the nodes. Atai stuffed all the star core fragments into the revenge cannon's energy slot. The barrel emitted a low hum and the Star Trek patterns on its surface lit up with a harsh red glow. Xiao Bei, give me a hand. He pointed at the crank on the side of the cannon, the manual aiming device. Energy interference is too strong, the auto-aim will drift. Xiao Bei lunged and grabbed the crank. The light dust net on his hair burst into a silver-blue light. He could feel the consciousness of the Stardust's crew transmitting through the crank, carrying a warm force. The crank suddenly became light in his hands and the cannon barrel auto-calibrated, aiming at the leftmost node of the giant tower's base. Now, Lin Xiao's pupils had turned completely silver-blue. The energy of the star core primordial field flowed through her fingertips into the console. I'll lock the energy bands with the primordial field. You have 10 seconds. The dark purple energy bands suddenly froze around the Stardust 2 like frozen snakes. Eric seized the momentary gap, sharply rolling the hull to expose the revenge cannon's muzzle at the bottom. Atai slammed the fire button. A silver-red energy beam like a thunderbolt tore through the dark purple nebula and precisely struck the energy node at the base. Boom! The node made from the Stardust's engine wreckage exploded instantly, causing a disturbance in the inverse star core's energy bands. The chairman at the top of the giant tower whirled around, his mechanical eye emitting a red beam locked onto the Stardust 2. You think you can win? Once the inverse star core activates, your very existence will be erased. Who said we're trying to win? Eric suddenly laughed. He grabbed the light dust dagger from Xiao Bei's hand and stabbed it into the console's overload button. We're going to set them free. The engines of the Stardust 2 suddenly emitted a piercing roar. The energy readings instantly exceeded the maximum. Eric pushed the control stick all the way forward. The hull like a silver meteor charged toward the energy node at the center of the giant tower. The wreckage of the Stardust bridged the weakest point of the inverse star core's energy. Eric. Lin Xiao's voice was choked with tears. She understood what he was going to do, used the Stardust 2's core to collide with the node, triggering a chain explosion that would completely destroy the inverse star core. Take care of them. Eric's voice was eerily calm over the comm channel. He looked out the window. The phantom figures of the Stardust's crew were waving at him as if welcoming a long-lost comrade. Tell them. The Stardust story is coming to an end. The moment the Stardust 2 struck the node, A Tai and Xiao Bei both pressed the revenge cannon's fire button. The silver-red energy beam merged with the flames of the ship's explosion, forming a colossal pillar of light that shot up from the base of the giant tower to its top. The inverse star core trembled violently within the light pillar. The dark purple energy bands snapped inch by inch, scattering into a sea of stardust. The chairman's scream echoed through the stardust. His black robe was torn apart by the light pillar, revealing a body covered in mechanical parts. He had long since transformed himself into a cyborg, now being disassembled by the stardust energy. The last image reflected in his mechanical eye was the phantom figures of the Stardust's crew smiling as they dissipated in the light dust. Xiao Bei held onto a Tai's shoulders, watching the giant tower collapse in the light dust. The Stardust's escape pod slowly disintegrated in the stardust, their skeletons turning into silver-blue specks of light drifting toward the spiral galaxy. He knew they were finally free. Lin Xiao crouched beside the wreckage of the cockpit, her fingertips brushing over the star core fragment left by Eric. The fragment suddenly lit up, reflecting Eric's phantom, grinning at her just as he looked when he first piloted the Stardust 2 with the youthful bravado of a boy. He didn't leave. Xiaoya said softly. On her drawing paper within the explosion's firelight of the Stardust 2, 5 small figures holding hands were walking toward the spiral galaxy. The figure at the front held up a star core fragment like a lamp that never goes out. He and the Stardust's crew have turned into light dust to protect us. A Tai picked up a remnant of the revenge cannon. The star core fragment at the muzzle was still glowing. He pressed the fragment into Xiao Bei's hand, then handed one to Lin Xiao and finally took the largest piece and attached it to his mechanical arm. Let's go. Time to go home. The wreckage of the Stardust 2 drifted slowly in the stardust, but the core navigation light still blinked like a bright star. In the distance the spiral galaxy had already lit up with patches of light, the rebels celebrating. The light dust flowed along the galaxy's spiral arms, dyeing the dark nebula silver blue. They might have lost the Stardust 2, lost Eric, but when the light dust fell on the colony stars of the spiral galaxy, when the Star Trek light shone again, everyone understood, the Stardust story had not ended. It had merely transformed into a gentler existence, continuing its voyage within the hearts of all who sowed hope. A Tai piloted the repaired escape pod, carrying Lin Xiao, Xiao Bei and Xiaoya flying toward the light of the spiral galaxy. Suddenly Eric's voice came through the pod's communicator, carrying his familiar smile. Don't forget to save me some light soil. I want to plant a glowing tree too. Xiao Bei wiped away his tears with a smile and reached his hand out of the window. The light dust fell into his palm, forming a tiny Star Trek pattern, warm and bright. The engines of the Stardust 3 sputtered intermittently at the edge of the spacetime membrane, a vessel cobbled together from the wreckage of the Stardust 2 and an escape pod, its alloy hull still bearing the scorch marks of the Vengeance cannon's assault. Lin Xiao pressed her palm against the star core induction platform in the cockpit. The platform's light flickered, reflecting the intricate patterns in her eyes. AI Reich's fragmented consciousness was trapped within the membrane like a star submerged in water, occasionally flashing a silver-blue glint. The scanner detected 3 powerful energy sources. Xiao Bei crouched before the console, his light dust net suddenly tightening as if pulled by an invisible hand. In the deepest part of the membrane the energy signature matched that of the inverse star core, yet more ancient. He suddenly pressed his temples as the light dust net flickered violently. They're speaking, he said, using the frequency of the star cores. A Tai was reinforcing the cracks in the hull with his mechanical arm, from which seeped a faint purple mist, fragments of the time membrane that could instantly rust any alloy upon contact. He stopped abruptly, the star core fragment embedded in his mechanical arm burning with intense heat. It's the Star Trek priests. Old Soan's logbook had drawings of their emblem, 3 intertwined star cores forming an Ouroboros. He pointed at the mist floating within the crack, where a figure in a white robe could be faintly seen using withered fingers to manipulate the stellar tracks. They're weaving a time net, trying to trap us in the past. Before the words faded the Stardust 3 shook violently. The spacetime membrane outside the porthole rippled like a pond disturbed by a stone. Each ripple reflected a different scene: the explosion of the Stardust, the star core beneath the ice cap of the blue star, and even a memory of a Tai as a child secretly hiding star core fragments in the Stardust's cargo hold. These images were becoming increasingly vivid, as if about to surge out of the membrane. Don't touch those ripples. Lin Xiao suddenly shouted. Her mother's phantom figure was reaching out from one of the ripples, her eyes gentle enough to make one's heart tremble, but the tips of her fingers glowed with dark purple energy. It's a trap. If you get entangled by past memories, your consciousness will be assimilated by the membrane. Xiao Ye's drawing board suddenly flipped to a page she had never drawn before. On it 3 withered star cores were painted in dark red pigment surrounded by countless fine threads. Each thread held a tiny human figure, AI Reich, Lin Xiao and themselves. This is the priest's time chains. Her brush moved uncontrollably across the paper. They're going to use our memories as chains to reinforce the spacetime grinder. The Stardust 3 plunged into a thick mist and the scene before them abruptly shifted. They seemed to have returned to the cockpit of the Stardust. Old Soan sat before the console holding a star core fragment, his murky eyes filled with sorrow. Atai don't hate the council. They were driven mad by fear. Atai's mechanical arm suddenly lifted uncontrollably, the welding torch aimed at old Soan's back. That was his most guilt-ridden memory, when he had once nearly harmed the old captain due to a misunderstanding. That's not real. Xiao Bei lunged forward, pressing down on Atai's mechanical arm. The light dust net in his hair burst with silver blue light. Old Soan left with a smile. He said you were the bravest child of the Stardust. The cockpit of the Stardust in the membrane twisted and dissipated. Atai gasped, retracting his mechanical arm. Sparks from the welding torch splashed onto his palm, leaving a mark shaped like a star core. Thanks, kid. He grinned, revealing silver teeth. Looks like light dust can not only grow trees but also dismantle traps. Lin Xiao suddenly pointed into the depths of the membrane where a silver blue halo floated like a gem. Within the halo a familiar figure could be faintly seen, entangled by countless dark purple threads. It was AI Reich's consciousness body. His form was translucent and the star core imprint on his palm flickered as if resisting something. He's protecting something. Lin Xiao's pupils turned silver blue. The energy of the primordial field flowed along the induction platform toward the halo. There's a star core primordial seed within the halo. The voice of the Star Trek priest suddenly echoed in the cockpit like countless needles piercing the ears. Foolish children, that is not protection, it is a sacrifice. 3 robed figures emerged from the membrane, their faces hidden under hood Star Trek tattoos engraved on the backs of their exposed hands. AI Reich's consciousness will become the new inverse star core and you will become nourishment for the time net. The priest on the left raised his hand and the membrane around the Stardust 3 suddenly solidified into ice. The alloy plates of the hull aged and peeled at a visible rate, revealing rusted wiring beneath. Taste the flavor of time. The priest's voice carried a grating laugh. The crew of the Stardust watched themselves turn to dust in fear. Just like this? Not necessarily. AI Reich's voice suddenly came through the communicator, weak but distinct. Old Soan said the energy of the star core can reverse entropy. The silver blue halo in the membrane suddenly expanded, tearing apart the dark purple threads entangling AI Reich. Lin Xiao used the primordial field to draw me out. Lin Xiao pressed her palm fully against the induction platform and the energy of the star core's primordial field flowed like a silver blue river along the membrane toward the halo. Xiao Bei grabbed the star core fragment Atai handed him and shoved it into the energy slot of the console. Light dust energy delivered. The engines of the Stardust 3 roared, breaking through the frozen membrane shell and charging straight toward the halo. The central priest suddenly spread his arms and countless phantom figures of council soldiers surged from the membrane, raising particle guns aimed at the Stardust 3. You cannot escape. Half of a mechanical face emerged from beneath his hood, his eyes 2 murky star core fragments. Once the spacetime grinder is activated, your resistance, your sacrifices will become mere footnotes in the council's rule. That depends on whether we agree. Atai flung open the cargo hatch of the Stardust 3, revealing a modified Stardust breaker cannon, fashioned from the barrel of the Vengeance cannon and engine parts of the Stardust, with a complete blue star core fragment embedded in the muzzle. Xiao Bei, calibrate. Xiao Ye, mark the trajectory. On Xiao Ye's drawing board, red crosses suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the 3 priests, connected by silver blue lines leading to the star core primordial seed in the membrane. Their energy comes from the backlash of the seed. Striking the energy nodes around the seed will disrupt their time magic. Xiao Bei turned the aiming wheel of the breaker cannon and the light of the light dust net resonated with the star core fragment in the muzzle, tracing a bright trajectory through the membrane. AI Reich, hold steady. As he pressed the firing button, he suddenly felt countless warm hands on his shoulders, the consciousness of the Stardust crew transmitting strength through the light dust. A silver-blue energy beam like a thunderbolt pierced through the phantom soldiers in the membrane and struck the energy node around the primordial seed with precision. The three priests screamed simultaneously, their bodies beneath the white robes shriveling and aging as if all time had been drained from them. The dark purple threads in the membrane snapped one by one. AI Reich's consciousness body gradually solidified within the silver-blue halo and the star core imprint on his palm reignited. Grab him quickly. Lin Xiao's voice choked with tears. The mechanical arm of the Stardust 3 shot out, seizing AI Reich's wrist. At that moment the priest on the right suddenly detonated his own star core tattoo. A violent energy storm erupted from the membrane, sending the Stardust 3 tumbling sideways. "We're falling," Xiao Bei shouted, staring at the coordinates on the screen. They were plummeting toward the time singularity deep within the membrane, the core of the spacetime grinder where anything drawn in would be annihilated completely. AI Reich's consciousness body suddenly opened its eyes and the star core imprint on his palm blazed with blinding light. He grabbed the mechanical arm and pressed his other hand against the hull of the Stardust 3. "Use my consciousness as an anchor." Silver blue light flowed from his palm, spreading along the ship's hull and creating a stable zone within the membrane. Old Soan's logbook records the exit of the singularity. It's in the frequency of the Stardust's black box. A Tai quickly accessed the communication channel and entered a string of ancient frequencies, the emergency frequency of the Stardust that he had secretly memorized years ago. The communicator of the Stardust 3 suddenly emitted a familiar static, followed by Old Soan's voice gravelly with a smoker's rasp. "Attention all crew of the Stardust, prepare to cross the spacetime membrane. Target is the path home." Tears finally fell from Lin Xiao's eyes. The Stardust 3 charged in the direction of the static. AI Reich's consciousness body gradually merged into the ship's hull as the mechanical arm pulled him. He was undergoing symbiosis with the Stardust 3. The energy storm within the membrane grew fiercer, but the navigation lights of the Stardust 3 remained bright. On Xiaoya's drawing board the figures of the three priests were dissipating in the energy storm, while 5 hand-in-hand tiny figures flew toward a silver-blue light. The leading figure's palm glowed with the light of a star core as if guiding the way. They did not know what awaited them beyond the membrane, but when AI Reich's voice overlapped with the roar of the Stardust 3's engines, and when the consciousness of the Stardust crew transmitted warm strength through the light dust, everyone understood, the time net could not trap memories, nor could it trap the hope that carried the scent of light dust. As the Stardust 3 burst through the final layer of the membrane, the familiar spiral star tracks appeared outside the porthole. On the distant colony planet a sea of stars formed by light dust torches twinkled as if waiting for their return. And AI Reich's voice echoed clearly through the cockpit, "Hold on tight. We're going home." A layer of pale violet frost coated the porthole of Stardust 3, time crystals unique to the temporal rift. The moment a finger touched them they shattered into fine specks of light, congealing in the air into blurred images. Xiao Bei saw himself as a child picking fragments among the wreckage of the Stardust, carrying an iron box larger than himself, smiling with a gap-toothed grin. "Don't touch it." Tai's mechanical arm suddenly slapped his hand away. In the instant the crystal shattered, an old scar appeared on Xiao Bei's wrist, identical to the wound the child in the vision had sustained from a shard. This thing could etch illusions into reality. Old Suan's log once depicted someone who picked up a fragment of their own childhood toy in the rift and ended up forever trapped in the memories of their 7-year-old self. Lin Xiao embedded the core fragment of the blue star into the resonance device in the cockpit. The moment the fragment touched the device, silver blue light spread along the conduits, weaving a fine network of star trails across the cabin walls. The prime field is stabilizing, but only within a 5-meter radius. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, red marks bloomed on her palm where it touched the fragment. The time flow in the rift was chaotic. The scanner showed we had been sailing for 7 hours, yet my watch had only moved 3 minutes. Before her words faded, Stardust 3 slammed into an invisible wall. Outside the porthole the explosion of the Stardust looped endlessly, a colossal fireball engulfing the hull, the screams of the crew penetrating the vacuum, an impossibility in reality, and most piercing of all, the silver blue light at the center of the blast. AI Reich's consciousness fragment was trapped within that light like a firefly imprisoned in a glass bead, dimming with each explosion. "He's protecting something." Xiaoya suddenly grabbed her brush and began painting frantically on the canvas. She depicted the explosion of the Stardust, but in the heart of the fireball she painted a silver cocoon inside which 5 small figures held hands. Around them star trails made of light dust spiraled. AI Reich is compressing his consciousness to shield our memories from being torn apart by the blast. The silver cocoon on the canvas suddenly emitted light, flooding the cockpit with brilliance. The looping explosion outside froze as if someone had pressed pause. The edges of the fireball began to reverse, revealing the original form of the Stardust's hull. It turned out that at the moment of the blast, AI Reich's consciousness had burst forth, wrapped in the star core's light dust like a bird spreading its wings, shielding the deadliest energy wave behind him. Now, Lin Xiao's pupils turned completely silver blue. The blue star's core fragment trembled violently in the resonance device, and the energy of the prime field broke through the 5-meter limit, expanding a massive light cocoon around Stardust 3. The light cocoon met the chaotic currents of the temporal rift with a sizzling sound, burning the invading illusions into white smoke. Ah, Tai, can the breach cannon be activated? A harsh screech of metal came from the cargo bay. Ah, Tai was welding the cannon barrel of the revenge cannon to the wreckage of the Stardust's engine. Sparks flew onto the piled star core fragments, stirring up clouds of light dust. Give me 5 more minutes. A coil of light dust conduit wrapped around his mechanical arm, the other end connected to the core of Stardust 3. This breach cannon has to aim using time difference. The priest's energy barrier jumps between the past and future, so the shell must strike both time points simultaneously. Xiao Bei suddenly crouched, pressing the light dust net in his hair against the cabin floor. He could hear the energy flowing through the rift like countless strings vibrating. The most jarring frequency came from the center of the Stardust's explosion. The barrier's node will appear in the future in 19.3 seconds. He looked up sharply. The light of the dust net aligned with the star trails on Xiao Ye's canvas. AI Reich's consciousness fragment is signaling us. He can sense the priest's energy flow. The image of the Stardust's explosion suddenly twisted, and 3 white-robed figures stepped out of the fireball. Their robes fluttered in the chaotic currents, revealing withered legs beneath, not human legs but mechanical limbs assembled from star core fragments. Each step left footprints of time crystals on the cabin walls. Futile struggle. The priest in the center raised his head. Beneath the hood there was no face, only a rotating star core vortex. The clearer your memories, the easier the temporal rift devours you. Think of the Stardust's crew, think of the dissidents of the Blue Star, their despair is our nourishment. As his words fell, black liquid oozed from the cabin walls of Stardust 3, solidifying into the likeness of council soldiers. These soldiers held particle rifles aiming at Lin Xiao. That was her memory from when she was 12, when soldiers like these had stormed the lab as the council took her parents away. Don't believe it. Ah Tai's breach cannon suddenly roared. Instead of an energy beam, the muzzle spewed a cloud of silver-blue light dust. The light dust hit the phantom soldiers, tearing them into countless tiny time fragments. These are puppets made from our fear. The light dust fragments recondensed in the air, forming the phantoms of the Stardust's crew. They raised weapons made of light dust, standing before the council soldiers' illusions. At the front was Old Suan, smiling and waving at Ah Tai. The star core fragment on his mechanical arm blazed dazzlingly. They're helping us. Xiao Bei jumped up, the light dust net in his hair resonating with the crew's phantoms. All the souls trapped in time are resisting the priest's control. Lin Xiao seized the momentary gap, pushing the prime field's energy to its limit. The blue star's core fragment emitted a blinding light, tearing a rift ahead of Stardust 3. The rift revealed a dead starfield where the only planet was covered in gray-black soil devoid of any light. That was the dead star, the priest's lair. The breach cannon is ready. Ah Tai pulled open the cargo hatch, the cannon barrel already aimed at the rift. This hastily assembled weapon now looked like a beast ready to pounce, its body wrapped in light dust conduits flowing with silver blue light. Xiao Bei, report the time difference. 3 seconds. Xiao Bei's voice trembled as the light dust net flickered violently in his hair. The barrier node will appear simultaneously in the past and future in 3 seconds. The moment Ah Tai pressed the firing button, Lin Xiao injected prime field energy into the cannon's muzzle. A silver-blue energy beam burst from the barrel, splitting into 2 streams, one surging against the time flow into the past, the other rushing along it into the future. They converged at the void at the center of the rift, exploding into a blinding flash. We did it. On Xiao Ye's canvas, a silver-blue hole appeared in the priest's energy barrier. On the other side was the surface of the dead star, and AI Reich's consciousness fragment was responding. The light in the rift suddenly swelled. AI Reich's consciousness surged from the explosion light of the Stardust, merging with the exploding light dust, forming a light bridge spanning the rift. The light bridge was lined with footprints made of stardust, each embedded with a memory, planting the first light soil sapling on the blue star, the gaze before the annihilation core. Even the time Xiao Bei choked on his first sip of Ah Tai's engine oil drink. This is the bridge of light. Lin Xiao's tears suddenly fell. She recognized these memories, they were all moments they had shared. Eric is paving the path with our bonds. Tai was the first to step onto the light bridge, his mechanical arm leaving a trail of sparks on its surface. Let's go. He turned and waved to the others. The memories on the bridge came alive with the phantoms of the Stardust's crew lined up on both sides smiling and nodding at them. The old comrades are seeing us off. Xiao Bei took Xiao Ya's hand and followed. The light bridge felt warm as sun-warmed wooden planks. He looked down at the memory fragments beneath his feet and suddenly understood why Eric had chosen these moments, not because they were glorious but because they all carried the warmth of being alive. That was precisely what the dead star forgotten by time lacked most. Lin Xiao was the last to step onto the light bridge. She turned to look back at the image of the Stardust's explosion. Now the fireball had dissolved into light dust. Eric's consciousness nodded to her within the dust, then gradually merged into the light bridge, becoming part of the path. We will find you. Lin Xiao whispered, then turned and followed the others. At the end of the light bridge the outline of the dead star grew clearer. This planet forgotten by time was like a giant black obsidian bearing no trace of life on its surface. Only at the pole stood a colossal tower built from star core debris, its spire piercing the starfield with a dark purple light connected to the chaotic currents of the temporal rift. The priests are in that tower. Tai clenched his mechanical arm, the star core fragment burning in his palm. Old Suan once said the best way to deal with those who toy with time is to use the fists of the present to shatter their past and future. Xiao Bei chimed in, the light dust net in his hair blazing with its brightest light. Stardust 3 glided along the light bridge toward the atmosphere of the dead star. The time crystals on the cabin walls melted under the influence of the prime field, revealing brand new alloy plates beneath, as if the light bridge was not just a path but a warm current that could heal all wounds. On Xiao Ya's canvas at the end of the bridge of light she had painted a sprouting seed. Around the seed 5 small figures walked toward the giant tower, their edges glowing with silver-blue light as if carried forward by countless hands. The landing gear of Stardust 3 scraped against the gray soil of Sijixing with a jarring shower of sparks like dragging a blade across a rusted iron plate. The sky of this planet was a leaden gray devoid of any starlight save for the dark purple energy flickering at the apex of the eternal throne, casting the siphon array below into a web-like pattern. Within those veins paved with star core remnants flowed a dark purple liquid, and upon closer inspection countless tiny fragments of consciousness could be seen writhing like frozen tears. Energy reading 0. Lin Wan pressed her palm against the cabin wall. The fragment of the blue star's core burned hot in her hand. This planet's star core had long been drained dry. The siphon array was absorbing energy from surrounding galaxies, including. She paused, her voice tightening, including the residual energy of Earth's star core. Tai was aiming the cannon of the breacher at the eternal throne, its light dust conduits whining from overload. Old Thorn's journal had sketched this damn thing. He tapped the star core fragment at the muzzle with his mechanical arm. The core of the siphon array lies beneath the throne. We need to send a primordial star core seed inside to detonate it. Xiao Bei suddenly clutched his arm. The wound from the time fissure moments ago was healing in reverse, revealing smooth skin, but beneath the skin blood vessels were visibly aging and shriveling at an alarming rate. The priest is manipulating the time flow here. His light dust net of hair flickered violently like a web torn by a gale. They want us to experience birth, aging, sickness and death in an instant. The 3 priests on the eternal throne slowly rose to their feet. Their white robes billowed in the gray wind, the hems sweeping across the lines of the siphon array, causing the dark purple liquid to boil and rise into countless twisted humanoid figures, the residual phantoms of the civilizations they had devoured now reaching out their ethereal hands toward Stardust 3. Welcome to your grave, spoke the priest on the left, his voice like rusted gears grinding. He pointed at Stardust 3. The landing gear began to rust and crumble at a visible rate, exposing the aged wiring within. On Sijixing, time is our weapon. Your ship will become scrap in 10 minutes, your bodies will turn to dust in an hour, and your consciousness. His hood emitted a bone-chilling laugh, will become nourishment for the siphon array forever, watching us rule over everything you hold dear. Stardust 3 suddenly tilted to the right, landing gear completely disintegrated. Xiao Ya clung desperately to her drawing board. The portrait of the 5 crew members was fading as if about to be erased by the gray wind of Sijixing. They're weakening our memories. She drew star tracks made of light dust around the portrait with a fluorescent pen. As long as we remember each other, the portrait won't disappear. The edges of the portrait indeed glowed again with a silver blue light, but the figure of Eric in the center grew fainter. Lin Wan's heart sank. Eric's consciousness fragments were still in the light track bridge, unable to fully follow them to Sijixing. The priest's time magic was severing his connection to them. Enough. The middle priest suddenly raised his hand. The dark purple energy beam at the apex of the eternal throne shot straight into the sky, tearing a rift in the leaden gray. Within the rift appeared a blue planet, its surface covered with white clouds, the home they had never forgotten, Earth. Do you see? That is your origin and our final prey. His voice burned with fervor. The star core energy of the spiral galaxy was merely an appetizer. Earth's primordial star core is the purest fuel in the universe. Once we devour it, we shall achieve immortality across all timelines and become the true gods of the star tracks. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the rift in the sky. Beside the image of Earth appeared a phantom of the Stardust, the ship before it set sail, the crew laughing on the deck, young Tai learning the use of star core fragments from Old Thorn. They're polluting our memories of home. His light dust net of hair burst into a blinding light, resonating with the star tracks on Xiao Ye's drawing board. Eric is still there. The residual glow of the light track bridge suddenly seeped from the bottom of Stardust 3, forming a silver stream on the ground that spread toward the eternal throne. Within the stream, Eric's consciousness fragments pulsed like a beating heart, each throb causing ripples across the lines of the siphon array. Now. Lin Xiao suddenly pressed the blue star core fragment against her chest. The fragment's light pierced through her clothes, etching star track patterns onto her skin. The energy of the primordial field surged out like a tide, rushing along the light track stream toward the eternal throne. I'm going to activate the primordial star core seed. It's hidden in the core of Sijixing, and only the blue star's primordial field can awaken it. Her body began to tremble violently, her skin turning pale at a visible rate. Activating the seed deep within the planet's core required immense energy, and she was burning her own life force. Xiao Bei tried to rush over, but a Tai held him back. Let her do it. It's the only way. A Tai turned and leaped back into Stardust 3, filling the energy slots of the breacher cannon with star core fragments. The cannon emitted a dying roar, the light dust conduits on its surface shattered one by one, exposing the red-hot metal beneath. Xiao Bei calibrate the core in trance. His mechanical arm suddenly ejected a blade of light dust and connected itself to the cannon's energy core. This cannon's overload mode requires a living consciousness to guide it. My arm contains fragments of Old Thorn's consciousness, it can trick the siphon array's defenses. No. Xiao Bei's tears fell. He saw a Tai's mechanical arm melting, the star core fragments fusing with his flesh. You'll be blown up with the cannon. Old Thorn always said when defusing a bomb someone has to hold the fuse. A Tai grinned, revealing teeth stained silver by light dust. Tell Xiaoye to draw me next to the Stardust tree, and don't forget to give me the biggest light fruit. The moment he pressed the launch button, Lin Xiao's primordial field energy broke through the surface of the siphon array. The ground of Sijixing suddenly split open, revealing a churning silver-blue magma beneath. Not magma, but the primordial star core seed sealed in the planet's core, now awakened by the blue star's energy like a dragon about to break its cocoon. The energy beam of the breacher cannon, trailing a Tai's consciousness fragments like a silver meteor, struck the core fissure with pinpoint accuracy. The explosion did not raise smoke, instead countless silver-blue light dust surged from the fissure, spreading along the lines of the siphon array. Wherever it passed, the dark purple liquid vaporized, revealing the pure star core gemstone beneath. No. The three priests screamed in unison, their white robes shattered in the light dust, exposing bodies composed of star core fragments. These fragments trembled violently in the silver-blue light dust, peeling off like impurities being purified. Our immortality. Their bodies eventually turned into 3 clouds of dark purple mist, completely devoured by the energy of the primordial star core seed. The eternal throne crumbled in the light dust, revealing a massive star core gemstone, the original star core of Sijixing, now wrapped in light dust, reviving with renewed vitality. Lin Xiao collapsed weakly to the ground, the blue star core fragment on her chest had dimmed to a dull sheen. Xiao Bei rushed over and embraced her, noticing that her skin was regaining color. The energy of the primordial star core seed was not only purifying Sijixing but also healing the life force she had burned. The stream of the light track bridge suddenly converged before the gemstone. Eric's consciousness fragments merged with the silver-blue light dust. When the light faded, a familiar figure stood there, wearing the uniform of the Stardust, his eyes carrying the clarity of youth, the star core mark on his palm glowing just right, yet something was missing from his gaze. Who are you? He looked at Lin Xiao, his tone polite but puzzled. I seem to have forgotten many things. But seeing you, I feel I should be here. Lin Xiao's tears fell with a smile. She knew that Eric had returned, but the memories of war, sacrifice and hatred had all turned into light dust, nourishing new life along with the Tai's sacrifice and the priest's destruction. He had forgotten the past but remembered the instinct to protect. Perhaps this was the best ending. On Xiaoya's drawing board, a Tai's figure appeared on the branch of the stardust tree picking a giant light fruit and smiling at them. She held the board up to Eric. "This is our friend, that's Yui. We're together, aren't we?" Eric took the drawing board. At the moment his fingertips touched the portrait, the star core mark on his palm lit up, reflecting the image of the 5 of them planting a tree on Blue Star, the warmest memory he had not forgotten. The sky over Sijixing was clearing. The leaden gray clouds were torn apart by silver-blue light dust, revealing the brilliant sea of stars beyond. The energy of the primordial star core seed spread across the planet's surface. The gray-black soil gradually transformed into silver-blue light soil. The first sprout-bearing star-track patterns emerged from the spot where a Tai had fallen, swaying gently in the wind. Xiao Bei suddenly pointed at the distant light soil as silver light was flickering there, the remains of a Tai's mechanical arm now dissolving into light dust and merging into the sprout's roots, becoming nourishment for its growth. "He hasn't left," Lin Xiao said softly, taking Eric's hand. "None of us have left." Eric looked at the star core mark on his palm, then at Xiao Bei and Xiaoya beside him. Though his memories were blurred, he felt an inexplicable peace. He knew that no matter what he had forgotten, as long as these people were by his side and this land was reviving, there would always be something worth protecting. The first ray of sunlight on Sijixing finally pierced through the clouds, illuminating the light soil and casting the shadows of 4 figures leaning together with a robust sprout beside them. The smoke of war had dissipated, leaving behind not only a newborn planet but also a covenant etched in the star tracks. As long as someone remembered the warmth of light dust and the bonds between them, darkness could never devour hope. In the morning mist of Cg Star, the silver-blue light forest was stretching its leaves. The trees sprouted from primordial star core seeds bore star-track patterns on their trunks with leaf edges glowing a faint purple, the energy of a Tai's mechanical arm remnants coursing through them. Each falling leaf dissolved into fine light dust as if continuing an unfinished tale. Lin Xiao stood deep in the light forest, her fingertips touching the thickest stardust tree. The tree's bark temperature transmitted through her fingers, carrying a familiar pulse. A Tai's consciousness frequency mingled with the star core's energy flow, gentle and steadfast. "See," she whispered as if speaking to the air, "the light forest has grown even better than we imagined. Yesterday 3 children from Colony Stars came here to sketch, saying they want to turn your story into a ballad." Suddenly a translucent light fruit seeped from the trunk, hovering in her palm. Inside the light fruit a blurred image appeared. A Tai was crouching in the cargo hold of the stardust, showing young Xiao Bei how to ignite light dust with star core fragments, while Lao Suan laughed and scolded him for treating ammunition like toys. Lin Xiao caught the light fruit with a smile. The moment it touched her palm, it turned into a silver-blue light stream that seeped into her skin, the stardust tree delivering memories in the gentlest way, reminding her that sacrifice is never the end. From the distant spaceport came the roar of spaceships taking off and landing. Cg Star had become the hope hub of the spiral galaxy. Every day spaceships from different colony stars landed, some carrying injured needing light fruit healing, some delivering new species for cultivating light soil, and others children who came specially to make wishes under the stardust tree. Consultant Lin, a communication request from the Star Trek Alliance. The communicator on her wrist lit up with the voice of the Alliance secretary. "The light soil energy on the 7th colony star has exceeded the standard again. They'd like you to calibrate the primordial field." Lin Xiao turned and walked toward the spaceport. The light forest's branches swayed gently behind her as if bidding her farewell. The primordial field's energy flowed within her, extending along the Star Trek network of the spiral galaxy, a balancing system she had spent 3 years building. Each colony star's light soil was connected to Blue Star's star core with her primordial field, regulating energy output, preventing any planet from repeating the Council's misuse of star cores. Stardust 3 was parked on the spaceport's landing platform. AI Reich leaned against the cockpit door, spinning a Star Trek model made of condensed light dust. Sunlight fell on his face, revealing a faint star core imprint on his palm. For 3 years his memory had remained stuck in the instinct to protect, yet he had never asked what he was protecting. He just piloted Stardust 3 on daily patrols of the galaxy, appearing wherever energy anomalies occurred. "Leaving again?" Lin Xiao asked with a smile. AI Reich nodded and handed her the Star Trek model. The model's orbit precisely matched the star map of the 7th colony star, as accurate as if measured by instruments. "I sense the light dust they're crying." His tone was serious, as if stating something utterly ordinary. "Maybe the light soil grew too fast and burst the energy conduits." Lin Xiao took the model. When her fingertips touched his palm, both their star core imprints lit up simultaneously. Over the past 3 years such resonance had become more frequent, as if an invisible thread pulled them together. Even with fragmented memories, the bond had never broken. "I'll go with you." It's on the way to Blue Star anyway to see Xiao Bei's academy. The engines of Stardust 3 hummed lightly, breaking through the atmosphere of CG Star. Outside the window the spiral galaxy's star tracks flowed like a silver-blue river through the dark universe. Lin Xiao looked at the blinking lights on the navigation screen. Each light was a reviving planet. Some grew luminous crops on light soil, some built houses that could withstand meteorites using Stardust wood, and some erected monuments to the Stardust crew on the ruins of abandoned council bases. Look at that. AI Reich suddenly pointed at the screen. Near the orbit of the 7th colony star floated a huge light dust projection showing a familiar painting, Xiao Ye's drawing of the 5 of them standing in the light forest with a Tai's mechanical arm resting on AI Reich's shoulder, Xiao Bei holding a light dust dagger, Lin Xiao holding star core fragments, and Xiao Ye bending over her sketchpad adding star tracks. This painting had been made into the emblem of the Star Trek Alliance, printed on every member's uniform and carved into the squares of every colony star. And its creator was now traveling in more distant star regions. Xiao Ye roamed the spiral galaxy with her sketchpad, painting the new life on each planet she visited. These works were compiled into the Stardust Chronicle, becoming the most beloved introductory reading for children. Xiao Ye sent a new painting last week. Lin Xiao brought up the image on her communicator. It showed a planet covered in light soil with a silver ring of light around its equator. She calls it New Earth, a newly discovered habitable planet where light soil grows exceptionally well. AI Reich's gaze lingered on the light ring in the painting. There faintly was the silhouette of a spaceship, its outline resembling Stardust 3. Will we go there someday? He asked. Of course. Lin Xiao looked at the star core imprint on his palm, suddenly recalling what he looked like when he first solidified 3 years ago, his eyes as clear as a blank sheet of paper. Once the energy of all colony stars is stable, we'll go to New Earth and plant a light forest covering the entire planet. When Stardust 3 entered the atmosphere of the 7th colony star, a burst of cheers erupted from the ground. On the plains covered with light soil, people held up Star Trek patterns made of light dust waving at the spaceship. They knew Stardust 3's arrival meant energy balance would soon be restored and another light forest would take root. When Lin Xiao stepped out of the cabin, a little girl with braided pigtails suddenly ran over, holding up a painting, a huge Stardust tree with 5 blurry figures beneath it, a spaceship perched on top with the words Stardust written on its hull. Consultant Lin, this is my painting of the Guardians. The little girl tilted her face up, eyes bright as a light fruit. The teacher said you gave us light soil and light forests. When I grow up I want to be a Star Core Guardian too. Lin Xiao crouched down and gently touched the girl's head. The primordial field's energy flowed through her palms, seeping into the girl's hair. This child harbored a faint Star Core resonance within a natural light soil companion like Xiao Bei back then. Then remember this, she said seriously. Light soil is not a tool, it's a friend. We protect them and they protect us. From a distance Xiao Bei's voice came. He was adjusting energy conduits with students from the Light Soil Academy. The light dust net in his hair resonated with the ground's light soil, creating ripples across the surface. Over 3 years his academy had trained more than 200 children who could communicate with light dust. They were scattered across colony stars like seeds, spreading the philosophy of coexistence. Lin Xiao. Come see this. Xiao Bei waved at her, holding a transparent crystal that contained a flowing mass of light dust. This is memory light dust the kids newly cultivated. It can store the Stardust tree stories inside. Even if we're far away we can still hear a Tai's voice. The light dust inside the crystal suddenly lit up and a Tai's voice came through the energy stream, tinged with familiar laughter. You little rascal, don't include all my embarrassing stories. Remember to tell the kids that when I dismantled the engine back then I was way better than Xiao Bei. Everyone around burst into laughter. The sound mingled with the hum of light dust, warm as sunlight. Lin Xiao looked up at the sky. Stardust 3 hovered above the light forest. AI Reich standing in the cockpit, his star core imprint blazing bright. He seemed to sense something waving toward the direction of the Stardust tree, as if seeing the partner who always wore work clothes and had solder stains on his mechanical arm. As the sun set, the light soil of the 7th colony star began to glow. Silver blue light spread along the Star Trek patterns, merging into the spiral galaxy's Star Trek network. Standing deep in the light forest, Lin Xiao watched Xiao Bei and the children running through the light dust, heard the roar of AI Reich piloting Stardust 3 overhead, felt a Tai's consciousness pulse from the Stardust tree, and suddenly understood new life was never about one person, it was the web woven by all who remembered the warmth of light dust, binding hope and the future together. The communicator suddenly lit up, a holographic projection from Xiao Ye. She stood on a blue planet, behind her a stretch of light forest. On her sketchpad were 6 little figures, beside the 5 familiar ones there was a little girl with braided pigtails holding a light fruit. Lin Xiao. Come to New Earth, she called excitedly. The light soil here can sing, Eric will love it. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. The moment she turned off the communicator she found Eric standing beside her. His palm pressed against the light fruit of the stardust tree. The light of the star core imprint merged with the fruit's glow, reflecting a gradually sharpening smile in his eyes. Perhaps memory had never vanished, only hidden in the warmest place waiting to be awakened by bonds. Let's go. Eric extended his hand. To New Earth. Lin Xiao took his hand. Both their star core imprints burst into silver blue light, illuminating the darkening sky. In the distance Stardust 3 sent a departure signal. The light forest's branches rustled in the wind as if singing a ballad about rebirth. The story of the spiral galaxy had only just begun. The light forest of the dead star had grown so dense it blotted out the sky. The thickest stardust tree required 5 people to encircle its trunk, its Star Trek veins etched deep like ancient bark, and the light fruits at the tips of its branches swayed gently in the wind, glowing with a warm silver-blue radiance, fragments of a Tai's consciousness drifting within. Every year at this time the light fruits shone especially bright, as if waiting for someone. Lin Xiao sat on the light dust cushion beneath the tree, her silver hair lifted by the breeze and tangling with the branches of the light forest. In her palm still lay the half-piece of blue star core fragment, no longer glowing, now more like a warm smooth jade carved with the marks of time. Look at this tree, she said with a smile to the person beside her, it's even sturdier than the mecha A Tai built back then with his arbiter armor. Xiao Bei sat beside her, the light dust net in her hair having spread to her shoulders like a silver shawl. His Light Soil Academy had long nurtured a multitude of students scattered across every corner of the spiral galaxy. Some became star core guardians, others cultivated radiation-resistant light rice on New Earth. Last week a child asked me, can Senior A Tai really speak inside the light fruit, he said with a hint of laughter in his voice, his fingertips gently brushing the light soil on the ground. I told him once he grows a little older he'll be able to hear it. Xiaoya was crouching by the tree, flipping through a stack of picture albums piled at her feet. The cover of the topmost album was worn through, depicting the 5 of them back then inside the cockpit of the Stardust 2. A Tai holding a welding torch, Eric gripping the control stick, Lin Xiao staring at the screen, Xiao Bei holding a light dust supply box, and herself hiding behind a drawing board giggling. This one should be redrawn, she said, her fingertips brushing over a Tai in the picture. The colors have faded. Eric leaned against the tree trunk, spinning a light fruit in his hand. Sunlight fell through the gaps in the leaves onto his face, echoing the image of him from years ago on the deck of the Stardust. Over the years his memories had been like rice paper slowly soaked by light dust. Those blurred fragments gradually becoming clear, the blaze of the Stardust's explosion, the charge before the annihilation core, the resonance on the light track bridge. He still couldn't utter words like war or sacrifice, but he could accurately call out each person's name, remember their favorite light fruit flavors, know that Lin Xiao feared darkness, Xiao Bei feared bugs, and Xiaoya always bit the tip of her brush when drawing. It's time to bear fruit, Eric suddenly said, tossing the light fruit in his hand into the air. The light fruit burst open midair, condensing into a familiar figure in front of the Stardust tree. A Tai wearing the Stardust's work uniform, his mechanical arms still stained with welding solder, grinning with silver teeth. Yo, quite the gathering. A Tai's consciousness fragment waved his mechanical arm, his light dust composed fingers pointing at the Stardust tree. I told you planting trees is better than picking up wreckage, but you didn't believe me. Xiaoya's eyes suddenly reddened. She lunged to hug him but passed through empty air. The light mist passed through her body, condensing into a light dust flower in her hair. You tricked us, as she laughed with a sob. You promised to draw the biggest light fruit and now you're the one living inside it. Isn't that so you won't forget me? A Tai's figure flickered in the light mist, turning to Lin Xiao. Where's the fragment of Old Thorn's log? You said you'd bury it under the tree. Lin Xiao took out a cloth bundle from her bosom containing a few yellowed pages bearing the handwriting of her parents, recording the principles of the Star Core primordial field and also writing their hopes for their daughter. She crouched down, burying the paper bundle into the soil covered with light dust. The moment her fingertips touched the ground, the roots of the Stardust tree suddenly emerged, gently wrapping around the bundle as if guarding it with care. Truth and hope, they must have a place to take root. Lin Xiao stood up, watching a sprout emerge from the spot where the paper bundle was buried. The sprout bore a silver blue leaf, just like how Old Thorn left the Star Core fragment to you. You passed it to us and we passed it to the children. A Tai's consciousness fragment nodded with a smile, his figure gradually becoming transparent. I have to go back. The light fruit's energy can't last much longer. He tilted his chin toward Eric. Take care of them, especially Lin Xiao. Don't let her stay up all night tuning the primordial field again. As the light mist dissipated, the branches of the stardust tree suddenly became laden with light fruits. Inside each fruit reflected a tiny figure, the smiling faces of the stardust crew, the cheers of the blue star dissenters, the silhouettes of the resistance charging forward. All the souls remembered by the light dust guarding the peace they bought with their lives. Time to go, Eric said, reaching out to help Lin Xiao up. The star core mark on his palm gently touched her fragment. On New Earth, the kids say they found a beach that sings. The Stardust 3 was parked in a clearing outside the light forest. The alloy plates of its hull had been replaced with new ones, but a few old scratches were deliberately preserved, marks left by an energy belt in the dark matter nebula years ago like medals. When the 5 of them, counting A Tai's consciousness fragment, boarded the ship, the navigation screen suddenly lit up, automatically displaying coordinates at the edge of the spiral galaxy, a planet encircled by silver-blue light bands identical to the Earth on the ancient star charts. They call it Second Homeland, Xiao Bei said, looking at the screen. The light soil grows best there if the roots of the stardust tree can reach the planet's core. The engines of the Stardust 3 emitted a steady roar, breaking through the atmosphere of the dead star. Outside the porthole, the star tracks of the spiral galaxy stretched like a silver-blue river, extending from behind them into the distance. Each planet was like a pebble in the river, shimmering with warm light. Lin Xiao watched the light dust streaking past the window, suddenly recalling a line from her parents' log: the ultimate power of the star core is not destruction but to let every wandering soul find their way home. The beach on New Earth indeed sang. Silver-blue grains of sand rose and fell with the waves, producing a soft hum like the resonance of light dust. The light forest in the distance swayed in the wind, merging with the sound of the sea into a gentle song. Xiaoya took off her shoes, stepped barefoot on the sand, grabbed a light dust brush and began to draw on the sand. First she drew 5 little figures holding hands. Beside them she drew a child holding a stardust sapling with a tiny light fruit floating above the child's head like a star following them. As she finished the last stroke, a sea breeze suddenly swept up the sand and blew the drawing into the air. The silver-blue grains did not scatter, instead they merged with the light dust in the air, transforming into a brilliant star track flying toward the depths of the spiral galaxy. Eric held Lin Xiao's hand, standing on the beach, watching the light track gradually disappear into the starry sky. Suddenly he leaned down and whispered in her ear, "I remember." Lin Xiao turned to look at him and found the entire starry sky reflected in his eyes, as if hiding all the awakened memories. "Remember what? We're going to plant many stardust trees here." His voice was soft yet like a promise. "So that everyone who comes here can hear A Tai's laughter and see the light of the stardust." In the distance the navigation lights of the Stardust 3 glowed like a star waiting to set sail. Xiao Bei was demonstrating to the children how to communicate with light dust and sand. Xiaoya's sketchbook lay open on the beach, its pages rustling in the wind, each one depicting the form of new life. The story of the spiral galaxy never ended. It simply transformed into light dust falling into the palms of those waiting for hope, waiting for them to write their own star tracks with new bonds.